This young man was originally an unemployed shut-in from the 21st century, spending his days eating lollipops and searching for jobs online. One perfectly ordinary day, he accidentally clicked on a pop-up ad. Then, as if fated, he was pulled into a new interface. No matter how much he screamed, it was no use. This was Starlight Academy in the year 2696 Earth Era. In 2696 Earth Era, alien creatures invaded and Earth suffered devastating attacks. Humanity eventually established a federation and used nuclear weapons to eradicate the aliens. However, they left behind the X-virus globally. This led to Earth mutating, with zombies and mutated beasts running rampant. Survivors evolved, paving the way for martial artists to cultivate their powers, and from then on Earth's martial artists were revered as kings. Lin Shu, having just transmigrated here, was still dazed and hadn't figured out what was happening when he was suddenly given a brutal beating by his roommate Ma Chang, an entry-level martial artist from Class 29 of Starlight Academy. Because he currently lacked cultivation talent, he was often seen as useless by his classmates, running errands and doing odd jobs like a household servant. Delivering meals, washing clothes, all daily chores had to be done for them. He was beaten black and blue, his body aching. Only now did Lin Shu truly grasp the situation before him. He had actually, goddammit, transmigrated. The young man thought to himself, damn it, has anyone ever been as unlucky as me when transmigrating? A series of memories from the original owner now surfaced one by one. Insults were constant, and the relentless beatings never ceased. This ultimately led the original owner to despair, developing the thought that life was not worth living. The result was the current Lin Shu taking the original owner's place in getting beaten. Enduring this damn shitty situation, he had now regained his calm. Regardless, endurance was not in his dictionary. So even if his ribs were completely broken from the beating, he would not yield to such bullying scum, and the more defiant he was, the harder he was beaten. Enraged, Ma Chang charged like a beast, ready to end his opponent with a single strike. However, he was in for a rude awakening. The body now no longer held the old Lin Shu, but Lin Shu with a protagonist's halo, so how could he possibly be bullied again? Just at this critical moment, that damned system which had pulled him into this world appeared. It prompted that the host had completed the rage value detection and asked if he wanted to use a charged strike. Lin Shu didn't have much time to hesitate and immediately agreed to use it. Then, with a bang, the two fists collided. Ma Chang's hand seemed to shatter into 1,000 pieces, making him howl in agony. His soul seemed to be leaving his body. His subordinates, in a panic, quickly carried their boss to the school infirmary for surgery. After that strike, Lin Shu wasn't in much better shape, just slightly more conscious than that guy. After the system finished processing, it prompted him that he had gained a lottery chance. Although Lin Shu was in pain all over, his eyes lit up. He quickly pressed the spin button, hoping to bet all his chips on Alliance coins. Oh, luck was on his side. 10,000 Alliance coins were immediately in his possession. After the draw, the young man had no choice but to drag his battered body to the infirmary for treatment. The female doctor, seeing him, seemed very kind. Perhaps this young man was a regular here. She glanced at him, then told him to undress and lie on the bed, which made him slightly uncomfortable. However, a few minutes later, she began her work seriously. As requested, Lin Shu used a recovery fluid worth 9,800 Alliance coins. The young man began to fall into a coma, his full body injuries confirmed. The estimated recovery time was 5 hours. During this time, Lin Shu clenched his fists, thinking to himself, it seems the original owner of this body lived a life vastly different from what I imagined, surely constantly bullied and beaten. But from now on, I will never again be oppressed by anyone. 5 hours later, it was a brand new Lin Shu. In Class 29 of Starlight Academy, the homeroom teacher was outlining the plan to head to the A-20 combat zone. 20 students could participate. He scanned the classroom, saw Xiao Xiao, and asked about Ma Chang's whereabouts. When he heard a student say that Ma Chang had his bones broken by Lin Shu and was undergoing surgery in Sector C, he was very surprised. Even the other classmates couldn't believe what they heard. How could a good-for-nothing cripple someone? Just then, Lin Shu swaggered in from outside, full of cool confidence, and loudly asked, "Teacher, can I go?" The crowd below began to buzz with chatter. Is that Lin Shu? He seems so different from before. Yeah, it's like he's a different person. Am I seeing things? The teacher, hearing the young man, quickly tried to dissuade him. Lin Shu, there's no need to get excited. The A-20 zone is quite dangerous. You should reach the entry-level martial artist stage first, then reconsider. One of Ma Chang's cronies also chimed in with a sneer from below. He thought Lin Shu would be scared, but to his surprise, Lin Shu then challenged him with the condition that if he won, he could participate in the training. Through the system's analytical eye, he could tell that this guy named Shu Jun was an entry-level martial artist. His strength wasn't particularly noteworthy, even a bit weaker than Ma Chang. As long as Lin Shu carefully dodged, he could wait for his rage value to burst and then directly punch him with a charged strike. So with this precise calculation in mind, Lin Shu arranged to meet Shu Jun after school at the training grounds for a showdown. A few hours later at the training grounds, news spread widely that the good-for-nothing from Class 29 had challenged an entry-level martial artist to a duel. Countless people came to watch, eager for a spectacle. Before stepping onto the stage, several friends also urged him to reconsider, but he confidently stepped forward, answering unequivocally, "Don't worry, I've been wanting to beat him up for a long time." As soon as Shu Jun saw Lin Shu, he eagerly rushed forward to attack, chattering as he fought, A good-for-nothing dares to be arrogant, watch me teach you a lesson. Lin Shu constantly dodged attacks, his injuries had healed, but he knew a punch would still cause him full body pain. Despite the audience urging him to attack and his opponent striking from all directions, the young man never retaliated, faithfully executing his plan. The observing teacher sensed that even just dodging, Lin Shu was not at all clumsy or disheveled. He had never seen such a determined look in Lin Shu's eyes. Finally, the moment arrived. The charged rage value reached 100. The humiliation he had endured for so long, now was the time for it to explode. Shu Jun unleashed his final killing move, lunging fiercely at his prey. Lin Shu showed no weakness, facing the enemy with one hand. After that fatal blow, all that could be heard was Shu Jun's shrill scream, blood splattering on the ground and the onlooker's shock. Lin Shu looked at him with proud confidence and scoffed, defeated by a good-for-nothing. Then aren't you the good-for-nothing of good-for-nothings? Seeing the situation was bad, the teacher immediately sent people to quickly get him treated, so as not to affect the A20 combat training. The teacher also didn't forget to praise Lin Shu, saying he was truly impressive. Having defeated the recognized strongest person in the class, Lin Shu successfully qualified to participate in the combat training. The A20 zone was located north of the city. It was ravaged by nuclear contamination and mutant viruses, crawling with zombies and mutated giant beasts, making it extremely dangerous. However, crisis and opportunity always coexist. Many body parts of mutated giant beasts were highly sought-after materials, and the variant crystals in their brains, possibly a special crystallized energy body, were invaluable and aided martial artist cultivation. This time the academy provided everyone with uniforms and combat knives to deal with ordinary zombies and mutated beasts. To make this game more thrilling, before setting off, the teacher gravely warned, "But unlike previous training, you must overcome your inner fear when facing zombies and mutated beasts." Last year during combat training, several students were surrounded and bitten to death by a horde of zombies due to their fear. Only through actual combat can everyone's abilities truly be tested, and only then can your minds become more resilient. After his intimidation, the teacher began to explain the rules. There would be 20 people in total, forming groups of 4. You could freely form teams, but you were not allowed to venture deep into the A20 zone. Strength of the mutated giant beasts and zombies inside is not something you can handle. Whether you live or die is entirely up to you. Set off, some seemed panicked and filled with fear. But Lin Shu was different. In his eyes, those things were just valuable experience points, useful for leveling up. Soon the students quickly formed groups and entered the A20 zone with their teams. Lin Shu's team was currently facing a level 1 zombie. It had sharp virus-laden teeth, a combat power of 380, and was a full 100 levels higher than Lin Shu. But whether high or low, all he needed was experience points. Who cares? Just charge first. With just one slash he easily decapitated the monster, successfully leveling up to level 2. Just as the young man was ecstatic, another horde of zombies came lunging. Before he could react, they were hacked to pieces by Zhang Yi. Lin Shu could only watch gloomily as his experience points were stolen by others. The team continued deeper. Ahead, the disturbance was caused by a level 1 zombie leader, incredibly fast, with sharp claws and capable of summoning zombies with combined combat power. The purple-haired man in the team confidently charged forward, but with his speed he was utterly helpless, left lying there waiting for death. Fortunately, Zhang Yi intervened in time to save him. Lin Shu quickly ran over to warn him, "That's a zombie leader, it must be killed in one blow, otherwise it will summon more level 1 zombies, and then we'll be in big trouble." Of course Zhang Yi wouldn't listen. It was too humiliating to have a good-for-nothing dictate how to kill monsters. He intended to slash with his knife as usual, but something seemed off. The zombie cleverly dodged, then let out a roar, summoning its minions for help. Sure enough, the entire peaceful area was now teeming with hordes of walking dead. The purple-haired man and Zhang Yi were so scared they wet their pants and scrambled to flee. The fat guy also urged Lin Shu to leave quickly. But Lin Shu was here to farm experience, not to run away. If he killed this horde of zombies, he could gain several levels, so he decided to fight to the death and charge straight in. The fat guy saw his friend as if possessed by a ghost, completely different from the Lin Shu he knew, and without hesitation also began to attack. The two fought valiantly, covered in blood, 1 zombie per slash. Just as Lin Shu was too engrossed, he was ambushed by the zombie leader. Thinking he was finished, who knew he was lucky? The young man had a flash of inspiration, added all his points in the system, instantly boosting his strength, and twisted the zombie's head 360 degrees barehanded, directly defeating the enemy. He successfully leveled up to level 6 and unlocked the system's genetic lock. According to some books Lin Shu had read, a large portion of human genes had never been used. The so-called genetic lock was the most fundamental potential within the body. In Legends, if the genetic lock was opened to its highest level, one could become a godlike existence. So with a teenager's curiosity, Lin Shu immediately pressed to open the first genetic lock, wanting to see how strong he could become. But the result was truly disappointing. A red notification popped up. "Warning, warning, not yet level 15. Lin Shu grumbled to himself at this moment. "What the hell, it's just level 15, right? As long as I grind monsters and level up, I'll soon meet the unlock conditions, just you wait." After dealing with all the zombies, the fat guy stepped forward, looked at his friend with a bewildered expression and asked, "Lin Shu, are you still the Lin Shu I know? You seem to suddenly become so strong just now. You even took down the zombie leader." The young man couldn't say. Of course not, I was unlucky enough to transmigrate to this wretched place. So he could only pretend to his friend that he was doing just fine, thus the two continued deeper. Before long they arrived at the forbidden zone the teacher had warned them about. Lin Shu appeared greatly vexed as he hadn't found a single zombie along the way, failing to gain any experience points at all. Just as he was about to risk going in to look, his companion suddenly trembled, pointing behind them. Snake, there's a giant python next to that tree. Lin Shu instinctively turned his head to look at the snake before him. It was actually a supermassive level 3 chameleon python. The young man's face turned ashen white with fear and he hastily turned and ran. He shouted loudly as he ran, "Damn it! Why are you always chasing me? Go chase the fat guy instead." Meanwhile, the fat guy was running out of breath. He suddenly looked back and was instantly astonished. "Oh no, when did my friend run so deep into the abandoned zone?" Lin Shu kept running. He eventually shook off the python, but he couldn't let his guard down. It could change color based on its surroundings, so caution was advised. Just as he was looking left and right for the way back, an arrow was suddenly pressed against his head along with a warning voice. "Don't move, what are you sneaking around for here?" The young man's whole body was trembling inside. He was utterly, irrevocably screwed. This group was an adventure squad, specializing in hunting zombies and mutated beasts to acquire materials and variant crystals. They were all official martial artists, and Lin Shu was no match for them at all. But Lin Shu still forced out a brilliant smile, pretending nothing was wrong, then answered briefly and acutely, "Hello gentlemen, I'm just passing through." Seeing his clothes, they immediately recognized him as a student from Starlight Academy. One of them stepped forward, snatched his combat knife and threatened, "Leave the combat knife and you can scram." Hearing this, Lin Shu pleaded softly, "Brother, in this perilous place without a combat knife, aren't you just sending me to my death? Then hurry up and die." Who knew? No sooner had he finished his boast than he was attacked by that very python, swallowed whole in one gulp. The members of the adventure squad panicked. Their leader tried to calm them. "Don't panic, brothers. This is a level 3 evolved beast. Its variant crystal and python skin are surely worth millions." Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Shu slipped away to observe the situation, thinking to himself, "A few level 1 martial artists dared to provoke a level 3 evolved beast. Indeed, humans die for wealth just as birds die for food. Perhaps I should seize this opportunity to retrieve my combat knife here." The python was continuously attacked, wildly thrashing its tail, which resulted in some people losing body parts. Finally, after a struggle, the adventurers also successfully dealt with the mutated beast. However, who would enjoy the spoils was another matter. The leader brazenly ordered Lin Shu, "Skin the python and dig out its variant crystal for me, or else watch your life." But little did he know now was Lin Shu's time to shine. Lin Shu said, "I'll get it out, but it's my spoils of war." Hearing this, that guy angrily charged over, but what could a person do who was already weak and couldn't even stand steadily? Immediately after, Lin Shu in the calmest manner sent him to meet his ancestors. As a result, Lin Shu successfully leveled up to level 7 and gained another lottery chance. Additionally, Lin Shu acquired a large haul of spoils from the python, all packed into a hunter's backpack. The situation here was quite dangerous and he couldn't stay long. So Lin Shu quickly packed up and left. However, no matter which way he went, he remained lost in the dangerous zone. Just as he didn't know which way to go, birds scattered in the sky and something powerful appeared again. He looked back to see a level 4 evolved beast, the lightning leopard. Its characteristics and combat power, which defied analysis, immediately caught his eye. At this moment, Lin Shu just wanted to run for his life, but accidents kept coming. Behind the leopard, a blonde beauty named Luo Yu rushed over. She was a 4th level martial artist and looked incredibly cool. Then an earth-shattering battle broke out between the person and the leopard, and eventually the leopard was knocked to the ground. Just when they thought the battle was over, it turned out the leopard was only feigning death. As Luo Yu stepped forward, it suddenly sprang up and launched a sneak attack, striking her with a fatal blow that sent her plummeting off a cliff, her fate unknown. Lin Shu, witnessing all this from the side, felt something was off. The leopard didn't seem to be feigning death, it had only temporarily lost its vital signs. So he tiptoed forward, planning to deliver another blow, becoming the final boss slayer, thereby acquiring the variant crystal of a 4th level mutated beast and striking it rich. With this thought he fumbled with his knife, a cruel smile on his face. However, before he could act, another leopard appeared behind him. Only then did Lin Shu remember that lightning leopards usually hunted in male-female pairs. So without time to think, Lin Shu quickly took off running, pleading desperately, "Sister-in-law lightning leopard, I didn't kill your husband." He ran and somehow found himself at a dead end. Ahead was a bottomless abyss and the leopard was still charging rapidly. With no other choice, he would rather fall to his death than be electrocuted. Even if his meat tasted delicious after being charred, it would only become the leopard's dinner. So he closed his eyes, steeled his heart, and jumped. Whether by luck or coincidence, there was a lake at the bottom of the cliff, and with the cushioning of some trees he managed to save his life. Even more remarkably, the blonde girl from before had also fallen down. Following the usual trope, Lin Shu naturally saved her and took diligent care of her. Holding the young girl in his arms, Lin Shu thought, how can there be such a beautiful girl? She was probably only 17 or 18, yet she was already a 4th level martial artist. Surely a genius disciple from some prominent family. Just then, his stomach rumbled with hunger, and conveniently, there were several delicious fish in the lake. It couldn't be better, so he started a fire, dried his clothes and then roasted the fish until they were fragrant, eating with great relish. No sooner had he put a piece of fish in his mouth than the blonde girl struggled to her feet, her sword point aimed directly at his face. She demanded, "Why are you dressed like this? What did you do to me?" Lin Shu froze for 5 seconds, then hastily explained, "What did I do? I pulled you out of the water. If it weren't for me, you would have drowned." After some explanation and a piece of fragrant fish, the girl calmed down and introduced herself. "My name is Luo Yu. Tell me, what do you want? I don't want to owe anyone. Tell me what you want and I will give it to you later, and then we will be even. Otherwise I will deal with you." Lin Shu had never seen anyone so cold to their savior. He smiled brightly and said he wanted to become as powerful as her. Luo Yu felt she had made a mistake. It was still not too late to turn back. She would rather he asked for gold and silver, which might be attainable, but with his meager talent it would probably be difficult. By night, Lin Shu huddled in a corner watching the girl rest, happily opening the system to draw a prize. As he spun the wheel, he secretly prayed for some weapon. However, the wheel slowly stopped, and the pointer landed on 1,000 alliance coins, which he didn't want at all. But fortunately, as if a gust of wind blew, the pointer nudged forward a bit more. The system immediately prompted, "Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix." Lin Shu was as delighted as flowers blooming in spring. He had actually received a martial arts skill card. This was a card that only martial artists above the 6th level could create. They were categorized into bronze, silver, gold, and diamond, with higher levels indicating greater power. Lin Shu held the card in his hand, unable to stop his excitement, shouting in his heart, "This is an adult martial artist card. This card is even more precious than a diamond card, because the card will change with the cultivator's evolution." Luo Yu, behind him, was startled awake by Lin Shu's silly laughter. Her hearing was more acute than a dog's, and she detected some unusual sounds. Only then did Lin Shu pay attention, wondering if it was the adventure squad they had encountered earlier. Impossible. He quickly urged Luo Yu to run, but due to her injuries she couldn't move. Lin Shu had no choice but to volunteer to carry the young girl, even feigning concern for her safety, and then they had to flee. The two hadn't gone far when an adventure squad crept up. They judged from the situation that the two shouldn't have gone far. If found, they would be dealt with mercilessly. Meanwhile, Lin Shu, carrying Luo Yu, felt her getting heavier and heavier. Luo Yu explained that it was because the sword on her back was too heavy, not because she was fat. But he seemed unconvinced. As they were arguing, someone else blocked their path. Upon closer inspection, it was a giant red two-headed snake with peculiar habits, preferring to be active at night. Its teeth were highly venomous, and its total combat power reached 670 points. Luo Yu knew she couldn't fight, so she handed her sword to Lin Shu to deal with the python. Sure enough, just as she said, the sword was very heavy. Lin Shu could barely hold it with both hands, so an incapacitated person plus a novice unexpectedly and quickly resolved the giant red snake cleanly. Lin Shu confidently pointed his index finger at it, his tone full of provocation. Come on, bite me, bite me. Not only will I kill you, but I'll immediately sell your variant crystal for money. Aren't you angry?" Who knew that the decapitated snake would still furiously lunge and bite Lin Shu's hand, giving him quite a fright. Luo Yu secretly chuckled from the side, thinking, "Serves you right for daring to provoke me." However, before she could laugh for long, her companion cried out, covered in red rashes, burning hot and unbearably itchy. Only then did Luo Yu feel afraid. This snake carried a depraved venom that would make people feel intense desires all over their body after being poisoned. This was truly bad. Before Lin Shu could figure out how to handle it, he was already like a bull in heat, eyes bloodshot, drooling, uncontrollably pouncing and pinning her down. No matter how Luo Yu threatened, Lin Shu couldn't control himself, leaning in to kiss her, just as his hands and feet were about to deepen their communication. Fortunately, Luo Yu cleverly bit him, which brought the situation under control. She then chased him to a nearby puddle, telling him to soak in the water to cool down. Lin Shu ran off, covering his mouth, not forgetting to apologize to the young girl. Luckily, after soaking in the cold water, he returned to normal. However, his mind still lingered on those soft and fragrant lips. While Lin Shu was relaxing, Luo Yu ran into big trouble. The previous adventure squad had crept up on them. They approached with greedy and shameless expressions. Luo Yu, young and weak, was unable to resist and was easily subdued. Fortunately, just as this group was about to make their move, Lin Shu rushed back in time. With his ability to discern everyone's characteristics, he confidently, almost like a god, pointed at each person. Zhang Liang, a second-tier martial artist, specialized in swords with a total combat power of 1540. Li Hong, a first-tier martial artist, specialized in swords. In front of someone whose identity was unknown and who didn't have a combat power analyzer but could accurately state their information in combat power, the group felt a little apprehensive and meekly slipped away. Even Luo Yu was surprised by Lin Shu's special ability. The two then quickly packed up and left. If they waited for the others to react and chase them, it would be big trouble. Sure enough, after running for a while, they realized they had been tricked. The leader, enraged, ordered his subordinates to tightly guard the outer area. He wanted to capture the two alive and tear them to shreds to vent his anger. Lin Shu was no fool. His brain wasn't just for decoration. He knew the opponents would set up an ambush outside, so he decided to stay in the Forbidden Zone for a few more days until Luo Yu's strength recovered before leaving. The next day, Lin Shu woke up with a start from his coma. Seeing the scene before him, he realized he had been sleeping soundly while holding Luo Yu. He felt a little uneasy, afraid he might be castrated here. He could only pretend nothing was wrong and gently woke the young girl. As soon as Luo Yu opened her eyes, she calmly said she smelled an evolved beast and was preparing to go out and fight. This sense of smell would put a dog to shame. She also explained that she hadn't fully recovered yet and would need 2 more days, and that he would use her long sword for the fight. Lin Shu seemed a bit scared. The lowest evolved beasts here were 2nd tier, and at his current level he would only serve as their meal. However, a single sentence from Luo Yu left Lin Shu speechless and afraid to speak. HMPH, with your meager strength, if you don't fight powerful enemies, how can you improve? Don't worry, I won't let you die just yet. So, in the following days, under the leadership of Luo Yu, this capable young commander who understood the habits of evolved beasts, their attack methods and weaknesses, Lin Shu leveled up to level 9 and could even simultaneously deal with 2 3rd-tier evolved beasts. Lin Shu collected countless variant crystals and wanted to share them with Luo Yu, but she flatly refused. By this time, Luo Yu had fully recovered and there was no reason to stay there any longer. The two had no choice but to bid each other farewell and go their separate ways, although Lin Shu was a bit reluctant, not out of longing or affection, but because that group of people might still be lurking. If caught, he would probably face certain death. But Luo Yu didn't care at all. What she wanted to do was to find the lightning leopard again and have a showdown with it. Before leaving, she didn't forget to warn Lin Shu that if his strength hadn't surpassed hers the next time they met, she would deal with him. Lin Shu broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this and chased after her, asking, "Nani, what do you mean? Are you repaying kindness with enmity? By the way, where do you come from?" After he asked this question, he only heard Luo Yu's distant reply, "Sanctuary," and her figure had already disappeared without a trace. A few hours later, the two parted ways and Lin Shu also found his way to the edge of the Forbidden Zone. However, as soon as he stepped out, before he could even look around, he was ambushed by that group of people. Fortunately, there was only one person for now. If he could finish the fight quickly before his companions appeared, there was still a chance to escape. Lin Shu parried with his sword, but the disparity in strength was too great. He had no chance to counterattack. The opponent charged like an arrow, roaring confidently. "Let's see if this move can pierce your heart." Lin Shu resisted with all his might, on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, the system had accumulated enough attack power by this point. Without much time to think, Lin Shu immediately unleashed a full-strength strike directly at the opponent's vital spot, thinking it was a trick. He reached out to block only to have his bones shattered and his little brother crushed, leaving him to moan in agony while clutching himself. However, Lin Shu was an extremely kind person. Rather than letting the enemy slowly die and endure endless pain, it was better to finish him quickly. So he swiftly swung his knife, sending the man to the netherworld. The system also congratulated him on reaching level 10 and unlocking the Berserk skill. Berserk was an active skill. When used, strength and physique would increase for 10 minutes. After it ended, he would be in a fatigued state for 5 minutes. Before Lin Shu could celebrate, the man's companions appeared. The leader stared blankly at his fallen subordinate and asked, "Kid, you dare to kill my man?" Lin Shu honestly replied, "HMPH, should I have stood still and waited for him to kill me?" Having been thoroughly tricked, the leader was furious and immediately ordered his subordinates to charge, regardless of whether it was 2-on-1 or 5-on-1, as long as they could get revenge. Lin Shu was in a predicament. 4 first-tier martial artists and 1 second-tier martial artist meant he had no chance of winning. He could only try the skill he had just acquired. Berserk activated, and instantly his speed and physique significantly increased. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shu disappeared from the martial artist's sight, hiding in a safe place. However, this skill only lasted for 5 minutes, and after 5 minutes he would enter a state of exhaustion, at which point he would be at their mercy. He had to find a way to finish the fight quickly. Conveniently, 2 of the people below had long spears as weapons, which suited Lin Shu's combat abilities. So Lin Shu launched a surprise attack, neatly dealing with one person and seizing his weapon. At this moment, Lin Shu was full of confidence, effortlessly wielding the long spear in battle. Combined with the explosive power of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, it wasn't long before he sent several people to their deaths. However, the stronger the move, the more stamina it consumed. Coupled with being surrounded and attacked by the other 3, it took a considerable amount of time. Following the principle of capture the leader first, he directly charged at the leader. They also realized that the secret technique Lin Shu was using usually had a short duration and side effects, so as long as they surrounded him and prevented him from escaping, he would surely surrender. However, before they could celebrate, his rage value had already surged. Lin Shu had no choice but to use it immediately, and as if divinely aided, combined it with 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix to charge at the leader, intending to pierce him. However, as the saying goes, misfortunes never come singly. At this critical moment, an accident occurred. The long spear shattered under the pressure, coupled with the side effects of Berserk. Lin Shu now didn't even have the strength to draw his knife and fight. It was truly bad luck, unstoppable. The leader laughed like a madman, raising his knife ready to stab Lin Shu. But the situation seemed to be reversed again. This game wasn't over yet. A furious shout came from behind, accompanied by a threat. a small hunting squad of mere second-tier martial artists daring to lay hands on a Starlight Academy student who gave you the guts. It turned out to be the mature Dr. Xiao Ruoshui. Fortunately, the fourth-tier martial artist Xiao Ruoshui appeared in time, saving Lin Shu's life. Lin Shu seemed very surprised to see her, not expecting a doctor to have such high strength. After some small talk and teasing, Lin Shu took off his pants for Ruoshui to treat his wounds, and Ruoshui seriously helped him leave the area. At the gathering point, the teacher was calling roll and tallying the students' spoils. He looked around and noticed one person was missing. When he asked Fatty Yang Tian, he learned that his inconspicuous student had accidentally wandered into the Forbidden Zone. The several people in the same group upon hearing this mocked. A good for nothing is a good for nothing. Running into the Forbidden Zone, he's probably already been eaten by zombies or swallowed by an evolved beast. Yang Tian was a bit angry seeing his friend humiliated and wanted to rush up and beat that person. Although the teacher advised patience and said to wait a little longer, they still wanted to make things difficult, arguing that they should go back. Lin Shu was probably already dead. However, no sooner had this sentence been uttered than reality slapped him hard in the face. A familiar voice rang out, "Who's wishing me dead?" That's right, it was none other than Lin Shu, safe and sound, striding confidently, coolly and proudly back. Yang Tian excitedly greeted his friend, while Xu Jun and a few other classmates still sneered contemptuously. "Lin Shu, have you been hiding these past few days, unable to even take down a single evolved beast?" Lin Shu, feigning incompetence, retorted, "Oh, it seems you all have killed quite a few evolved beasts, haven't you?" They listened, displaying disdainful expressions, and proudly replied, "Of course, brother Zhang Yi has already dealt with 8 level 1 evolved beasts." The people around them also chimed in with praise, making the class monitor incredibly smug. They thought this was cool, but then Lin Shu unexpectedly inverted his backpack and poured out a pile of variant crystals. There were even 3 third-tier variant crystals, which shocked everyone. Zhang Yi was unconvinced, believing Lin Shu had cheated. But no sooner had he spoken than he was rebuked by the teacher and classmates. "Then show us how you cheated. A single third-tier variant crystal is worth at least 400,000 to 500,000 alliance coins. Which of you can spend over 1 million to buy 3 just to cheat? The results of this combat training exceeded my expectations. Let's go back to the hotel to rest. Since everyone isn't officially a martial artist yet, you can't sell variant crystals through the Martial Artist Alliance website, but the hotel owner will buy them. You can sell them to him." This news made the young men overjoyed. Now their eyes were filled with visions of Alliance coins. The hotel owner purchased variant crystals as if he were collecting scrap metal. A level 1 variant crystal was 1,000 Alliance coins, and a third-tier variant crystal was 500,000, bringing Lin Shu's total to nearly 2 million. He was going to strike it rich. After waiting in line for a long time, it was finally Lin Shu's turn. The owner's eyes lit up as he looked at the pile of spoils, urging Lin Shu to quickly take out his Alliance card so he could transfer the money. Just as the transaction was proceeding smoothly, someone else came to cause trouble. They brazenly cut in line, pulled out 10 second-tier variant crystals, handed them to the owner, and then strutted arrogantly in front of Class 29. From the system's perspective, one of them was Sun Chen, an aspiring martial artist ranked 108th on the Academy's combat power leaderboard, and the other was Li Yuan, an entry-level martial artist. These two seemed to be asking for a beating. Not only did they mock the entire class, but they specifically sought out Lin Shu to humiliate him. As the saying goes, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. And Lin Shu was now standing right in front of them. Lin Shu didn't care who they were. He first provoked them with his words, "I am the good-for-nothing you're talking about. What's wrong? Are you so eager to see me? You cut in line and spoke offensively. Now apologize to me. Otherwise I'll let you taste what it's like to be dealt with by a good-for-nothing." Sun Chen, enraged, charged forward, intending to teach Lin Shu a lesson with a single punch. Unexpectedly, Lin Shu blocked his attack with just one hand, causing him excruciating pain. The opponent used his feet after his hands, but it was also useless. Instead, he took a direct coup to the face, leaving him covered in blood. Sun Chen was completely enraged. Unleashing all his strength in attack, Lin Shu still used his old routine, desperately dodging attacks which only infuriated Sun Chen further. The classmates watched from the side for a long time, cheering nonstop. Zhang Yi felt a bit apprehensive, never expecting Lin Shu to become so powerful in just 3 days. But the students from Class 1 were not to be trifled with either. After a long cat-and-mouse chase, Sun Chen unleashed his final decisive attack. Lin Shu blocked with one hand and parried with the other, expecting to be suppressed. But to his surprise, he turned the tables within seconds. The system also displayed an attack prompt indicating it could be used. However, with Lin Shu's current ability, he was confident he could defeat his opponent barehanded, using it as a warning to others. So 1, 2, 3, twist, twist. Sun Chen's arm immediately twisted and deformed, his bones shattering into countless pieces contorted like clay. The students from Class 1 were terrified. They wanted to rush forward and demand justice, but they were all intimidated by Lin Shu's strength. As they argued amongst themselves, the hotel owner interrupted them. "Student Lin Shu, the money for the 3 third-tier variant crystals has been transferred to your account. Please check it." The news that the good-for-nothing from Class 29 dealt with a third-tier evolved beast shocked them even more. They never imagined a good-for-nothing could be so strong. Lin Shu had intended to defeat them all in one go to break into the top 108 on the leaderboard. but no matter how Lin Shu provoked them, they dared not step forward. Just then, the teachers from both classes walked in from outside, interrupting their dispute. The few guys from Class 1 immediately complained that someone from Class 29 had broken Sun Chen's arm. Fortunately, the teacher of Class 29 was fair and honest, recounting the incident in detail. So Lin Shu was not falsely accused. However, the teacher still pretended to be strict and told Lin Shu to apologize, though secretly praising him. "You fought well. Class 1 is always so arrogant, not even respecting ordinary teachers. Now they know what manners are." Lin Shu could only feign an apology. "Student son, I'm truly sorry. I shouldn't have been so heavy-handed just now, but don't worry, I'll pay for your medical expenses. Anyway, I'm not short on money now." He felt that something was off. Was this kid really apologizing? The destructive power wasn't high, but the insult was extremely strong, making the surrounding classmates unable to help but snicker. Before being sent for treatment, Sun Chen still turned back to challenge Lin Shu to a showdown in the final competition. After the Class 1 students left, the teacher didn't let his students idle, but took Class 29 to test their combat power to see if everyone had improved after the combat training. One by one, they were led onto the testing platform. Zhang Yi had already reached the aspiring martial artist level, with a comprehensive combat power of 675, which surprised everyone. The teacher praised him, saying he could try cultivating tomorrow. By level, combat power from 300 to 600 was considered entry-level martial artists, 600 to 800 was aspiring martial artists, and 800 to 1500 was first-tier martial artists. Becoming an official martial artist was so powerful due to the martial artist cultivation techniques. In the universe, there were many energies beneficial to humans called source. Martial artists, through cultivation techniques, absorbed source energy from the air, enhancing cell vitality, muscles, and even bones, thereby achieving the purpose of strengthening the body. Most of the class members had finished testing, leaving Lin Shu as the last one. Although some had already seen him break Sun Chen's arm, they still showed contemptuous sneers when he stepped up. However, a few seconds later, the information displayed on the screen silenced them, not daring to utter another word of nonsense. Lin Shu, an aspiring martial artist with a comprehensive combat power of 676, was actually higher than Zhang Yi. That night, Teacher Luo called the two young men aside privately to discuss their future development. Since both were aspiring martial artists, they needed to consider choosing suitable weapons. According to the teacher, the skin of evolved beasts above 3rd tier had completely mutated. Bullets and even laser guns could not penetrate them, but through human efforts, special metals were eventually acquired from other planets. New weapons made from these metals could inflict damage on evolved beasts. Therefore, choosing suitable martial arts techniques combined with corresponding weapons could truly unleash a martial artist's power. After hearing the explanation, Lin Shu quickly raised his hand and said he had already made up his mind, choosing the spear as his weapon. He even brought up the top 10 martial artists on the world martial artist rankings for comparison, saying there was still one missing who used a spear and he would become that person. With that, Lin Shu swiftly ran off, giving the teacher no chance to react. Basic spear techniques. The martial arts card for cultivation was already in hand. All that was missing was a spear. However, Lin Shu had not yet become an official martial artist, so he couldn't purchase one on the Martial Artist Alliance website. He had no choice but to try his luck at the school's Divine Martial Arts Hall. It seemed few people frequented this place. The shop owner, seeing a customer, welcomed him enthusiastically and introduced all his spears one by one. However, Lin Shu picked up each one and was dissatisfied, being picky. Too light. Boss, don't you have any better spears here?" The owner was provoked by him, angrily pulling out a long spear weighing 65 kilograms. This spear, since its creation, had never been bought, gathering a thick layer of dust in a corner. The owner began to introduce, "It is made from the motherstone of starry sky ore. Not only is it heavy, but its sharpness and sturdiness are incomparable to ordinary weapons. It's called Silver Soul." Lin Shu held the spear, feeling it was a weapon tailor-made for him. However, the price was quite steep, reaching 1.2 million. Hearing this price, Lin Shu's heart immediately sank by half. He had barely managed to sell over 2 million variant crystals, and one spear alone cost more than half of that. Cultivation was truly expensive. But even so, he had no other choice, so the young man reluctantly paid. Having become a martial artist, he could finally use cultivation techniques. Every minute and second on Earth contained various energies, which martial artists called source. But ordinary people couldn't perceive it. Only martial artists could sense and absorb it to train their bodies. After only a little cultivation, Lin Shu curiously wondered if there were any changes, so he pulled out the system to check, concentrating fully, when suddenly the system sent another notification. "Lottery chance updated, proceed." It turned out that besides rewards, there was also a monthly lottery chance. It just so happened that today was precisely when Lin Shu's draw spun to 0. He spun the wheel, praying not to draw a weapon again, or he would lose big. As a result, he actually won a rapid growth suit. According to the system's prompt, he immediately equipped this suit. But this suit was unusually heavy, with all the clothes totaling 130 kilograms. He was so angry he wanted to take it off, but before he could complete rapid growth, he heard a beep-beep warning sound. The system prohibited removal and suggested the user adapt quickly tonight. Otherwise, tomorrow he would be crawling to school. Additionally, upon completing the rapid growth progress, he would gain 25 potential points. Hearing about potential points, Lin Shu's eyes lit up like stars in the sky. So what if he had to crawl? He could do it. Lin Shu stayed up all night, finally managing to stand up and walk about 19 laps, but the progress was still poor, only reaching 1,000. As he dragged his exhausted body to class, he was suddenly hit by someone from behind, falling flat on his face. He angrily turned around to curse, but what met his eyes was Yi Shuanger, the beautiful girl next door whom he had played with naked since childhood. So he had no choice but to give up and greeted her with a smile. The young girl was about to take her college entrance exam, so the teacher brought the children to tour the school to see which one they liked. Lin Shu fantasized that Shuanger wanted to get into Starlight Academy because he was there. As the two chatted animatedly, Shuanger's fans emerged from nowhere and started provoking. "Shuanger, is this Lin Shu, the one who used to live next to your house? I heard that the strongest good-for-nothing at Starlight Academy is also named Lin Shu. Are they the same person?" Shuanger, seeing her brother being mocked, wanted to step up and teach this person a lesson, but the guy ignored her, only staring at Lin Shu, intending to embarrass him. However, to his misfortune, the current Lin Shu was not the former Lin Shu. He feared no one now. "If you want to be beaten, I'll fulfill your wish right now." Even though he was carrying over 100 kilograms and was utterly exhausted, dealing with an unknown small fry was no problem. So Tang Ping confidently charged over, continuously attacking Lin Shu. Under normal circumstances, Lin Shu would have dodged, but it was impossible now. However, he quickly turned the situation around, grabbing the opponent's hand and sweeping from bottom to top, kicking him in the face. He was sent flying 3 meters away, crying out in pain and clutching his hand. Thinking it was all over, he unexpectedly called his older brother Tang Tian, an aspiring martial artist with a comprehensive combat power of 752, who ambushed Lin Shu from behind. This person was a third-year student, ranked in the top 100 of the academy, and vice president of the academy's boxing association. Caught by surprise, Lin Shu had no time to dodge and took a palm strike. He furiously avenged his younger brother, brutally beating Lin Shu like a punching bag. Shuanger, seeing her brother being beaten black and blue, quickly stepped forward to stop him, but Tang Tian didn't care for women at all, ignoring the young girl and delivering another heavy punch. Fortunately, Lin Shu reacted in time and pushed Shuanger aside, or she might have been finished too. However, the consequence was that Lin Shu took the full brunt of the blow and collapsed to the ground. Tang Tian was still not satisfied, bullying the weak, intending to cripple Lin Shu. Just then, a teacher of class 29 ran from a distance to stop him. However, Tang Tian pretended not to hear and continued attacking. The situation grew increasingly serious. Just at this critical moment, Teacher Luo arrived in time, ending the battle with a single palm strike. Despite the evidence, Tang Tian still argued that he was retaliating because Lin Shu had hit his younger brother. The teacher, of course, knew the ins and outs of the matter, so he stated that everything would be handled by the school. Before leaving, Lin Shu still challenged him to a duel 3 days later, despite the teacher and Shuanger trying to dissuade him. Thus, the news that the good-for-nothing wants to duel Tang Tian, ranked in the top 100 of the combat power list in the training grounds, quickly spread, becoming a hot topic at school. Everyone believed Lin Shu would be beaten to death, yet he himself appeared very confident, walking to the infirmary to treat his wounds. Here, Sister Xiao Ruoshui used some unknown medicine to rapidly heal his broken arm. As she explained, it was the Xiao family's healing medicine, capable of rapid regeneration of bones and muscles, and very expensive on the market. Ruoshui also reminded him that it would be best not to offend the Tang family, as their influence was considerable. But when others came knocking at his door, fighting back was only natural. Seeing Lin Shu's unwavering determination, she no longer tried to stop him. Instead, she gave Lin Shu a huge surprise. It was a bronze-level martial arts skill card, Crushing Fist. This was a very expensive martial arts card. When practiced, it could generate a crushing fist energy, causing the air to burst, making it the most brutal fist technique in close combat. But if one's body was not strong enough, it could lead to broken hand bones and muscle damage, so no one practiced it. However, to finish what she started and to help Lin Shu cultivate quickly, Ruoshui also included a bottle of healing potion, so that even if his bones and muscles were injured, it wouldn't be a problem. With the new martial arts technique, Lin Shu practiced diligently day and night, yet at his current level he could only scratch the surface of his opponents. Additionally, due to his strenuous practice, Lin Shu also leveled up to level 11. But the rapid growth progress in the system was still insufficient, only achieving about 80 effectiveness. Finally, Lin Shu's duel with Tang Dian in the training grounds arrived. Not only was Lin Shu humiliated, but in the stands, Teacher Luo was also looked down upon by the teacher of class 253. Nevertheless, Teacher Luo still had great faith in his student, unwavering in the slightest. The match officially began, with Tang Dian still arrogantly charging forward with his massive sword. Immediately upon starting, he unleashed his throat-slitting strike, closing in. The advantage of this move was its speed. The enemy would be pierced through the throat before they could react. Fortunately, Lin Shu blocked with his spear but still sustained some injuries. The opponent, wielding sword energy, continuously attacked, striking Lin Shu several times and sending him flying. The supporters below the ring were all very worried. Fortunately, he still stood up clearly to reassure everyone. Coincidentally, at this moment, the system notified that the rapid growth progress had reached 100. Congratulations to the host for gaining 25 potential points. Lin Shu did not hesitate to add all the points to increase his level, and he also shed the burden on his body. He straightened up and declared that the previous skirmish was just a warm-up, and now the real battle would begin. Tang Tian was furious at being thoroughly fooled and rushed at Lin Shu as if he wanted to devour him whole. However, now was Lin Shu's time to shine. His speed and strength had improved as if he had transformed into a different person. He brandished his long spear, combining a charged strike and 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, then thrust directly at his opponent, causing the other's sword, no matter how hard, to break into two, while Tang Dian suffered severe injuries. Unwilling to be defeated by a good-for-nothing, Tang Dian pulled out a bottle similar to a growth hormone from his pocket, drank it all in one gulp, and his body mutated, turning into a muscular giant. Unexpectedly, to defeat Lin Shu, this guy had used a drug that could enhance human strength in a short time. However, by forcibly absorbing source energy to enhance physique, it would damage the user's tendons and bones. At best, cultivation would be greatly reduced, at worst they would become crippled. Since Tang Tian had used a forbidden drug, Teacher Luo wanted to stop the match, but the teacher from class 253 was nonchalant, casually saying that the school had no prohibition against it. Moreover, Tang Mubai, the head of the Tang family, was also present at this match. He was one of the shareholders of Starlight Academy, so the school had to give him face. Therefore, the match continued. Lin Shu was hit continuously, his whole body numb, curled up in the arena. However, the game was not over until the fat lady sang. Lin Shu quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up, activated his berserk skill, and charged forward with crushing fist. The two confronted each other, and even though Tang Tian used a forbidden drug, Lin Shu was not at a disadvantage in the slightest. Another fatal blow was delivered, and Lin Shu directly attacked the opponent's internal tissues, resulting in Tang Tian losing an arm. Tang Tian still refused to admit defeat, charging with his knife to finish off Lin Shu. But Lin Shu, as the protagonist, easily dodged. Just as Lin Shu was about to return a blow to grant his wish, he was stopped by Tang Mubai's intervention. Thanks to this, his precious son's life was saved. Before leaving, Tang Mubai gave Lin Shu a meaningful look, leaving a message. "Kid, I'll remember you." In the end, the result of this training ground battle was that Lin Shu, a second-year student from class 29, won, defeating Tang Tian, who was on the Academy's top 100 combat power list. The next day, as Lin Shu was in the infirmary, Teacher Luo anxiously knocked on the door. Upon seeing Lin Shu, the teacher said he had good news and bad news to tell him, asking which he wanted to hear first. Lin Shu, still sleepy, wanted to hear the bad news first, because experiencing pain before getting compensation was always better than experiencing happiness before pain. According to Teacher Luo, the academy decided to punish him. Before the teacher could finish, Lin Shu shouted, "What punishment? Why punish me?" The teacher calmly sat down and carefully explained to this foolish student. The Tang family was one of the Academy's shareholders. This time Tang Ping had his arm broken, and Tang Tian was almost beaten to death. For those high and mighty people, this was a huge humiliation. Because Tang Tian had used a forbidden drug in the match, the Tang family had to make an issue of the training ground battle. They also deliberately exaggerated by saying Tang Ping was just a high school student, thereby pressuring the Academy to punish Lin Shu by sending him to the Bright Stronghold for training. The good news was that he had been promoted to the top 100 on the leaderboard. The reward was a silver-level martial arts skill card, Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear. Teacher Luo also said that this was a martial art created by the Grand Master of Spear Arts Baili Rui in the past, capable of thrusting 100 spears in 1 second, but very few people had truly mastered it. Lin Shu held the card, overjoyed, and when he thought he could also thrust 100 spears, his mouth couldn't stop smiling. He vowed to practice diligently, not to disappoint his teacher, and would surely return alive, since the uniform issued by the Academy was already tattered. Lin Shu had no choice but to buy a new one himself. As he happily shopped, someone ambushed him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and dodged in time. Judging by their appearance, they were all first-tier martial artists, probably here to provide experience points. Even in the city, these people dared to make a move, but with their strength they could only serve as Lin Shu's punching bags. Before long, the first head had already fallen, lying motionless on the ground. A prospective martial artist was able to deal with a first-tier martial artist so quickly and cleanly, which somewhat alarmed the remaining people. However, they still charged forward fearlessly, ultimately becoming Lin Shu's experience points. The remaining two, seeing this, immediately turned and ran. They didn't dare to look back. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Shu immediately guessed that these people were sent by the Tang family to deal with him. Lin Shu's judgment was very accurate. After those two scurried back to report, they were again severely reprimanded by Mrs. Qin, the Tang family matriarch. Tang Mubai was completely unaware of this, and upon learning of it, immediately scolded his wife and sent people to quickly clean up the bodies lest the Federation investigate. Even so, his wife still believed she had done the right thing. She was unwilling to accept that Lin Shu had forced her son Tang Tian to undergo death training at the Bright Stronghold. When her husband said he had already pressured the Academy to punish Lin Shu by sending him to the Bright Stronghold to carry out an annihilation mission, where the death rate was as high as 70, she finally shut up and stopped complaining. A few days later, Lin Shu, laden with countless bags and luggage, enlisted as per the punishment. First, the second-tier martial artist officer Qin Chang gathered everyone for roll call. Before saying anything he first threatened, "Everyone pay attention, I hope all of you can survive this mission." A few people saw that Lin Shu was a high school student and not yet an official martial artist and began to mock. "Little brother, did you get the wrong script and wander onto the wrong set?" The officer, seeing this, told them to shut up. However, the person still wouldn't give up and said a few more words until he was punished with push-ups, only then realizing the wisdom of silence. Qin Chang reminded Lin Shu that even as a student, since he had joined the mission, he was just like them, and could die at any moment. 15 minutes later, the team of 40 set off. In the transport plane's training cabin, everyone was diligently training, consolidating their strength. As Lin Shu meditated, a young man who introduced himself as Li Yi approached to inquire. He was also a former Starlight Academy student. He seemed friendly, asking Lin Shu why he had come here. Lin Shu sighed, saying he had been framed by the school. At this moment, Jin Hai, who had previously mocked Lin Shu, walked over from who knew where. He put on an air of an old soldier bullying a new recruit, demanding to see what was in the box Lin Shu had brought. Lin Shu already disliked him and certainly didn't want him to touch it, replying coldly, "Didn't your elders tell you not to casually touch other people's things? Curiosity killed the cat, haven't you heard that saying?" Despite the warning, he still recklessly tried to snatch the box, almost falling in fright as a result. Lin Shu kicked it with his foot, and the long spear landed firmly in his hand, its tip pointing directly at Jin Hai's neck, provocatively saying, "So-called first-tier martial artists are nothing more than this." Jin Hai angrily clutched his neck, unwillingly retorting, "Kid, what did you just say?" Lin Shu confidently replied word for word, "I said you're trash." Jin Hai was thoroughly humiliated and furiously charged forward. However, he was too unlucky. Before he could do anything, he was punched in the face, sending his front teeth flying out. Unwilling to give up, he quickly scrambled up to attack. Just then, Officer Qin Chang happened to walk over to stop him. Jin Hai originally thought he would get help, but unexpectedly he was severely reprimanded. A martial artist actually being defeated by a high school student who wasn't even an official martial artist. Don't you think that's humiliating enough? Instead of wasting so much energy on pointless things, you should think about how to survive once you reach Bright Base. After a long flight, the team finally arrived at Bright Base. Before Officer Qin Chang and the other 3 instructors headed to the central area to confront the highly threatening evolved beasts, he instructed everyone to divide into 4 small teams, 10 people per team, led by a squad leader to enter Bright Base from the south gate. However, somehow, Lin Shu and Jin Hai were assigned to the same squad again, and even more specifically, their captain was a girl with a strong personality, Xu Wen. The 10 of them were responsible for eliminating evolved beasts and zombies in the small town near Bright Base. Those high-level evolved beasts were hidden deep within the town, with only a few weak second-tier evolved beasts on the outskirts. Jin Hai excitedly rushed to the front, but due to his overconfidence he couldn't react in time and almost got bitten. Fortunately, Lin Shu intervened in time to help. The experience points from these second-tier zombies were no ordinary feat, and Lin Shu excitedly dealt with all the zombies alone, leaving his teammates astonished. However, the situation became even more tense afterwards. As the zombie leader roared and rallied other zombies, like an endless army, no matter how many were killed, they kept coming layer after layer from all directions. Xu Wen ordered everyone not to panic and to shoot from a distance first. Lin Shu eliminated countless zombies, accumulating a considerable amount of experience points. He added all his points to the system, and now he had leveled up to level 12, reaching 800 combat power, earning him the title of first-tier martial artist. However, his rage value could only be used 3 times a day, with a recovery time of 8 hours. He had been unable to level up. The zombies were getting closer, and everyone began engaging in close combat. Everyone seemed a bit panicked. Only Lin Shu was smiling like a flower, his eyes full of experience points. The enemy numbers were increasing and they couldn't be surrounded. Xu Wen ordered everyone to retreat and temporarily hide in the abandoned house nearby. Because the zombies were too close, someone needed to stay behind to resist so the rolling shutter door could be closed. Now only Lin Shu and Xu Wen were outside. As the captain, she couldn't abandon her teammates and run, so she told Lin Shu to go in first. However, Lin Shu pushed her aside and coolly replied, "Sorry sis, I'm not in the habit of letting girls help." She thought he was some kind of hero, but he was just putting on an act to avoid losing experience points. He couldn't miss such a good opportunity. After some fighting, Lin Shu finally flew into the building. Everyone quickly closed the rolling shutter door, but it didn't seem very sturdy, so they had to rush upstairs. Li Yi saw the bodies in front of him and the chaos here, exclaiming in surprise, "Could it be mutant spiders?" No sooner had he spoken than something dropped onto his back. Fortunately, Jin Hai reacted quickly and removed it. It was indeed a mutant spider. This guy probably hadn't brushed his teeth in the morning or stepped in dog poop. It seemed their entire team had walked into a spider's nest. Now the surroundings were swarming with densely packed mutant arthropods. Xu Wen quickly ordered everyone to go to the 3rd floor, but this was practically impossible. These mutant arthropods were everywhere. In the nick of time, Lin Shu discovered that this building had 4 floors. The next staircase might lead to the rooftop, so he urged everyone to resist as much as possible, then go up and decide what to do. Fortunately, no one had died yet, so everyone could now calmly catch their breath. the situation had stabilized slightly, and the captain allowed everyone to rest and replenish their energy. Because the zombies on the first floor, if they couldn't see them, would leave on their own. Lin Shu observed downstairs for a while and noticed a strange phenomenon. Second-tier fanged hounds had appeared. They had large heads, agile movements, keen senses of smell, sharp teeth, and preferred to live in packs with a comprehensive combat power of 712. More uniquely, the fanged hounds and zombies were attacking each other. This situation was unexpected, but it was a good opportunity for the team to leave this place. Xu Wen quickly had everyone prepare their gear to go downstairs, first breaking through the encirclement, and once the perimeter was cleared they would continue the mission. Everyone worked together to deal with a few zombies, then escaped. However, just as they thought everything was going smoothly, they were unfortunately discovered by a few fanged hounds before they could even run. Fortunately, they were weak and were all eliminated in a few moves. However, people often say misfortunes never come singly. No sooner had they dealt with the weak ones than their leader appeared, a massive third-tier fanged hound. Its speed was completely different from the previous ones, charging to attack like a bolt of lightning. Everyone quickly counterattacked, but it seemed unlikely, as its skin was very tough. Before long, several people became like Yang Guo from the Return of the Condor Heroes. Their arms were broken, and their flesh was mangled. Xu Wen furiously used sky-rending slash to attack the beast. However, her attack couldn't reach the enemy, and she almost got bitten. Fortunately, Lin Shu intervened in time to stop it. Then Lin Shu used a charge strike, flexing his gluteal muscles, and fiercely sent it flying several meters away with a palm strike. He originally thought he had won, but the system hadn't prompted anything, so he had to wait and see. Sure enough, this beast wasn't dead. Instead, it became even more berserk, its entire body covered in berserk energy now appearing even larger than before. It let out an angry roar, followed by a loud bang. Although everyone had already fled, everyone suffered significant injuries. Not only that, the fanged hound continued to charge as if to tear everyone to shreds. Lin Shu, though injured, still struggled to stand up. He swung his long spear in a few circles, combining it with 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, and launched a powerful attack at the enemy. A loud bang followed, and he himself was thrown far away. But fortunately, he had dealt with the leading dog. However, the situation was still not stable. Trouble continued to pile up. An angry roar sounded, and the second-tier zombie leader appeared. That was the roaring sound that had previously summoned the zombies to besiege and attack. Even more remarkably, this leader actually dug out the fanged hound's variant crystal and swallowed it whole. Everyone felt extremely panicked. Could zombies also evolve through variant crystals? Through the system's analytical eye, Lin Shu saw that it was indeed evolving into a third-tier leader. Lin Shu charged forward alone. He told everyone to hold off the small fries while he dealt with the leader. If it completed its evolution, then it was likely everyone would be doomed. So with his spear in hand, he charged directly at the monster and fought it. However, its skin was even harder than the fanged hounds from before. Even combining a charge strike and 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix had no effect. In the nick of time, Lin Shu suddenly remembered that he was already a first-tier martial artist and should be able to quickly master the martial arts techniques on the skill card teacher Luo had given him. So he disregarded the danger and immediately took it out to learn. Indeed, heaven helps those who help themselves, but Lin Shu's heart was already helping itself. He had understood a lot, and the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear could also thrust 3 spears simultaneously. With diligent practice, he even reached 4 spears. The other members of the team were astonished to see Lin Shu not only learning martial arts skill cards during combat but also grasping them with incredible speed. Jin Hai couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Perhaps it's precisely because he's so crazy that he possesses such astonishing strength at such a young age. Xu Wen didn't view this as anything special. To prevent everyone from wavering, she immediately boosted their morale. Brothers, we can't let a high school student surpass us. Charge. On Lin Shu's side, although he repeatedly used the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear, he could only manage 5 thrusts at most. However, something was better than nothing, so he made do with it. However, this leader had now fully evolved, and basic attacks had almost no effect on it. If it wasn't dealt with quickly, more and more zombies would flood in, making things even more troublesome. With no other option, Lin Shu had to unleash his final move, a berserk version of the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear. His aura surged suddenly. Feeling as if the spear and his body had become one, he unleashed a powerful martial art, perfectly finishing off the enemy, and successfully leveled up to level 13 with his current abilities. Lin Shu confidently felt he could eliminate all enemies with a single shout. Ultimately, after a struggle and full-force battle, the team members also successfully dealt with the horde of zombies. Everyone expressed their gratitude to Lin Shu for defeating the leader. Xu Wen curiously asked Lin Shu if his sudden surge in strength was due to some kind of stimulant. Lin Shu was a little surprised to hear this, quickly waved his hands and firmly said it was just his martial art. She then asked why during the battle after his strength increased he could clearly only thrust once, yet that move unleashed such astonishing power and it was the same martial art? Xu Wen's questions left Lin Shu at a loss for words as he had no idea why. He just felt himself merge with the spear at that moment. Xu Wen speculated that Lin Shu might have comprehended the profound meaning, a state where, after cultivating a martial art to a certain degree, one can unleash its strongest power. The lowest bronze-level martial art, if its profound meaning is comprehended, can even rival silver-level martial arts in power. However, the profound meaning is not easily grasped. It requires a martial artist to have an extremely deep understanding of the martial art, and a bit of luck. It can be said that among 1,000 people who cultivate a certain martial art to a certain realm, only a handful can comprehend its profound meaning. Lin Shu felt that this big sister's explanation was incredibly insightful. Excellent. If that were true, wouldn't he be able to unleash power comparable to a gold-level martial art? After some small talk, Shu Wen told everyone to pack up and return to the building to rest for the night. Lin Shu tasted the meat of a third-tier fanged hound for the first time in his life, eating with great relish and praising it profusely. As everyone sat together, Lin Shu inquired about the sanctuary. The captain explained based on her knowledge that the sanctuary was the Sanctuary Academy, one of the 5 major academies and the most powerful martial artist academy. Every martial artist there was comparable to a genius from other academies, and the minimum admission requirement for Sanctuary was to be a high-level martial artist. Such high requirements made it difficult for ordinary people to achieve. However, Lin Shu thought to himself, one day he would become a high-level martial artist and show off in front of that little girl Luo Yu. The next day, the entire team continued deeper into the A20 zone, carrying out the mission to eliminate zombies and evolved beasts in the central region. Li Yi suddenly pointed towards the top of a tall building where something was wriggling. According to the system's analysis, these were second-tier crawling creatures extremely fast, good at climbing and possessing sharp claws. Those bitten would be infected with a virus and turn into crawling zombies. Jin Hai saw them and thought these guys were slow as snails. So he raised his gun and fired, giving no one a chance to stop him. However, contrary to his expectations, these creatures instantly dodged the fatal shot. Feeling a bit strange, they began to analyze the situation. Perhaps these creatures were deliberately luring their prey, pretending to be weak to catch a tiger. The gunshot just now had angered these crawling creatures and they swarmed from all directions to attack. Their speed was astonishingly fast, and one person in the team was bitten before they could react. The situation was critical. Lin Shu believed they should retreat to an open area to avoid being ambushed from above, according to Shu Wen's command. Everyone quickly covered each other and ran towards the park. They were surrounded on all sides. Now there was no other option but to desperately fight their way out. Finally, after a desperate struggle, everyone, out of breath, dealt with the horde of crawling zombies with no further casualties. Just as they sat down for a drink of water, Lin Shu was suddenly ambushed. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough to dodge. The assassin then revealed himself directly. He was a B-rank shadow martial artist, skilled with daggers, with an elusive fighting style. Lin Shu pointed his spear threateningly, demanding to know who he was. However, the man said disdainfully, "You're a dead man, there's no need to know my name." Shu Wen saw that someone dared to attack a Federation soldier and stepped forward trying to clarify the situation. However, this person completely disregarded the Federation, directly attacking and sending Shu Wen flying a long distance. Seeing their captain attacked, everyone angrily rushed forward together. Lin Shu knew this person was after him. He didn't want to implicate his teammates, so he deliberately pretended to flee, luring the opponent away. After running for a long time, he finally found a suitable place for a head-on confrontation with the enemy. The assassin also quickly caught up, looking arrogant and condescending. "Kid, where do you think you're going to run? Who says I'm running? I just wanted to find a secluded place to deal with you. Arrogant brat, I'll tear you to shreds. You were sent by the Tang family to kill me, weren't you?" Heh, what if I was? What if I wasn't? A dead man still thinking of seeking revenge on the Tang family? You're right, I do have that plan, but before that I need to deal with you first. So after a verbal spat, the two young men began to fight. Lin Shu's attack speed was so fast that it surprised his opponent, who thought to himself, "The killing intent and fighting spirit this kid unleashed in that instant actually made me falter a bit. His dodging style is so elusive. Could it be a rare movement martial art?" This feeling was really unpleasant. He continued to charge forward, attacking while dodging Lin Shu's spear, then leapt into the air, unleashing countless blade shadows just like Lin Shu's rainstorm pear blossom spear. However, these blade shadows had true and false ones. Not all were killing blows. Lin Shu watched his opponent's moves, his face brimming with excitement and admiration. He excitedly retorted, "Let me open your eyes and show you what a true killing move is." Both sides were evenly matched. The opponent said he had already carefully observed Lin Shu's moves when dealing with zombies, so these were nothing to him now. Even the move of one spear becoming 4 was useless. He confidently closed in, wielding 2 daggers, and successfully subdued Lin Shu. "Heh, one." However, Lin Shu smiled evilly and replied, "Not necessarily." Only then did the opponent look down at his chest. Good heavens, he had been hit without realizing it. It was truly unbelievable. He had clearly dodged all 4 spears, so why was this happening now? It was truly incredible. Lin Shu, fearing the kid would die with regret, sat down and explained it to him. It turned out Lin Shu had long ago noticed he was being followed, so during the battle he only used 4 spears precisely to create a surprise for his opponent now. Though he said that it was actually because when someone approached, the system would immediately display their attributes. he couldn't help but see it. It wasn't that Lin Shu had eyes on the back of his head or superhuman observational skills. As soon as he learned the reason, the man immediately fell to the ground, becoming Lin Shu's experience points, helping him successfully level up to level 14. However, Lin Shu's situation wasn't very good either. Although leveling up restored his stamina and health, the wounds from the 2 daggers continued to bleed. 2 teammates were running from a distance to help him. Seeing them, Lin Shu was somewhat relieved that he hadn't been abandoned, and then he passed out peacefully. When he woke up, it was already midnight. Everyone had brought him back to a safe place to recuperate. Seeing Lin Shu was fine, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yi and Jin Hai told Lin Shu that the shadow assassin he had dealt with was an assassin from Star City, and he would definitely receive generous rewards upon returning. However, both of Lin Shu's arms were injured. Although medicine had been applied, it would still take some time before he could move them normally, so the captain decided to stay here for an extra day, waiting for him to recover before continuing their mission. A month later, the entire team finally finished dealing with all the zombies and mutated beasts and managed to escape from this hellhole. This time, thanks to Lin Shu, the mission was successfully completed. Everyone regarded him as a brother they had fought alongside through life and death. Even Jin Hai, who initially had a prejudice against Lin Shu, now had a complete 180-degree change of heart, treating him like a blood brother. Just as everyone was celebrating, someone else blocked their path ahead. A group of people appeared from nowhere with arrogant and haughty expressions, walking over to provoke them. They were Federation soldiers. Heh, looks like you had quite a haul. Do you need us brothers to help you confiscate the spoils? Xu Wen looked at this group of people, feeling very annoyed, and coldly retorted, "Since you know we are Federation soldiers, who gave you the guts to make a move?" Lin Shu observed for a moment, then reminded Xu Wen that there was a 3rd-tier martial artist among this group and she needed to be careful. As soon as Lin Shu finished speaking, the man rushed forward, pointed his knife at him, and loudly declared, "I only want this kid." Xu Wen then recognized him as Zhou Xiaoyu, the poison wolf, a man who had once slaughtered an entire camp. She had hated him before because her comrades had all died because of this man. Now meeting him again in a narrow pass, she vowed to kill him without mercy. The captain was about to make a move, but Lin Shu stopped her, saying he would deal with this person himself. Before fighting, Lin Shu even had the leisure to ask if he was from the same team as the shadow assassin he had dealt with earlier. However, upon hearing that name, he seemed to be provoked, charging forward furiously. "Don't compare me to that fool. Although we are both 3rd tier, there's a world of difference in our strength." Zhou Xiaoyu's words were indeed true. The power and force unleashed by his green giant sword were definitely much stronger than Lin Shu's silver soul. It seemed this guy was a very formidable opponent. While Lin Shu was fighting, his teammates weren't idle either. According to Xu Wen's command, everyone rushed forward, first dealing with the small fry and then supporting Lin Shu. However, it seemed that Lin Shu had encountered a rather difficult opponent this time. It was almost like an egg hitting a rock. Zhou Xiaoyu directly opened Lin Shu's eyes, showing him what true martial arts were. He wielded his blade, unleashing an incredibly powerful move that Lin Shu couldn't resist at all. Fortunately, he activated his berserk mode in time, only suffering some scrapes and torn clothes, but not to the extent of being cut in half. Seeing that Lin Shu hadn't fallen, he charged forward again. The battle grew more and more intense, with Lin Shu completely suppressed. Zhou Xiaoyu smiled cruelly, unleashing his first slashing move. Even the silver soul spear, made of martial ore, had a piece chopped off. This move was simply too strong. Facing the menacing enemy before him, Lin Shu had no choice but to use his final move. After a month of actual combat, he had successfully developed 100 birds, paying homage to the phoenix to a power comparable to a silver-level martial art. If combined with the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear, it would create a powerful synergistic attack. However, even though this was considered Lin Shu's strongest attack at the moment, Zhou Xiaoyu was still able to resist it without even taking the slightest damage. He unleashed his 3rd slashing move, intending to quickly finish off Lin Shu, giving him a painless death. This blow was too strong. Lin Shu's mind was now filled only with thoughts of death. However, at this moment a strange feeling emerged. Was it a hallucination before death, or was it because the berserk skill had comprehensively boosted his body's attributes, allowing him to merge with the spear? There wasn't much time to think. Lin Shu unleashed a decisive move, showing him what a true berserk Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear was. After Zhou Xiaoyu was hit, his chest was directly pierced with a large hole. He fell to the ground on the spot, only having time to ask himself if that move was the profound meaning. After dealing with the enemy, Lin Shu's strength also increased by 1 level, but his body couldn't hold on anymore, and he passed out as well. The next day, when Lin Shu woke up, everything had been taken care of. The mission was over, and they were returning on the spaceship. Xu Wen had taken exceptionally good care of him, staying up day and night to monitor Lin Shu's condition. She took out a card containing 3 million Federation coins, which was the reward for eliminating the shadow assassin. Lin Shu's eyes lit up when he saw the money, and he repeatedly thanked this big sister. However, she seemed a bit exasperated, complaining, "I didn't do all this for you to just say thank you. You're such a fool." Lin Shu scratched his head, smiling shyly, and asked how he should thank her. Hitting a nerve, Xu Wen slowly leaned closer to Lin Shu and whispered softly, "How about you offer yourself to me?" Lin Shu was startled to hear this and could only refuse, citing that he was still a student and didn't want to date early, then asked what the date was, thereby changing the subject. However, today happened to be the 20th, Lin Shu's final exam day. If he couldn't get back soon, he would miss it. Seeing the young man in such a hurry, the big sister merely waved her hand wearily. It's only 4 a.m. We'll be in Star City in another 2 hours, little brother. You don't need to worry. Before everyone left the base, the officer called roll and awarded prizes to the survivors. Lin Shu drooled as he watched the soldiers receiving their medals, because each medal had a unique code engraved on it. The recipients would enjoy numerous privileges, and even the police dared not easily provoke them. When it was Lin Shu's turn, the officer stepped forward to commend his achievements and awarded him that precious medal, a symbol of military merit. Lin Shu was quite surprised to receive such a generous reward, but since it was in his hands, it would be a waste not to accept it. So he reluctantly accepted it. Meanwhile, at the academy, the final exams had officially begun. People continuously roared with cheers for the exciting duels between the students. Teacher Luo waited for a long time but still couldn't see Lin Shu, feeling very worried. Why hasn't this kid shown up yet? He's already missed the written exam. If he doesn't get here in time now, he'll be expelled from school. By my calculations, the Federation soldiers should have returned yesterday, right? Did this child sacrifice himself? No, he will definitely come back alive. Yang Tian next to him also excitedly asked Teacher Luo where Lin Shu had been training. Had he not returned after a month? There was no answer to this question. The teacher and student could only continue waiting in silence. Below the arena, Tang Tian, having returned from a near-death experience, had greatly increased in strength. He easily defeated his opponent Lei Liang, who was ranked 98th on the combat power list. Next was Lin Shu's match against Chen Xiao. The teacher kept calling Lin Shu's name like he was hailing a ship, but there was still no response. After more than 3 calls, the teacher had no choice but to start a 10-second countdown. If Lin Shu didn't appear by then, he would be considered to have forfeited the match. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shu suddenly leapt out from nowhere. No need for the countdown, I'm here. Everyone was quite surprised to see him. Some were happy. Some doubted his strength, while Tang Tian was filled with resentment. Lin Shu, he actually didn't die at Bright Stronghold. Well, it's good he's alive. This time I'm definitely going to choke him with my own hands. On the martial arts stage, this young man was once again underestimated by his opponent. But he seemed quite accustomed to it. Lin Shu showed no anger, instead raising his index finger and provocatively asking, "Your ranking on the Academy's combat power list is only around 100, right? That level is completely insignificant in my eyes." Chen Xiao, thoroughly enraged, immediately rushed forward as soon as the begin call sounded. Having just returned from the gates of hell, Lin Shu didn't even bother to take out his weapon against such a weak opponent. Using only his bare hands to defend, with a kick his opponent stumbled painfully. Utterly unconvinced, he scrambled back up to fight, but the result was still continuous suppression. Unwilling to be defeated by a good-for-nothing, Chen Xiao unleashed his ultimate move in a fierce assault. Lin Shu had let his opponent talk too much nonsense earlier. Now it was time to show off his prowess, so he unleashed the crushing fist containing all his power, and with a single punch, Chen Xiao was instantly defeated. He collapsed to the ground while Lin Shu himself had exerted no effort at all. The match ended so swiftly and cleanly that Teacher Luo and Yang Tian hadn't even had time to blink, their mouths agape in astonishment. Fatty Yang Tian joyfully welcomed his friend back. Hugging him and rubbing his head like a pet dog while waiting for the next round, Lin Shu opened the system to check his status. Unexpectedly, besides leveling up to level 15, he also gained a lottery chance and a new skill, camouflage. This skill could hide his strength, making him appear like an ordinary person, undetectable unless the opponent was 2 levels higher than him. It was truly amazing. Had the system watched too many wuxia dramas to even come up with such a move? What was even more special was that this young man also met the conditions to unlock the first genetic lock, but there were too many risks involved. A 10 death rate, a 20 coma rate, and a 30 chance of unpredictable situations. Forget it, wasn't this just a 50-50 gamble? Too much of a ripoff, he'd better put it aside for now. He first added 15 potential points to his strength. Just then the loudspeaker sounded, inviting this young man to ring 13 for the next match. Starlight Academy's director of instruction, Zhang Lin, had been observing from the side, filled with both anger and worry. Because Lin Shu had actually completed the Bright Stronghold mission, returned alive and with greatly increased strength, he didn't know how to explain it to the Tang family. After much thought, his head began to ache. I'll just have him fight the strongest opponent and then have him killed in the ring. Thus, the final round's random draw list, which everyone considered to be fate, was tampered with. Lin Shu was already content, hoping he wouldn't face anyone in the top 10 of the combat power list. However, no sooner had he spoken than misfortune immediately struck. On the announcement board, 2 striking lines of text appeared. Contestant 1024, Lin Shu versus Contestant 8, Yi Gulan. Contestant 1023, Zhang Yi versus Contestant 208, Tang Tian. This news was like a bolt from the blue. It was truly unbelievable. Zhang Yi was dumbfounded with shock. He never expected to face Tang Tian in the first match. It seemed he would have to kill a dog for good luck when he got home. As for Lin Shu's opponent, he was reportedly a high school student, ranked 4th on the combat power list, who often trained in dangerous zones infested with zombies and mutated beasts, possessing rich combat experience and extremely cruel methods. Teacher Luo, seeing the powerful opponents of his 2-star students, could only encourage and comfort them, urging them both to be careful. Among the senior teachers there was a man referred to as Mr. Yi. From the way he was addressed he seemed highly respected. The principal, seeing him, rushed forward to greet him, asking for the resumes of outstanding students to show him, but Mr. Yi said there was no hurry. He wanted to watch this final match first. On the stage were Zhang Yi and Tang Tian. Learning that the opponent was from class 29, the arrogant blonde punk immediately showed a provocative expression. "You don't need to concede with me here, everyone from class 29 will die." Zhang Yi wasted no words, ignoring his arrogance, and directly launched an attack. However, the disparity in strength was too great. He was subdued by his opponent as soon as he made his move. Tang Tian maliciously grabbed Zhang Yi's hand and twisted it backward as if to devour him alive. Not only that, breaking his hand wasn't enough. He also tried to kick Zhang Yi's leg. Seeing the situation was bad, Lin Shu recklessly flew up from below, stopping him and saying, "Tang Tian, whatever you have, come at me, don't hurt my friend." Both sides were at loggerheads, ready to fight. The referee, appearing from nowhere, spoke up and asked, "Which class are you from? Don't you know? No unauthorized entry during a match." Lin Shu looked at him, his brow furrowed in anger, and retorted furiously, "You're a teacher. Do you want to watch a student get beaten to death on stage?" Rendered speechless, the teacher had no choice but to declare the match over, announce the winner, and have a doctor quickly treat Zhang Yi. Oh, it turned out the doctor was Sister Xiao Ruoshui. What a coincidence. After a long separation, Lin Shu saw her again in such an awkward situation. However, this big sister couldn't help but tease him first, making the young man's face turn crimson. Lying on the stretcher, Zhang Yi shed tears of pain. Unwilling to accept that he couldn't even block a single move, he reminded Lin Shu to be careful when facing that malicious guy. To reassure his friend, Lin Shu didn't forget to comfort him and promised he would avenge him. Next, it was Lin Shu's turn to take the stage. His opponent was Yi Gulan, a second-tier martial artist at only 18 years old. His comprehensive combat power reached 1847, almost on par with third-tier martial artist Zhou Diaoyu. He truly deserved to be called a genius, ranked 4th on the Academy's combat power list, known as the Tiger of Starlight. As soon as the referee gave the start signal, Yi Gulan immediately acted, smashing his massive warhammer fiercely into the ground. Although the ground was made of special rock comparable in hardness to steel, a single hammer strike created a considerable crater. Fortunately, Lin Shu dodged in time, or he would have ended up like the ground. He looked at the younger, smaller opponent, contemptuously praising him. "Little fellow, you're quite fast, but don't worry. No matter how agile you are, I'll smash your head in. It won't hurt a bit." Yi Gulan's hammer strike created a large crater in the arena floor, which was made of special rock as hard as steel. Lin Shu's haters in the stands chattered amongst themselves, believing this young man was doomed this time. Utterly unable to resist such a powerful opponent, Xiao Ruoshui and Yang Tian couldn't stand it, angrily scolding them to shut up and look carefully, as the outcome was still uncertain. However, this person arrogantly asserted that Lin Shu would definitely lose, and if he won, he would eat the arena. Sister Xiao Ruoshui merely scoffed, then promised to livestream him eating dirt. Relying on the power of his warhammer, Yi Gulan almost completely dominated, continuously attacking. Lin Shu planned to use Berserk, but it seemed impractical, as the skill's cooldown was too long. It had to be saved as a trump card for the very end. So this young man used Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear, seizing an opportunity when his opponent was not paying attention, and delivered a strike. Although he was stabbed for Yi Gulan, who suppressed opponents with his physical body, it had almost no effect. He angrily gathered his strength, focusing all his power on the next attack. The energy fluctuations caused by the warhammer suppressed Lin Shu, making him unable to move. But it didn't matter, he could still endure. If he couldn't dodge, he would take it head-on, combining 100 birds, paying homage to the Phoenix and Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear. This young man launched a counterattack, surprising several judges. This kid was actually quite capable, not to be underestimated. The outcome is unknown until the very end. Just having blocked this attack, Yi Gulan immediately unleashed another move. His special skills were continuously displayed. Sister Xiao Ruoshui and Teacher Luo shouted anxiously from above, urging the kid to jump off the stage, or he would be shattered to pieces. But there was no time. Lin Shu had completely endured the previous attack. Yi Gulan arrogantly thought this young man was finished, eating roasted chicken on the rooftop. But as said before, Lin Shu had a protagonist halo. He wouldn't die that easily. He was just forced into a state where he couldn't activate the Berserk skill. After being severely beaten, now was the time to fight back. Lin Shu suddenly became exceptionally powerful, accelerating like the wind. Before long, he defeated his formidable opponent. Yi Gulan tasted defeat for the first time and, unwilling to be humiliated, resorted to a dirty trick, pulling out a bomb from somewhere and throwing it at Lin Shu. The situation was critical. Lin Shu could only push his friend aside without thinking. Fortunately, at this moment, Mr. Yi flew down from the stands using the advanced application skill of the Source Energy Ring to block the attack and save the young man's life. This skill could only be mastered by martial artists above the 6th tier. It released the internal source energy to form a ring, blocking all attacks. After saving Lin Shu, Mr. Yi encouraged him to work hard and praised the young man as very promising. He also didn't forget to scold Yi Gulan. It's good for young people to want to win, but such unscrupulous and immoral behavior, trying to kill a classmate, is going too far. The principal, seeing this scene, also rushed over anxiously to check the situation. However, as soon as Mr. Yi saw him, he immediately scolded him severely. "Is this the outstanding student you introduced to me?" The principal lost face, only able to bow and apologize, promising to severely punish such egregious behavior. Watching the principal tremble as if he had eaten poison, Lin Shu was very curious about this gentleman's background, so he asked his teacher. However, Teacher Luo didn't know who he was either, only speculating that he might be someone from the most prestigious of the 5 major academies sent to inspect the school. Due to the recent incident, the competition was temporarily suspended, allowing this young man to return to his dorm to rest, recover from his injuries, and replenish his energy for the afternoon's continuation. Lin Shu joyfully opened the system to process the lottery rewards from leveling up to level 15 as well as this month's extra bonus. Holding 2 lottery chances, he prayed to heaven for a big prize. However, this unlucky young man once again drew a silver-level saber technique skill card, which was completely useless. But this damned system always managed to surprise its owner, sending a timely notification that the host had excess skill cards and could use 3 skill cards of the same level to synthesize 1 skill card of the same level. Better than nothing, Lin Shu continued to use his last lottery chance, hoping to win a big prize this time. However, he was still out of luck, drawing a pile of other skill cards, none of which were outstanding. A light bulb went off in the young man's head. He happened to have 3 silver cards, so why not immediately try the system's new function and synthesize them? So Lin Shu sacrificed 3 cards and obtained a brand new skill card, Judgment. It sounded quite good, seeming rather powerful. Lin Shu decided to learn it immediately. Judgment can reflect the enemy's skill attacks and counterattack the opponent. The power of the skill depends on the strength of the reflected skill. It consumes a large amount of the user's energy and requires precise timing for reflection. If the opponent's level is too high, it cannot be reflected. After acquiring the new skill, this young man was as happy as if he had just escaped singlehood. That afternoon, the competition continued. Lin Shu's opponent was Fei Fei, a well-developed female student. Just as this young man was still scratching his head, wondering how to make his move, the young girl with eyes as sharp as blades subdued him with the ring in her hand, then kissed him on the face and conceded amidst the spectators' astonishment. Lin Shu froze for a few seconds, not understanding what had happened. Where was this? Who was he? What did she mean by suddenly kissing him? Sister Xiao Ruoshui actually went mad with jealousy, secretly cursing the young girl as a vixen, daring to seduce her Xiao Linzi. As a result, this big sister then ran up, grabbed the boy and directly stole a kiss from his lips, leaving the young man once again stunned and panicked. Kissed twice in one day, Lin Shu didn't know whether he was unlucky or lucky. After all, as the old saying goes, getting involved with women leads to a miserable death. The competition continued to the top 15, but because it was single elimination, there would be 1 extra person, so there would be a 2-on-1 match. They say what you lack you get, and Lin Shu happened to be everyone's focus, so he was assigned to this damned match. This young man's opponents were Zhang Dao, ranked 10th, and Zhou Jun, ranked 12th. These two had a good relationship and were likely to team up, so this time Lin Shu could only be beaten half to death. Lin Shu racked his brains, still unsure how to deal with his opponents, but time was limited, so he had no choice but to get on stage first. Sure enough, as the teacher said, these two indeed teamed up. They had previously studied Lin Shu's 100 birds, paying homage to the phoenix, and countered it with restraining skills. They also clearly knew that Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear could only deal with 1 person in the same direction, so their attacks were extremely fierce. They continuously attacked, unleashing their strongest and most vicious moves as if wanting to kill their opponent immediately. However, these 2 unlucky young men didn't know that Lin Shu had just learned a new shield move, and foolishly rushed forward like moths to a flame. The best always comes last. Lin Shu only now began to counterattack. He combined the newly learned Judgment with his old skills, sending his opponents flying with a single palm strike, leaving them limp on the ground like floating foam, unable to move. Finally, the referee declared Lin Shu the winner. A 2-on-1 became a 1-against-2, an extremely spectacular reversal. Watching Lin Shu on the stage, Starlight Academy's director of instruction, Zhang Lin, was furious and had nowhere to vent, only grinding his teeth. Just then, Tang Tian walked over and suggested he arrange the next top 12 match, putting himself in the same group as this kid. He wanted the enemy to experience the deathly suffering he had endured. Thus, the top 12 matches officially began. The first match was Lin Shu against Tang Tian. Since Lin Shu had previously defeated Tang Tian and both their strengths had now improved, the outcome of this match was difficult to predict. Moreover, Tang Tian's strength seemed to have already advanced to the level of a second-tier martial artist. Tang Tian's younger brother also came to cheer on his brother, triumphantly saying, "Want to defeat my brother? Dream on, this time Lin Shu will definitely have a miserable death." Fatty Yang Tian scoffed when he saw the kid. "Oh, I didn't expect this brat to come too. Are you here to watch how Lin Shu defeats your brother?" This left the kid speechless with anger, only able to watch resentfully in silence. In the arena, after a verbal spar and challenging each other to taste pain, the 2 young men rushed forward, ready to present a super exciting battle to the world. Tang Tian, wielding the Blood Fiend sword, worth nearly 100 million, a sword made of blood-red stardust ore, attacked aggressively. He swung a fierce strike as if to make the sword taste his opponent's blood. Lin Shu counterattacked, thrusting his spear repeatedly, but to no avail. His moves were neutralized by his opponent's footwork. Teacher Luo and the spectators were all very surprised. because this skill could only be cultivated by martial artists of the 3rd tier and above. Why did Tang Tian, the 2nd tier martial artist, possess it? It was truly incredible. Not only that, Tang Tian directly used his bare hand to unleash a crushing fist, sending Lin Shu flying several meters away, spitting blood and continuously at a disadvantage. Lin Shu still struggled to hold on, unable to use Berserk, only able to use 100 Birds, paying homage to the Phoenix. But somehow, even this skill was neutralized by him, and then Tang Tian launched a series of attacks on Lin Shu. Lin Shu, however, couldn't land a single blow. Even judgment couldn't turn the tide of battle for him, and his long spear shattered into many pieces. Without a chance to retaliate, Lin Shu became a punching bag for his opponent's unleashed fury, as if Tang Tian had been suppressing it for a long time and now finally had an opportunity to vent. Teacher Luo and Yang Tian, worried for Lin Shu's life, repeatedly shouted for him to surrender or he would be beaten to death. But for Lin Shu, who had been accustomed to beatings since childhood, this was nothing. He still struggled to shout, "No, Lin Shu, I won't lose." However, the more defiant he was, the more he was beaten. Tang Tian charged like a hungry tiger, ready to send his opponent to the underworld and make him eat naked chicken while sitting on an ancestral tablet. Fortunately, the referee stopped him in time, otherwise Lin Shu's family would only be carrying a coffin home. Lin Shu was severely injured with no strength left to stand, his body gradually falling into a coma. In his dream, he saw a request from the system to activate the level 1 genetic lock, 10 death rate, 20 coma rate, and a 30 chance of unpredictable situations. Lin Shu thought to himself, he had to win this match, he had to defeat Tang Tian. He knew the consequences, but he immediately agreed to activate the genetic lock. However, the truth was there were no side effects. If he had known earlier, he would have activated it sooner. Lin Shu successfully activated the level 2 genetic lock. His strength, physique, and speed rapidly increased. His entire body seemed to be boosted to the highest level. In addition, he gained 3 lottery chances and became a 2nd-tier soldier. This luck was truly heaven-defying. In the arena, the referee was announcing the results. Before he could finish, Lin Shu's body started to move, then he stood up. This scene startled everyone, as if they had encountered a real ghost. Such things rarely happen. Even Mr. Yi found this kid very interesting. Without using forbidden drugs, he could suddenly become stronger. A few months ago, he was a weak good-for-nothing. Now he could fight with the physical prowess of a near 3rd-tier martial artist. It was truly incredible. Lin Shu felt every cell in his body filled with explosive power. He immediately rushed forward, giving his opponent no time to react. Tang Tian blocked the attack with his hand, but he seemed to have underestimated his opponent too much. The result was a broken arm, revealing his true nature, a mechanical arm. This pockmarked guy actually angrily blamed him. "It's all because of you that I became this half-human, half-machine monster. To improve my cultivation, I embarked on a path of death cultivation, but my limbs were crippled by monsters there, and I had to undergo this half-human, half-machine modification to survive. Although this modification allowed my cultivation to reach the 3rd-tier martial artist level, that's as far as it goes. I can never level up again in this life. All of this is your doing, go to hell," Tang Tian said, charging forward with bloodshot eyes, ready to completely finish off his opponent and exact revenge for his ruined reputation. He was truly a guy with limited looks and unlimited tricks, but he was still too naive. Little did he know that Lin Shu had also just escaped death from hell. Lin Shu quickly turned the tide, letting him know that no matter how good your martial arts, they can't beat spear play. 1 kick, 2 punches, 3 KOs, then countless palm techniques were unleashed. A very spectacular attack sent the opponent flying high into the sky, then crashing to the ground, resulting in him passing out. The referee saw that this young master was in critical condition, and thought if he didn't stop it this time, he would definitely be scolded to death. So he quickly ran over to announce the end of the match and declared Lin Shu the winner. Lin Shu's 2 victories over Tang Tian in the arena surprised everyone. Tang Ping, seeing his brother defeated, couldn't help but sigh that Lin Shu was truly strong. Just when everyone thought Tang Tian had passed out and no one was paying attention, he suddenly woke up, pulled out a prepared syringe from his pocket, and rushed behind Lin Shu. "Lin Shu, go to hell, this is a special gift I brought back for you from the path of death. AMZ toxin, just 1 dose and you'll turn into a zombie." Ha ha ha. He still tried to inject the syringe into his opponent despite the teachers and referees shouting for him to stop, as the match was already over. However, at this moment, rage had completely consumed his mind and he couldn't think of anything else. His face was distorted and he kept mumbling, "Haha, I want you to become a zombie, a monster." Facing his opponent's madness, Lin Shu just smiled faintly, then whispered, "You forced my hand." Then he reversed the syringe and directly injected it into Tang Tian's throat. Tang Tian hadn't even had time to say a word before his body mutated, growing sharp spikes, and he truly became a zombie. Lin Shu didn't think much of it. Since it was a monster, death was only natural. He quickly used his knife to send him on his final journey. After that strike, all that remained on the martial arts stage was splattered blood and Tang Ping's mournful cries. Following that was his resentful shout, "Give me back Tianer's life." Immediately after, Tang Mubai, the head of the Tang family, struck with a palm. He ignored the match rules, rushing directly to attack Lin Shu to avenge his son. Mr. Yi, seeing the situation grow increasingly tense, quickly flew down to block the attack, saving Lin Shu's life once again. Facing the opponent's strength as a 6th-tier martial artist, Tang Mubai had to restrain himself, lowering his voice and saying, "Sir, Lin Shu killed my son Tang Tian. I must send him to the police station. Please do not obstruct me." Facing his absurd excuse, Mr. Yi replied directly, "But I see Lin Shu killed a mutated zombie for the safety of Starlight Academy. Is it illegal to deal with zombies in Starlight City?" Tang Mubai no longer argued, having people take his son's corpse away. However, he seemed to disregard regulations too much, thinking that money allowed him to do anything. Mr. Yi continued to speak up, preventing the virus from spreading before the police could confirm. A zombie corpse cannot be disposed of casually, can it? This time, Tang Mubai could only shut up and accept the principal's arrangement. Meanwhile, in the Federation Army barracks, everyone was full of praise for Lin Shu's achievements. He was truly a strong one, killing the Tang family's eldest young master as soon as he returned. However, even with the praise, they knew that with the Tang family's influence, Lin Shu would definitely face big trouble after this incident. Just as these young men were worried, their commander Big Sister walked in and announced, "I just received news that a mutated zombie has appeared at Starlight Academy. The commander orders us to set off tomorrow morning to investigate this matter." This was truly good news. There was nothing better than seeing their comrades in arms again at this time. The young men were all very happy and waited. The next morning, as Lin Shu was still sound asleep in his pajamas, teacher Zhang Lin woke him up. Sleepily, he was told that he was suspected of murder and needed to go with the police. Seeing this teacher, Lin Shu felt very annoyed and couldn't help but mock him. "So you're making your move on me so soon? Sending me to my death at Bright Stronghold before was probably also your doing, old man." Insulted by a student, he angrily pointed at Lin Shu and cursed, "You scoundrel! As a student, how dare you speak to a teacher with such an attitude? You scum should be locked up." This group of people was so unreasonable that they directly ordered someone to handcuff Lin Shu and take him away. But Lin Shu wasn't foolish. He confidently stated that he had a 1-star medal, and no one had the right to arrest him. If they wanted to arrest him, it had to be done by the Federation Army. Hearing about the medal, they thought Lin Shu was lying and became even angrier, pointing at his face and shamelessly cursing. Just then, a military tank drove directly to the entrance, and Shu Wen coolly stepped out, intimidatingly warning, "How dare you lay hands on a Federation 1-star medal martial artist? Take them all away." Zhang Lin looked as if he had been slapped. Panic-stricken, he didn't understand what had happened. Despite his efforts to explain, in the end his group was handcuffed and taken away. With a rare chance for reunion, Li Yi and Jin Hai quickly crowded around Lin Shu, greeting him incessantly, making him overwhelmed. However, before he could be happy for long, teacher Luo rushed over again, bringing news of Lin Shu's punishment by the school. He said that under pressure from the Tang family they had just made a decision, and handed the notice to Lin Shu. Lin Shu thought to himself, "What the hell is this? What punishment? This overly realistic picture must be photoshopped." The teacher continued to explain. "The school believes that you knew the syringe contained poison, but you still deliberately injected it into Tang Tian, causing him to mutate. Although it was not intentional killing, it was malicious harm to another person, directly leading to Tang Tian's death. Therefore, the school has decided to expel you." Lin Shu cursed these damn bastards as soon as he heard the notice. Despite the regret, the teacher still had to explain clearly to Lin Shu and apologize for his limited ability to prevent this from happening. In addition, teacher Luo promised to use his connections to help him transfer schools. Lin Shu didn't want to trouble others, so he thanked him and flatly refused the offer because it would be very difficult for an expelled student to enter another school. Shu Wen, who had been observing from the side for a long time, spoke up, "It's all right. If one door closes, another opens. This time, the instructor sent us here to officially invite you to join the Federation Army." Lin Shu felt that Big Sister was right. If he couldn't finish high school, he couldn't go to college. In that case, he might as well join the Federation martial artists and fight alongside his brothers for merit. Heaven never seals off all exits. Opportunities always present themselves to those who know how to seize them, and not just one opportunity, but several lay before him. Just then, Mr. Yi walked over from a distance, competing with Big Sister Shu Wen for Lin Shu. He said Lin Shu could study at their academy, and with that, he took out an invitation letter and handed it to him. After reading the letter, Lin Shu screamed like a pig being slaughtered, "It's Sanctuary Academy." The young men next to him echoed, "What? Sanctuary Academy?" Mr. Yi did not disappoint these children, confirming, "That's right, Sanctuary Academy. I am a special admissions teacher from Sanctuary Academy. Every year at this time, all major academies look for talented students and issue special admission slots. Lin Shu, I have observed you for a while, and your talent fully meets the special admission qualifications for Sanctuary Academy." Lin Shu was somewhat confused. Can someone like me who has been expelled really have a chance to enter the academy? Seeing this boy looking foolish, Mr. Yi continued to persuade, emphasizing that he just needed to register directly within a month. Hearing the teacher's affirmative answer, Lin Shu believed it was true and promised he would go. Lin Shu suddenly thought to himself at this moment, perhaps he could see that beautiful girl Luo Yu again and surprise her, leaving her speechless with joy. However, there was one thing. Although he received the admission notice, there was no address on it, and even when he checked online before, there was no information. He had no choice but to ask the teacher. Mr. Yi said coldly, "Keep walking to the end of the path of death and someone will escort you into the academy." What? The young men next to him, upon hearing this, were even more surprised than Lin Shu. The path of death. As far as they knew, that wasn't just a path but an entire region. It was home to large-scale zombies, high-level evolved beasts, and was considered one of the most dangerous areas on Earth. It was said to even contain the strongest level 10 evolved beasts, as well as mysterious laboratory ruins left over from the war. Expecting Lin Shu to be scared, he was unexpectedly even more excited. The more zombies and evolved beasts, the more experience points he could gain. What was there to fear? It was simply paradise. Ha ha ha. Lin Shu told the teacher that he would first go to Black Sea to obtain his martial artist qualification certificate, and then report to the academy. Mr. Yi thought this was also good, beneficial for his future development. Before leaving, he also congratulated Lin Shu and encouraged him, "Keep it up." Such unexpectedly good news made everyone feel that Lin Shu was truly too lucky. The brothers around him kept praising his good fortune, then invited him and Teacher Luo to go for a drink and not go home until they were drunk. To ensure their safety, Teacher Luo suggested inviting a few friends along, as more people meant more fun. But who would have fun, he didn't know. Lin Shu felt like he had fallen into a spider demon's cave surrounded by monsters. Ahead was big sister Ruoshui, behind was Schwanger, and in front was Shu Wen, truly suffocating. Could anyone be so afraid of beautiful women? Faced with the big sister's suggestion to go to Shu Hai, Lin Shu immediately refused without hesitation, citing that he could improve his cultivation on the road. A few days later, Lin Shu arrived alone at the border of Starlight City carrying a newly bought long spear, because Silver Soul had shattered into 100 pieces during his battle with Tang Tian. Lin Shu told himself that once he obtained his martial artist qualification certificate, he must immediately log onto the Martial Artist Alliance website and buy the strongest weapon to enjoy himself thoroughly. As he was daydreaming, he suddenly sensed the aura of a martial artist nearby, so he held his breath and observed which guy was coming to deliver experience points. Just as he managed to turn around and throw a punch, the person behind him flew several meters away. It turned out to be a few stray dogs sent by the Tang family for revenge. However, these guys were simply too weak. Lin Shu dealt with them with just a few basic punches. Lin Shu walked along carrying his spear, thinking that since these small fries were dealt with, the big boss should appear now, right? And sure enough, no sooner had he finished speaking than Tang Mubai made his move. He was still insistent on avenging his son. Facing an opponent several times stronger than himself, Lin Shu was fearless, still very arrogant. "Old man, if you're worried about Tang Tian being too lonely, I don't mind sending you down to keep him company." Thus, a fierce battle erupted between the two sides. Facing Lin Shu's defense, the old man realized his strength was extraordinary. He instantly thrust his long spear, each thrust containing the peak power of a second-tier martial artist. Tang Mubai continued to charge and attack, and with Berserk's cooldown still over 3 minutes, Lin Shu could only hold on, dodging if he couldn't fight, simply evading, but running forever wasn't an option. He had consumed so much, and although he blocked the attacks, his weapon also shattered. Just in time, Berserk's cooldown was over. Lin Shu tightened his gluteal muscles and delivered a fierce palm strike, catching the Tang family's old man off guard. Tang Mubai finally felt fear at this moment. He trembled and begged for mercy. No, you can't kill me. I am the head of the Tang family. If you kill me, the Tang family will not let you go." But the current Lin Shu was not the former Lin Shu. He feared no one. Opportunities for revenge were hard to come by, and now that his enemy was right before him, it would be a pity not to deal with him. Lin Shu coldly replied, "The Tang family, I never cared about them. Do you know why I left Starlight City? Because I received an admission letter from Sanctuary Academy. I am now a student of the Academy. The future me is not someone your mediocre family can aspire to. Die." With that, Lin Shu swung his sword, sending him to meet his son. Although he spoke so confidently just now, only after dealing with Tang Mubai did Lin Shu dare to relax and gently catch his breath. If he hadn't used Berserk, he would probably be the one who died. Although he had dealt with the old man, Lin Shu's physical condition wasn't much better, so he had to find a place to rest and recover. Lin Shu looked at the system panel and comforted himself. As long as he improved a little more, breaking through 2000 combat power, he could become a third-tier martial artist. Coincidentally, he had already accumulated 4 lottery chances, so why hesitate? Use them quickly. However, this time the system seemed to like creating surprises, full of question marks, and it also prompted that if the roulette spun again today, there would be a chance to get more rewards, stimulating people's curiosity. In the first draw, Lin Shu obtained a large number of different crystals. Although not very useful, they could still sell for a good amount of money. Continuing to try his luck, Lin Shu obtained the legendary weapon Starbow Moon, a pair of gauntlets very suitable for him. Having obtained good stuff, Lin Shu was energized and drew again. However, where there's red, there's black. If you play, you have to endure. This time he obtained a bunch of martial arts skill cards, but none were related to spear arts and they were useless. With a flash of intelligence, Lin Shu immediately synthesized all the cards into one, hoping to synthesize a martial arts skill card he needed. 3 silver cards could be synthesized into 1 gold card. With this strong belief, Lin Shu constantly prayed to the heavens, hoping his wish would come true. but this damned system sent a notification with unexpected sarcasm. Congratulations host, skill card fusion failed. As the saying goes, bad things come in threes. So he held his breath for the last chance, waiting to see. Fortunately, at Lin Shu's earnest pleading, the system finally granted his wish, successfully synthesizing a gold-level martial arts skill card, Galaxy Falling from 9 Heavens. Lin Shu had really stolen everyone else's good luck today. He deserved to be bitten by a few dogs. With one more lottery chance, the young man pressed the wheel without hesitation. Why did he draw a growth stage reward again? Having worn a 100-kilogram suit last time, Lin Shu seemed a bit hesitant, but money blinded him, and greed emerged. For those potential points, he still tearfully agreed to take the risk. After resting and relaxing, Lin Shu continued his journey. On the way, he accidentally saved a young man named Lei Liang who was being chased by a second-tier evolved beast. Learning that Lin Shu was also going to Black Sea for the martial artist exam, Lei Liang, to repay the favor, invited Lin Shu to come along and introduced him to his team. But Lei Liang's team gained a new member on the way, a cute little loli with somewhat strange behavior who called herself the Dark Princess. As soon as Bati Hailing saw Lin Shu, she ran over and said his strength was quite good, suitable to be her disciple. Then laughed and asked if Lin Shu was willing to be her disciple. Lei Liang stood by unsurprised and whispered to Lin Shu. She said the same thing when she first met us, asking if we wanted to be her disciples. Lin Shu thought to himself, what's wrong with this little girl? Is there something wrong with her head? So he didn't want to argue further and waste time. He left a remark and continued walking. Sorry, I don't plan on finding a little loli to be my master. Along the way, the group encountered an area piled with human bones. Lin Shu judged that this was caused by second-tier man-eating birds, a species of communal man-eating evolved beasts. The bald man in the team was surprised by Lin Shu's explanation, disbelieving it, and argued that it might have been caused by giant man-eating beasts. However, no sooner had he spoken than reality slapped him hard in the face as a giant flying bird swooped down from the sky to attack. The bald man quickly swung his knife, decapitating the monster, then smugly said, "Is that all a second-tier evolved beast can do?" Lin Shu didn't wait for him to be happy and immediately replied, "No, the danger has just begun." Sure enough, a flock of man-eating birds with mouths like bomb craters swooped in at missile-like speed and with owl-like eyes. Lin Shu skillfully used his newly acquired gauntlets to fend them off, but as their numbers grew, it became quite tricky. Bati Hailing on the side exclaimed with delight, "What amazing skill, you're becoming more and more qualified to be my disciple." Lin Shu's head ached from listening. What disciple or not, little girl, if you want to take a disciple, show some strength first. Oh my, this little girl actually charged forward alone to show off her skills, proving she was a true master in the blink of an eye, wielding 2 swords. Accompanied by powerful killing intent, she dealt with all the man-eating birds, leaving the other young men in the team dumbfounded. The bald man curiously asked Hailing where she bought the knives she used and if she could tell him the address. The little girl said it couldn't be bought with money because her mother made them. After praising the knives, the other 2 young men then praised her parents for being able to make such powerful weapons. Lin Shu observed from the side, secretly scolding these 2 fools. It wasn't because of the knives but because of Bati Hailing's strength that she could easily cleave those monsters in 2. Another person then curiously asked where the man-eating birds variant crystal had gone. They looked for it but couldn't find it anywhere. Hailing heard them, took a small pouch from her bag, pointed at it and said, "It's in here." Then she handed it to Lin Shu, asking if he wanted it as a meeting gift from master to disciple. Lin Shu felt dizzy at this moment. How could she do this, killing monsters and collecting variant crystals at the same time and without being noticed? Also, was this little girl crazy? Did she really want others to call her master so badly? Over a dozen second-tier variant crystals would sell for a large sum of money, and she was just giving them away. He wanted it, yet he was playing hard to get. Even in the face of money and fame, he couldn't sell himself so cheaply. Lin Shu looked at Hailing and directly refused. "I don't want it. I haven't agreed to be your disciple yet." Rejected again, it was as if 1,000 knives had pierced Hailing's heart. She pouted, annoyed, and said, "Fine, if you don't want it, I'll absorb it myself." Lin Shu looked at this little girl, questioning reality. What the hell, how could she absorb it so quickly? Over a dozen second-tier variant crystals were absorbed in an instant. Besides her immense strength, this girl had mastered the art of cultivation and absorbing variant crystals to perfection. Really, you truly can't judge a book by its cover. You have to strip it bare to see what's inside. It's too elementary. The remaining young men looked at the emptied variant crystal shells and couldn't help but wail in regret. Night fell, and for convenience the team built a fire under a tree to roast meat and rest. Hailing devoured the roasted skewers as if she hadn't eaten in 1,000 years. Lin Shu watched her eating and couldn't help but praise her beauty. Lei Liang and the others roasted meat while watching them eat with relish, urging them to eat more, not to worry about there not being enough. Lin Shu used his system eye to check Hailing's information, only knowing that she was a 4th-tier martial artist, with everything else appearing as question marks. Just as Lin Shu asked the little girl if she was from Star City, Hailing suddenly felt dizzy, her body lost all strength and she collapsed to the ground. Lin Shu worriedly went forward to ask if she had eaten too much and was being chased by Cao Cao, but then he also fell into the same state as the little girl, with no strength left in his body. It was then that they both realized they had been poisoned. Lei Liang and the others then quickly revealed their true colors. They said it wasn't poison, just a colorless and odorless liquid that would make a first-tier martial artist body lose all strength for a short period. They only wanted money, not to play dangerous killing games. Lin Shu weakly struggled to explain to them, although this medicine isn't very effective, only working on second-tier martial artists and below. It can only be bought on the black market, and it's not cheap. You actually spent so much money? Insulted, they showed no shame and openly admitted. To achieve our goals we have to pay a high price. Our strength is limited, but our methods are endless. We can't touch other high-tier martial artists, so we can only deal with you small fries. Many first-tier martial artists come to Black Sea every year to get their certificates. As long as we encounter 1 or 2 fat sheep, we'll have enough to eat for a year without working. The bald man put a knife to Lin Shu's neck, forcing him to hand over the rare gauntlets he had coveted for a long time, as well as the bulging backpack, and then he affectionately caressed Howling's cheek, telling her to hand over her 2 swords and personal belongings. Then everyone could have a good time together. But this group of people was foolish at everything, only best at playing foolish games. The rich aroma of roasted meat attracted some uninvited guests. Just as one turned to look, a red-eyed wolf bit one of them in the waist, about to make him disappear from the earth. The remaining 3 struggled and attacked, but their strength was too weak, not enough to be its opponents. The best strategy was to run. Lei Liang lured the wolf towards the 2 fat sheep lying on the ground, planning to return and pick up the remaining equipment after it finished eating and left. But this won't do, wolf, you're still too young. I have too many things to do, I can't waste time here. Lin Shu immediately stood up and fiercely punched it with crushing fist, nearly twisting its head off. Lei Liang and the others hid behind the tree, utterly shocked to see Lin Shu stand up as if nothing had happened, and opened their mouths to ask, "Why are you fine?" Lin Shu feigned poverty and misery and resolutely replied that he was a second-tier martial artist, but his family had no money, so he hadn't gone for the certification yet. The more Lei Liang listened, the dizzier he felt, his body unable to stand steadily. What kind of person had he provoked? The wolf continued to attack, and Lin Shu retaliated with his gauntlets. But due to the heavy burden on his body, his strength couldn't be fully unleashed, so he cried out to Hailing, "If you don't come help, I'll die right here." The little girl had been pretending to lie motionless on the ground and only slowly got up when her name was called. Lei Liang and the others watched this little lowly also stand up as if nothing had happened, and completely lost heart. Nothing could surprise them anymore. A chill ran down their spines, and they indignantly opened their mouths to question, "Why are you fine too? Are you also a second-tier martial artist? No money at home, so you're only going for certification now?" Hailing patted her clothes, not wanting to disappoint them, and replied, "It seems you've misunderstood. I came to Black Sea not to get a martial artist qualification certificate, but to be an examiner." The little girl finished speaking, and not only were the hooligans scared and fell, but even Lin Shu was shocked. Even the red-eyed wolf let out a roar of surprise. So, using only a few basic moves, Hailing simultaneously distributed her source energy to her 2 swords and both legs, increasing her speed. Coupled with the power of her 2 swords, she severed the monster's tail, then decapitated it with one swift strike. All in the blink of an eye. After dealing with the dog, she looked at the hooligans with sharp eyes, ready to solve their problem. At this moment they trembled all over, cold sweat pouring down, and continuously pleaded, "Big sister, we only want money, not to kill people. Please spare us." "Yes, big sister, we won't dare again. We'll be good people from now on." Faced with these desperate pleas, the little girl showed no mercy, directly swinging her sword, blood splattering, and Lei Liang fell motionless to the ground. Truly, what goes around comes around. He was arrogantly shouting Lei before, but now he was sitting on the ancestral altar appreciating naked chicken. Seeing his teammate sent to rest in an instant, the remaining 2 felt heartbroken, tears streaming down their faces, and using the law of conservation of life they cried out for mercy. "Big sister, spare my life, I don't want to die. I will definitely change my ways and become a new person." Hailing found his whining annoying, so she waved her hand signaling him to scram. "So noisy." The little girl gave them a stern lecture, saying it was all that guy's fault for repaying kindness with enmity. "My disciple saved him, yet he deliberately lured the wolf over. He wanted to harm my disciple, which is why I stabbed him. I don't want to dirty my hands, so hurry up and scram. Don't let me run into you on the road again." Spared their lives, they quickly ran off with their tails between their legs, not daring to utter another word. This time they really lost everything. They would probably have to be vegetarians for a month when they returned. Lin Shu looked at the punk in front of him, feeling very regretful. Hailing saw this and started lecturing again. "He who kills will eventually be killed. As a martial artist, you shouldn't be too kind. But big sister, you've misunderstood." Lin Shu was only regretting the experience points, not that punk's life. After dealing with the problem, only 2 people remained. Hailing stretched, then told Lin Shu to talk about their business. Lin Shu put on a flippant expression and whispered, "Our business? What business do we have? A man and a woman alone. What do you want to talk about? Falling in love. What a cold sentiment." Lin Shu, who had been single for nearly 20 years, actually tried to flirt with a fujoshi, resulting in a bruised and battered face. After severely lecturing her disciple, Hailing curiously asked about the cultivation suppression technique he used because she felt Lin Shu's true strength was far more than that. Lin Shu was scared out of his wits from the beating and only dared to feign ignorance, saying his strength was naturally like this, there was nothing to suppress. Seeing that the little girl didn't want to reveal anything, she didn't press further. then suggested that if Lin Shu had any questions she would answer them. Ticked in the right spot, Lin Shu immediately rattled off a series of questions. Why are you a third-tier martial artist? Are you really an examiner for Black Sea City? How old are you, etc. Hailing found the boy's questions too numerous and was a bit impatient, but still tried her best to answer all his doubts. I am a third-tier martial artist. I am indeed an examiner for Black Sea City, but don't expect me to give you special treatment in the martial artist qualification exam. Also, age is a girl's secret, you shouldn't ask, but if you become my disciple, I will teach you everything on the way to Black Sea. When you arrive there, you will surely get your martial artist qualification smoothly. Lin Shu was already a second-tier martial artist, so he wasn't worried about not getting his martial artist qualification, so he naturally immediately refused the offer to be her disciple. Again and again she tried to persuade him but still couldn't convince the boy. Hailing angrily demanded a duel. She would suppress her strength to that of a first-tier martial artist and wouldn't use weapons. If she won, Lin Shu would have to agree to be her disciple. Lin Shu immediately agreed. He confidently intended to use this opportunity to teach this little lowly a lesson. You want to be my master? No way. Being a girlfriend I might consider. So Lin Shu used his top-tier gauntlets combined with crushing fist to unleash a palm strike. Howling's eyes were sharp and she directly caught the attack with her bare hands. He had thought that with the power of the system Lin Shu could proudly show off, but unexpectedly, before he could even react, he was sent flying dozens of meters away, too embarrassed to speak. Looking at this little girl who was younger than himself yet possessed such ability, Lin Shu's heart wavered a bit. If his strength was inferior to hers, calling her master wouldn't kill him. He'd learn her techniques first. Lin Shu was now utterly convinced and shyly called out master. Having taken this boy under her wing, Hailing was beaming with joy. She explained to Lin Shu why he had lost that punch so badly to her. In her opinion, it was because he used the wrong method of source energy. Cultivation techniques allow martial artists to absorb energy from the universe and gather it within their bodies, thereby improving certain muscles, organs, and even body cells. The remaining energy is stored. The energy stored in the body is source energy. When a martial artist injects source energy into a weapon, the weapon's quality changes, becoming harder and sharper. But no matter how hard it becomes, it cannot escape its essence. Covering a weapon with source energy is different. The stronger the source energy, the greater the weapon's power. He always listened for a long time before he understood. After hearing the explanation, Lin Shu still seemed a bit unconvinced. He looked at her knife and felt that it hadn't changed at all. He could only see a blurry layer of source energy. Seeing that her disciple was still confused, Hailing told him to concentrate his source energy in his eyes and look carefully, then continue to play the role of a teacher, explaining, only by concentrating source energy in your eyes can you see other people's source energy more clearly. What you used to see with your naked eyes was just the blurry light when source energy erupted. The source energy of 1st to 3rd tier martial artists is blue, 4th to 6th tier martial artists is purple, 7th to 9th tier is orange. Above 9th tier is yellow, which is used to observe and judge the strength of the opponent. Saying this, she raised her knife and swung it a few times, demonstrating for the boy. Although this knife was made of ordinary material, worth only 10 or 20,000 alliance coins on the market, when it was enveloped by source energy, its sharpness could rival other weapons worth tens of millions. However, if only source energy was injected, it would be prone to damage. Lin Shu nodded repeatedly, indicating that he understood perfectly, but still wondered, since there was source energy, why did martial artists still need to use high-level weapons? Wouldn't that cost a fortune? Hailing was already fuming, but still tried to calm down and continued to explain. Your understanding is wrong. Not only must source energy envelop the weapon, but it must also be injected into the weapon simultaneously, maintaining internal and external balance. The quality of each weapon is different. Although the outside is enveloped by source energy, the vibrations generated by each collision will damage the inside. Low-level weapons have low internal quality. After being enveloped, although their sharpness is comparable to high-level weapons, they are more easily damaged during collisions than high-level weapons. Lin Shu, who had been completely bewildered now, suddenly saw the light, and his blood began to flow normally again. He realized he had been tricked. Although the little girl had suppressed her strength to that of a first-tier martial artist, the source energy injected into her fist was not. Furious, Lin Shu pointed at the little girl's nose, wanting to confront her and nullify their bet because she had dared to cheat. She was really pushing her luck, exposed. Hailing scratched her head in embarrassment but still confidently assured him that he definitely wouldn't be getting the short end of the stick. To make him forget the humiliation, she immediately changed the subject, telling him to try covering a combat knife with his source energy for her to see. Lin Shu used all his strength, his face turning red as he panted like a dog, but he could only cover 1/5 of the weapon. Holding the knife, Lin Shu couldn't help but exclaim that this method was truly difficult. Observing from the side, Hailing added, "This is not easy to learn. Even a third-tier martial artist would find it hard to evenly cover their entire weapon with source energy." She thought to herself that for this kid to achieve this much on his first try, he was a true genius. If once wasn't enough, try twice. If twice wasn't enough, try 3 times. Lin Shu was determined not to stop until he mastered it. but somehow he practiced until he was sleeping like a log. When he woke up, he saw the little lowly squatting over him with an ambiguous look in her eyes, preparing to do something. Good heavens, I'm still a student. Out of an instinctive need to protect his chastity, Lin Shu curled up in a corner and screamed in terror. "Oh, what are you trying to do? I'm not that kind of person." Misunderstood, Hailing flew into a rage and threw a few punches at the boy, swelling his head. It turned out the young girl was just curious about the heavy suit he was wearing, and wanted to touch it. She had absolutely no designs on someone like him. After the misunderstanding was cleared and she was absolved of her pervert status, Hailing quickly got into character and began the first day of training. The goal she set was that he had to run to the mountain in the distance before dark. Wearing the heavy training suit, Lin Shu looked at her with an exhausted, peculiar expression. On the map, that mountain was almost 100 kilometers away. Was she kidding? Did she want to run him to death? But before the boy could react, the young girl had already vanished in a flash, leaving him to wail behind her. However, it seemed Lin Shu wouldn't have it so easy this time, meaning he had to rely on his real abilities and couldn't cheat. A flock of second-tier man-eating birds was in hot pursuit behind him. Even so, Hailing still forced him to run, not allowing him to stop. He had to kill them while running. She ordered him to finish them off within the next 10 kilometers. This was a test of speed, precision, and reaction. He needed to pinpoint the location of the variant crystals, cut them out precisely, and retrieve them. Lin Shu was gasping for breath, feeling like he was about to suffocate. He angrily yelled at his respected master, "Kill man-eating birds while running, precisely cut out the variant crystals from their bodies, and then retrieve them. How is that possible?" As soon as the boy finished speaking, he didn't see the young girl answer. He only saw 2 flashes of a blade, and a large flock of man-eating birds were decapitated, their variant crystals landing steadily in Howling's hands. Having been brutally slapped in the face, our protagonist became enraged and began to slash around wildly. In the end, he ran and ran, almost coughing up blood, but finally finished the 50 kilometers. He was so tired he could barely breathe and had to ask his beautiful master to let him rest for a few minutes to recover. Although she was his master, she still had a bit of humanity. Hailing agreed to let him rest for 10 minutes. The boy felt something was off and curiously asked her why, when there were 2 of them, the man-eating birds only chased and attacked him. The young girl, now cold as ice, frankly admitted that while he was asleep she had smeared something on his clothes that attracted them. Lin Shu was shocked to hear this and cursed furiously. He couldn't believe he hadn't noticed the strange smell on himself. Hailing was very proud of her handiwork, completely ignoring her disciple's complaints, and directly held her knife to his neck, threatening, 10 minutes are up, keep running, no more breaks." The boy was furious but helpless. It had only been 2 minutes, yet she dared to say it was 10. He thought to himself, "If I ever become stronger, I will definitely get my revenge on you." To be continued. At this moment, the system also prompted that the acceleration task progress had reached 60.215000. Looking at this progress, Lin Shu felt that he would definitely be able to complete the task before reaching Black Sea City. Although this lowly's methods were a bit despicable, they were indeed very useful. His speed, precision, and reaction were constantly improving. He could now easily retrieve variant crystals at top speed. In the end, under forced willingness and relentless effort, the 2 finally reached their destination. The protagonist was exhausted, plopping down on the ground and complaining, "Damn it, we finally finished running. I was carrying such a heavy load, had to kill while running, and was forced to run over 100 kilometers. But Hailing showed no sympathy, directly dismissing the boy's efforts. "You can't handle this. I ran over 1,000 kilometers back in the day. There are some ruins ahead, we'll spend the night there." Just then an arrow flew from an unknown location, aimed straight at Lin Shu's head, giving him no time to react. Fortunately, his master reacted in time and saved his life. Following the arrow's appearance were 2 people hiding behind. Hailing seemed to have known who they were and questioned, "HMPH, you've been following us since 5 in the morning, and you finally can't resist making a move." The long-haired man replied brazenly, "Heh, so you noticed. I was planning to finish this kid in 1 move when he was most exhausted, then focus on dealing with you." Lin Shu, standing by, was extremely nervous, silently thanking Bali Hailing for saving him, otherwise he would have been a goner. Using his system's eye, he saw that the 2 were both 4th-tier martial artists, extremely powerful, while on his side, only this lowly was a 4th tier. He didn't know how they would handle it. Moreover, according to the little girl, they were the yin-yang duo, Luo Yin and Luo Yang, who specialized in robbing and killing martial artists in the mountains near Starlight City. Not only that, but these 2 were also wanted criminals with a Federation bounty on their heads, worth a total of 50 million Alliance coins. However, it wasn't the boy's turn to worry. The young girl had already flown forward with her sword in hand, confidently telling him, "Disciple, watch closely and see how I use source energy to attack them." The Yin-Yang brothers combined their martial arts skills, shooting countless powerful arrows. However, Hailing showed no fear at all. She used her defensive martial art giant circle to block their attacks. Even a hail of bullets couldn't harm her in the slightest. Watching from behind, Lin Shu felt something was off. Could this girl be a 6th-tier martial artist? He had heard that some high-level martial artists, after cultivating to a certain realm, could forcibly shrink their bodies, achieving the effect of returning to youth. Could Sister Bili Hailing actually be Grandma Bili Hailing? The thought of it made his skin crawl and goosebumps rise. The Yin-Yang brothers were both very surprised that their attacks were blocked and said to each other, "How is this possible?" Aren't the ones who take this road to Black Sea City for the martial artist qualification certificate all rookies? How did a 6th-tier master suddenly appear? Before they could figure it out, both were sliced in half at the waist with a single move, dying instantly without a chance to leave any last words. They thought that just by boasting loudly they would be fine, but who knew they would suffer a great loss in the blink of an eye? Truly, those who show off get struck by lightning. The ancients did not deceive me. Don't mess with women, especially ugly women. The uglier, the more dangerous. The protagonist watched the two fools lying on the ground on the verge of death and thought to himself, if he landed another blow, would it count as experience points? So he did as he thought. The way he raised his sword was simply like a pervert with a special fetish. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no reaction from the system. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly received a notification for killing 4th-tier martial artists. You have gained 3 million experience points and successfully leveled up. Gained 16 potential points. So worth it, so incredibly worth it, reaping the benefits without sowing. Could anything be better than this? Hailing saw her disciple laughing foolishly like a madman and was very worried. Had he run until his brain broke? Lin Shu, as cunning as a monkey, scratched his head and said in a low voice, in the future, if we encounter such high-level martial artists, you don't have to kill them. Just beat them half to death and then I'll deliver the final blow. How about it? Hearing this, Hailing thought, have I been spoiling you too much? She replied bluntly, in your dreams, not a chance. Want to earn extra cash? Go kill them yourself. I just happened to run into a few criminals with a Federation government bounty and dealt with them on the side to earn some pocket money. You want to fight me for this little bit of cash? Lin Shu didn't expect to be misunderstood as trying to snatch the bounty. Sorry, miss. Money isn't everything because there's also gold and diamonds in this world. What I want is experience points, which are more precious than money. As the boy was cursing internally, that damned system sent another notification. Warning, warning, system bug detected, now fixing. The bug caused the host to receive full experience rewards for dealing less than 40 damage to high-level martial artists. Rewards will now be allocated proportionally. Level reverted to 15, potential points retracted. Lin Shu couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out cursing. What the FCK, it's not my fault. On what grounds are you taking it all back? 5 seconds later, the system, seemingly having been scolded, sent another notification. Host has discovered a bug. As a reward, the host will receive 3 lottery chances and will retain level 16. The system finally had some conscience. I thought my happiness had just slipped away. Seeing Lin Shu acting abnormally, Hailing touched his forehead to see if he was really running a fever. After confirming her disciple was fine, she felt relieved and ordered him to continue running to get to Black Sea City as soon as possible. That night, the two worked together to build a fire, roasting meat and resting by the edge of the forest. The lowly's eating manners were atrocious. She wolfed down the food, making Lin Shu unable to resist telling her to eat slower so she wouldn't choke to death. Even a child would laugh at her. However, in the face of Lin Shu's good intentions, Hailing ate even faster, as if afraid someone would steal her delicious food. She ate while urging the boy to eat quickly, so they could continue training after finishing. We'll be at Black Sea City tomorrow. What if you can't get your martial artist qualification certificate? After hearing this, Lin Shu nearly fell on his butt and stammered in rebuttal, no way, more training? I already have the strength of a 2nd-tier martial artist. How could I not get the martial artist qualification certificate? Unless, I remember, you said you were an examiner, you wouldn't deliberately fail me, would you? As soon as the boy finished speaking, Hailing suddenly stood up, her expression strange. As if she was on drugs, she sent him flying with a single punch, crashing into a tree. After being beaten for no reason, he clutched his stomach and asked aggrievedly, why did you suddenly attack me? Are you trying to kill me? However, the young girl didn't answer, instead asking him, did you really not feel your defensive power getting stronger? Only then did he notice that it was true. The little girl's attack was very powerful. Normally he would definitely be injured, but now he only felt a slight muscle ache. Seeing her disciple still looking confused, Hailing began to explain, your source energy is still very weak right now. As the source energy in your body grows stronger when it covers your entire body, your defensive power will become even stronger. Alright, today's special training is getting beaten up. Before Lin Shu could understand what was happening, he took a solid slap to the face, followed by a stormy barrage of beatings from his petite master. So much so that the next morning the boy's already not-so-handsome face was swollen like a pig's head. Howling's conscience kicked in, and she promised to give him satisfactory compensation at the mention of compensation. The boy's eyes immediately widened, shining brighter than the stars in the sky, and he muttered under his breath, how will you compensate me? With your body. In the end, there was nothing. What a greenhorn who had never been in love, always trying to provoke a female demon, asking for a beating. As compensation, Hailing kicked him and ordered him to run to Black Sea City by evening. If she caught up to him, a severe beating would be unavoidable. Motivated by the die if you're slow principle, the two quickly arrived at Black Sea City earlier than expected. First, Hailing took Lin Shu to visit the treasure pavilion. There were countless types of goods here, such as martial arts skill cards, variant crystals, weapons, and combat suits. Seeing customers arrive, a shop assistant enthusiastically welcomed them and introduced the various products one by one. After browsing, Hailing decided to pick a few martial arts skill cards for her disciple to cultivate. But after looking around, they were all silver cards. What she wanted was a diamond martial arts skill card. The female shop assistant said apologetically that there were no martial arts skill cards of that level in all of Black Sea City. A few thuggish-looking men who came to the shop overheard some of the conversation and came over to make sarcastic remarks. HMPH, looks like some country bumpkins from the mountains. Do you have any idea what a diamond martial arts skill card is? I've never even seen one in my life. Exactly, without the strength of a 6th-tier martial artist. A diamond martial arts skill card is useless even if you have one. That's the kind of treasure a family keeps to protect their home. With no diamond cards, Hailing had no choice but to let Lin Shu pick whatever he liked. But the boy used a spear, and after looking for a long time he couldn't find anything suitable. The young girl was very surprised because she had seen him carrying a saber all day and didn't expect him to use a spear. She curiously asked where his spear was. Lin Shu didn't hide it, frankly saying it was broken during a fight in Starlight City and he planned to buy a new one on the Martial Artist Alliance website after getting his qualification certificate. That sounded reasonable enough. The young girl then pointed at the pile of martial arts skill cards in front of her, told the manager to wrap them all up and then gave them all to Lin Shu as a meeting gift from a master to her disciple. Looking at the stack of cards in his hands, Lin Shu felt it was too much, and they weren't as good as the ones he had before. Hailing had also just chosen them casually, so she told him to keep them for now, and he could sell them anytime if they weren't suitable. She also said that the weapons here probably wouldn't catch their eye. Once he officially got his martial artist qualification certificate, she would prepare a big gift for him. Looking at the young girl's retreating figure, the thuggish man who had just mocked her as a country bumpkin was now crying with regret. Giving away over 2 million alliance coins just like that, that's inhumanly rich. I wonder if she's still accepting disciples. I also want such a beautiful and rich master. That night, since they were in the city, the two no longer had to sleep in the forest. Hailing generously spent several $100,000 to book 2 high-end luxury hotel rooms to rest. Basking in the beauty's glow, Lin Shu couldn't help but wonder about the little girl's background. Could she really be an old witch who had reversed her aging, a case of an old cow eating young grass? Forget it. Thinking too much gives me a headache. I'd better study these 3 fist and footwork martial arts skill cards first. As for the remaining ordinary martial arts skill cards, they're extra anyway. I can use them for fusion later. Just as he was getting into his practice, there was a knock on the door. The boy happily thought it was the lowly coming to find him for some physical cultivation. He excitedly ran to open the door. It turned out not to be a beauty, but a late-night snack delivery. Though this snack was a bit special, it was all experience points. They were men sent by the Tang family to avenge Tang Mubai and Tang Tian. With his already improved reaction speed, Lin Shu easily dodged their sneak attack. Before long he used the moves he had just learned to easily send one of them to meet his ancestors. The remaining injured one was no pushover either. Furiously cursing that the intel was wrong, which caused him to suffer a great loss. Weeds must be pulled out by the roots, so Lin Shu turned to deal with the remaining one. Before the man could wonder why he wasn't using a spear as the intel suggested, the boy had already directly blasted a sizable hole in his chest with a palm strike. Before he died, all he had time to shout was, "I'm from the Flower God Hall, you can't kill me." Before he and his companion were logged off from the Earth server, after dealing with him, Lin Shu couldn't help but marvel at how amazing his camouflage skill was. It could make enemies underestimate him, allowing him to defeat them so easily. At this moment, Hailing, who had been leisurely sipping tea and watching the show from behind for a while, finally spoke up to praise him. "You dealt with them so quickly. You're my disciple after all. You were able to wrap your vitals with source energy, preventing the knife from piercing through. It seems the training these past few days has been quite fruitful for you." Learning that the young girl had arrived when he was first stabbed, Lin Shu was so angry he pointed at her nose and started cursing her out. "What kind of master are you? Seeing 2 guys about to kill my disciple, yet you didn't care at all, just sitting there watching the show. Blah blah." No matter how much I yelled, Hailing calmly finished the last sip of her tea and said she didn't intervene because she had confidence in her disciple. Then she told Lin Shu to pack up and change rooms. As for the bodies, someone would naturally come to clean them up. The next day, the 2 young people, laden with bags, arrived at the Martial Artist Qualification Assessment Office. The notice said the exam would start at 9:30 a.m. Registered martial artists were asked to go to one side to have their exam permits checked, then proceed to the North Courtyard for the combat power test. Hailing told Lin Shu to queue up obediently. While Zhao Ming went to the examiner's office to register, however, as soon as she left, Lin Shu ran into trouble. It was truly a case of out of the frying pan and into the fire. A big burly man came over, pushing and shoving, demanding that others make way for him. It was said that this man was Bibi Bing, and although he was already a martial artist, he was disqualified from the exam every year because he specialized in picking fights. This year was no exception. As luck would have it, he ran into Lin Shu, a groggy guy who feared nothing. This big-headed fool puffed out his chest and roared in a not-so-clear voice, "Kid, are you deaf? I told you to get out of the way." Seeing him about to make a move, Lin Shu immediately stopped him. "Why are you cutting in line? Queue up properly." However, he wouldn't shed a tear until he saw his coffin. He rolled his eyes, frowned, and retorted, "Why do I run into an arrogant brat like you every year? It seems my qualification is cancelled again this year. But it doesn't matter. I enjoy taking care of fools like you. Go to hell." The people around, seeing Lin Shu dare to confront the big guy, all started gossiping. thinking he was truly asking for death. However, no sooner had they spoken than they had to take their words back, because it wasn't Lin Shu who was asking for death but Bibi Bing. At this moment he was howling in agony on the ground, clutching his arm, while Lin Shu's eyes were exceptionally cold. They could only smile awkwardly and wave their hands, indicating that they were high-quality individuals who did not participate in such immoral line-cutting behavior. After waiting for a while, it was finally time for the combat power test. The aspiring martial artists taking the assessment all had combat power around 800, just reaching the level of a first-tier martial artist. So Lin Shu used the camouflage skill to hide his true strength. Fortunately, the machine didn't detect it. His combat power was just under 1500, otherwise he would have been a second-tier martial artist. A second-tier martial artist without a martial artist certificate would truly be a laughingstock. The next test was the strength test. The examiner for this test was none other than the lowly girl Bailey hailing. Lin Shu was quite surprised to see the little girl. At first he thought it was a joke, but it turned out to be true. Hailing asked everyone to queue up carefully and began to explain the rules. A punch must reach 1,000 kilograms of force to pass. A few simple-minded candidates didn't seem to believe the little girl was an examiner. They sneered with foolish smiles. "Don't joke around. An underage lowly can be an examiner? I bet you can't even hit 100 kilograms, a few others chimed in. Yeah, what's wrong with the Martial Artist Alliance? Why let a child be an examiner? At this age she probably hasn't even reached the first-tier martial artist level. Little lowly, I have candy here. Hailing didn't waste words, directly showing them what manners were. With just a gentle strike she reached the maximum force of 9,999 kilograms, leaving everyone dumbfounded, not daring to utter another word of nonsense. However, someone behind still came forward to challenge her, not believing it. But his strength only reached 195 kilograms, not even enough to pass the preliminary test. This person actually thought the examiner had tampered with the machine and angrily rushed up to hit the little girl. Hailing didn't even put him in her eyes, just gently blocking, then in a matter of seconds twisted the opponent's arm back and broke it, then warned with a cold gaze, "You have 30 seconds to get the hell out of here, or you'll be lying here forever." The man's face turned pale as a sheet and he ran off, clutching his arm in pain while apologizing. After witnessing the little girl's unique arm-breaking divine skill, the others all chose to remain silent, not daring to make a peep, and were exceptionally well behaved. After waiting for a while, it was finally Lin Shu's turn to be tested. Seeing her well-behaved disciple, Hailing beamed with joy. Because this kid still doubted her, the little girl directly said she was a 3-star member of the Martial Artist Alliance and was often invited to preside over various exams and battles. Lin Shu was even more shocked to hear this. "My God, who the hell are you?" The Martial Artist Alliance has 5 membership levels. 5-star members are almost the top figures in the Martial Artist Alliance. 4-star members are the leaders of martial artists from various countries or people who have made great contributions, while 3-star members are already very powerful figures, at least possessing great strength. It was truly unbelievable, too surreal. Lin Shu was led from one surprise to another, feeling doubtful of his life. "Who is she? I really shouldn't have provoked her." After getting the big sister's answer, Lin Shu quickly went forward to test his strength. With just a light punch, the result on the screen reached 1999 kilograms. The crowd below couldn't help but whisper, "My God, a light punch is equivalent to the strength of all 3 of us combined. Didn't you hear just now? That young man seems to be the lowly examiner's disciple. No wonder it's like this. The teacher brought these 2 young people here together. Could it be a special feature of their sect?" At this moment, Lin Shu just wanted to jump up and clarify that she was no master at all. As for the sect, he had only known her for a few days. Looking at the result displayed on the screen, Hailing was a bit annoyed, feeling disappointed in this disciple who was always hiding his true strength. She urged Lin Shu to quickly go take the 100-meter dash and the 50-kilometer endurance test, while not forgetting to remind him not to embarrass her. Thus, after several rounds of testing, Lin Shu successfully became a member of the Martial Artist Alliance. The instructor handed the card to Lin Shu and explained in detail, "This is your martial artist card. The number is printed on the back and the initial password is the last 6 digits of your ID card. With this card you can log into the Martial Artist Alliance network system on your phone and computer to check information, buy and sell weapons, or accept various missions." Just as Lin Shu was overjoyed with his card, Hailing appeared out of nowhere like a ghost, pulling him outside, saying as she walked, "My examiner mission is also over. I just received a new mission from the Alliance, so I have to go back quickly, and can't train with you anymore." After hearing these words, Lin Shu's heart blossomed with joy, secretly thanking the heavens for finally getting rid of this old hag. However, to show his sincerity, he still had to speak up and ask her to stay. "Master, no, can you not go? Continue to train me. I beg you." The little girl refused with a sarcastic tone and without a hint of sincerity. And Lin Shu was once again beaten to a pulp by her. After the verbal dispute, Hailing took out a box and handed it to Lin Shu. Just as she had promised before, as long as he got his martial artist certificate, she would give him a big gift. And this was the gift the little girl brought him. It was a long spear, just tricked, from the person in charge of the Black Sea City Martial Artist Alliance branch. The little girl was very proud of her achievement, confidently showing off, Although you can achieve good results by enveloping your weapon with source energy, having a high-level weapon will greatly enhance your combat power. This long spear is called Black Light, and it was left behind by the spear arts master Bati Rui. Lin Shu fumbled with and admired the sparkling high-level weapon before him. After looking at it enough, he turned to his master, his face filled with a solemn expression. A few seconds later, he had a sudden realization and shouted, "Master Bati Rui, could it be that the head of the Black Sea City Martial Artist Alliance branch is him?" "Ah, I know, you are Bati Rui's daughter. He gave it to the person in charge and you took it back." The little girl listened to Lin Shu's inference and felt that he was more suited to writing novels. And he even said she was the daughter. Was she that old? He was really asking for a beating. Hailing angrily punched Lin Shu, then shouted for him to quickly try the spear. Lin Shu used all his strength, tightened his buttocks, and his face turned red before he could barely lift the long spear out of the box. He frowned and asked the little girl how heavy this thing was, when he heard the little girl nonchalantly reply 500 kilograms, and that it was the only long spear in the world made of black meteorite. Lin Shu had nothing more to say. He was stunned for a few seconds before he came to his senses. The black meteorite fell to Earth 100 years ago, destroying a city. Fortunately, it was full of zombies and mutated animals, so there were no casualties. After the meteorite fell, there was a large black stone at its crater. Some people took that stone back and used sophisticated tools to create 12 different weapons. Although these weapons were not the sharpest, their hardness was world-class and each was worth a fortune. Holding this precious weapon in his hands, Lin Shu was moved to tears. He couldn't believe the little girl would give it to him, and asked again as if afraid she would take it back if he let go. After giving the gift to her beloved disciple, Hailing also hurried off. She told Lin Shu to continue working hard, and if there was a chance to go to Sky City to catch up with her. Watching the little girl's retreating figure, Lin Shu's mind became more and more chaotic, his brain tied in knots, spinning like a top, asking himself if he had heard wrong. Sky City is the largest city in the world, using the most advanced levitation technology to keep the entire city suspended in the air. Not just anyone can enter and leave there. The minimum requirement is to be a 5th-tier martial artist, or a person who has made outstanding achievements in the field of science in Lintan. Lin Shu kept marveling at how rich Hailing was. Should he consider becoming a sugar baby? Though he said that, Lin Shu was also very self-aware. It was best to rely on himself. Living like a dog at the bottom, he should honestly go to the path of death. Lin Shu cast aside the idea of enjoying the fruits of others' labor and waiting for a pie to fall from the sky, dragging his heavy body to the train station. However, as luck would have it, the train to the path of death had already departed ahead of schedule. Because it was too dangerous there, few people went, and the operating costs were not enough, so the original 3 trains a day were changed to 1 a day. Since that was the case, he had to accept his fate. He had no choice but to tearfully buy a ticket for early tomorrow morning. So Lin Shu wandered around looking for a place to rest, planning to stay at the same martial artist hotel he stayed at last time for a night. Although it was a bit expensive, it was very comfortable. Just then, he noticed someone was following him, probably sent by the Flower God Temple. The young man didn't hesitate to use the 36th stratagem, running was the best policy, and fled. However, they seemed to have known this long ago, sending people to surround him from all sides, blocking all corners and then confidently revealing themselves. Just in time, the system sent a notification that the rapid growth mission was complete. Lin Shu easily took off the heavy clothes and added all his skill points to strength. Without hesitation, he dealt with a few people in front of him. The first person quickly rushed up to attack, but was kicked away by Lin Shu. The remaining people, seeing their teammate beaten up, rushed forward to seek justice. They confidently swung their knives, slashing randomly for a while, and then became punching bags for Lin Shu to vent his anger. The remaining people watched their friends go offline in a few minutes, feeling terrified, and cried out in horror. Is this the strength of a 2nd-tier martial artist? It's too terrifying. How can he be so strong? If I hadn't upgraded my defensive martial art, that punch just now would have probably broken my spine. However, even knowing they would be walking into a trap, but under the temptation of money and the gang's orders, they couldn't disobey and still had to rush forward to continue fighting. Lin Shu was surrounded by enemies, and he used Crushing Fist to directly strike Fang Zhen. Lin Shu clenched his fists, electric sparks flashing, his eyes filled with surprise. Oh my god, this isn't real. Fang Zhen suddenly attacked Lin Shu, catching him off guard. Fang Zhen swung his knife down and Lin Shu, unable to dodge in time, was hit by Fang Zhen. A look of anger appeared in Fang Zhen's eyes. HMPH over here. Lin Shu was covering his injured shoulder with his hand, frowning in silence. Lin Shu looked up at Fang Zhen, who had jumped up. Fang Zhen held his sword with both hands, using the gold-level martial art, Heavenly Phantom Slash. Fang Zhen split into many clones of himself. Fang Zhen was triumphant. This move will cut you into 1,000 pieces. Lin Shu showed no concern, just saying, oh, a sarcastic smile played on his lips. Too easy. The many Fang Zhens rushed over with fierce expressions. Go to hell. Lin Shu's eyes were full of confidence. I am the expert of clones. A fierce battle broke out between the two sides. Lin Shu easily found Fang Zhen among the clones and sneered, hello brother Fang Zhen. Fang Zhen couldn't believe it, his face filled with horror. You actually broke the gold-level martial art Heavenly Phantom Slash. No, impossible. How did you find my exact location among so many clones, and how do you know my name? Lin Shu answered, clenching his fist. Because I'm a cheater. After speaking, he used his ultimate move, Crushing Fist. punching Fang Zhen directly in the abdomen. Fang Zhen couldn't withstand this blow at all. A fierce light shone in his eyes as he shouted, "Bastard Fang Zhen, I'll take you with me even if I die." Fang Zhen stretched out his hand and a powerful purple energy ball appeared at his chest. Watching the person in front of him trying with all his might to eliminate him, Lin Shu grumbled in disgust, "Oh my god, another self-destruction. Please, can you come up with something new?" Fang Zhen's eyes rolled back, filled with bloodshot veins. Fang Zhen used all his strength. The purple energy ball exploded, sending Lin Shu flying far away. Lin Shu's back hit the wall. Lin Shu's face was covered in wounds and he painfully assessed in his heart, "This damn guy, if I hadn't learned from my master to envelop my whole body with source energy to increase my defense, I would have definitely been blown to death this time. Because I instantly mobilized all my body's source energy to envelop myself, I feel very weak now." Suddenly, a few footsteps approached. "So dangerous, good thing we escaped." And Jihei looked at Lin Shu, who was covered in wounds, holding his injured arm with one hand, and Ji sneered contemptuously. "Although Boss Fang Zhen's self-destruction didn't kill you, looking at you now, I'm afraid you can't even lift your fist, right?" And Ji was triumphant. "But don't worry, we'll cut you into pieces one knife at a time to avenge Boss Fang Zhen." A cold smile appeared on Lin Shu's lips. "How do you know my fist can't be lifted? How can a man say he can't lift it?" Electric sparks flashed in Lin Shu's eyes as he activated the berserk skill. The subordinates cried out in surprise. "Ah, what?" Fa Tongjia panicked. "My god, this guy suddenly recovered." Another companion's eyes were also filled with surprise. "He looked so weak just now. How did he suddenly become a muscular man?" Suddenly Lin Shu's sword rushed forward and they were beaten so badly they ran with their heads in their hands, only knowing how to shout, "My god, don't come over." The system notifications kept ringing. Experience points +1, experience points +1, experience points +1. Back in the real world, night fell in a luxurious castle. Lin Shu's face was pale, his fingers lightly tapping the computer screen in front of him, his body trembling as he sighed. "Using the berserk skill is great for a moment, but after it's over, my body becomes weak. I feel like I can't even hold the mouse steady now." Lin Shu quickly searched. "I'm going to the path of death tomorrow. I'll check some information online first." Suddenly, a notification popped up on the screen. "Viewing this article requires a sum of Alliance coins. Do you want to continue viewing? Choose continue or cancel." Lin Shu clicked continue. Lin Shu shouted angrily, "My god, it cost money to look at a stupid website and it's 10,000 Alliance coins." But he thought about it again and compromised, picking up his phone to transfer the money. "Anyway, I still have a few million Alliance coins. Spending 10,000 to view the information I need isn't a loss." The screen showed a picture of an evolved beast. The area around the path of death was all black rock with no grass growing, looking very strange. The third-tier evolved beast rock snake usually hides under the rocks. Its venom has a paralyzing effect. If bitten, even a third-tier martial artist will fall into a state of local paralysis. The fourth-tier evolved beast, the raven, was massive and often covered its body with its 2 pairs of wings, making it look indistinguishable from the black rock. It was extremely dangerous and would attack humans on sight. Lin Shu exclaimed, "Damn, the path of death has so many different types of evolved beasts, from small insects to giant behemoths." Then another image of an evolved beast appeared. The 5th-tier evolved beast was a giant beetle with a powerful taunt attribute. The 5th-tier evolved beast, the demonic chicken, was skilled at attacking with circular weapons. Lin Shu's jaw dropped as he cried out, "Holy crap, there are even 5th-tier evolved beasts." Just looking at the pictures, he could already feel their powerful presence, though their origins were unknown. He clicked the page closed, sighing as he said, "Forget it, I'll just leave it to fate." Lin Shu chuckled in anticipation, wondering how much the black light spear his teacher had given him was actually worth. Unexpectedly, the screen showed 2 crossed swords, the black light twin blades made from black iron meteorite with an auction price of a staggering 1 billion. Lin Shu was shocked. 1 billion Alliance coins, he remembered hailing once said. That was just the starting bid. Lin Shu stared at the screen, never imagining that his convenient master was so wealthy, giving him such a huge gift. Could it be that she has a crush on me, wants me to be so grateful I'll offer myself to her? At that moment, Bailey Hailing sneezed and muttered in confusion, "What the heck, why do I keep sneezing?" Meanwhile, in another brightly lit building, a scream was heard. "What? Fang Zhen was killed too." The leader, standing in the darkness, exuded a thick killing intent and cursed in frustration. "Useless. Truly useless. This is no longer about the Tang family. He has killed several members of my Flower God Temple in a row. We are now irreconcilable." The leader ordered his underlings to post a bounty on the Hunter Network. "Post his information, a bounty of 10 million Alliance coins," a subordinate asked doubtfully. "Aren't we going to make a move ourselves?" The leader rubbed his forehead wearily. "If headquarters finds out that our Black Sea City branch can't even handle a nobody and has lost so many people, the Flower God Temple will lose all face." Elsewhere, the sun had risen, its golden rays illuminating the land as a high-speed train sped through the desert. Passengers came and went while Lin Shu stared intently at his phone, a smile on his face. He saw the system notification. Host Lin Shu, level 16, strength 320, physique 10720, speed 80. Comprehensive combat power 1935 to 1980. Third-tier martial artist title adds 20 points to physique. Accumulated rage 01. Skills, analytical eye, rage camouflage. Suddenly a text message popped up. Lin Shu was thrilled. "Hey, I got a new phone last night and sent my number to a few friends. Someone's already calling." "It's Teacher Luo." Lin Shu answered his phone. "Hello, Teacher Luo." On the other end, Teacher Luo asked, "Where are you now?" Lin Shu replied, "Hello, Teacher Luo. I'm on the train to the path of death." "Is something wrong?" Teacher Luo's expression was grave. "Have you checked the Hunter Network? I saw you have a bounty on you." Lin Shu frowned, asking in confusion. "The Hunter Network?" Teacher Luo replied. "That's right, it's a website specifically for assassination bounties. Who created it? Where are the servers? No one knows. And the site's security is extremely high. Even the best hackers can't get in. The Federation government can't do anything about it. You need to be extra careful now. I think a lot of people will be coming after you." Lin Shu replied, "Yes, I understand, I'll be careful." He began searching on his phone, wondering, who posted the bounty? The Flower God Temple. On the notification page, bounty for Lin Shu, a second-tier martial artist, skilled in fist and leg techniques, uses a spear, for 10 million alliance coins. Lin Shu felt indignant and grumbled to himself, "Damn it, I'm only worth 10 million alliance coins, second-tier martial artist. Heh, that's fine too." Lin Shu thought that such a small amount wouldn't attract high-level martial artists, only low-level ones. And since he was already a third-tier martial artist, he could just wait for those greedy fools to deliver experience points to him. Suddenly the train shook violently, and the water cup on the table trembled. Lin Shu's body swayed as he wondered, "Hey, why would a high-tech train shake like this?" He looked out into the corridor and heard a commotion behind the door. "What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy?" Suddenly, someone kicked the door open. He flew over and threw a punch at Lin Shu. Lin Shu dodged and shouted, "Who's there?" He countered with a punch. The man quickly ducked to avoid it. Lin Shu swiftly kicked out, hitting the man in the stomach. The man fell to the ground in pain, clutching his stomach, spitting water and groaning as his body trembled. Lin Shu looked down the other end of the corridor and saw several of the man's companions approaching with menacing auras. Lin Shu wondered, is someone trying to rob the train? A fierce battle broke out between the two sides, the scene descending into chaos. Lin Shu assessed that the narrow space of the train made large weapons useless, so they were all at a disadvantage. Suddenly the roar of an aircraft came from outside. Only then did Lin Shu realize, exclaiming, "These people came prepared." Suddenly the guy who had been knocked down ambushed Lin Shu from behind. Lin Shu noticed, quickly turned and tightly gripped the man's hand. He grabbed the arm and used Fire Claw hand. The man's hand caught fire and the ambusher screamed in pain but couldn't break free. Lin Shu's powerful fist smashed into the man's face. He then kicked the man, sending him flying into a wall. The man fell to the ground in a cloud of dust. Lin Shu glanced back and saw someone grabbing a passenger about to kill them, laughing as he said, "If you have no money, then die." At that moment Lin Shu rushed over using Crushing Fist and punched the man in the face. Lin Shu asked the passenger who had just been bullied, "Are you okay?" The passenger was covered in sweat, trembling as he said, "I'm fine, thank you." Lin Shu crossed his arms, observing the situation. "Who were these people?" The passenger said, "Black Tiger Robber Gang. They specialize in robbery. I can't believe they dared to rob a train this time. The Federation Army in Black Sea City must have received the news." The Black Tiger robbers continued to charge over. The passenger continued, "We just need to hold on until the Federation Army arrives. Little brother, you stay back, I'll go first." Before he could finish, Lin Shu had already rushed to the front. The passenger only had time to say, "Be careful." Lin Shu kicked away two opponents who couldn't turn in time. The passenger was dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Damn, are all young people this strong nowadays?" More new fighter jets suddenly appeared in the sky, chasing the train. Suddenly the Black Tiger robbers shouted, "The Federation Army is here, everyone retreat, retreat." The Black Tigers kept shouting, rushing straight over. The plane was hit by a bomb, exploded in a cloud of black smoke and crashed to the ground. The passenger joyfully shouted, "Great, the Federation Army arrived just in time." Seeing Lin Shu chasing after the train robbers, he asked, "Hey, where are you going now?" Lin Shu shouted as he ran, "Don't run. My experience points." He chased the Black Tiger robbers, looking at them as if he had seen gold. Experience points, experience points. Lin Shu grabbed the robbers, his eyes gleaming, while the robbers let out miserable screams. The Federation Army boarded the train, pointing their guns and shouting, "Federation Army, nobody move, hands up." A passenger shouted, "Don't shoot, we're passengers." Then the passenger pointed at Lin Shu and said with a smile, "But you're late. The robbers in this carriage have already been dealt with by this powerful little brother." The Federation Army pointed their guns at the two and said, "Please show us your train tickets." Lin Shu took out his passenger card, and only then did they believe him. Indeed a passenger," the female flight attendant said. "Sorry for the alarm, passengers. The Black Tiger robber gang attempted to rob the train just now, but they have been dealt with by the Federation Army. We deeply apologize for the inconvenience caused to all passengers. The company will issue compensation to all of you." A passenger retorted, "What about the martial artists who died because of your negligence?" The female Federation soldier bowed and apologized sincerely. "The company will provide compensation to their families, please rest assured." Suddenly Lin Shu spoke up, "Since you chose to come to the path of death, you must be prepared to die at any time." The passenger asked in surprise, "Young man, are you also going to the path of death?" "My name is TNG. Aye, can we team up? We can look out for each other." Lin Shu turned and introduced himself. "My name is Lin Shu. What can you offer for us to cooperate?" TNG scratched his head and said, 3 years ago I came to the path of death with an adventure team, so I know a little about the first half of the route. If I'm there, you can avoid many hidden dangers. This must be your first time on the path of death, right? There are many forks at the beginning of the path of death, all leading to death. It's difficult to pass without a guide." Lin Shu thought for a moment and agreed. We can cooperate like that. What are you going to the path of death for? To kill evolved beasts for money like the others? TNG said, I'm going to the path of death to find a plant, but there might be powerful evolved beasts in that place. I was wondering if you could help me if possible. Lin Shu walked over to open the door and said, I can consider it. Come find me when we get there. Outside, the sky was gray and a few houses were scattered in the desert. TNG said, this is the starting point of the path of death, the only inhabited place, Blackstone Town. The two walked with their weapons talking when suddenly a huge hand reached out and a stranger appeared. Wait, the path of death is not a place for a snot-nosed kid like you. You could lose your life here in an instant. Why don't you give me everything valuable you have and I'll protect you? Lin Shu smiled and said, is this a disguised robbery? You're quite imaginative. Someone's already here to offer up experience points so soon. Suddenly a monster rushed towards the two. A scream rang out. It's a second-tier evolved beast. A monster charged straight at the man. It opened its bloody maw, revealing sharp fangs, and with one bite the person who had just threatened them was instantly killed. Lin Shu crossed his arms and said sarcastically, you could lose your life in an instant. So he was talking about himself. Suddenly, the monster turned its head, its mouth still stained with blood. It roared at Lin Shu. Lin Shu said disdainfully, what are you looking at? TNG shouted. Be careful. The monster was rushing towards Lin Shu at an extremely fast speed. Lin Shu said calmly, you beast, am I weaker than that guy? As he spoke, he used crushing fist, punching the monster in the head and making it stagger. With just one punch, Lin Shu killed the monster on the spot. TNG stared dumbfounded at the huge monster that had been knocked to the ground. Lin Shu asked in confusion, why did an evolved beast suddenly appear? TNG rushed over. It's like this here. Sometimes evolved beasts break through the walls. They run into the town. The people here are used to it. Lin Shu asked in surprise, evolved beasts can run in at any time and the people here still dare to live in this town? He stood up and said to TNG, let's go. TNG followed. Okay, the people around were whispering. Someone in a team of martial artists who had witnessed everything said, that guy only has the aura of a first-tier martial artist, yet he can kill a second-tier evolved beast with one punch. He looks so young. Could he be from Sanctuary Academy at the end of the path of death? The person next to him agreed. Every year many talented young people get into Sanctuary Academy and cross the path of death to get there. The woman in the team smiled and said, I didn't expect such a powerful young man. I'd love to team up with him. An old man sat in a watchtower sighing wearily. I really don't understand why young people these days are so willing to die just for fame and fortune. The bald man in the team turned around angrily and shouted, old man, what did you just say? Are you cursing us? Let me ask you, what kind of evolved beasts are around the path of death? The old man with a pipe in his mouth slowly said, there are too many kinds of evolved beasts. I'm old and my memory isn't good, I can't remember them all. Not hearing a satisfactory answer, the bald man walked straight over and snatched the pipe from the old man's hand. I'm asking you a question, don't give me that crap. Over here. Lin Shu's group turned to look at the situation. TNG said, those guys are asking for death. That old man is not as easy to mess with as he looks. Lin Shu thought to himself, he's a fourth-tier martial artist. I didn't expect a small-town resident to be so strong, but it's strange. Without such strength he would have been eaten by the evolved beast that ran into the village long ago. Over here, the old man picked up his pipe from the ground without a word. The bald man became even more annoyed and was about to kick the old man. How dare you look down on me, you're looking for death. Suddenly Lin Shu appeared and kicked the bald man in the back. You're a grown man, don't you know how to respect your elders? The bald man bent over, turned around and shouted, kid, are you looking for trouble? Lin Shu smiled and held up two fingers. Aren't you the ones looking for trouble? You have two choices. Either you leave on your own or I send you to another world. Those martial artists were so angry they gritted their teeth, unable to say a word. They left, not forgetting to leave a threat. We're leaving. Kid, you better watch out. Lin Shu asked the old man with concern. Old man, are you okay? The old man replied, I'm fine, thank you, young man. At this, Lin Shu smiled, turned and said, it's good that you're okay. We'll be on our way then. Goodbye, old man. Suddenly the old man called out to Lin Shu, young man, wait. The old man with his pipe in his mouth blew out a puff of smoke. He said kindly, there aren't many young people like you who respect their elders these days. I can't bear to see you die so young. Go 500 meters ahead and remember to take a detour. There's a plague of insects up ahead. Lin Shu smiled and said, okay, thank you, old man. TNG thought to himself, this guy probably saw through the old man's strength long ago, right? He deliberately made a move just now. What a cunning fellow. Ahead were monsters climbing on the mountains. A huge black shadow with two long, thin horns on its head appeared from behind the mountain. A giant monster appeared, looking like a super-evolved cricket that had been magnified. And it wasn't just one, but a whole swarm that flew over. The other martial artists were terrified. It's the second-tier evolved beast, the Black Emperor. A swarm of Black Emperors rushed straight over, attacking one of the martial artists. The person being attacked screamed. In the end, only a skeleton remained without a trace of flesh or blood. The remaining martial artist quickly ran away. Run, run! Then the Black Emperors swarmed and ate another person. Help! The person cried out in despair. In the mountains, these monsters always appeared in groups, which was terrifying. TNG looked in the direction the monsters had appeared, his eyes filled with worry and relief. Luckily, we listened to that old man, or we would have been finished. Lin Shu smiled with satisfaction. So you can't just bully those who look weak. Then TNG and Lin Shu continued on their journey. Lin Shu looked at the shape of the stone pillars in front of him. They were all twisted and crooked, making it impossible to find a path. TNG walked ahead, reached out his hand and said, it's okay. The predecessors usually leave traces here. I'll look for them. Two people hurried over from behind them. It was the same group of people who had been taught a lesson by Lin Shu for being rude to the old man. One of them, a disheveled woman in ragged clothes, looked at Lin Shu and Tianji and asked loudly, "Hey, you knew which path had evolved beasts, why didn't you tell us?" Lin Shu stood with one hand on his hip, his expression unwelcoming. "You're nothing to me. Why should I care if you live or die?" The girl was at a loss for words, her brow furrowed. Tianji shouted from the other side, "Found it this way." The group watched blankly as Lin Shu and Tianji walked away. The girl said to her companion, "Let's follow them. They seem to know this place well," her disheveled companion agreed. Amidst the towering stone pillars, Lin Shu gripped a massive pillar with both hands and moved to another spot. Lin Shu followed behind Tianji. "I'm so lucky to have you. Without you, we couldn't have gotten out so easily." Tianji smiled modestly. "You're too kind. It's thanks to the markings left by those who came before." In front of them was a dense, lush forest. Lin Shu asked in confusion, "That forest up ahead is," Tianji explained. "That's the Azure Forest. It gets its name because all the trees there are blue. But there are a lot of evolved beasts inside, so we need to be careful." Lin Shu sensed a sound. Behind them was the same group of people, but then he sensed a different presence. Lin Shu's eyes revealed an analytical image. There was a sound and another group of evolved beasts appeared. Tianji said in surprise, "Damn, more Black Emperors. Did they follow those people?" Only Lin Shu was secretly pleased. They had come at just the right time. He had been worried about not getting enough experience points. The swarm of Black Emperors chased after the group, who screamed as they ran. "Ah, it's the Black Emperors, the Black Emperors." Lin Shu smiled to himself. Those martial artists were scared out of their wits by the Black Emperors. Lin Shu reached out to untie the bindings on his body. It wasn't that these things were small, but their large numbers and ferocity made them truly difficult to deal with. The long spear was untied and Lin Shu held it, but fortunately it couldn't stump him. Lin Shu unleashed 100 birds, paying homage to the phoenix, the tip of his spear whipping out a flame. The powerful flame fiercely rushed towards the Black Emperors, incinerating them. The system continuously prompted. Dane killed a second-tier Black Emperor insect, gained 5,000 experience points. Killed a second-tier Black Emperor insect, gained 5,000 experience points. Lin Shu continued to attack the Black Emperors with his long spear. Lin Shu was thrilled. Although the experience points weren't much, there was strength in numbers. The charred Black Emperors fell to the ground one after another. The system kept ringing. Dane killed a second-tier Black Emperor insect, gained 5,000 experience points. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shu had wiped out all the Black Emperors in one fell swoop. Lin Shu landed on both knees with a proud posture. The swarm of Black Emperors lay scattered on the ground, burned to a crisp. Lin Shu held a cloth bag, his eyes filled with satisfaction. "With just a little effort, I've earned over 100 second-tier variant crystals. No wonder they say the path of death is a place to make money, but dealing with tens of thousands of Black Emperors just now wasn't that easy." That group of people was dumbfounded. Tianji just smiled. He thought to himself, "This kid easily dealt with over 100 Black Emperors. He's too amazing. Maybe this time I'll definitely be able to get that plant." Lin Shu walked forward with his spear. "Let's go. We don't know what kind of monsters are waiting for us ahead." Tianji raised a hand behind him and followed excitedly. In the gloomy forest, the branches were covered in a deep shade of green. Lin Shu asked, "Is the thing you're looking for in this azure forest?" Tianji replied, "No, we have to pass through this blue forest to reach Black Flame Lake." At this moment, Lin Shu and Tianji were resting under a tree. Lin Shu looked at his phone screen and said, "According to a post on the Martial Artist Alliance website, there might be a lot of evolved beasts up ahead." Tianji agreed affirmatively. "That's right, and I don't know if it's because of the soil, but their skin is green, so they can easily hide in the forest. We must be very careful." Lin Shu swiped his phone and a few missions appeared. 1. Collect soil from the Azure Forest, reward 100,000 Alliance coins. 2. Obtain the skin of a blue variant snake, reward 1.2 million Alliance coins. 3. Collect flame crystals, reward 50 million Alliance coins. 4. Before he could read the fourth one, Lin Shu stopped and asked, "What's a flame crystal? The reward is so high." Tianji, sitting beside him, explained, "Flame crystals, I remember they seem to be at the bottom of Black Flame Lake. These crystals appear at the bottom of the lake every few decades, so they're extremely rare." Lin Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, "Is your destination also Black Flame Lake?" "Yes, I might as well try my luck. I'll accept this mission first." Lin Shu suddenly sensed something. Killing intent. A beam of light shot towards Lin Shu and Tianji's seats, and the two quickly dodged. Lin Shu warned, "Be careful, there's an assassin." The beams of light increased, attacking continuously. Lin Shu quickly ran away. Lin Shu looked up at the high branches. "I've found you." Lin Shu jumped up using the tree trunk as a stepping stone and nimbly climbed to the top. Lin Shu had already spotted the attacker. The man's face turned pale, and he looked at Lin Shu's sudden appearance with terror. Lin Shu swept his spear across the man's head and blood gushed out. Dane killed a second-tier martial artist. Gained 1,500 experience points. Lin Shu smiled. "Looks like there's more than one. HMPH. All of you will become my experience points." Beams of light shot towards Tianji. Tianji ran to dodge. "Damn it, it's the Black Tiger robber gang. Is this their territory too?" Tianji took out his weapon from behind his back, swung his spear with one hand, and a flash of light shot out. A member of the Black Tiger robber gang was sent flying by TNG, and he shouted, "Flowing light slash." The man was knocked to the ground and dust billowed around him. At the same time, a loud shout came from behind TNG. TNG knew and used a move to attack the man. TNG was panting, sweating profusely, and shouted intermittently, "Flowing light." TNG looked at the person behind him in astonishment. It was Lin Shu. TNG was extremely shocked in his heart. That kid is too terrifying. I've only dealt with one, and he's already taken care of the remaining 6 or 7. Lin Shu walked over and asked, "Is the Black Tiger robber gang based in this area?" TNG tilted his head and replied, "I'm not sure, but there are many ill-intentioned martial artists in the Azure Forest who specialize in attacking other martial artists and robbing them of their belongings." Lin Shu asked again in confusion, "Which way should we go now? The color and type of trees here all look the same. I can't tell the direction at all." TNG confidently took out his treasure. It was a locator. "Don't worry, I have this," Lin Shu asked curiously. "A compass?" TNG took out the locator and there were some dots on the screen. "No, the magnetic field here affects compasses, so they're useless. This points to the direction with the strongest magnetic field." TNG pointed his finger. "The deeper we go into the Azure Forest, the stronger the magnetic field becomes. As long as we have this, we won't get lost. Let's go this way." The trees were a gloomy color and there was some fog around. Lin Shu sensed a high-level evolved beast over there. TNG replied, "Let's go take a look." The two walked on the brown ground. As Lin Shu walked, he assessed, "The ground is a bit wet, it just rained here." TNG replied, "Yes, it sometimes rains on the path of death, but only in a small area." Lin Shu's eyes were serious. Ahead was a dark shadow like a giant worm lying on the ground. It was a third-tier evolved beast, the Tyrannosaurus leech. Its characteristics were a rare species found in the Azure Forest, about 50 centimeters long, with occasional mutant individuals reaching up to 1 meter in length. It moved slowly and its call sounded like a cow's moo. Both Lin Shu and TNG turned pale. TNG shouted in horror. "Oh my god," Lin Shu asked. "Do you have any salt?" Lin Shu thought to himself. "I've heard leeches are afraid of salt. I wonder if this thing is too." TNG held a can of salt, but there was only a little bit left at the bottom. "I have some, but not much." Lin Shu opened the can and sinisterly sprinkled all the salt onto the leech. The salt grains stuck to the leech's body. The leech opened its mouth wide and roared loudly. Lin Shu and TNG were so surprised their mouths hung open wide enough to swallow the entire earth. The giant leech had a large circular mouth filled with circular teeth. The leech attacked Lin Shu, but he dodged, and the leech crashed into a large tree behind him instead. The leech's mouth was sticky with a green liquid, and when it sprayed onto the tree trunk, the massive trunk fell with a crash. The leech was now furious, its body wriggling as the giant leech rapidly attacked Lin Shu. Lin Shu swung his spear, the tip emitting flames, and a jet of fire shot out, straight at the leech's body. Lin Shu pierced the leech's body with his spear. The leech seemed to be tormented by the heat and flames, roaring with its mouth wide open. Lin Shu and TNG looked at their opponent with serious expressions. Lin Shu calculated, "Is it dealt with?" Leeches are supposed to be very afraid of losing water from their bodies. With the flames from 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, I should be able to cook it. The flames were still burning on the leech's body. The leech's eyes glowed and the dust stirred up by its movement filled the air. Lin Shu said in surprise, "Damn, it actually burrowed underground." The leech's entire body burrowed deep into the ground. TNG said, "No, I can't see it." A body shape appeared on the ground and Lin Shu warned, "Be careful, it's still here." The system displayed third-tier evolved beast Tyrannosaurus leech, a rare species found in the Azure Forest, about 50 centimeters long with occasional mutant individuals. Can reach up to 1 meter in length, moves slowly, and its call sounds like a cow's moo. Lin Shu tilted his head towards the source of the sound. "Hee, has a newcomer arrived?" A newcomer appeared. It was the third-tier martial artist Wang Er. TNG whispered to Lin Shu, "It's a hunter, a guy who specializes in ambushing martial artists in the Azure Forest." TNG said to Wang Er, "What do you want?" Wang Er smiled, holding a knife wrapped in red silk. "What do I want? You're asking the obvious. Since you know I'm a hunter, of course I want to chop off your heads and take everything you have." The system displayed third-tier martial artist Wang Er. Meanwhile, underground, a huge monster the same color as the soil was crawling. The third-tier evolved beast Tyrannosaurus leech was a rare species found in the Azure Forest, about 50 centimeters long, with occasional mutant individuals reaching up to 1 meter in length. It moved slowly and its call sounded like a cow's moo. Lin Shu looked at the person and the beast before him and warned, "Don't say I didn't warn you. If you take one more step forward, you might lose your leg." Wang Er pointed at Lin Shu. "In all these years, this is the first time I've been scared by my prey. Kid, you've got guts. I'll give you a quick death later." Wang Er confidently walked forward with his knife, but Wang Er had no idea that the evolved beast was right in front of him. As Wang Er walked forward, he was eaten by the leech. Wang Er shouted in terror, Tyrannosaurus leech." The leech bit down on one of Wang Er's legs. A piece of cloth was torn and green liquid flowed out. Wang Er slapped the leech, cursing, "You beast, go to hell." Lin Shu asked in confusion, "Is it dealt with just like that?" Suddenly, a pile of small larvae appeared on the ground, emitting a green gas. System prompt third-tier evolved beast. Larva characteristics, larva of the Tyrannosaurus leech. They move quickly, have suckers on their heads, and can attach to the human body to suck blood. They are highly nutritious and have a crispy texture when eaten raw. Lin Shu's mouth hung open in surprise. Damn, it actually gave birth to so many small ones. A swarm of larvae appeared, crawling up Wang Er's leg. They also crawled onto Wang Er's body. Wang Er waved his hands to drive them away, his eyes filled with terror, constantly cursing, "Get lost," but the larvae still clung to Wang Er's body, and he was still trying to drive them away. "Get away!" Wang Er fell to the ground, screaming loudly, as the larvae covered his body, gradually gathering. In the end, only a dried corpse remained of Wang Er, his eyes reduced to two black empty sockets. Seeing this, TNG hurriedly said, "Lin Shu, let's run." Lin Shu raised his hand to touch his forehead, thinking to himself, although these leeches are small, they are third-tier evolved beasts, a whole bunch of experience points. Lin Shu didn't listen to TNG. His eyes lit up and he smiled excitedly. "Experience points, here I come." Lin Shu thrust his spear, Rainstorm Pear Blossom, straight at the leech larva. Lin Shu added another move, Pear Blossom Thrusting Spear, to attack the small leeches. The leeches were sent flying, and the system continuously prompted, "Ding, killed a Tyrannosaurus leech." Larva gained 1500 experience points. "Ding, killed a Tyrannosaurus leech." Larva gained 1500 experience points. Lin Shu smiled happily, not expecting these small leeches to yield so many experience points. Lin Shu kept swinging his lightning-infused attacks, causing the leeches to be continuously sent flying to their deaths. Lin Shu swung his long spear, and with a final brilliant strike, the leeches were sent flying amidst a cloud of dust. The system also continuously prompted, "Ding, killed a Tyrannosaurus leech." Larva gained 1500 experience points. "Ding, killed a Tyrannosaurus leech." Larva gained 1500 experience points. The leech larva twitched and died under the attack. Finally, after the dust settled, the leeches were scattered on the ground, and Lin Shu, holding his sword, quietly ended this glorious battle. TNG looked at the densely packed leech corpses on the ground and said in surprise, in less than a minute he actually cleaned up this swarm of small leeches. The leeches were chopped into pieces and scattered on the ground. But Lin Shu frowned in surprise. "Damn, it's still not dead." The giant leech appeared in front of Lin Shu again, lunging at him with its mouth wide open. Lin Shu forcefully released flames. "Go to hell." The flames shot out straight at the giant leech. Lin Shu glanced behind him where there was a large leech and a few small ones. Lin Shu quickly rushed forward, shouting, "100 birds paying homage to the phoenix." Lin Shu swung his long spear, attacking with full energy. Still trying to run, Lin Shu fiercely thrust his spear. Lin Shu pressed the tip of his long spear to the ground, assuming a posture ready to release his aura. A raging fire ignited on the ground. The leech was burned, roaring with its mouth wide open. The system displayed, "Ding, killed a 4th-tier Tyrannosaurus leech, gained 1,888,888 experience points. Congratulations, Master, you have successfully leveled up. Current level is 17. The leech was cut in half. A red variant crystal also fell out of the leech's body. Lin Shu walked on the ground covered with small leech corpses. Great, so much experience. A 4th-tier variant crystal can sell for over 1 million, and the leech's skin is a good material too. Lin Shu checked on his phone, his eyes shining with unparalleled excitement. Damn, the reward for the Tyrannosaurus leech skin on the Martial Artist Alliance website is actually 10 million. I'm rich, I'm rich. Lin Shu smiled happily. A panel appeared on the system. Host Lin Shu, level 17, strength 320 to 337, physique 107-20, speed 80. Comprehensive combat power 2102 to 2220. The 3rd-tier martial artist title increases physique attribute by 20 points. Accumulated rage 01. Skills, Analytical Eye, Rage, Camouflage. Lin Shu looked at his level panel and thought, I've already reached level 17. Having gained 17 potential points, Lin Shu said, System, add them all to strength. Lin Shu stood in the distance, waving and calling to TNG. Let's go, TNG replied. Okay, Black Flame Lake is just ahead. At Black Flame Lake, the forest was still gloomy, accompanied by the cold, wide expanse of the lake. Lin Shu asked, Is this Black Flame Lake? TNG looked ahead and replied, That's right, Black Flame Lake. Lin Shu reached out to touch the lake water. It was surprisingly bone-chillingly cold, which was strange. Suddenly, TNG knelt on the ground. Lin Shu was surprised and confused. Brother Tien, what are you doing? TNG took out a photo from his phone, his eyes filled with pleading. Lin Shu, please help me. The plant I mentioned before is the Black Flame Ginseng, and it grows at the bottom of Black Flame Lake. Tears rolled down TNG's cheeks, his eyes filled with sorrow. TNG explained, My daughter is infected with a virus. Her right eye has an incurable disease and her immune system is gradually weakening. With this condition, I'm afraid even a slight cold breeze could take her life. Lin Shu looked at TNG and the photo on his phone. TNG recounted, Over the years I've traveled all over the country asking everywhere, and I found out that the Black Flame Ginseng at the bottom of Black Flame Lake can cure my daughter's illness. TNG placed his hands on the ground and bowed to Lin Shu. There must be a powerful evolved beast at the bottom of the lake, but its strength probably won't exceed 4th tier. I've seen your skills along the way. If you go down to the bottom to get that plant, it will definitely be no problem. Please help me. Lin Shu remained silent, his eyes still focused on TNG. Lin Shu bent his knees, squatted down close to TNG, and said with a smile, Brother Tien, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get here so easily. Coincidentally, I also accepted a mission to retrieve the flame crystal, so even if you hadn't asked, I would have had to go down to the bottom of this lake to check it out. TNG took out a pair of swimming goggles and said with a happy smile, Thank you, Lin Shu. Don't worry, I won't let you do this for nothing. Here are some swimming goggles for you. They have a miniature searchlight on them, which will help you see more clearly underwater. TNG reminded Lin Shu. But Lin Shu, the flame crystal isn't always there, you need luck to find that thing. Lin Shu put on the swimming goggles. Whether it's there or not, I'll go down and try. Don't worry, I will definitely get the thing you're talking about for you. Lin Shu immediately jumped into the water, leaving TNG on the shore. Lin Shu swam into the water, feeling the current so cold. Lin Shu turned on the underwater searchlight. After enveloping my body with source energy, it doesn't feel so bone-chillingly cold anymore. Lin Shu continued to swim and explore. It's so strange that there isn't a single fish in such a large lake. Lin Shu continued to swim downwards, diving deep, and found no flame crystal or black flame ginseng at the bottom of the lake. Suddenly, Lin Shu spotted a foreign object ahead. Is that white object the flame crystal? A black object swam towards Lin Shu. It was an evolved beast. A ferocious fish appeared. It was a giant clawed white fish, a 4th-tier evolved beast. Lin Shu's light shone directly on the giant clawed white fish's face. Lin Shu's body still exuded an aura, his mouth tightly shut to prevent water from entering. Lin Shu looked at the giant clawed white fish with difficulty. Lin Shu frowned and the giant clawed white fish charged over. Lin Shu observed the giant clawed white fish's movements, feeling uneasy. Damn, it's too fast, I can't dodge. The water surface remained calm, but underwater Lin Shu was fighting the giant clawed white fish with all his might. Activating Berserk, Lin Shu directly kicked at the 2 massive claws of the giant clawed white fish. The giant clawed white fish turned around and glared fiercely at Lin Shu. Lin Shu used all his strength to unleash a powerful punch straight at the giant clawed white fish. The giant clawed white fish struggled to withstand the punch, which went straight through its head. With a loud bang, the giant clawed white fish seemed to explode into hundreds of phantoms. Lin Shu thought to himself, crushing fist is hindered by the water and can't exert its full power. I wonder if that fish is dead. The system hasn't prompted a kill. Suddenly, Lin Shu noticed something. Amidst the surrounding bones, a glowing object flickered. Lin Shu exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, isn't that the flame crystal?" Lin Shu shone his light to the side and there was also a black flame ginseng. Lin Shu dived to the bottom of the lake in ecstasy. Great, I found the black flame ginseng too. But suddenly, the giant clawed white fish charged from behind to attack Lin Shu. It wasn't dead. Lin Shu was shocked by the sudden attack. Damn, crushing fist is actually useless against it. Lin Shu charged straight over, fiercely punching the giant clawed white fish in the eye. But the fish was unharmed. It swam around Lin Shu, seemingly looking for a chance to counterattack. Suddenly it raised its massive claws, trying to grab Lin Shu. The claws rushed over at an extremely fast speed. Lin Shu dodged the claws. Damn, the power of crushing fist is too weak in the water. It can't pose a threat to it at all, and I didn't bring a weapon down. Once the berserk time is over, I'll definitely die in the water. Lin Shu quickly swam towards the surface. I have to get ashore first and then think of a way. The giant clawed white fish glared fiercely at Lin Shu. It charged straight at Lin Shu, opening its massive mouth full of sharp teeth, wanting to devour him. Lin Shu tried to swim faster, but the fish was still chasing. Lin Shu struggled to swim quickly towards the surface. Suddenly, the giant clawed white fish had already rushed ahead, blocking Lin Shu's escape route. The giant clawed white fish used its huge claws to clamp down on Lin Shu, but it only caught his clothes. Lin Shu laughed triumphantly. You took the bait. How's my golden cicada sheds its shell? A combat suit worth several million alliance coins. I hope it's sturdy enough. Lin Shu used all his strength to pull the giant clawed white fish to the shore. Come on up. Lin Shu swam faster and faster, finally breaking the surface. Lin Shu shouted excitedly, come on up, get up here for me. TNG looked at the fish, dumbfounded. The fish is too big. Lin Shu kicked the giant clawed white fish. The giant clawed white fish was pulled ashore, glaring fiercely at Lin Shu. After landing, Lin Shu said, now that you're on shore, do you think you're still my match? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shu punched the giant clawed white fish. Die. A notification popped up on the screen. Killed the 4th-tier evolved beast giant clawed white fish. Gained 350,000 experience points. The giant clawed white fish's eyes rolled back, its life force depleted. It could no longer withstand Lin Shu's fatal blow. TNG bushed over, shouting as he ran. Lin Shu, TNG asked with concern, are you okay? Lin Shu said, I found the flame crystal and the black flame ginseng. Lin Shu walked out of the water holding the black flame ginseng. Lin Shu asked TNG, look, is this it? TNG was so moved he burst into tears. Yes, this is it. Thank you. TNG bowed to Lin Shu in gratitude. Thank you, my daughter is saved this time. Lin Shu replied, you're welcome. TNG said, Lin Shu, this is a movement skill card left by my ancestors. I can no longer cultivate it. TNG handed it to Lin Shu. Take it. Lin Shu immediately refused. A gold level movement skill, it's too precious, I can't accept it. TNG tried to explain. The value of the black flame ginseng is no less than a gold level movement skill. To me it's a life-saving medicine. Lin Shu, please accept this gold level movement skill. At this point, Lin Shu had no choice but to accept the gift. Alright, since Brother Tien insists, I'll accept it. Are you preparing to go back now? TNG replied. Yes, I must hurry back now to save my daughter with the black flame ginseng. Lin Shu quickly asked, Brother Tien, where does this path lead if I continue forward? TNG replied, the next 50 kilometers are all within the Azure Forest. I don't know what's deeper. 3 years ago, my adventure team and I only reached the edge of the Azure Forest because we were beaten back by a powerful evolved beast. After speaking, TNG waved goodbye to Lin Shu. Lin Shu, we part here. We'll meet again if fate allows. Lin Shu happily replied, see you again if fate allows. Night fell. As Lin Shu roasted the meat of the giant clawed white fish, he marveled, I never thought this strange fish's meat would be so delicious. Lin Shu took a big bite of the fish meat and said, "Snow treading without a trace, this movement skill sounds really powerful. I can already feel my body as light as a swallow, this skill is really strong." Suddenly, there was a flash of lightning and a clap of thunder in the sky. Lin Shu was startled. "Damn, what's with this weather? I only just put my clothes out to dry." Lin Shu quickly ducked into a nearby cave, eating fish meat while enjoying the rain. "It's raining, I'll hide for a while." Suddenly, a girl ran over in a panic from a distance, shouting as she ran, "Help, help me, help me. There's a high-level evolved beast over there, help." This girl was Wang Shaohua, a third-tier martial artist. Lin Shu quickly got up to support Wang Shaohua stand up first. Before Shaohua could thank him, Lin Shu kicked her. Lin Shu kicked fiercely at Wang Shaohua. Wang Shaohua was a bit surprised, but she also quickly dodged Lin Shu's attack. Wang Shaohua stood behind Lin Shu and asked in confusion, "Why did you suddenly hit someone?" Lin Shu lowered his eyes to look at the girl behind him. "Wang Shaohua, third-tier martial artist. You're also a hunter in the Azure Forest, right? Your performance was very clumsy and you couldn't hide the killing intent on your body at all." Shaohua was surprised. "You actually know my name." In the rain, Shaohua smiled with one hand behind her back. "But it doesn't matter. On the Hunter Network, a difficulty X level prey, a small fry like you can be dealt with easily." Shaohua raised one hand and signaled attack. Others appeared in the forest and rushed over. Those people rushed up to attack Lin Shu, and one guy with a sword shouted fiercely, "Die!" The guy swung his sword straight at Lin Shu, but Lin Shu was very skilled and easily dodged it. Lin Shu squatted down. His eyes were sharp as he observed. Lin Shu swung his long spear in a counterattack. Rainstorm Pear Blossom. The guy's eyes were filled with horror. What? In a flash, the guy was sent flying, accompanied by a miserable scream. System notification, ding, killed a second-tier martial artist, gained 16,000 experience points. The remaining people resolutely refused to admit defeat and charged at Lin Shu. Kill him, die. Each person used a different move. One person stretched out his hand and used lightning 5-shot cannon. Another used Mad Dog Fist. The rest used leg-breaking bone kill. Lin Shu watched with focused eyes as they desperately tried to kill him. Lin Shu swung his long spear, unleashing a powerful judgment of light. Those people were sent flying with pale faces. Lin Shu tightly gripped his long spear and attacked continuously. Lin Shu used a series of moves, Rainstorm Pear Blossom, and the spear clones stabbed at those people. Miserable screams rose and fell and a system notification popped up. Ding, killed a second-tier martial artist, gained 16,000 experience points. Ding, killed a second-tier martial artist, gained 16,000 experience points. Shaohua watched the scene before her in disbelief. Why is it that you, who clearly only have the strength of a first-tier martial artist, can so easily deal with these second-tier martial artists? Shaohua's eyes were dangerous, with a hint of playful amusement in her smile. But this is more exciting. Shaohua smiled triumphantly. Tearing off the heads of the strong with astonishing power makes me excited. Shaohua was standing in the distance, but she quickly disappeared. Shaohua appeared in front of Lin Shu with incredible speed. Lin Shu used his spear to block Shaohua's attack, secretly assessing her speed is too fast, it's a movement skill. Shaohua attacked Lin Shu continuously, and Lin Shu also quickly dodged those attacks. Lin Shu swung his long spear to counterattack. Shaohua held a very powerful weapon in her hand and smiled as she assessed. Tisk tisk, not bad. Shaohua continued to attack. Hell Dragon Kill. A powerful force was unleashed and a giant snake seemed to appear, charging fiercely. Lin Shu looked up at the giant snake in the air and dodged its attack. Lin Shu smiled, stretched out his hand to grab, and behind him Shaohua's weapon charged over. Lin Shu glanced in surprise. It actually came back. Shaohua's two darts were flying towards Lin Shu from the opposite direction. Lin Shu used his spear to counterattack. The two darts flew into the distance, but more darts appeared, densely attacking Lin Shu. Lin Shu used his spear to block. Lin Shu gritted his teeth, tensing his body to block. How can this be? I can't push them away. Shaohua's eyes were full of interest and she laughed happily. The harder you push, the faster it rebounds. They won't stop until they cut you into pieces. The darts kept rushing over and Lin Shu's body was covered in scratches. Lin Shu swung his long spear and charged straight at Shaohua. Damn it, I'll kill you first, Lin Shu shouted and rushed up. He thrust his long spear but Shaohua quickly dodged. Shaohua was surprised. Damn, this kid really knows how to play. Shaohua recalled her darts. Looks like I underestimated you. Shaohua used Crescent Slash. Lin Shu showed no concern but was very excited. Come on, Lin Shu also used a move, Charged Strike. The battle broke out, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Shaohua's eyes were dull. How is this possible? Your speed and strength suddenly surged. Shaohua shouted in the smoke of the explosion and the system notified again. Ding, killed a third-tier martial artist, gained 300,000 experience points. Afterwards, in a vast desert on the other side was a dense forest and a huge lake. Lin Shu had already walked out and was walking in the desert, his expression as if he was about to die of thirst. Lin Shu walked sweating profusely, carrying a huge piece of wood on his back, his tongue always sticking out. Holding a water bottle in his hand, his expression was so painful he was about to die. My God, this place is so strange. On one side it's pouring rain and the forest is dense, on the other it's a dry and hot desert. Lin Shu raised his water to drink. It's so hot and dry, without a water source I'll probably dehydrate soon. Luckily I brought that drink that can replenish a whole day's water. As he stepped on the sand his foot suddenly sank. Lin Shu was horrified. Damn, quicksand? In front of Lin Shu was a pile of raised sand. Lin Shu's eyes were dull. Damn, another evolved beast appeared. It's a giant clawed sandworm. A fourth-tier evolved beast that lives in the desert, is very agile, and is good at hiding in the sand to deliver a fatal blow to people. A huge giant clawed sandworm appeared in front of Lin Shu. Lin Shu used his long spear to attack the giant clawed sandworm. 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. As the giant clawed sandworm opened its big mouth, the flames rushed over. The flames attacked the giant clawed sandworm, causing it to fall. In just a second, the giant clawed sandworm fell to the ground. The giant clawed sandworm's body twitched and contracted. Lin Shu smiled and said, "Is it dealt with just like that? Do you deserve that body of yours?" A burst of laughter came from behind, and Lin Shu looked doubtfully at a group of martial artists running over. It was the giant clawed sandworm. The young man looked at Lin Shu and asked, "Did you kill it?" Another person touched the giant clawed sandworm's body and said disdainfully, "HMPH, I overestimated him. How could a mere first-tier martial artist possibly kill a giant clawed sandworm? He must have just passed by. He thought he had gotten a great deal." Lin Shu held his long spear and admitted with a powerful aura, "This is my prey." The person didn't believe him. "Just because you say so?" The one who spoke was Chen Kun. Chen Kun pointed at Lin Shu and said with a smile, "Let's go, let's dig out this giant clawed sandworm's variant crystal and take its teeth too. These are all top-tier materials for making weapons." However, the girl and her teammates appeared again. The dark-skinned girl frowned, her arms crossed. "Chen Kun, he said it was his prey, don't cause trouble." Chen Kun and one of his teammates were dismissive, even laughing contemptuously. "Stupid woman, whose side are you on? Did you fall for that kid just because he's handsome?" The girl got angry. "What did you say? Say that again if you dare. I've been putting up with you for a long time." Her teammates held the girl back. Zhang Yin said, "Ignore them, let's go." Lin Shu listened to their conversation, feeling annoyed. "These people are fighting among themselves. By the way, what does this have to do with my good looks?" Chen Kun smacked his lips while his teammate fanned the flames on the side. "It must be." But these two guys hadn't realized that the giant clawed sandworm behind them was slowly getting up. A girl in Zhang Yin's team, Lele, spoke up. "Ah, the giant worm isn't dead yet. Get out of the way." Chen Kun glanced back, and in an instant the giant clawed sandworm crushed Chen Kun into a pulp. His teammate shouted, "Chen Kun!" Zhang Yin and the others shouted loudly, fall back behind them." Only Lin Shu glanced at the giant clawed sandworm, feeling very displeased. "This damn beast, how dare it swallow my experience points." So Chen Kun's teammate shifted the blame to Lin Shu. "You did it on purpose. You clearly knew it wasn't dead. Why didn't you say anything?" Lin Shu just replied calmly, "I did. I said it was my prey." Chen Kun's teammate angrily charged at Lin Shu with his sword. "Bastard, go to hell." Lin Shu coldly swung his spear and slashed at him. "Since you know this is the path of death, then be prepared to die at any time." System notification: killed a third-tier martial artist. Gained 300,000 experience points. Zhang Yin and her teammates' eyes were filled with surprise. Lin Shu looked at the person lying on the ground, then tilted his head and asked, "You guys seem to be on the same team as these two. Aren't you going to do anything?" Zhang Yin calmly replied, "You've misunderstood. We're not on the same team. We just met by chance and decided to travel together for a while. As for people like that, if you hadn't done it, I couldn't have resisted taking care of them myself." Lele shouted in panic. "Big brother, that giant worm is coming." The giant clawed sandworm charged over fiercely. Lin Shu still cursed calmly, "HMPH, you beast, wasn't one serving of chili sauce enough?" The spear in Lin Shu's hand revealed its power. Lin Shu's eyes lit up and he swung his spear to use 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. A powerful flame rushed straight at the giant clawed sandworm. The giant clawed sandworm was burned by the flames and rolled on the ground struggling. Lele's eyes were filled with astonishment. What kind of martial art is that? That person's strength is too terrifying." Zhang Yin also added, "I've never seen a martial art like this either." A giant clawed sandworm, his move just happens to be able to destroy it from the inside. The giant clawed sandworm opened its mouth wide and let out a fierce roar. Flames were still burning inside its body. System notification: killed the 4th-tier evolved beast giant clawed sandworm, gained 177,888 experience points. Lin Shu walked over to the defeated giant clawed sandworm, holding its variant crystal in his hand, smiling. Zhang Yin stood with her hands on her hips, assessing, "This kid is really strange. His aura is obviously very weak, but his strength in a fight is very strong." Zhang Yin's teammate also added, "He was actually able to deal with that 3rd-tier giant worm all by himself." Another teammate also spoke up, "Zhang Yin, the teeth of the giant clawed sandworm are very important to us." Zhang Yin looked at the person in front of her. "I'll go talk to him." Seeing Zhang Yin approach, Lin Shu asked, "What is it?" Zhang Yin scratched her head and said with a smile, "Ahem, big brother. The giant clawed sandworm has so many teeth, can you give us some?" Zhang Yin negotiated. "We're not asking for them for free, we'll trade other materials with you. These teeth are really important to us." Lin Shu waved his hand and said as he walked away, "These teeth are useless to me, you can have them. Consider it a thank you for speaking up for me just now." Zhang Yin's eyes were filled with joy. "Really? That's great, thank you." Zhang Yin called out to her teammates, "Everyone come over and pull out the teeth." Lele smiled. "He gave us all the teeth of this sandworm so easily. Zhang Yin, he doesn't have a crush on us, does he?" Zhang Yin said fiercely, "One more word of nonsense and I'll pull out all your teeth." Zhang Yin and the others stopped their knives and pulled out the teeth of the giant clawed sandworm. Then Zhang Yin and the others looked around furtively and Lele said, "Hey, that guy seems to have already left." Lin Shu had already walked away, his figure gradually disappearing into the distance. Stepping on the sand, Lin Shu's foot sank again. Lin Shu quickly jumped into the air and shouted, "Don't tell me I've run into another big worm?" Lin Shu held his spear, assuming a battle stance, and looked at the spot where he had just sunk. Smoke rose from the sand pile and Lin Shu was suddenly pulled underground, his face turning pale. He kept shouting and screaming, and finally, Lin Shu landed somewhere underground. Lin Shu got up, rubbing his head and complaining, "Ouch, that hurts, I think I fell into a cave." Lin Shu looked at the strange place in front of him and asked in confusion, "Where is this? It looks like a secret passage." Lin Shu reached out to touch the wall. Could this be a ruin left over from the war between humans and alien invaders in the last century? I've heard that many places on the path of death are ruins left over from the last century's war. Lin Shu touched the light in the center of the wall pattern. Could those strange grooves on the wall be some kind of mechanism? In the depths of the secret passage, several pairs of red eyes were staring at Lin Shu. Lin Shu's eyes were serious, something was coming. A giant golden rat appeared. It was a third-tier evolved beast, a golden rat. And it wasn't just one golden rat but a whole swarm of them. Lin Shu was horrified. So many? Lin Shu assumed a battle stance. The golden rats launched an attack and Lin Shu swung his spear, unleashing his power. With Lin Shu's attack, beams of power knocked down the golden rats. System notification. Ding, killed a third-tier evolved beast. Golden rat gained 180,000 experience points. Lin Shu attacked continuously, and the system also prompted continuously. Ding, killed a third-tier evolved beast. Golden rat gained 180,000 experience points. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shu had cleaned up the swarm of golden rats. The golden rats lay and rose on the ground while Lin Shu stood panting heavily. Lin Shu breathed a sigh of relief. Although they weren't much of a threat, there were too many of them, and killing them all was tiring. He smiled at the bag in his hand again, but it wasn't a wasted effort. The experience points and variant crystals were good. Lin Shu went deeper inside. The swarm of golden rats just now seemed to have been startled by someone and ran to him. As Lin Shu walked, he guessed, could there be other people in the passage? Lin Shu sensed an attack and quickly blocked it with his spear. Who is it? Zhang Yin was stunned for a moment. Hey, it's you. Lin Shu was also surprised. You guys, Lin Shu asked, did you startle that swarm of golden rats just now? How did you end up here too? Zhang Yin smiled and explained, we were walking in the desert when the sand suddenly sank and then we fell here. Golden rats, it seems we did startle a swarm of evolved beasts just now. Zhang Yin smiled happily. We're really fated to meet. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Yin. This girl is Lele. The tall person next to her is her boyfriend Zhang Li, and the remaining person is called Pang Yu. Zhang Yin's teammates greeted Lin Shu enthusiastically. Hello. Lin Shu also smiled and introduced himself. My name is Lin Shu. Since we all fell down here, let's walk together. Lin Shu and Zhang Yin's group walked together. Zhang Yin asked, what kind of secret passage is this? Why isn't there a passage? Lin Shu walked to the side and replied, the junk left from 2554 should be piled up here. Zhang Yin was surprised. 2554 was over 100 years ago. How do you know? Lin Shu pointed behind him and explained, I saw the time carved on the wall just now. Lin Shu recalled the carved pattern on the wall when he first came in. Don't you guys find the grooves on the wall very familiar? Zhang Yin was puzzled. Familiar? Lin Shu suddenly had a realization. Lin Shu took out a variant crystal. Zhang Yin looked at the variant crystal. What evolved beast's variant crystal is this? Lin Shu replied. It's from the third-tier golden rat that you guys startled just now. I encountered and killed some of the evolved beasts that ran ahead. Lin Shu held the red variant crystal in his hand. When I encountered the golden rats, I was very curious why there were this kind of evolved beast here. It wasn't until I killed them and took out the variant crystals that I suddenly felt that the golden rats were the key to this secret passage. Lin Shu placed the variant crystal in the center of the carved pattern from earlier. The variant crystal fit perfectly and began to glow. The door opened. Lin Shu said, sure enough, my guess was right. Zhang Yin was surprised. Wow, it really opened. They walked through the door. As Lin Shu walked, he explained, in the last century, humans used the variant crystals of evolved beasts as a new source of energy. At that time, people not only used variant crystals to enhance their own strength, but also used them in many other places. It seems this ruin also uses variant crystals as fuel. Before Lin Shu and the others was a pile of junk. What the hell is all this stuff? Zhang Yin observed. This is most likely a laboratory from the last century, Lin Shu guessed, which surprised everyone. Mutants. In front of them were mutants lying in experimental cabins, as if they were being maintained. Mutants. Mutants from the last century. To defeat the alien invaders, humans combined the human body with the DNA of evolved beasts to create a new type of human. A clearer image of the mutant's head appeared. This new type of human was very powerful but bloodthirsty and cruel. In the end, the experiment had to be terminated, and all the mutants were eliminated. The bodies of the mutants were also very tough. Lin Shu frowned unexpectedly. He really didn't expect that after a century this terrifying thing had not completely disappeared. Black vines suddenly appeared under their feet again, wrapped around their feet. Pang Yu, save me, save me, save me. Pang Yu, hold on, what is this thing? Let go of me. Pang Yu, it pulled Pang Yu down. Pang Yu, Lin Shu and the others were caught off guard. Pang Yu cried out for help. Save me, these vines are dangerous. Pang Yu reached out for help. Save me, then he was pulled into the depths by it, leaving only a desperate cry for help. Save me. Zhang Yin rushed over. Pang Yu, hold on. The vine wrapped around Pang Yu's entire body, suspending his body in midair, and a cry of surprise was heard. Well, what is this thing? Pang Yu shouted angrily. Let me go. But the vine wrapped around Pang Yu's neck and eliminated him, but a beam of power rushed over. Zhang Li and Lele were stunned. Zhang Yin's eyes were worried. Pang Yu, Lin Shu had already rushed over to attack the vine with his power, but Pang Yu's body was pierced by the vine. He fell to the ground, and Pang Yu's teammates could only shout, Pang Yu, Pang Yu. Lin Shu looked at the vine and said he can't be saved. This place is very strange. We must find a way out as soon as possible. Pang Yu's body moved, and his teammates kept calling his name. Pang Yu, Pang Yu. Pang Yu's face had bulging veins, and so did his whole body. Pang Yu sat up, his body pierced by the vine, looking very terrifying. His teammates were stunned. What's going on? Lin Shu found out. Damn, that's Am's virus. That monster had Am's virus in its body just now. Lin Shu and the others ran for their lives. Lei stood in front. Big brother Lin, Zhang Yin, the exit is this way. Lin Shu said, go. Lin Shu pulled Zhang Yin and ran. The evolved beast roared fiercely. An evolved beast in the flames. Lin Shu and the others quickly ran out of there. Lin Shu's eyes were filled with surprise. Behind Lin Shu and the others, a group of evolved beasts was chasing them. Lin Shu shouted, they're chasing us, run! Pang Yu had turned into a zombie and was chasing them fiercely. Pang Yu raised his arm with bulging veins to attack. Lin Shu used a move and a beam of power shot towards Pang Yu. Lin Shu's eyes were serious. This Am's virus is extremely powerful. A warrior infected with this virus will directly turn into a zombie of the same level. Looking at Pang Yu's twisted appearance as a zombie, Lin Shu thought of a way, and even if its head is cut off, its body can still continue to move. If they bite someone, they will immediately be infected with the Am's virus. Lin Shu swung his long spear, unleashing his power. The only way is to cut them in half, to completely incapacitate them. Lin Shu knelt on one knee and the vine swirled into a huge vortex. It fiercely swung its vines to attack Lin Shu. Lin Shu quickly dodged. Lin Shu's eyes were filled with astonishment as the vines successfully entangled Lin Shu's body. The vines increased in number, writhing and twisting. Lin Shu looked at them. This thing is definitely not a vine but a type of beast that cannot evolve. They also have the Am's virus in their bodies. Lin Shu reminded Zhang Yin's teammates, everyone be careful. More vines appeared, attacking continuously. In an instant the vines swung out in unison. Lin Shu and the others also rushed up to attack. Zhang Yin was entangled by them. I can't do it. Lin Shu appeared in time and cut the vines off Zhang Yin. Watching the vines continuously being cut and healing, Lin Shu frowned, his eyes serious. These vines are really hard to deal with. Lin Shu unleashed his own power, spewing out a raging fire to burn the vines. This guy might be like a plant. I wonder if it's afraid of fire. The vines twisted and struggled in the flames. A corner of Lin Shu's mouth curled up. They're afraid of fire. Lin Shu continued to use his moves, spewing out another burst of flames. The vines continued to struggle in the flames. But in an instant the flames were extinguished and the vines were still intact. Not only that, the vines also spiraled up. Lin Shu was astonished. Not good, they're going to explode and release the mutants. Lin Shu shouted, damn it, this guy is so smart, stop them quickly. Lin Shu, Zhang Yin, Lei and Zhang Li did their best to cut the vines. The vines wrapped around the container in front of the mutant, causing it to crack. Eventually, the container shattered and the mutant was released. The mutant fell to the ground. In an instant, more than one mutant was released. There were other mutants. The mutant had already opened its eyes with long, sharp claws. The mutant successfully gained its freedom. It roared. System notification, mutant, third tier characteristics. Possesses the explosive power of an evolved monster, has no perception and continuously pursues its enemies. Lin Shu felt that the current situation was very tense and cursed. Damn, they're all third tier, find the exit quickly. The mutant's hand was about to touch Lin Shu's face. The mutant waved its hand to attack Lin Shu and Lin Shu quickly bent down to dodge the sneak attack. Lin Shu's body was stiff. Damn, that was close. Lin Shu also used a move to counterattack. The mutant was very fierce, fighting with one hand. The mutant waved its hand and sent Lin Shu flying. Zhang Yin was worried. Big brother Lin. In an instant several mutants rushed up and Zhang Yin also used a move to counterattack. Beams of golden light shot out attacking the mutants, but it was almost useless. Zhang Yin was surprised. Is it useless? Zhang Yin's body still revealed a light of power. Flames spewed out attacking the mutants. The mutants roared loudly and rushed straight at Lin Shu. Lin Shu said, Zhang Yin, you guys go first, I'll cover the rear. Zhang Yin was worried. Lin Shu calculated. Many dangers still lurked in these ruins, so he needed to conserve his strength and couldn't use berserk or his full power for now. Lin Shu brandished his long spear, which glowed with a light of power. Well, I can only use the cheap method my master taught me. The black light spear was exceptionally sharp, and combined with his energy he wondered what its power would be like. A beam of power shot out, striking the mutant directly. Lin Shu smiled happily. The power had indeed increased significantly. Lin Shu gripped his long spear with both hands filled with power. Lin Shu unleashed a move that sent the mutant flying, and the system prompted, ding, killed a third-tier mutant, gained 589,127 experience points. Lin Shu's expression was a mix of excitement and joy. He never expected to gain over 500,000 experience points. Awesome. Looking at the mutants before him, Lin Shu assumed a fighting stance, his mood cheerful. They're all mine. Lin Shu charged forward to attack. The mutants were all ferocious, opening their mouths wide to attack Lin Shu. Lin Shu assessed that these mutants had thick skin, felt no pain and were difficult to deal with. But their advantage was the large amount of experience points they gave at this moment. Lin Shu was easily eliminating the mutants. He thought to himself, the passages here are narrow, so it's not easy to be surrounded. This is a good opportunity to deal with a large number of enemies and get experience points. One by one the mutants fell to the ground. Zhang Yin's teammates were all astonished. The system notified, ding, killed a third-tier mutant, gained 599,128 experience points. Lei's eyes were filled with envy. This big brother is so strong. But then Lin Shu was counterattacked by a mutant, leaving Lele looking bewildered. Just 3 seconds after her praise, Zhang Yin ran over from a distance, shouting anxiously, "Brother Lin, watch out!" Zhang Yin saved Lin Shu just in time, blocking the mutant's attack. The mutant made a sound, and Lin Shu, standing behind, brandished his long spear and thrust it at the mutant. Lin Shu's eyes were cold and the system kept ringing. Ding, killed a 3rd-tier mutant. Gained 577,771 experience points. Congratulations, Master, you have successfully leveled up. Current level is 18. Ding, gained 18 potential points. Lin Shu's power panel appeared. Host Lin Shu, level 18, strength 337 increased to 349, physique 10720, speed 80, comprehensive combat power 2250 to 2350, 3rd-tier martial artist title, rage value over 100, skills, analytical eye, berserk camouflage. Lin Shu looked at his hand and smiled to himself, great, I've leveled up again. The system added 18 potential points, 12 to strength and 6 to physique. Lin Shu happily leaped into the air to attack the mutants, feeling that his power had increased a lot, and the black light spear also felt much lighter. The system rang again. Ding, killed a 3rd-tier mutant, gained 599,000 experience points. Zhang Yin couldn't believe her eyes. What was with this kid? It was as if he was on steroids, getting stronger the more he fought. Lin Shu stood before the mutants, fighting with all his might. A roar came from within, and Lele asked doubtfully, "What's that?" Lin Shu said. The sound of an explosion came from the other end of the passage. There was also a roar. It must be a huge evolved beast. The mutants all roared in unison and suddenly ran away. Zhang Yin was puzzled. They all ran away, Lin Shu guessed. It seems like something is summoning them. How strong must a monster be to command these 3rd-tier mutants? Lin Shu walked away. Forget them, let's keep moving forward. In a part of the secret passage, a beam of light shone through an open door, casting the shadows of the 4 people on the ground. Inside were all kinds of weapons. Zhang Li was surprised. Wow, this is an armory, Zhang Yin assessed. These are all old-style laser guns, and there are bombs too. If we take all of this stuff, we can definitely sell it for a lot of money. Lin Shu spoke up. First, we have to get them all out. We still don't know if we can even get out of here yet. Lele put her finger to her lips, signaling everyone to be quiet. Shush, everyone be quiet, it sounds like there's fighting. The 4 of them pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Lin Shu heard a sound coming from the crack in the door. Zhang Yin looked at the door in front of her. Could it be that other martial artists have also broken in? Could the exit be behind the door? Zhang Li crossed his arms as the sound came from the crack in the door. The 4 of them pushed the door with all their might. Lin Shu suggested, "Let's try pulling the door open." Zhang Yin assessed that this door was too heavy. The door opened and a bright light shone through the crack. A huge beam of light appeared behind the door. Lin Shu looked ahead in surprise. A group of martial artists was fighting an evolved beast and the surroundings were filled with smoke. Zhang Yin was surprised. "What is this?" Lin Shu replied, "I didn't expect there to be so many martial artists and mutants." Zhang Yin wondered why they were fighting here. Lin Shu looked at the mutants in the distance and finally understood. The mutants we encountered earlier were all summoned here by this evolved beast. A martial artist was sent flying and landed right next to Lin Shu's group. Lin Shu supported the man. The martial artist wiped his mouth. "Thanks, are you guys new here?" Zhang Yin and the others were surprised. Qin Feng patted the dust off his body. "Zhang Yin, so it's you." Zhang Yin looked at the chaos before her and asked, "What's happening here? Why are there so many martial artists and mutants?" Qin Feng pointed at the martial artists and explained, "My friends and I stumbled in here by mistake, but some special martial artists came here to hunt. The exit to the outside is in the depths of the hall, but it's blocked by a 6th-tier green vine demon beast. There's no way through." The expressions of Lin Shu's group of 4 were more surprised than if they had seen a fire. "You're saying," Zhang Li continued. "What?" Lin Shu added. "A 6th-tier green vine demon beast," Qin Feng described it. The 6th-tier green vine demon beast is a huge creature 10 meters long, shaped like a sea monster with long tentacles all over its body like green vines. The tentacles are extremely hard and can easily pierce through steel plates. Zhang Yin was surprised. "A 6th-tier evolved beast, you dare to take on such a powerful creature?" Qin Feng looked at the martial artists fighting hard. "We have over 100 3rd-tier and 4th-tier martial artists here. In addition, we have a 5th-tier martial artist, Lu Chang, leading us. We can definitely kill the evolved beast. Besides, that evolved beast has already blocked the exit. If we don't kill it, we can only wait here to die." Lin Shu spoke up. "Even so, we are facing a 6th-tier evolved beast. Attacking so recklessly isn't very appropriate." Lin Shu thought to himself, "Those people look a bit off, they're all like madmen." Qin Feng excitedly invited Lin Shu's group. "Instead of waiting here to die, let's go kill that green vine demon beast. A 6th-tier variant crystal in its body is worth a fortune." Qin Feng looked at the martial artists who were fighting, his face jubilant. Besides, Lu Chang has 2 of the latest L2 bombs. Those bombs must have already injured the green vine demon beast. A bomb was thrown and smoke filled the air amidst the explosion. The vines wriggled and appeared again. Watching the main vine extend its tentacles, someone shouted, "The green vine demon beast is out. Everyone be careful, it's indeed injured. Big Brother Lu's cannon fire is really powerful." Lin Shu guessed that the vines in the laboratory were indeed from this monster. It could extend its tentacles that far. In other words, the entire underground ruin was under its control. Lu Chang spoke up. "Everyone, the green vine demon beast has appeared. We'll split into 2 teams. One part will block the mutants and the rest will follow me to meet the green vine demon beast." The martial artists fought hard, slashing at the green vine demon beast tentacles. "Die!" The martial artists shouted loudly and madly charged into the battlefield. Those people coordinated to eliminate the mutants. Lin Shu stopped Zhang Yin and the others. Everyone be careful, these mutants are all controlled by the Green Vine Demon Beast. Lin Shu observed with focused eyes. Why am I so eager to fight right now? This feeling is so strange. A mutant suddenly noticed something and charged fiercely at Lin Shu. Lin Shu pierced the mutant's chest with his spear. Zhang Yin also slashed at a mutant with her sword. Lin Shu kept observing the martial artists who were fighting. Then Lin Shu looked at the joyful expressions on Zhang Yin's and Zhang Li's faces. Lin Shu thought to himself, the state of Zhang Yin's team is the same as the others in the hall. Lin Shu saw that they were all very excited, and their combat power had also become stronger. The long spear was pulled out of a mutant's body. Lin Shu looked back at the long spear in his hand. HMPH, all the mutants have been killed, Zhang Yin pointed excitedly. Big brother Lin, look, that Green Vine Demon Beast seems to be on its last legs. The Green Vine Demon Beast trembled and fell on its back. The tentacles on its head also fell off, and the martial artists were overjoyed. The Green Vine Demon Beast really looks like it's done for, keep attacking. Victory is in sight, we're about to win, the martial artist kept laughing happily. Kill this 6-tier evolved beast and take its variant crystal. A 6-tier variant crystal, it's mine, no one can take it from me. Zhang Yin also joined in the excitement. Brother Lin, let's go too. Lin Shu stopped them, grabbing Zhang Yin's shoulder. Don't go. Haven't you noticed any changes in yourselves? Zhang Yin asked innocently. What changes? Lin Shu explained. From the moment we stepped into the hall, we've become inexplicably excited. All the martial artists in the hall, except for Lu Chang, are in a state of excitement. If I'm not mistaken, there must be something wrong with the bombs Lu Chang threw. The bombs might contain an adrenaline-like gas. Looking at the martial artists fighting hard against the Green Vine Demon Beast, Lin Shu continued to explain, this gas can stimulate human adrenaline. Although it can improve combat efficiency in a short time, it is harmful to the human body. That's why these martial artists are desperately attacking the Green Vine Demon Beast. That Lu Chang is using everyone as cannon fodder. Zhang Yin understood the problem and said angrily, damn it, that bastard is actually using us as cannon fodder. Lin Shu continued, and he's using the Green Vine Demon Beast to wear down our numbers, planning to reap the rewards himself. The Green Vine Demon Beast kept waving its long tentacles. The martial artists were covered in wounds. One person said, this is bad, the evolved beast is playing dead. The martial artist next to him, also covered in red scratches, replied, no, this must be its final counterattack. Everyone keep attacking. The Green Vine Demon Beast tentacles shot out, attacking the martial artists, who screamed in pain. The other martial artist asked anxiously, brother, are you okay? Suddenly, the martial artist who had just been attacked by the tentacles had bulging veins all over his body. His face was pale, his eyes were red, and he was letting out low growls. The martial artists had all turned into zombies, unconsciously attacking the martial artists on this side. The martial artists who hadn't been attacked were terrified. They've mutated, it's the AMS virus. Everyone be careful. A zombie attacked a normal martial artist. That martial artist screamed in terror, my name is Ruha, I am Yi Langshen. The zombies attacked continuously, while the martial artist screamed, stop it. Zhang Yin and her teammates witnessed what had happened. It was a good thing they hadn't rushed over just now. The mutants have already been eliminated by us, so this evolved beast deliberately lured the martial artists closer. It turned them into its own puppets. Lin Shu spoke up, but looking at its condition, it probably can't last much longer either. Lu Chang shouted loudly, they are no longer our comrades, kill them. The martial artists followed the order. Kill, kill. Lu Chang's side also brandished their weapons, releasing their power. Lu Chang's attack went straight for the Green Vine Demon Beast. The Green Vine Demon Beast fell, its body splitting open, revealing the object inside. The martial artist's eyes were filled with surprise. It's the variant crystal, the 6th-tier variant crystal. The martial artist smiled excitedly, scrambling for it. It's mine. Get lost, that's mine. Lu Chang's eyes were filled with possessiveness. This is mine. Lu Chang brandished his weapon, killing the martial artists. All of you go to hell. The martial artists were caught off guard by the attack, only knowing how to shout, Brother Chang. Zhang Yin asked Brother Lin, what do we do now? Should we try to grab it? Lin Shu smiled, of course we should. That bastard doesn't deserve that variant crystal. Lu Chang revealed a wicked smile, it's mine, no one will even think of taking it from me. As Lu Chang was laughing triumphantly, declaring his ownership, Lin Shu was rushing over from behind. Lin Shu's eyes were sharp. He brandished his long spear to attack. Lu Chang was laughing triumphantly. Lu Chang also noticed, kid, you dare to snatch it from me. Lu Chang also quickly counterattacked Lin Shu. Lin Shu snorted with disdain, you put stimulants in the bombs, let everyone present be your cannon fodder, and you reap the rewards. What a despicable person. The remaining martial artists were surprised. What? They questioned Lu Chang about what was going on. The martial artists, learning the truth, were all furious. Damn it, this despicable villain, kill him. That variant crystal is ours. The martial artist menacingly rushed up to attack Lu Chang. Kill, kill. Lu Chang's eyes glowed. Brandishing his weapon, he fiercely said, kid, you're overestimating yourself. Go to hell. Lin Shu's eyes were very calm, and he assessed in his heart, 3rd tier, Judgment definitely can't block a 5th tier martial artist's attack. Fortunately, he just killed the Green Vine Demon Beast and must have consumed a lot of source power, so his strength won't be that strong. Lu Chang used a move to attack Lin Shu, and 2 beams of power fought each other, but then Lu Chang was sent flying, followed by another explosion. The martial artist rushed towards Lu Chang, cursing nonstop. Bastard will take your life while you're down, go to hell. The martial artists were extremely angry. You actually tricked us into being cannon fodder, kill him, kill him. The martial artist rushed up to slash at Lu Chang, and Lu Chang also fought back with all his might. The martial artist looked at Lin Shu and shouted urgently, kid, get lost, the variant crystal is mine. You dare to snatch our variant crystal, you can go to hell too. Lin Shu struck them with a palm. The green vine demon beast on the ground wriggled and Lin Shu felt it. HMPH, looking at the green vine demon beast tentacles on the ground, Lin Shu spoke. This green vine demon beast isn't dead yet. Lin Shu's eyes became sinister again. Great, another kill steal. Lin Shu used his power to kill the green vine demon beast, a system displayed. Ding, killed the 6th-tier green vine demon beast. Gained 8,888,888 experience points. The green vine demon beast collapsed to the ground under the final blow. Lin Shu's eyes were filled with disappointment. A 6th-tier evolved beast only gives over 1,000,000 experience points. That's too stingy. Lin Shu walked closer to the green vine demon beast and understood in his heart. No, maybe it's because the damage I dealt to the green vine demon beast was less than 40. So I only got 1/10 of the experience points. Lu Chang rushed over from behind. Kid, stop, that's mine. Lin Shu stood up, ready to make a move. Lu Chang used a move to threaten him. Go to hell. Lu Chang brandished his weapon, attacking Lin Shu. Lin Shu used his long spear as a shield to block. The weapons collided, creating sparks. Watching Lu Chang fiercely trying to eliminate him, Lin Shu calculated in his heart. As expected, a 5th-tier martial artist is not someone I can deal with. At this rate I will lose in no time. I must find a way to escape. A smile curled at the corner of Lin Shu's mouth. Then let's try this move. Lin Shu attacked with his spear. Lu Chang dodged but was still surprised. Damn, how did this kid suddenly become so strong? Isn't he just a low-tier martial artist? Lin Shu smiled. A 5th-tier martial artist is not so impressive after all. Lin Shu's entire body radiated power as he delivered another strike, his most powerful martial art. Lu Chang's face contorted. Damn it, that last strike wasn't even his strongest move. Lin Shu let out a roar to build momentum, then turned and fled, not forgetting to call him an idiot. Lu Chang was furious. Damn you, how dare you mock me? I'll tear you to pieces. Watching Lin Shu's retreating figure, Lin Shu ran to the door, reached out and pulled. Open up. Lu Chang was in hot pursuit behind him. Trying to run, kid, not so easy. Lin Shu clenched his teeth and pulled the door with all his might. Lin Shu's body barely held on, finally prying the door open a crack, but Lu Chang had already caught up from behind, swinging his weapon. Die, you little brat. Suddenly a loud explosion came from behind Lin Shu and he was sent flying. The system simultaneously prompted, killed a 5th-tier martial artist, gained 12,000,000 experience points. Lin Shu cheered amidst the billowing smoke and the system prompted, congratulations master, you have successfully leveled up. Current level is 19. Congratulations master, you have gained 19 potential points. Lin Shu's face twisted in pain as he clutched his head. Ouch, I feel like all my bones are about to break. If I hadn't gone to that armory earlier and even gotten a bomb, it would have been impossible to deal with that 5th-tier martial artist. Lin Shu looked at the personal power panel displayed on the screen. Host Lin Shu, level 19, strength 349 to 359. Physique 113-20, 120-20, speed 80 to 82, comprehensive combat power 2350 to 2520, 3rd-tier martial artist title, accumulated rage over 100, skills, analytical eye, rage camouflage. Lin Shu said with concentration, system, add 10 potential points to strength, 7 to physique and 2 to speed. Zhang Yin's team quickly ran over. Brother Lin, are you okay? Lin Shu raised a hand to wipe his mouth and smiled. I'm fine. Zhang Yin asked, what about that 5th-tier martial artist? I saw him chase you here just now. Lin Shu proudly recounted his victory. I tricked him into the armory and blew him to smithereens. Qin Feng was horrified to hear this shocking news. No way, that was a 5th-tier martial artist and you just took care of him like that. Zhang Yin, on the other hand, praised him with a proud look on her face. Brother Lin, you're too strong. Lin Shu's group continued forward. Lin Shu spoke up. Let's go. The green vine demon beast has been killed. We can leave this hellhole. Corpses lay scattered on the ground. Some were mutants, others had turned into zombies. Lin Shu looked at them. Looks like it's just us left. Lin Shu and Zhang Yin's team sat down to rest. Lin Shu said, let's treat our wounds first and rest for a while before we set off. Holding a water bottle, Lin Shu tilted his head to look at the mangled corpse of the green vine demon beast. There must be many useful materials on the green vine demon beast body, and there should be some usable things on the bodies of these warriors as well. An hour later, Lin Shu asked Zhang Yin's team, are you all ready? Let's go. Lei excitedly raised her hand. Let's go. Let's go. The group left together. Lin Shu was puzzled. I wonder if we can get out of these ruins by walking straight ahead. Qin Feng, with one arm bandaged, spoke up. Maybe. The group I was with before wandered all over these ruins before we ended up here. All the other paths were dead ends. Lin Shu was surprised. Damn it, another one of these iron doors. Can't they come up with a new design? Zhang Yin, Lin Shu, Zhang Li and Lei pushed the iron door together. Lin Shu encouraged them. Come on, let's push this iron door open together. Qin Feng stood by and watched, unable to help because of his injured arm. Lin Shu opened the door, his eyes filled with surprise. Inside were many machines. And Lin Shu also saw a control room. Zhang Yin looked at the machines inside and asked, Qin Feng, I remember you used to study a lot of technology. Can you start this control panel? Qin Feng replied, this is an old model control panel. I'm not familiar with it at all. Besides, we need to find a way to start this machine first. Lin Shu believed that this underground ruin must use variant crystals as its energy source. So let's see if we can find a device where we can place variant crystals. Lin Shu saw a power box and reached out to open it. This should just be a power box, right? Inside the power box were some small compartments as if something needed to be installed inside. Lin Shu placed a variant crystal inside and it fit perfectly. Lin Shu placed the variant crystals one by one. Finally, Lin Shu couldn't help but curse. Damn, they really asked for a lot. Lin Shu placed them one by one, and finally only 2 were left. The power box was finally filled with variant crystals, but there was no response at all. Lin Shu was unhappy and angrily banged on the power box, not forgetting to curse. It ate 20 of my variant crystals and didn't even react. This power box really needs a beating. Sure enough, after a good beating, the defiant power box started up, and the variant crystals began to glow and connect with each other. Seeing the power box start up, Lin Shu was speechless. It started, it really needed a beating. On the other side, Zhang Yin saw that Lin Shu had found the power source and asked happily, "Brother Lin, did you find the power source?" Lin Shu said gloomily, "I found the power box and it took 20 variant crystals to start this control room." Qin Feng became excited. "I know, this is the teleportation center, we can finally get out," Lin Shu asked like a startled deer. "Do you know how to use it?" Qin Feng said confidently. It should be no problem." Qin Feng reached out to start it, clicked a lever and a beam of light appeared in the center of the room. Qin Feng smiled smugly. "Done, I'm such a genius." Looking at the beam of light in the center, Qin Feng explained, "This teleportation platform can send us to the surface." Qin Feng and Lin Shu's group ran towards the beam of light, but the variant crystals might not last long. Everyone quickly stepped onto the teleportation platform. Lin Shu's group stood under the beam of light, and in an instant everyone disappeared. The 5 of them were thrown out, dust flying everywhere, and everyone screamed. Lin Shu landed gracefully. While Qin Feng complained, "Out, that hurts," Qin Feng smiled. "As long as we're out, we can finally leave that hellhole." Zhang Li was equally happy. "We've made it out alive." Lin Shu spoke up, "Alright everyone, let's part ways here. See you again if we have the chance." Zhang Yin asked, "Brother Lin, where are you planning to go?" Lin Shu smiled, "Straight ahead." Zhang Yin watched the young man's receding figure, thinking to herself, "Straight ahead. Brother Lin wants to go to that place too." Lei stood by, nudging Zhang Yin's arm and teasing, "Can't bear to part with him, then go after him." Zhang Yin glared at Lei, telling her to shut up. "You're the only one with so much to say." Lei covered her mouth and laughed happily. Night fell, and Lin Shu sat by a wall next to a campfire. Lin Shu put his luggage on the ground. "I didn't expect the desert nights to be so cold." Lin Shu took something out of his luggage. "I was in such a hurry before, I haven't had a close look at what a 6th-tier evolved beast's variant crystal looks like." A variant crystal in his bag was caught eating other variant crystals, and it froze. Lin Shu was dumbfounded. "What the hell is this thing? Has the 6th-tier variant crystal become sentient?" The 6th-tier variant crystal quickly hid the other crystal behind its back, pretending it had done nothing. Lin Shu was puzzled. What did I just see? This 6th-tier variant crystal could actually feel shy and scared. It's really become sentient. Lin Shu picked up the 6th-tier variant crystal and asked, "What exactly are you? Are you an evolved beast who sneaked into my bag and ate my 6th-tier variant crystal?" Lin Shu's eyes were angry. "Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Cut open your stomach and get my variant crystal back." The 6th-tier variant crystal panicked, waving its hand to signal, "No, don't do that." Lin Shu smiled, "So you can understand what I'm saying." Lin Shu posted a picture of the 6th-tier variant crystal online to see what it was. Lin Shu searched and couldn't find anything. Could it be an alien creature that looks like a variant crystal? Lin Shu touched the 6th-tier variant crystal's body, and it giggled with ticklishness. It looked hard like a variant crystal on the outside, but it was soft and glutinous inside. "Forget it, I won't kill you, but you're not allowed to steal my variant crystals and you're not allowed to run away." Lin Shu chatted with the variant crystal sitting on the ground. "The road is boring anyway. I'll treat you like a pet. I'll call you Gun Gun." A few days later, Lin Shu stabbed an evolved beast with his long spear, and the system prompted, "Killed a 3rd-tier desert red scorpion, gained 150,000 experience points." Gun Gun quickly ran to the evolved beast and took out its variant crystal. Gun Gun handed the variant crystal to Lin Shu. Lin Shu smiled, "You've helped me get a lot of variant crystals, take this one as a reward." Watching Gun Gun happily eat the variant crystal, Lin Shu thought to himself, "This little guy looks chubby, but he runs very fast. After I kill an evolved beast, he can help me take out the variant crystal, which saves me a lot of trouble. And he seems to really like eating variant crystals." Under the blue sky and white clouds there were rows of green trees and a lake in the center. Lin Shu shouted excitedly, "Gun Gun, look, it's an oasis." Pure bubbles rose from the clear lake water. Lin Shu tilted his head back, water droplets splashing on him, his expression one of pure enjoyment and comfort. Both Lin Shu and Gun Gun felt refreshed. Lin Shu laughed happily. "This is so comfortable." Suddenly Lin Shu sensed an attack and a blade reached him. Lin Shu quickly counterattacked to block it. Who is it? The attacker's skills were too strong, sending both Lin Shu and Gun Gun flying. Lin Shu thought to himself, "This sword is so thin and sharp it's a master." But Lin Shu was surprised to find that the person in front of him was Luo Yu. Luo Yu was equally surprised. "It's you?" Luo Yu suddenly fell again. Falling down, Lin Shu quickly supported her. Hey. Lin Shu's eyes were worried. "Are you okay?" Lin Shu looked at his blood-stained hands. "You're injured." Lin Shu quickly put down his luggage. "I have medicine here, I'll help you apply it." Luo Yu's back was slashed wide open, blood soaking her entire back, and her body trembled. Luo Yu firmly refused. Hey, let me go." But Lin Shu was very serious. "You tell me to let go and I should let go. I'm not letting go. What are you going to do? Bite me? I'm using my most precious healing medicine on you." Lin Shu persuaded her while applying medicine to Luo Yu. Water droplets flowed down Luo Yu's back and seeped into her wound. Lin Shu asked who had injured her. Before she could answer, Luo Yu had closed her eyes and fallen asleep. Lin Shu draped his coat over Luo Yu, thinking to himself, My strength wasn't enough before, so I couldn't see her level. I didn't expect her to be a 4th-tier martial artist. And her combat power is even higher than other martial artists of the same level. Luo Yu is already a 4th-tier martial artist now. Luo Yu asked groggily, "What are you doing here?" Lin Shu crossed his arms and said mysteriously, "Guess, there's a prize if you guess right." But Luo Yu was not interested in Lin Shu's joke. She turned away coldly. "If you want to say it, say it. I'm not interested." Lin Shu could only curse in his heart. "This girl is so boring." Lin Shu simply said directly, "Actually, I came to Sanctuary Academy this time. I was admitted to Sanctuary Academy." Luo Yu recalled her conversation with Lin Shu back then. Lin Shu asked Luo Yu, "By the way, where are you from?" Luo Yu only left a single sentence, Sanctuary City, before flying away. So now Luo Yu sat up abruptly, very surprised. "You were really admitted to Sanctuary Academy," Lin Shu replied calmly. "Yes, but don't get the wrong idea. I didn't come to Sanctuary City for you." Luo Yu lay down disdainfully and turned away. "HMPH, you're overthinking it." Lin Shu could only be speechless. Both of them felt something was off. Luo Yu sat up and Lin Shu also prepared to stand up. "Shish, it seems like someone's here and more than one." Luo Yu said coldly, "They're here for me, you should go now." Lin Shu put down his luggage and bowed. "As a man, how can I leave a woman behind and run away? Come, I'll carry you." Luo Yu also climbed onto Lin Shu's body. Lin Shu ran quickly, not forgetting to remind her, "Hold on tight." Gun came out of the luggage holding a bottle of medicine. "Drink this bottle of medicine, it can speed up your recovery." Luo Yu was surprised. "This is a 6th-tier evolved beast," Lin Shu introduced. "This is my pet Gun. Don't even think about its variant crystal." Luo Yu held the medicine bottle dismissively. "It's just a 6th-tier variant crystal." Lin Shu added, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, I've drunk from that bottle of medicine you're holding." Luo Yu didn't care at all. "Oh, and then," Lin Shu sighed, "you're not cute at all." Luo Yu spoke up, "You can't run fast while carrying me." A group of people was chasing behind them. The group shouted, "She's here." Lin Shu was calm and composed. "You're here," the leader shouted. "You killed over 100 members of our Black Tiger gang and you think you can run?" Another person held a long spear. "Stay where you are." That person threw the long spear. "Die." The long spear flew over. The long spear landed in front of Lin Shu and Luo Yu's heads, and then the group caught up with Lin Shu and Luo Yu. The members of the Black Tiger gang looked menacing. "Let's see where you can run." Lin Shu looked at the newly appeared people. They were all at the peak of the 3rd-tier martial artist level. He then looked at the girl on his back and thought, Luo Yu was surrounded by these people, yet she could kill over 100 members of their gang and then retreat safely. Her strength is truly terrifying. The leader stroked his catfish-like mustache. "Little girl, don't waste your energy, you can't escape." But Luo Yu's eyes were very cold. "You will all die," the leader spoke. "Little girl, you were attacked by me last time and are still heavily injured. Do you think we're still afraid of you?" The man smiled. "Although I don't know where you found this pretty boy, a mediocre guy like him is not even worth mentioning." Lin Shu's expression was blank. The leader licked his lips, his eyes filled with evil. "Come to Big Brother. Let Big Brother dote on you." Luo Yu said to Lin Shu, "Put me down." Lin Shu smiled behind her. "Looks like I've been underestimated." The leader shouted, "Brothers, aim your guns at Lin Shu and Luo Yu. Kill the man, leave the woman. It's a pity to kill such a beauty. We brothers will enjoy her later." Then they laughed sinisterly. Lin Shu still looked at those people calmly. A person rushed up to attack Lin Shu. "Die, you little brat." The man swung his sword, threatening. "Die." A beam of power shot out. Lin Shu swung his own long spear, his posture very handsome. A smile played on the corner of Lin Shu's mouth. The long spear in Lin Shu's hand emitted flames. Lin Shu used 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. The attacker was astonished. What kind of martial art is this?" Lin Shu's flames rushed straight at the man, and the man let out a miserable scream. On the other side, Luo Yu was fighting the remaining people alone. The leader frowned, assessing in his heart. "This little girl is clearly heavily injured. How is she still so hard to deal with?" A subordinate smiled. "Little girl, I'm coming." The man charged at Luo Yu with a long spear. Luo Yu had already seen him, but Lin Shu's long spear blocked it in time. Lin Shu blocked the attack for Luo Yu. "Are you all right?" Luo Yu asked, her back against Lin Shu's. "I'm fine, you," Lin Shu replied, not at all serious. "How can a man say he's not doing fine?" The two split up to fight, and Lin Shu, thrilled, moved to end things quickly. Lin Shu battled the men. The guy with the spear from earlier laughed and charged over. "Kid, you use a spear too? Let me teach you how to really use one." Lin Shu's eyes were stern. The man lunged forward, unleashing Meteor Strike. Lin Shu spun the spear in his hand, boasting with a shameless smile, "I'm the original master of the spear." Lin Shu also used 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. A powerful flame appeared and an explosion erupted, shining brightly. The spear-wielding man fell back, but his expression was still amused. "This kid's got some skill." Lin Shu, spear in hand, also smiled. "I was only using 10% of my power." Behind Lin Shu, two more men charged forward with their weapons, rushing to their deaths. Lin Shu glanced at them, then unleashed a powerful ray of light that sent them flying. The spear-wielding man attacked frantically. "Kid, go to hell." He charged with his spear, but suddenly his eyes froze. Lin Shu had easily dodged him. He then thrust his spear directly at the man, but the man quickly blocked it, gritting his teeth and holding on with all his might. "Damn, what kind of weapon is this? Why is it so heavy?" The man suddenly remembered something. "Wait." Looking closely at the spear, the man seemed to recognize the heavy black shaft. "Could your spear be black light?" Lin Shu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Oh, so you've heard of it? The man continued to block with his own spear. I never thought I'd be so lucky to encounter such a supreme weapon. Once I kill you, black light will be mine. Lin Shu unleashed a judgment of light. Then he just said, oh, Lin Shu flew out and asked, you like it? Then I'll give it to you. Lin Shu threw the long spear over. Catch! The man caught the spear with one hand, but his body nearly toppled forward, the veins on his arm bulging from the strain. Damn, so heavy. Lin Shu's eyes flashed as he mocked, fool. Lin Shu landed a series of kicks on the man's stomach, sending him flying. Lin Shu charged forward with his spear. Someone like you is not worthy of using it. Another man quickly flew over to block the attack. Meanwhile, on the other side, the leader was already exhausted. Damn it, this woman is terrifying. His subordinate was still attacking excitedly. Die? Luo Yu's eyes remained icy. Luo Yu dodged the attack and now rushed forward to counter. The subordinate shouted in terror, you! With one slash from Luo Yu, the man's body was cut in two. Lin Shu shouted, watch your back. The leader attacked Luo Yu from behind. Lin Shu said with displeasure, hey, that's not how you fight. It'd be a shame if that pretty face got scratched. Luo Yu remained silent and cold. Mind your own business and don't let someone else chop you in half. On the other side, Lin Shu was fighting two other men. Lin Shu was having some trouble dealing with these guys. One attacked and Lin Shu managed to dodge. Lin Shu reached up to rub his chin, assessing these three have excellent teamwork and their weapons have different ranges. They are indeed hard to deal with. The guy with the spear flew over. Kid, time's up. The man created many spear phantoms and charged directly at Lin Shu. He shouted fiercely, go report to the underworld. Lin Shu's eyes widened in surprise as the spears rushed straight at him. Looking at the men surrounding him, Lin Shu cursed inwardly. Damn it, there's no escape. Lin Shu looked from one man to the other, trying to think of a way out. I'll have to use Berserk. Lin Shu's whole body began to glow as he shouted, Berserk. The spear-wielding man shouted in terror. What? His aura suddenly surged. Lin Shu, glowing, charged forward. Come on. Lin Shu used Rainstorm Pear Blossom. Lin Shu's spear also created phantoms and rushed forward. The spear-wielding man couldn't believe it. What? The spear phantoms pierced the man's body. The system rang. Ding, killed a third-tier martial artist. Gained 302,300 experience points. The remaining men were shocked. Damn it, how did this kid suddenly get so strong? No more holding back. Let's use our strongest martial skills. Another man also used a move. Red Lotus. He swung out two powerful slashes of sword light, shouting, Inferno. Lin Shu's eyes were still fearless. A fire skill. I happen to know one too. Lin Shu also unleashed a similar but more terrifying light. A giant fire phoenix emerged from 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. The man shouted in terror, holy shit, and was eventually consumed by the flames. The system rang again. Ding, killed a third-tier martial artist. Gained 306,500 experience points. Another man also used Iceberg Burst. He unleashed his attack, die, but Lin Shu had already spun his spear to use it as a shield. Lin Shu fiercely swung his weapon and slashed over. Die, the man's eyes were filled with terror. Lin Shu pierced his body with a long spear and the system displayed, ding, killed a third-tier martial artist. Gained 3,017 experience points. Lin Shu finished them off with satisfaction. On the other side, the leader was fighting Luo Yu. The leader smiled and said, little beauty, you can really hold on, but once my brothers kill that pretty boy, you'll be helpless. Lin Shu appeared from above and the leader looked up. Lin Shu struck down at the leader from above, but he quickly dodged. Lin Shu stood in front of Luo Yu. Old man, open your dog eyes and look carefully. Where are your companions? The leader was furious enough to die. 3 good-for-nothings. The leader impatiently unleashed his power. I'll fight you to the death. The leader's eyes were sharp. Die. The leader flew into the air and used thundering might. Lin Shu smiled. I happen to have a move that can help you out. I'll return it to you now. In the air, one holding a sword and the other a spear, they charged directly at each other. The two weapons clashed. But the leader was at a disadvantage, and Lin Shu had already pierced him. The system rang, ding, killed a third-tier martial artist, gained 30,117 experience points. After the battle, Lin Shu walked with a piece of wood on his back and his spear in one hand, then sat down next to Luo Yu, panting as he asked, are you okay? Luo Yu hugged herself. I'm fine. Lin Shu handed over a bottle of medicine. Here, drink this. Don't worry, I haven't drunk from this one. Luo Yu drank the medicine. I didn't expect your strength to improve so quickly. Lin Shu smiled narcissistically. Of course I'm a handsome guy, a remarkable genius with world-class talent. Luo Yu stood up and Lin Shu stared blankly. Oh, where are you going? Luo Yu replied, Sanctuary City. Lin Shu said, oh, you're going to Sanctuary City too? Lin Shu stood up with his luggage. That's great, wait for me. I used up a lot of my strength helping you just now, let's rest for a while first. Luo Yu ignored him and continued walking. Lin Shu quickly chased after her. Hey, wait for me, don't walk so fast, are you trying to kill me? In the forest the leaves were lush and there were chameleons. Lin Shu assessed, finally a normal-looking jungle. Lin Shu followed behind, not forgetting to admire the scenery. Looks like we're almost at Sanctuary Academy. Suddenly a voice sounded, hee, we won't let you enter Sanctuary Academy so easily. Lin Shu and Luo Yu turned to look in the direction of the voice. Over there, Zhang Yin was talking to a team. Kong Heoshan, what do you mean? The guy named Kong Heoshan had a cunning look on his face. I heard that Sanctuary Academy will test the new students. To ensure my brothers and I can pass smoothly, wouldn't it be better to deal with the competition in advance? Zhang Yin understood. So you want to kill us? Heoshan calmly argued. We're all classmates. Kill sounds too harsh. I just hope you know when to back down. Qin Feng said angrily. Back down? Don't you know how dangerous this road is? Going back is no different from killing us. Luo Yu stood in the distance watching and asked Lin Shu, do you know them? Lin Shu replied, I do. Lin Shu and Luo Yu walked over. Lin Shu waved his hand. I didn't expect it to be so lively here. Zhang Yin's eyes lit up with surprise. It's big brother Lin Shu. Lin Shu looked at Heoshan. This brother, I'm also a new student at Sanctuary Academy. Should I turn back to? Zhang Yin said in surprise. Big brother Lin Shu, so you really are a new student at Sanctuary Academy. Zhang Yin sighed. We're also new students, but the difference between new students can be really big. Heoshan looked at the newly appeared Lin Shu and immediately said in a disgusting tone, little brother is very sensible. The beauty next to you is not bad either. Heoshan reached out his hand to touch Luo Yu's face. I can let you all go as long as the two beauties agree to be my girlfriends. How about it? Luo Yu drew her sword. Heoshan continued to tease. Come on, little sister. Luo Yu swung her sword coldly, the tip grazing Heoshan's finger. Heoshan pulled back his hand, his eyes filled with terror. Holy shit, this crazy woman almost cut off my finger, a subordinate whispered. Big brother, she seems to be a fourth-tier martial artist. Heoshan smiled and looked at the calm Luo Yu before him. So what if she's a fourth-tier martial artist? Hee hee, didn't you see she's injured? How can we let such a beauty go so easily? Lin Shu spoke up. Do you know the Black Tiger robber gang? Heoshan replied. So what if I do? There are only about 100 of them, and not many third-tier martial artists. You have a connection with the Black Tiger robber gang. Do you think I'd be scared? Lin Shu crossed his arms, his eyes grim. We do have a connection with them, but because they offended us, they've completely disappeared from this world. The subordinate was as surprised as if he had heard shocking news. What? Over 100 people, with at least 5 peak third-tier martial artists, were all killed by you? Another subordinate also spoke up. That group, even we wouldn't dare to offend them easily. Heoshan interrupted. HMPH, just because you say you killed them, we're supposed to believe you. Lin Shu smiled. Oh, you don't believe me? You can try and see. Heoshan also replied. Oh, you've got guts, kid. Heoshan prepared to make a move, pointing his sword at Lin Shu. Try then, what's there to be afraid of? Lin Shu unleashed power with one hand. You'll die after you try. Lin Shu threw a crushing fist. The fist hit Heoshan's arm. Heoshan's subordinates rushed up. You're looking for death? Heoshan shouted. Everyone get him, kill that kid. A sword blade was held to Heoshan's neck. Heoshan stood still. Luo Yu was already pointing her sword at him. Move again and I'll kill you. The subordinate pointed and shouted, let him go. Lin Shu held up 3 fingers. I'll give you 3 seconds. Leave or die. Lin Shu said with a smile. Zhang Yin and her teammates were also ready. Qin Feng and Zhang Li also had serious expressions. A moment of silence. Heoshan clutched his shoulder and spoke. Fine, we'll leave. After speaking, Heoshan and his subordinates left. Zhang Yin was overjoyed. Thank you, big brother Lin Shu. That guy's name is Kong Heoshan, a strong student from another academy in our city, just very arrogant. If it weren't for you two, we really wouldn't know what to do. Zhang Yin also scratched her head and said to Luo Yu with a smile, thank you too, miss. Lin Shu waved his hand. It's nothing, we're all on the same side. Lin Shu asked Luo Yu, if we continue forward, is it the end of the path of death? Luo Yu replied, yes. Zhang Yin reached up to touch her head. Big brother Lin Shu, can we go with you? Lin Shu agreed. Sure, it's good to have people to work with on the road. Zhang Yin happily thanked big brother Lin Shu. There was another group of martial artists sitting around a fire chatting, the atmosphere lively. Lin Shu, chewing on a chicken leg, looked at the group and asked, those people seem to be heading to Sanctuary Academy too, there are so many of them. Lin Shu asked, do you guys know roughly how many new students Sanctuary Academy enrolls each year? Zhang Yin thought for a moment. I don't know either, but our academy, including Pang Yu, had 5 people selected and Kong Heoshan's side also had 5. Lin Shu was surprised. So your city had 10 new students selected? Lin Shu thought to himself, Starlight City only had me. It seems Starlight City is still a small city. Zhang Yin smiled. What's the use of having many people? For example, the 5 of us are no match for you, big brother Lin Shu. I heard that there's also someone from Sky Academy this year, who already reached the 5th tier martial artist level at only 18 years old. Luo Yu spoke up. That person is called Zhou Kaixing, from the same academy as me. Zhang Yin's team was surprised. Same academy? Zhang Yin asked, do you know him? You're also a student of Sky Academy? Leilei's eyes were full of envy. Big sister, you're amazing. That's the most famous academy in Sky City. Ordinary people can't even enter Sky City. Being praised, Luo Yu just blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed, but didn't forget to show a bit of coldness. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the leaves were gently blown by the wind. A group of martial artists stood on a tall cliff. Lin Shu was very surprised, not expecting there to be over 1,000 new students. The lowest level among these people was an early 3rd-tier martial artist, and they were all around 17 or 18 years old. Zhang Yin replied, but the end of the path of death is actually a cliff. Where is Sanctuary Academy? Lin Shu guessed. Perhaps there was a mechanism like a teleportation array. Lin Shu smiled. Looks like we guessed wrong. A huge spaceship has appeared. Everyone's taking a spaceship. The spaceship landed on the edge of the cliff. Sima Cheng appeared and introduced himself. Everyone please be quiet. I am Sima Cheng, a first-year instructor at Sanctuary Academy, responsible for picking everyone up and taking you to the academy. Sima Cheng announced, but there's something I need to tell you all. As you can see, Sanctuary Academy is not at the end of the path of death. The reason for this requirement was to let the path of death eliminate the weak. The martial artists were furious. Holy shit, I fought tooth and nail, bathed in blood, and it was all for your meaningless lies, another person echoed. Yeah, you fucking cost me my brother's life. Sima Cheng's eyes were sharp. Sanctuary Academy does not accept trash. The weak must be eliminated. Those people, not understanding the situation, directly rushed up to attack Sima Cheng. You're the trash, I'm not doing this anymore. Kill this bastard, avenge our dead brothers. Lin Shu stood by listening, speechless, a bunch of idiots. The man brandished his weapon and rushed in front of Sima Cheng. Die! A beam of light appeared, shooting towards the man. In that instant the man knelt on the ground and died on the spot. The people shouted in terror, what? Sima Cheng raised his hand and a super special forces team with guns appeared. Sima Cheng ordered them to attack and the men raised their guns and fired. The people who were just so aggressive were all shot. They let out miserable screams. Sima Cheng calmly looked at the corpses. This is the fate of those who don't follow the rules. Sima Cheng continued, next everyone please take out your admission notices. Lin Shu and the others all took out their admission notices. Sima Cheng instructed, tear open the thin film on the back of the admission notice. Then Sima Cheng continued to instruct, stick the admission notice on yourselves. Sima Cheng smiled. The final test is, Lin Shu vaguely guessed. Could it be? Sima Cheng shouted, only those who have obtained 3 admission notices are qualified to board the spaceship. Just as Lin Shu expected, it was indeed so. Sima Cheng shouted, the assessment begins. Sima Cheng smiled sinisterly, good luck everyone. A martial artist stood before Luo Yu. Beauty, give me your admission notice. Luo Yu was dismissive, you're overestimating yourself. The man, oblivious, reached out to flirt with Luo Yu. Come on, little sister. Suddenly, a group of people were sent flying, surprising the other martial artists. Luo Yu was cold, beautiful, and powerful like a proud rose under the scorching sun. The other martial artists frowned as they watched Luo Yu hand a stack of admission notices to Lin Shu, but Lin Shu said with disdain, I don't need them. Then Luo Yu gave the notices to Lele. Lele's eyes lit up, thank you, big sister. Meanwhile, Zhang Yin was fighting. A martial artist kicked at Zhang Yin. Give it to me, Zhang Yin cursed angrily. Damn it. Lele ran to Zhang Yin, who had fallen to the ground. Zhang Yin looked at the stack of notices in Lele's hand and asked, where did you get these? Lele replied, big sister Luo Yu just gave them to me. Zhang Yin wiped her face. I don't want them. Give them to Qin Feng and Zhang Li. I'll go get my own. Lele sighed. Kong Haoshan and his companions appeared. Hee, looks like you have a lot. Kong Haoshan charged up to attack. Hand them over obediently. Then you can all die. Zhang Yin blocked the attack with her weapon. Footsteps approached and Sima Cheng greeted the 2 people before him. You're very fast. Once you have 3 admission notices you can board the spaceship. Sima Cheng reached out and took the admission notices. Zhou Kaixing greeted her. Long time no see, Luo Yu. But Luo Yu coldly ignored him. Kaixing smiled helplessly. Kaixing walked inside. Looks like you still don't like to talk. Alright, see you at Sanctuary Academy. Sima Cheng announced, Luo Yu, you can go up. Luo Yu replied, I'm waiting for my friends. Meanwhile, Lele was attacked by Kong Haoshan, and the admission notices fell out. Zhang Li shouted from the side, Lele? Lin Shu charged up from behind, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Kong Haoshan was shocked watching the fire from Lin Shu's power. Holy shit, in the blink of an eye, Kong Haoshan and his group's admission notices were all snatched away. It was Lin Shu who got them using the snow treading without a trace movement skill. Lin Shu gave the admission notices to Zhang Yin and the others to hold. Including Luo Yu's, it was probably enough for everyone. Zhang Yin said, you even got back the notice that was taken from me. Thank you, big brother Lin Shu. Kong Haoshan and his group refused to admit defeat. Bastard, does it feel good to act cool in front of women? You'll pay for this. Brothers, kill them and take back the admission notices. Lin Shu glanced at them. HMPH, I already had it in for you guys back in the forest yesterday. One person used Sword of the Death God, while Lin Shu used Rainstorm Pear Blossom. Before the man could finish speaking, his sword was pierced by Lin Shu's spear and he was even drooling. System notification, ding, killed a 3rd-tier martial artist, gained 350,000 experience points. Kong Haoshan was displeased. He was killed in 1 strike. This kid's movement skill is too terrifying. Another person also charged up. Big brother, leave this kid to me. I'll deal with him. Lin Shu easily caught the man's weapon. You want to use a sword with just this much strength? Lin Shu showed off his own long spear. Come watch my spear technique. The man was surprised. Holy shit, you can catch my sword? Lin Shu coldly pierced the man's neck, killing him with disdain. Foolish. System notification. Ding, killed a 3rd-tier martial artist, gained 350,000 experience points. Lin Shu threw a punch, sending the long spear in the opponent's hand flying. The opponent groaned in terror. When Kong Haoshan saw this, his expression became grave and he shouted, everyone attack together. After speaking, he and 2 others charged up, each using their own martial skills, making their weapons carry a powerful sharp aura. Lin Shu lowered his head slightly, then raised his eyes, a disdainful expression on his face. More trash is still trash. Then Lin Shu used Judgment of Light and waves of blue tsunami-like energy walls surged out, crushing all of Kong Haoshan's group's attacks and forcing them back. From the thick white smoke, Lin Shu flew out, chasing straight after Kong Haoshan. Kong Haoshan shouted in terror. What? Lin Shu smiled and reminded him, remember to be more careful in your next life. Kong Haoshan was terrified, holding his hands in front of him, his pupils shrinking with fear. Kong Haoshan shouted urgently, wait, I have something to say. We don't need the notices anymore. Spare me. but before he could finish, Lin Shu had already used 1,000 spear piercing on him and his companions. They were sent flying in all directions. Lin Shu spun his long spear, standing calmly before pillars of smoke from the explosions. The system notifications rang out simultaneously. Dane killed a third-tier martial artist, gained 360,000 experience points. Dane killed a third-tier martial artist, gained 371,000 experience points. Dane killed a third-tier martial artist, gained 399,900 experience points. After witnessing Lin Shu's series of clean, swift enemy-defeating moves, the crowd of onlookers erupted in gasps. A guy with moss-like hair shouted, "That guy is too terrifying." Another guy behind him couldn't help but tremble, cold sweat pouring down, and said, "What a ruthless person, can't mess with him, can't mess with him." His tone was filled with fear and anguish. Zhang Yin and Lei ran to his side with their big swords on their backs. Zhang Yin said, "Big brother Lin Shu, thank you." Lei also happily called him Big brother Lin Shu nearby. A strong man holding a stone hammer also walked over and said friendly, "Thank you, brother." Receiving so much gratitude, Lin Shu felt a bit embarrassed. He said politely, "It's nothing, we're all on the same side." Suddenly, Lin Shu's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at Luo Yu standing to the side with her hands on her hips and said happily, "Luo Yu, are you waiting for me?" Luo Yu didn't answer. She turned around abruptly and snorted. Lin Shu, not understanding, sighed softly behind her. Watching her retreating back, he thought, such a prideful personality. A moment later, under the sun, on a huge and exquisite mecha spaceship, the instructor's voice was exceptionally loud and clear. "Congratulations everyone on passing the final assessment. You have obtained official admission to Sanctuary Academy." Sima Cheng beamed, spreading his arms and saying, "From now on we are classmates. The rules of Sanctuary Academy strictly forbid fighting with classmates," Lei said in a cold tone. "Just a moment ago you made us fight each other to the death and now you're acting like the good guy." Although Zhang Yin was displeased, she didn't say anything, just frowned. Lin Shu also disapproved of this behavior, clicking his tongue a few times. It was unclear if Sima Cheng heard these grievances or complaints. He continued cheerfully, "It's about a 3-hour journey to Sanctuary Academy. Everyone can rest well on the spaceship. There are no windows on the spaceship. It seems they don't want us to know the specific location of Sanctuary Academy." Lin Shu looked around and started a conversation with the girl in front of him. "Luo Yu, how much do you know about Sanctuary Academy?" Hearing her name, Luo Yu glanced at him. She walked past him with her arms crossed, saying as she went, "On the surface, the 4 major academies in the north and south are the nation's highest institutions, but in reality, this mysterious Sanctuary Academy is the true highest academy. The teaching staff, research capabilities, and martial artists here are all top tier." Thinking of the extraordinarily powerful martial artists and huge scientific achievements at the academy, Luo Yu continued, "It can be compared with the most powerful academies in the world. You can tell from their attitude towards new students." Lin Shu, with his eyes closed, chuckled and said, "Here, geniuses from ordinary academies are treated worse than trash, killed at will. With so many eliminated, it's a question whether those whose admission notices were stolen can even make it back alive." Recalling the scene of everyone fighting to the death for that notice, Lin Shu's voice carried a hint of heartache and helplessness. Soon, 3 hours passed. The huge spaceship was slowly approaching a floating island in the sky and a magnificent, beautiful giant building. The spaceship landed in an open area. Sima Cheng looked at the students and announced with a kind expression, "Everyone, we've arrived." Standing before the magnificent gates of Sanctuary Academy, Sima Cheng proudly said to the students, "Welcome to Sanctuary Academy." Suddenly a loud screech echoed in the sky and a giant blackbird flew out from the academy. Someone shouted in terror, a ninth tier flaming profound bird." Lin Shu's eyes also widened as he looked up. Only now could Lin Shu truly see its colors. It was no longer just a black silhouette in the dim light. Now the profound bird seemed to be dyed red by an unquenchable flame. Sima Cheng explained while watching it, "This evolved beast is a partner of Sanctuary Academy. Everyone need not worry." Lin Shu's face was filled with shock, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes as he thought, a 9th-tier flaming profound bird, one of the 12 most terrifying evolved beasts existing on Earth. I can't believe there's one here. Sanctuary Academy is indeed the most powerful and mysterious academy. Sima Cheng led everyone through the gate, saying loudly, "Everyone first come here for data collection." Before them was a low platform with a small electronic screen in front. On top of the platform was a cube with glowing stripes on its surface. A kind-faced professor with long hair stood beside it. "Welcome new students from the south. Please line up and stand in front of this machine for a scan." A person stepped forward and the cube shot out a beam of light, scanning him from head to toe. After the scan was complete, the platform immediately dispensed a card with the school's logo and the number 6 on it. The professor held a similar card and began to explain. He smiled and said, "This card is your pass at Sanctuary Academy, and it's also a point card. Alliance coins cannot be used at Sanctuary Academy. Only points earned at the school can be used to purchase items. You will receive 500 points each month. Please use them wisely." The first student looked at the card in his hand, bewildered. Another student behind him raised his hand to speak. "Teacher, you said we are new students from the south. Does that mean there are new students from other places too?" The professor handed the card to the person in charge and replied with a smile, "Yes, there are also new students from the north. There are 641 of them in total. Their assessment was conducted in the extremely cold lands of the north. They passed the assessment before you all. You will meet them soon. After a while, everyone had received their pass cards. Lin Shu looked at the card in his hand, lost in thought. He looked at Luo Yu. He curiously asked Luo Yu if she knew what the number on the back of the card represented. Luo Yu turned to look at him. She showed her card, which had the number 1, a stark contrast to his number 10. Luo Yu said coldly, "Class. Oh, so you're in class 1 and I'm in class 10. Lin Shu scratched his cheek with his forefinger, thinking to himself that because of his camouflage skill the machine had assigned him to class 10, while Luo Yu with her great strength was assigned to class 1. Sima Cheng raised his arm, a brilliant smile on his face, and shouted loudly, "New students, please come to me after you get your cards. The number on the back of the card is the class you've been assigned to. Soon teachers from each class will come to lead you." Before he could leave, Zhang Yin and the others found him. Zhang Yin said, "So this number represents the class. Big brother Lin Shu, what class are you in?" Lin Shu held up his card and answered nonchalantly, "I'm in class 10, Zhang Li." Qin Feng, Lele and Zhang Yin's eyes all widened with excitement upon hearing his answer. Zhang Yin said happily, "Really, that's great. Big brother Lin Shu, we're classmates." Lele also added from the side, "Big brother Lin Shu, Zhang Yin, me, Zhang Li and Qin Feng, we were all assigned to class 10. Lin Shu was also a bit surprised. He whispered, "What a coincidence," watching them chat and laugh joyfully, forgetting everything else. Luo Yu stood nearby with her arms crossed, staring at them without a word. Then Sima Cheng pointed to a newly opened door from which a group of teachers walked out, saying, "There are your teachers. Please follow the numbers on your cards." As each teacher displayed a card number on their wrist, Sima Cheng continued, "Please follow your respective teachers." Lin Shu turned to look at the girl beside him, sighed softly and then said, "Looks like we have to part ways here." However, Luo Yu said something out of the blue to him. "The academy isn't big," watching her retreating back grow more distant. Lin Shu walked towards the teacher leading his class, deep in thought, guessing to himself, "The academy isn't big." With her prideful personality, does that mean the academy isn't big so we can still meet, or that the academy isn't big and she wants me to have time to find her? But before he could finish his thought, Zhang Yin had already walked a few steps and turned back to call him, "Big brother Lin Shu, let's go too." Lin Shu pulled himself from his thoughts, quickly picked up his pace and said, "Okay, I'm coming." He strode towards the professor leading his class. The man had a long braid black hair and the watch on his wrist displayed the number 10. The professor smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Nan Zhengwei. From today on I will be your teacher." As the man spoke, the system panel also displayed information. But aside from his name, all subsequent information, from characteristics to combat power summary, was displayed as question marks, indicating it couldn't be detected. A thought flashed in Lin Shu's mind. The eye of analysis couldn't even analyze the teacher's strength. Lin Shu's expression became grave. He concluded to himself, "This person is very strong." Arriving in front of the Class 10 teaching building, it was estimated to be over 10 stories high. Nan Zhengwei introduced, "This building is for our Class 10, looking at the beautiful and tidy furniture in the classroom." The teacher continued, "As long as you insert your card into the device on the desk, you can see the daily learning content. Besides basic theoretical knowledge, teacher Nan Zhengwei also took the students on a tour of the gym, continuing, "In addition, there are simulation practices, hands-on machinery training, specialized martial artist training, and so on." Back in the classroom, Nan Zhengwei stood at the podium and said with a smile, "From now on, our class will elect a class president to assist with class affairs. Does anyone want to vote for the election?" he asked across from him. Lin Shu raised his hand and asked, "Teacher Nan, what are the benefits of being the class president?" Nan Zhengwei replied, "The class president will be responsible for the key to the third-floor training room and for the equipment inside. But that also makes it convenient for them to practice anytime. And the school will award an extra 500 points per month." The students were all very surprised upon hearing this and started chattering excitedly. "Wow, 500 more points than other students every month, and you can use the training room anytime. The perks are too good." Nan Zhengwei said calmly, "Everyone please be seated. Find your seats one by one." Lin Shu also quickly found a seat. Nan Zhengwei stood at the podium and quickly operated the computer there. An orange electronic screen appeared. The teacher said, "It seems no one has a candidate in mind, so let's vote. The person with the most votes will be the class president of Class 10. A system panel appeared in front of Lin Shu, showing the names of all the students in Class 10. Hee, with perks like these, of course I have to vote for myself." As he thought this, Lin Shu raised his hand and clicked his own name on the system panel. Another student who wanted to compete also felt very excited and said, "With such good perks, I'm voting for myself." A student next to him agreed, replying, "That's right, we can't let someone else get the benefit." A few seconds later, Nan Zhengwei spoke, "The results are in. Lin Shu has become the class president of Class 10 with an overwhelming number of votes." However, the data on the system panel showed that aside from most people voting for themselves, the Zhang Yin group gave 0 votes to Lin Shu. Only 2 people received votes. One was Pei Pei with 3, and the other was Lin Shaoji with 2. But someone in the group was dissatisfied. A very strong-looking student pointed at Lin Shu and shouted, "No, they know each other. It's not fair, it's not fair." 1 or 2 calls of unfair also followed. The person next to that student also slammed his hands on the desk and said sternly, "That's right, teacher Nan, it's not fair." Nan Zhengwei closed his eyes and asked doubtfully, "What do you think would be fair?" Li Ping immediately made a fist to show off his solid muscles and said confidently, "A fight." As the class president of Class 10, the strongest among us must hold the position. Another voice immediately chimed in with agreement. Right, strength must be number one, Teacher Nan Jungwi readily agreed. All right, but a fight would be a bit rushed for time. Let's use this to decide the winner. After he finished speaking, he pressed a button on the podium. It was a strength testing device. Whoever had the strongest punch would win. A machine resembling a human figure emerged from the floor in front of him. The teacher's voice asked calmly, "How about it?" Everyone shouted. Yes. Li Ping walked out. His hair color changed from blue to light brown. He confidently pointed at himself and said, "Teacher Nan, let me go first." The corners of his mouth turned up, his face full of arrogance. Li Ping concentrated his power in his elbow and shoulder, flew up and punched the strength testing machine. With a loud bang, the screen on the machine's chest immediately displayed 9,800 kilograms. The students below instantly erupted, praising him with excitement and envy. A crowd chattered, "He actually hit 9,822 kilograms. My God, I couldn't hit that even in my dreams. Li Ping is truly amazing, so strong." One person gave a thumbs up, however. Unlike the students' excitement, Lin Shu appeared unfazed, even a little bored. Nan Jungwi looked at the number on the machine, squinted his eyes with a smile, and praised without reservation, "Not bad strength." Li Ping turned and walked down. When he passed by Lin Shu, he couldn't help but show some contempt. He flexed his muscles and said, "Lin Shu wanting to be the class president? He's still far from it." Lin Shu snorted and replied as he walked, "I'm definitely going to be this class president." He walked up to the strength testing machine, pointed at it, and asked, "Teacher Nan, I want to ask if I break this thing, do I have to pay for it?" Teacher Nan Jungwi gave him an answer. "No need, just use your full strength." Li Ping grinned at the students behind him and laughed loudly. "This silly kid is actually worried he'll break this thing with one punch. How arrogant." Lin Shu stretched his right arm, walked up to the strength testing machine, and in an instant he smiled proudly, put all his strength into his right arm and unleashed a ferocious, deadly punch. With a deafening boom, Lin Shu's fist collided with the machine, creating a powerful shockwave. Nan Jungwi watched in surprise as fragments of the machine flew out. Li Ping's jaw dropped in terror and he screamed. He really broke it. Is this even human? Nan Jungwi looked at Lin Shu's smile, which seemed to have anticipated this, but he was still shocked. This guy actually used a martial skill secretly. But even with a martial skill, the testing equipment shouldn't be so easily broken. He paused for a moment and then concluded, "This kid's strength is truly not to be underestimated." Below, Zhang Yin laughed loudly. "I knew it, big brother. Lin Shu would definitely be number one." Lin Shu smiled, his handsome face glowing. Teacher Nan Jungwi's calm voice sounded, "If no one has any objections, Lin Shu will be the class president of Class 10. Also, you can enter the school network by scanning your card with your phone. If there's nothing else, that's all for today. Assemble in the classroom at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning." Sitting below, Zhang Yin suddenly remembered something and quickly raised her hand to ask, "Wait, Teacher Nan, I want to ask where our dormitories are." Nan Jungwi happily replied, "Sanctuary Academy does not provide accommodation. Students need to use points as rent to choose a satisfactory room. You can go to the accommodation registration office to find a room you like and rent it." The students' eyes widened in surprise and they all shouted in unison, "How, we have to rent our own rooms?" The teacher's face was all smiles, not hiding it at all, and he quickly said, "That's right, dismiss." People were coming and going at the entrance of the accommodation registration office. Lin Shu's group stood in the hall looking at the projected images and discussing casually. A standard apartment, 50 square meters, 50 points per month. A single-family villa with a training room, fully equipped, 500 points per month. A spacious and beautiful house was projected on the screen with a note. BU Villa, 500 points per month. Lele looked at the house happily, the little girl's eyes filled with fascination. If she were to live somewhere, it had to be the best. This single-family villa was nice, but soon Lin Shu spoke up like a dream crusher. He spread his palms, squinted his eyes, and complained, 500 points a month for rent. What will you eat when you run out of points? The school cafeteria costs 5 points for breakfast and 10 points for lunch and dinner. In a month, 500 points won't even be enough for just food. Lin Shu pointed at the projection screen and said with his eyes closed, "So only a fool would spend 500 points to live in such a high-class place." However, before he could realize it, a hand suddenly came from behind his head. With a crisp thud, Lin Shu choked in pain. He clutched the bump on his head, turned around, and stammered in fear, Who hit me?" Luo Yu had just appeared and asked coldly, "Who did you call a fool?" Lin Shu was immediately surprised and pointed at her, trembling as he asked, You didn't really spend 500 points to rent that villa, did you?" Luo Yu ignored his question and asked instead, "Have you chosen a place to live?" Lin Shu's eyes widened as he replied, "Not yet, why?" Luo Yu raised her hand and continued, "Give me your card." Lin Shu handed her his card with cold sweat on his forehead and quietly asked Luo Yu, who was standing in front of the transaction counter, Hey, what are you doing with my card?" Luo Yu said, "The villa I rented has 2 floors. You transfer 250 points to me. You live on the first floor, I live on the second." Seeing the screen request a fingerprint confirmation, Luo Yu called Lin Shu over. Fingerprint confirmation. Lin Shu placed his index finger on the confirmation screen and said with a dry laugh, "If this is the case, does this count as us living together?" Before he could finish, Luo Yu's aura became particularly gloomy. She crossed her arms, frowned, and warned, "Say one more word and I'll kill you." Lin Shu was startled and immediately shut his mouth humbly. A moment later in the magnificent villa, Lin Shu was sitting on the living room sofa with his legs crossed, letting Gun run around the house. He smiled comfortably and said, "Hee, a villa is indeed different. These points were not wasted. Let's see what's on the Academy's website map. Shopping mall, combat power rankings, and point missions." He stood up abruptly. A series of point missions appeared on the system screen. Mission points: get beaten up for 1 hour a day, 150 points each time. Clean the girls' bathroom for half an hour a day, 100 points each time. Play the game Death Glory, 5 hours a day, 250 points each time, and get a good review. Half an hour a day, 120 points each time. Lin Shu looked at the missions and couldn't help but say, "What kind of missions are these?" Then Lin Shu suddenly noticed and his mood became excited. "Hey, there's also trading. You can exchange items for points." Recalling what he had encountered, Lin Shu still felt lucky. "Great, I picked up a lot of evolved beast materials on the path of death," he said, his eyes reflecting the screen, also becoming bright and very excited. Lin Shu walked to the trading station with his backpack. Inside, many senior students were chatting enthusiastically. Something seemed to be wrong with Chen and B4. He was whispering with his hand over his mouth, and some people noticed. At this time, many discussions suddenly popped up targeting him. "Look, that's a new student this year. He hasn't even gotten his school uniform yet. Tisk tisk, he looks so foolish. This year's new students are too bad, right? What is this kid doing here? What good things can a new student have to trade?" Although there were many discussions, Lin Shu didn't care. He calmly walked up to the teacher at the trading station and asked, "Hello teacher, I'd like to trade some things." This white-haired professor had no other meaning, just pure doubt. He stroked his beard and asked directly, "You haven't even gotten your school uniform yet. What do you have to exchange?" "Selling items here can only be exchanged for points, not alliance coins." Lin Shu certainly understood and replied, "Yes, I know that." He took out the skin of a 4th-tier Tyrannosaurus leech. He continued, "Teacher, how many points can I get for this?" The professor's eyes widened in surprise, as if he couldn't believe himself. He took the skin with both hands to evaluate it. A rare evolved beast, a skin of a 4th-tier Tyrannosaurus leech, can be exchanged for 10,000 points. A 4th-year student watching from the side was so surprised his jaw almost dropped. "Holy shit, he actually has the skin of a 4th-tier Tyrannosaurus leech." The student behind him squinted and said, "He probably picked it up on the path of death. This kid is really lucky. 10,000 points is not bad." After speaking, he took out a piece of ice that emitted a 7-colored light and continued, "Also, there's this." The old professor adjusted his glasses, and after observing carefully, he said, "Flame crystal, this thing is hard to come by. I'll give you 100,000 points for it." The discussions became lively again. "It's actually a flame crystal, and he can take out so much at once, and the integrity is so good. This newbie really stepped in dog poop. This guy is rich, hee. 100,000 points. How many missions would you have to do to earn that?" Ignoring the discussions in his ears, Lin Shu continued to smile and brought out the last item, saying, "Teacher, I have some more here. Could you please help me take a look?" This teacher was so scared he stammered, This is the flesh and skin of a 6th-tier evolved beast, a green vine demon beast. My god, how do you have this? Did you kill a 6th-tier evolved beast? Did I hear that right? A 6th-tier evolved beast." Everyone present was dumbfounded with surprise. A 4th-year female senior spoke up, and then another student also spoke. The tone was a bit hesitant. "What's the background of this new student? Could he be a genius from some big family with many trump cards so he could deal with a 6th-tier evolved beast?" However, some people still said arrogantly and dismissively, "HMPH, this kid doesn't look like a young master from a big family at all. He must have picked up the items." But someone behind said, "The skin of a 4th-tier Tyrannosaurus leech, a flame crystal, and the flesh and skin of a 6th-tier green vine demon beast. Why don't you go pick some up too?" The professor took Lin Shu's card, inserted it into the point conversion machine, and said while operating it, "The flesh and skin of a 6th-tier green vine demon beast are very valuable, but you don't have much, so I'll give you 500,000 points. Plus the previous 2 items you've exchanged a total of 610,000 points." "Okay, thank you," Lin Shu said, "but I have other ideas I'd like to ask. Can I exchange for martial skill cards?" The professor shook his head, refused, and explained, "Martial skill cards, weapons, combat suits, Sanctuary Academy already has a lot of these things, so we don't exchange for them." "Alright, I also want to use points to exchange for a 6th-tier variant crystal. Can I earn a little more?" Lin Shu's face showed obvious frustration. He thought to himself, "I've already used the system's point lottery 4 times before coming here and got a diamond martial skill card for a knife technique. I thought I could exchange it. If I exchanged a diamond martial skill card, I could get at least 1 million points, right?" The professor placed the item in his hand and said, "A 6th-tier variant crystal costs 80,000 points per piece. I've already deducted it from your points." Lin Shu answered readily, "Okay." As the sun set, the warm sunlight had turned yellow. In the evening, the green of the leaves was also dyed with a layer of withering yellow, looking as if they were about to fall. Lin Shu stopped, rubbed his temples, and sighed. "Why is it so cliché every time?" Lin Shu turned his head and said unhappily, "You guys come out, there's no one here. It's a good place to kill people and rob them." 3 people wearing 2nd-year school uniforms walked out. The leader said arrogantly, "Junior, let's get acquainted. My name is Nakajima Daisho. I saw you exchange for a lot of points at the trading station just now." His face darkened, and he rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, continuing fiercely, "So I specially came to borrow 10,000 points from you for an emergency." The 3 people surrounded him. Lin Shu calmly asked, "There's no ATM here, how can I transfer points to you?" Nakajima Daisho raised his eyebrows, let out a light breath, and said, "Are all new students this stupid? The point card has a transfer function." Lin Shu had a sudden realization, took out his pass card and said with wide eyes, "Oh, it actually has this function," then he praised. Very good, very good." Then his expression changed. Lin Shu smiled contemptuously and said, "In that case, you guys transfer your points to me." Nakajima Daisho immediately rolled up his sleeves, the veins on his forehead throbbing. He said angrily, "You brat, you're very arrogant. We want to rob you and you want to rob our points in return." Lin Shu looked at the other party's gritted teeth and said with a relaxed smile, "If even you can rob me, why can't I?" Nakajima Daisho's eyes widened as he roared, "Damn you, brat." He raised his fist and rushed towards him, shouting that he would teach him a lesson. Lin Shu's eyes immediately turned a deep blue. The movement skill snow treading without a trace. In an instant, Lin Shu disappeared from his original spot, and a blue flash of lightning suddenly appeared. The few second-year seniors immediately screamed. The dust settled, and they were all horrified to find that Lin Shu had appeared behind them, walking calmly and slowly. Nakajima Daisho turned his head abruptly to look at him with both shock and fear in his pupils. He stammered, This is a movement skill." Lin Shu gave him a look, cracked his knuckles, and asked with a grin, "Senior, how is your junior skill?" After speaking, Lin Shu jumped up and flew towards one of the three. He unleashed a series of kicks, directly kicking the opponent's face, causing that person to scream repeatedly. Then he flew to the other side and used Fire Claw Hand to kill the opponent at the fastest speed. Nakajima Daisho watched as his companions fell one by one, unable to struggle, and cursed angrily. "Damn it, go to hell!" He shouted loudly, used the Great Serpent Fist movement skill, and rushed towards Lin Shu angrily. Lin Shu was startled and couldn't react in time. So this punch, Lin Shu took the punch head-on. He cried out and was knocked back a long way. He held his mouth and Nakajima Daisho snorted contemptuously, then said, "You brat, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You forced me to make a move. Just now it was 10,000 points. Now hand over all your points or I'll make you lie in the infirmary for a month." Lin Shu looked at him unhappily, held his chin and said, "You should be glad you're still at Sanctuary Academy if we were outside." Nakajima Daisho looked at him fiercely and interrupted, "So what if we were outside? You three would have already become my experience points." Lin Shu shouted sternly. He injected spiritual power into his right arm and his entire fist quickly ignited with blue flames, unleashing Violent Fist. "A mere first-year new student dares to exchange punches with me. Watch me cripple your hand." He opened his mouth wide and said loudly. He activated the Great Serpent Fist again, and a python seemed to wrap around his arm. Bam! The two fists collided directly, creating a huge shockwave that rippled through the surroundings. Nakajima Daisho let out a long, miserable scream. His skin and even his entire arm seemed to have been twisted together. He looked at his arm in horror, and his companions quickly gathered around. "Nakajima-kun, your arm," another person judged it to be broken, his tone even more flustered. But he seemed unable to hear them at all. Nakajima Daisho clutched his arm, roaring, "It hurts, quick, take me to the infirmary." But how could Lin Shu let them leave so quickly? He walked up to them with a dark expression and said coldly, "Did I say you could go? You challenged me first and now you want to run?" Nakajima Daisho gritted his teeth, cursing word by word. Lin Shu, on the other hand, smiled with extreme enthusiasm. He held up a finger and said, 10,000 points from each of you and this matter will be over." The long-haired man supporting him blurted out in surprise, 10,000 points? Do you know how many missions it takes to earn that?" Nakajima Daisho stiffened his neck and said, "Impossible." "Dream on." Lin Shu moved his face venomously close to his, smiling as sinisterly as hell itself. "Not giving them to me, then I'll have to cripple your arm." Nakajima Daisho's eyes widened. He was truly scared. Terrified, he quickly said, "Don't. I'll give you the 10,000 points, okay?" Nakajima Daisho's two companions looked at him in terror, and the crab-haired guy beside them, not to be outdone, said nervously, "Stop fighting, we'll pay too." Lin Shu crossed his arms, his tone calm. "You know what's good for you. So how do I transfer the points?" Nakajima Daisho held up his pass card, a hint of tears in his eyes, and said quickly and fearfully, "Press the button on the side and the main page of the point card will turn into a screen." He continued, "What's your ID? You can transfer the points after entering the ID." Lin Shu recited a number. Phone. Nakajima Daisho gritted his teeth and pressed hard on the card, his eyes still defiant as he said, "It's transferred." Lin Shu looked at them, hands on his hips, a brilliant smile on his face, his attitude extremely arrogant as he said with a laugh, "Haha, I've received the 30,000 points." Then he turned to leave, waving to the three and saying, "Thanks for the points, see ya. Damn it, that bastard, I'll never let him go." Nakajima Daisho suppressed his anger, cursing word by word, his eyes fixed on that back, filled with hatred. "That kid clearly gave me a very weak feeling. But why is he so strong? Was he intentionally pretending to be weak to play the fool?" the crab-haired man asked, his face full of doubt. The long-haired man among the three looked pensive, recalling the events, also feeling puzzled. The killing intent he showed just now was too terrifying. "Is that kid a new student?" Nakajima Daisho snorted and said coldly, "I'll spend 5,000 points to ask senior number 53 to cripple both of that kid's arms." He stared at Lin Shu's retreating back, clutching his own arm, his eyes cold. His companions also chimed in. "Just crippling his two arms is too easy on him. Let's pool 5,000 points. And cripple his legs too." Back at the villa, Lin Shu called out to Luo Yu, "I'm done training. Let's go out for dinner." In the training room, Luo Yu sat cross-legged, meditating with her eyes closed, a faint aura surrounding her. After a while, Luo Yu came out. She took a few breaths, and as soon as she emerged, she pointed in one direction and said with her eyes closed, "There's a food delivery service on the living room screen." Lin Shu, holding the remote, pressed it at the TV screen. He glanced at her and said, "Luo Yu, you go take a shower first. I'll order. By the way, tell me what you want to eat, my treat." A moment later, Luo Yu came out of the bathroom. She brought with her the moist heat of the water, her hair tied in a bun. Luo Yu looked up and asked, "So fast?" She was immediately startled, somewhat stunned. Before her was a lavish spread of dishes, about 8 meat dishes and 2 soups. Lin Shu was already seated at the table feasting away. He ate happily, cheerfully telling her, "Come on, eat up." After coming back from the path of death, he had been eating either bland food or disgusting evolved beast meat every day. He was about to puke. Luo Yu's eyes widened, still a bit surprised. She estimated and asked, "This table must have cost at least 100 points, right? Where did you get so many points?" Lin Shu nearly choked. He quickly composed himself, his face beaming, and pointed to his cheek. Lin Shu's cheeks were slightly flushed, his mouth turned up in a smile. He said smugly, "Kiss me and I'll tell you." Luo Yu immediately drew her sword and held it to Lin Shu's neck, saying coolly, "Say that again if you dare." Lin Shu was instantly scared out of his wits. He broke out in a cold sweat and screamed in terror, "Aw sis, I was just kidding. Why do you even bring your sword to dinner?" Luo Yu frowned, her face dark, and asked fiercely, "Who are you calling sis?" Lin Shu quickly jumped off his chair, knelt down and hugged Luo Yu's leg, crying and pleading, Okay, I won't call you sis. How about little Yue? To outsiders, we're practically living together anyway." Hearing his words, Luo Yu kicked him away, roaring, "Get out!" A while later, in the training room, Luo Yu held her sword, and Lin Shu held his long spear. Luo Yu flicked the tip of her sword and said, "Come, let's have a match. Let me see how strong you are now." Lin Shu got into position and asked a question that had been on his mind. "You just finished showering. Why do you want to practice swordsmanship again?" He recalled a few unpleasant experiences and thought to himself, "This little girl isn't like that violent lowly master trying to beat me up under the guise of a match, is she? Why are all the pretty girls around me so violent?" Luo Yu frowned, coldly interrupting his thoughts. "How dare you get distracted during a match?" She pointed her sword at him and charged, scolding lightly, "You're asking for it." Lin Shu wasn't ready, and he was already injured from their earlier exchange. Now Luo Yu's sword strike made him cough heavily, spitting up blood. Luo Yu stopped, surprised to see him clutching his chest, gasping for breath. Luo Yu was a bit flustered. When did you get injured?" Lin Shu supported himself with his spear, clutching his body and forcing a smile. "It's nothing. I was at the trading post this evening exchanging materials from evolved beasts for points, and I got into a fight with Nakajima Daisho and his group from the second year. I got some minor injuries, but those guys were unlucky too. They had to compensate me with 30,000 points. He even smiled after saying that. "What's there to be proud of for getting beaten up like this?" Luo Yu turned to leave, handing him a bottle of medicine as she did. "This is healing medicine. Twice a day, 2 pills at a time." Lin Shu took the bottle and looked at it, squinting as he said, "I'm not sick. I don't need medicine for this little injury." Luo Yu said with certainty, "Not sick, you are sick." She tapped her forehead suggestively, giving him a side eye and saying, "Right here." Lin Shu was at a loss for words, then left without looking back. Luo Yu said coldly, "No training today. You should rest and recover." Lin Shu watched her retreating figure, thinking to himself, "Does this little girl really like me? She's so worried now that I'm injured." Back in his room in the dark space, a ruby-like stone emitted a faint blue flame in the night. The stone levitated in front of his chest. Lin Shu sat cross-legged, cultivating, the same aura enveloping him, and the variant crystal also enveloped his body. Lin Shu mentally assessed, "While this feeling of power constantly entering my body is amazing, and through this absorption my experience points are also increasing rapidly. What an unexpected discovery. I must absorb more high-level variant crystals to increase my experience in the future. But the energy contained in a 6th-tier variant crystal is too strong. It feels like it's going to tear my body apart." The variant crystals were shattered, breaking into pieces of different sizes. Lin Shu silently affirmed, "A martial artist's body is a container. Only when it becomes stronger can it hold more source energy, and its power will become increasingly stronger." At the same time, with a crisp sound, the variant crystal fell. The aura surrounding his body gradually dissipated, and Lin Shu concluded, "That's why martial artists need to constantly temper their bodies." Lin Shu suddenly opened his eyes. He walked to the window and saw Luo Yu cloaked in a long robe, seemingly about to go out. He thought to himself, "Hey, where is she sneaking off to so late at night?" He rested his chin on his hand, sighed softly, and let his imagination run wild. "Is she going on a date? No, she already has me, right? Forget it, I shouldn't overthink it. Cultivating is what's important right now." In an unfamiliar place, Nakajima Daisho's face was filled with anger, his arm in a cast. He couldn't suppress his emotions, lashing out at the people around him. "Is Senior Aramoto Kato willing to help us get revenge?" he asked. The person leaning against the wall with his arms crossed replied, "I've already asked Agawa to invite Senior Aramoto. For 10,000 points he'll definitely agree to help." Just then another person suddenly pushed the door open from outside. Agawa looked disheveled, clenching his fists and saying, "Nakajima, I've managed to invite Senior Aramoto Kato." Nakajima Daisho smiled smugly upon hearing this. A heavy grunt sounded as the person not even fully in the door said, "To be beaten up like this by a first-year new student, truly useless." Aramoto Kato was so angry his veins bulged and he softly reprimanded them. However, before he could fully establish his authority, he was kicked down by someone who suddenly appeared. The voice was extremely familiar, shouting loudly, "Get out of the way!" Aramoto Kato hit the floor with a thud, his spiked club slipping from his hand. He turned his head abruptly, his eyes wide as he roared. "Who was that? Who sneak attacked me?" Luo Yu calmly looked down at the fat man from above, her tone cold as she replied, "A new student." Aramoto Kato was a bit surprised, shouting loudly as if in disbelief, "A new student? Why is it a new student again?" He picked up his huge spiked club, dragged his obese body towards her, and said angrily, "I don't care if you're a new student or an old one. How dare you sneak attack me? I'll cripple you right now." Luo Yu drew her sword, and a whoosh of air sent the fat man's weapon flying. She said, "Rookie." With a raise of her sword, Aramoto Kato froze. Luo Yu's eyes turned icy and she growled, "Move again and you die." Nakajima Daisho, watching from the side, burst out laughing, saying contemptuously, "Dead. Haha, little beauty, are you kidding me? Killing is forbidden at Sanctuary Academy." Luo Yu glanced at him, frowning in response. "You can try me and see if I dare." Aramoto Kato was suddenly startled, kept pointing at her, stammering, "You're Luo Yu, this year's genius new student at the academy." His eyes widened and sweat suddenly streamed down his cheeks as he repeated her name in terror. "Luo Yu." Nakajima Daisho looked at the senior he had invited, then looked at Luo Yu with suspicion. Someone shouted Luo Yu's name. "The Luo family, Sky City." All eyes were on Luo Yu. She remained unfazed, still holding her sword to the fat man's neck. Nakajima Daisho stammered, "The Luo family." Aramoto Kato also shrunk back in fear, his legs weak, and he knelt down trembling. Nakajima Daisho knelt, his body trembling. His eyes reddened as he thought with gritted teeth, "So this girl is from the Luo family. She really would dare to kill someone at Sanctuary Academy." Nakajima Daisho trembled, panting with difficulty, his face pale as he said, "Miss Luo, your junior was blind and offended your friend. I hope you can be magnanimous and spare us. We will never dare to provoke your friend again." Luo Yu looked at him, trembling and kneeling at her feet, just watching without a word. Luo Yu snorted, sheathed her sword, and then turned to leave. Behind her, Aramoto Kato seemed to have exhausted all his strength and sat down with a thud, watching her retreating figure grow distant along with Nakajima Daisho. He let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, she's finally gone. That girl's aura is too terrifying." He suddenly turned his head and cursed the one who had invited him. "You bastards, how did you manage to offend her?" Nakajima Daisho explained fearfully. "Who knew? We just randomly stopped a new student. Who would have thought he knew someone from that big family?" In any case, darkness fell quickly, and the morning sun gently shone on a corner of the villa's roof. At this time, the male first-year new students like Lin Shu finally received their school uniforms. He wore his uniform, yawning while calling Luo Yu's name, but heard no response. He was surprised to find only a prepared breakfast on the table. He thought with some surprise, "She even prepared breakfast for me." Lin Shu picked up the food at hand and chewed on it, his gaze directed at her door, mumbling as he ate, "Did this little girl go to school so early?" Then he thought again, "Although she's usually like an iceberg, she's actually very caring, hee hee." Lin Shu walked to the door and saw Lei Lei and the others waiting for him. Both girls waved and called him Big Brother Lin. Zhang Li and Qin Feng suddenly approached him, whispering in a secretive tone, "How was it, class president? Did you sleep well last night?" Lin Shu just felt annoyed and scolded them softly, "All of you get lost, let's go to the Class 10 teaching building." The teacher's voice sounded steadily, "Today's theory class is over. Next is free study and training time." The learning atmosphere at Sanctuary Academy was very liberal. Nan Zhenghui rested his hands on the desk and said seriously, "You can come to the theory classes or not, it's up to you. You won't be penalized for not attending." The students immediately cheered as if they had found a treasure, and someone even asked, "Wow, is it really that comfortable?" Nan Zhenghui showed a wicked smile and said, "But I must state in advance that Sanctuary Academy has a small exam every month. Whoever fails, don't blame me for the harsh punishment." The students immediately whined with long faces, "There are exams too. I knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. There's a training room and a gravity room upstairs which can meet everyone's daily training needs." Nan Zhenghui held a card between his fingers and continued, "Lin Shu, this key card is for you." The teacher handed him the card and continued faintly, "The training room is open from 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. every day. Remember to clean up after use." Lin Shu took the card and replied, "Yes, Teacher Nan." But the teacher didn't let him go immediately. Nan Zhenghui seemed to remember something, then reached out to him and said, "By the way, give me your ID card. I'll give you 500 points. Teacher Nan took the card and inserted it into a slot on the desk. Instantly, an orange transparent screen appeared in front of the teacher. Looking at the numbers on it, Nan Zhenghui was surprised, his voice involuntarily rising. 6,640,200 points. He looked at him, truly finding it hard to believe, and asked Lin Shu, "How do you have so many points?" Because his voice was undisguised, almost the entire class erupted like a disturbed beehive. A student seemed stunned. "Teacher Nan, are you sure you read that right? 6,640,200 points." Another student couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, so the class president is a rich man." Lin Shu looked at them without saying a word. However, Li Ping seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. The veins on his forehead bulged as he questioned angrily, "How is that possible? Teacher Nan, he had the same number of points as us last night. How did he suddenly get so many more today? An increase of over 640,000 points." He pointed at Lin Shu and roared, "He must have hacked into the school system to get the points." Someone also agreed. Yeah, Teacher Nan, you must investigate this thoroughly." Nan Zhonghui's face darkened and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "All of you shut up. What do you take Sanctuary Academy for? Is the school system so easy to hack? Why don't you try hacking it for me?" The system showed that these points were all obtained by Lin Shu at the school's trading post in exchange for evolved beast materials. Li Ping said with a bewildered look, "There's a trading post, how did I not know? In that case, I have some things to trade too." A student next to him excitedly said, "Me too, let's go trade together when we get back." Lin Shu looked at the group of grinning people and couldn't help but curse. "Idiots," his tone filled with disdain. Teacher Nan Zhonghui looked at the transaction records and couldn't help but praise. "You're quite capable, kid, to have gained so much on the path of death." Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Hey, did you make this transfer because you also have friends in the second year of Sanctuary City Academy?" Lin Shu scratched his chin in embarrassment, ran his fingers through his hair and said with a smile, "Yeah, I ran into some acquaintances on my way back from the trading post last night. They were worried I wouldn't have enough points since I just arrived at the academy, so they were very generous and gave me some. I already said I didn't want them, but they were too enthusiastic and insisted." Lin Shu said this without blushing, and at the same time in another part of the academy, Nakajima Daisho and his group were sneezing nonstop. Teacher Nan Zhonghui knew perfectly well that the kid was lying, but he just smiled and privately warned him with a few simple words, "Kid, be careful." Then he let Lin Shu go, turned around and said, "All right, I'm going to a meeting now. There will be a freshman assembly in a week. Everyone should train hard. At that time, I will select the 5 strongest martial artists to represent the class in the freshman assembly and fight for first place." The students banged on their desks and cheered. Li Ping shouted loudly, "Don't worry, teacher, we will definitely train seriously." The person next to him also echoed, "That's right, we won't bring shame to Class 10. In the training room, the students of Class 10 were scattered around training on their own. Lin Shu was seriously training with a long spear when suddenly Li Ping found him, carried a wooden sword on his shoulder and said with a somewhat unfriendly expression, "Lin, how about a little spar?" Before Lin Shu could speak, Zhang Yin had already spoken up, asking warily with a serious expression, "Li Ping, what do you mean?" Li Ping raised an eyebrow, a proud smile on his face, and said, "Nothing else, I just want to spar with the class president." "Class president, you're not scared, are you?" But he was secretly muttering to himself, "That kid broke the strength testing machine with one punch yesterday. Something must have gone wrong somewhere." He felt that the kid's aura was very weak. How could he possibly break the strength testing machine with one punch? Lin Shu said casually, "You're so weak, of course I don't dare to fight you. I'm afraid I might accidentally beat you black and blue." His words made Li Ping's veins on his forehead bulge. He gritted his teeth and roared angrily, "Are you looking for a beating?" After saying that, he got into a stance and swung his sword. The sound of the two weapons colliding rang out continuously as Lin Shu nimbly dodged the attack. He said contemptuously, "Too slow, watch this." Lin Shu used a skill, and the long spear in his hand seemed to turn into a torrential downpour, countless spear shadows stabbing at Li Ping. Li Ping gritted his teeth and desperately blocked the hundreds of spear shadows, but in the end he couldn't hold on and was sent flying by Lin Shu, letting out a miserable scream. Some of Li Ping's underlings saw this and immediately rushed over. "Brother Ping, we're here to help." Lin Shu sneered, and Zhang Yin's face was grim as she angrily cursed, ganging up on one person truly shameless. "Zhang Li, let's go help Big Brother Lin." Zhang Li got into a fighting stance, and Qin Feng couldn't stand by either. Lin Shu suddenly spoke up to stop them, saying arrogantly, "Zhang Yin, you guys don't need to come over. I can handle these few small fries by myself." He secretly thought to himself, "I'll use these few to establish my authority as class president." Li Ping and his subordinates charged up at the same time. He gritted his teeth and roared angrily, "Arrogant kid, you'll regret this." Li Ping charged over, gritting his teeth. Suddenly he was blocked by a beam of judgment and sent flying. Li Ping and the others screamed. And then Lin Shu rushed over, unleashing a series of kicks directly at Li Ping's face, kicking him to the ground where he screamed in pain. With a smile on his face, Lin Shu dragged his long spear on the ground as he walked over and asked them, "Have you submitted?" Li Ping remained silent. The veins on his forehead bulged and he wiped the corner of his mouth. Li Ping's eyes were filled with hatred as he snorted heavily. Li Ping stood up to face him. Lin Shu looked at him without speaking, as if giving up. Li Ping shook hands with him and said in a milder tone, "I'm sorry, class president, I am completely convinced of my defeat." Zhang Yin showed a faint smile from the side and sighed softly. "I knew Big Brother Lin Shu could handle it alone." Qin Feng glanced at her helplessly, snorted, and then said, "You were the most worried just now." Lin Shu spoke again, his eyes tightly scanning the surroundings as he asked, "Is there anyone else who is not convinced?" He stood in the center, surrounded by the students of Class 10. He was neither arrogant nor fawning, and he said seriously, "We were assigned to Class 10 because we were the weakest in the entrance exam. But have you ever cared? If you don't want to lose face in the freshman assembly, then train hard." Then it cut to the front of the gravity room. Zhang Yin asked doubtfully, "This is the gravity room." She operated it a bit, and said, "It seems you need to swipe a card." Lin Shu looked at the door of the gravity room thoughtfully, mentally assessing that although a martial artist training can make a person's body stronger and stronger, the fragile internal organs cannot be effectively exercised. But training in a gravity room is different. In a gravity room, the body's cells are in a state of intense consumption, and the internal organs and other organs will also bear a huge load. Therefore, practicing cultivation techniques to absorb source energy or conducting other training in a gravity room is very beneficial for strengthening the body. As soon as he thought of this, he stood up and opened the door. Looking at the layout of the room, everyone was a little surprised and exclaimed, "Is this the gravity room?" Qin Feng walked in and said with undisguised surprise, "This is the first time I've ever seen one." Zhang Yin seemed to have discovered something and called everyone over to look. "Damn, you actually need points to use the gravity room." The screen clearly displayed the content. 2 times gravity costs 2 points per minute and 3 times gravity costs 3 points per minute. Qin Feng frantically raised his hand to calculate. 2 times gravity for an hour is 120 points. We only have 500 points a month and we still have to pay rent and eat. It's not enough for training at all. At this moment, Lin Shu suddenly spoke up. "Zhang Yin, don't you guys have the flesh and skin of the green vine demon beast? Those things are very valuable." Qin Feng remembered his exchange for points and cheered happily. "That's right." Lin Shu, with one hand in his pocket, turned his head and said to them, "Besides the trading post where you can exchange for points, there are many missions on the school's website, and the rewards are all points." He smiled and said to everyone, holding his card between his fingers and continuing, "My treat today. Students who want to train in the gravity room can stay. Let's try the simplest, double gravity." Everyone jumped up in joy upon hearing this and said one after another, "Thank you, class president. The class president is rich. Long live the class president." Ding, the card has been swiped. The gravity bar immediately lit up, and at the same time the cold machine voice sounded. Double gravity training has begun. On the ceiling a huge machine was running. Accompanied by a buzzing motor sound, everyone was startled and looked up. In less than a minute, Qin Feng was already on one knee. He shouted in panic, "Damn this!" Lele immediately collapsed on the ground and shouted with difficulty, "This is double gravity." Lin Shu felt a little uncomfortable. He gritted his teeth, squinted one eye slightly, and thought to himself, in a state of gravity, the body's cells seem to be constantly consumed, but at the same time they are also constantly dividing, producing more healthy cells. He held a 6th-tier variant crystal in his hand and made a firm decision in his heart. At this time, practicing cultivation techniques to absorb the source energy in the variant crystal would have an even better effect. As time passed, all the students of Class 10 were sitting cross-legged and cultivating in a stable manner. An hour later, some people had already started to complain, "I can't do it anymore. I can't take it anymore." Li Ping also felt a little tired. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to look at Lin Shu, who was still cultivating calmly. He couldn't help but be surprised, thinking to himself, "It's been an hour, but Lin Shu is still so relaxed. Is his strength really that strong?" Some people started to leave and Qin Feng followed them, complaining, "I can't do it anymore. If this continues, I feel like my body is going to split open." Zhang Yin looked at his still relaxed appearance and praised him with envy. "Big brother Lin Shu is actually so relaxed." She sighed softly and continued, "We're both new students. Why is there such a big difference?" 2 hours later, Lin Shu finally opened his eyes. He looked around and was surprised to find, "Hey, am I the only one left? Since I'm the only one left, I might as well try triple gravity." After saying that, he swiped his card again. The machine sound rang out again. "Triple gravity training has begun." Lin Shu was immediately knocked down as if he had been hit. He held onto the ground and shouted, "Oh my god!" He trembled as he tried to lift his head. Lin Shu gritted his teeth and commented, "Damn, it's really powerful." He smiled excitedly, sat down cross-legged, took out a 6th-tier variant crystal, and sighed in his heart, "My body hurts so much. I feel like all the organs and bones in my body are about to collapse and explode. But the system shows that my experience points are increasing like crazy. This speed is much faster than the experience points I get from killing evolved beasts." In the training room, everyone was training in a relaxed manner, gathered in groups of 2s and 3s. Zhang Yin was a little worried. "Big brother Lin Shu has been in the gravity room for 5 hours. He won't get into any trouble, right? I just stayed in the room for an hour and felt it was hard to breathe. My brain was deprived of oxygen," Lele whispered from the side, a hint of teasing on the young girl's face. "If you're worried about your brother Lin, just go and see. Don't worry. There's an intelligence system in the gravity room. Whenever the trainee can't bear it, the intelligence system will automatically shut down and issue a warning." At this moment, a new student who had just entered from outside brought everyone a shocking piece of news. He said, "The class president is currently undergoing triple gravity training." Zhang Yin was dumbfounded and shouted in terror, "Triple gravity?" Qin Feng's state was similar to hers. He was stunned. "Triple gravity, and it's been 5 hours now. Is he human or an evolved beast?" Back in the gravity room, Lin Shu's condition looked very normal. He frowned as he looked at the 6th-tier variant crystal in his hand, which had turned gray. He muttered to himself, "The source energy of a 6th-tier variant crystal is being absorbed so quickly. It seems I'll have to go to the trading post to exchange for some more after class." Lin Shu clenched his fist and punched the air. He thought to himself, "Under triple gravity, my reaction and speed are very slow and the power of the crushing fist is also extremely weak. However, if I can unleash a full-strength punch under triple gravity, wouldn't the power of the crushing fist also be increased by 3 times? Suddenly seeing the system display screen, System Training Gravity State Selection Difficulty 1 to 99. Lin Shu was deep in thought. What does the System Training Gravity State mean? Although he was a bit confused, he still wanted to take a small gamble, so he chose Difficulty 1 to give it a try. The cold machine voice rang out with only 2 words, "Starting." Immediately, a machine gun appeared from a small slot in the gravity room. Whoosh, a sound of breaking air came. It was a laser gun. Lin Shu reacted in time and quickly dodged. He was surprised. Damn, is it that strong? I'm not wearing a combat suit. If I get hit by this laser beam, I might die. This was really unexpected. I shouldn't have rashly started the training. The laser gun moved quickly, shooting out 2 beams of laser. Lin Shu quickly ducked to avoid it. The laser beams were like afterimages, with 4 or 5 shooting at him at the same time. Lin Shu was forced to use his martial arts to dodge. After a period of time, the cold machine sound rang out again. 30 minutes have passed. The training is over. At this time, Lin Shu was already tired and lying on the ground panting like a dog. He thought while panting. Double gravity for 3 hours deducted 360 points. Triple gravity for 2 hours deducted 360 points, and the reaction speed training deducted 1 point. He quickly recovered his spirit. Lin Shu held his card and walked out of the gravity room, still thinking he had consumed 820 points before 6 o'clock. But this 6-hour training was equivalent to more than 10 days of his own training. He came to a conclusion. Having money is indeed awesome. As soon as he walked out, Zhang Yin came up to him. She seemed to have been waiting for a long time and looked very anxious. Zhang Yin asked him, "Big brother Lin Shu, you're finally out. Are you okay? You've been in there for 5 hours. Lin Shu carried his things and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, what can happen to me? You guys continue to train. I have something to go out for." Watching him gradually walk away, Qin Feng could only give a thumbs up and say, "The class president stayed in the gravity room for 5 hours and came out without any problems. Too awesome." Zhang Yin also praised. Big brother Lin Shu has never disappointed. After walking out of the trading post, Lin Shu sighed with some frustration. 1 6th-tier variant crystal costs 80,000 points. 60-something thousand points won't be enough for a few. He secretly calculated, I can't just sit and wait. I have to find a way to earn some points. Looking at the tall tower in front of him, Lin Shu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. That tallest building is the competitive tower introduced on the school map. As long as you can enter the competitive tower rankings, you can get corresponding points every day. He smiled slightly. Hee, this is a good place to earn points. Let's go and see. Under the beautiful lights, the tall tower appeared even more dazzling. The competitive tower has a total of 100 floors. The academy ranks all the students in the school according to their strength and selects the top 100 students to be the floor masters of each floor. Therefore, as long as you can defeat the floor master of the first floor of the competitive tower, it means that you have entered the top 100 in the academy. The academy will rank each floor according to the challenge situation of the competitive tower every week. Each match will be broadcast live on the big screen in the hall. In order to motivate the floor masters and challengers, the academy will give different point rewards to the floor masters of different floors. First place on the first-year challenge leaderboard, Zhou Kaixing, 20 floors. Second floor, Ouyang Hao, 19th floor. Third floor, Tian Zixia, 18th floor. Fourth floor, Luo Yu, 17th floor. For challengers of all grades, there will also be a challenge ranking every week. The top of the list will also receive point rewards. Lin Shu looked at the list and was secretly surprised. No way, Luo Yu also came here and even successfully challenged the 17th floor master, and there were 2 students in front of him. The one with wine-red hair said with surprise in his eyes, "This year's new students are very strong." On the first day, someone actually challenged to the 20th floor. The guy with the eye patch next to him also said, "I heard that some of this year's new students are geniuses from Sky Academy. It's not surprising that people from big families can enter the top 100 of the academy with their strength." But when they saw Lin Shu walk up to the registration desk, they were a bit disdainful. The wine-red-haired guy noticed first. "Look, another new student is here." The eye-patched person immediately judged. "This kid is overestimating himself. Does he think it's so easy to challenge the top 100 in the academy?" The wine-red-haired guy responded. "I don't think that kid is much either. Maybe he'll be knocked out on the first floor." The eye-patched person sighed softly before saying, "It's like this every year. Some newborn calves who are not afraid of tigers are the ones who need a beating." The battlefield opened, and Lin Shu ignored the 2 who were singing a duet and walked in. At the same time, the battle was nearing its end. After a dull thud, the challenger was fiercely thrown out of the ring. The referee's voice sounded. "Second-year Ula wins." The man looked at the tablet and continued to read the notice. "Lin Shu versus second-year Ula. Please be ready for the next match." Lin Shu was a little surprised under the ring. "It's my turn so soon? Is there no one challenging ahead?" He walked up to the ring and there were whispers from below. "Another new student is here to challenge." That person laughed loudly, saying contemptuously, "I wonder if he'll be beaten to tears." The referee suddenly responded to the person talking nonsense, "He'll definitely be beaten to tears." The information card showed that this new student was only a 3rd-tier martial artist, while the one who had just been defeated was already 4th tier. The man paused and looked at the computer in his hand with some confusion. "Strange, why does my combat power detector show that his strength doesn't even reach that of a 3rd-tier martial artist?" Ula was a tall young man with deep moss-green hair, very much in the HKT style. He walked up to Lin Shu and asked mockingly, "Hey new student, are you going to fight me with your weapon or your fists?" Lin Shu smiled and said, "It's just the first floor of the competitive tower. No need for a weapon." Ula was enraged by his words. He glared at Lin Shu and roared, "Arrogant brat." Ula unleashed violent fist, a punch aimed straight at Lin Shu's face. He gritted his teeth and said, "You're courting death." Lin Shu turned to the side, looking at his fist with some surprise, thinking, he actually knows violent fist too. Ula let out a cackle, his face ferocious, and offered a sort of compliment. The kid knows how to dodge. What about this? Immediately, Ula executed the martial skill, snow treading without a trace, and countless fist shadows appeared like raindrops, their afterimages shooting violently at Lin Shu like bullets. Lin Shu simultaneously activated his own movement skill, snow treading without a trace, swiftly dodging the incoming fist shadows. Ula was astonished. How can his movement be so agile with such a large pack on his back? Damn it, he thought. As he threw punches, Ula taunted, "Don't dodge if you've got the guts." Lin Shu replied with a relaxed smile, "If you say so. It just so happens I know Violent Fist too." With that, he executed the martial skill Violent Fist. A deep blue aura enveloped his fist. A smile appeared on Lin Shu's face, his eyes filled with arrogance. Several students watching the match couldn't help but be surprised. Someone exclaimed, "Oh, this new student has also cultivated Violent Fist," another said with disdain. "One is 3rd tier, the other is 4th tier. It's obvious who's stronger and who's weaker." Only the referee, wearing analytical glasses, saw the truth and said in a panic, "No, this new student's Violent Fist is different." But he spoke too late. Lin Shu instantly added Tiger Capture Fist, and red flames quickly ignited in his hand as the two fists collided. The fiery aura of Tiger Capture Fist seemed to explode violently, engulfing Ula. Ula screamed in pain, his arm feeling as if it had been crushed by immense gravity, as the broadcast announced Lin Shu wins. Ula was sent flying out of the ring. Lin Shu looked at his defeated opponent, lightly retracting and waving his hand. He commented faintly, "HMPH, so weak." The audience immediately erupted into a commotion. What the hell? He sent Ula flying with his bare hands. Even the referee was stunned. He frantically took off his glasses and said, "No way. This new student is actually that strong. Is my detector broken?" But Lin Shu didn't stop there. He continued to challenge. 2nd floor, 1 punch, Lin Shu wins. The 3rd floor was the same. A flying kick, and the broadcast voice sounded again. Lin Shu wins. The audience watching the live stream could only say, "Holy shit, that kid actually fought his way to the 4th floor with his bare hands." The referee's voice seemed to carry a hint of panic as he looked at him. The detector must be broken. The floor, Lin Shu was ready. His opponent was a well-built, strong female senior. The senior smiled and said, "Stinky little brother, you actually want to take on your big sister. What weapon are you carrying on your back? Put it down, otherwise you won't be able to beat me." Lin Shu was very obedient and put down his things. He took out his long spear and said with a smile, "I'll use a spear." "Be careful, senior sister, my spear is very powerful." With that, he flew forward. "Watch my spear." Lin Shu unleashed his ultimate skill, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Flames rolled out from the tip of the spear, spreading to the shaft. With one strike, the senior sister was sent flying. She cried out in fear, "Oh my god." A series of victories followed. 6th floor, Lin Shu wins. 7th floor, Lin Shu wins. He leapt up and retreated backward. The 2nd-year student acting as referee was going mad, wanting to smash the computer in his hands. He shouted, "Holy shit, is this even a new student?" He fought his way directly to the 20th floor. The person next to him quickly held him back, frantically persuading, Hey, seriously, don't be impulsive. This detector is worth 1,000 points. You'll have to pay for it if you break it. Next match, everyone get ready." 2nd-year Buck versus Lin Shu. As the referee's voice sounded, the two were already standing opposite each other. Lin Shu looked at the person before him, deep in thought. This guy is actually a 5th-tier martial artist. Looks like this will be a tough fight, he thought. On the Class 1 leaderboard, Zhou Kaixing from Sky Academy and even Luo Yu had been defeated by him. Buck looked at him fiercely, gripping the hilt of his sword, and said, "It's really surprising that a 3rd-tier martial artist could fight his way to the 20th floor. This year's new students really can't be underestimated. Today I just defeated a new student. I heard he's a genius from Sky Academy with considerable strength. Unfortunately, he didn't last 10 minutes before I beat him." He drew his sword, his eyes pitch black, but his face carried a strange excitement. He asked softly, "I wonder how many minutes you can last?" Lin Shu smiled and said, "I've got plenty of time." With a bang, the two weapons collided violently, accompanied by a clash of sword intent. In another villa, a simple and honest young man's voice sounded, "Kaixing, look at the live stream of the competitive tower. Someone else has reached the 20th floor." Zhou Kaixing typed a few times on his keyboard and casually asked, "Oh, is it a student from our Class 1? The young man next to him retorted, "No, it's someone from Class 10. Zhou Kaixing was surprised. "Class 10, no way." Seeing the person on the screen, Zhou Kaixing's voice couldn't help but get a little louder. "It's actually him," he thought to himself. Being assigned to Class 10, his strength should be at the bottom right. How could he have fought his way to the 20th floor on the 2nd day? At the same time, the person next to him asked softly, "You know him?" Zhou Kaixing's face darkened slightly. Remembering Luo Yu's interactions with Lin Shu, his voice became low. He said, "A friend of a friend." Back in the arena, Lin Shu gently wiped the sweat from his chin. He was panting as he thought, "Is a 5th-tier martial artist really beyond what I can challenge right now? That guy seems relaxed while I have to fight with all my might, but I've already figured out the pattern of his movement skill." Lin Shu charged forward again, activating his skill Cyclone Impact, but Buck seemed to have split into multiple bodies. He continued to use his movement skill Ghostly Step, saying indifferently, "It's useless, your attacks can't touch me." Sure enough, Lin Shu immediately used his own movement skill, snow treading without a trace, closely pursuing his real body. He said with a smile, "Don't think you're the only one with a movement skill." Buck's eyes widened in surprise. Holy shit, how could he determine where I was hiding before he could react? The flaming long spear was already beside his upper arm. Buck cried out, "Ah." He quickly retreated, a dull sound coming from his throat, and a gaping wound appeared on his right upper arm. Buck's face was ferocious as he cursed inwardly. Damn it, a fifth-tier martial artist like me was actually injured by a third-tier rookie and in front of so many people. He raised his sword, gathering a murderous power. "Damn bastard, you're looking for death?" With that, Buck charged over frantically. Lin Shu held his long spear horizontally in front of him. He bit his lip gently but couldn't hold on for long. Lin Shu was sent flying. He propped himself up on the ground with his body bent and sighed softly. "This power is too strong." The audience in the stands had been watching this fight intently. A question was asked twice. "Am I seeing things? He actually managed to hit Buck," another person said. "I never thought a peak fifth-tier martial artist like Buck would be injured by a third-tier new student." Buck walked forward step by step, the sword in his hand emitting an aggressive aura, letting out a series of hisses. He gritted his teeth and said, "Buck, what's wrong today? Are you off your game? New student, you've successfully angered me. Next I will fight you seriously." With that, countless sword intents rushed over like 10,000 immortal slaying swords. Buck constantly closed in, launching continuous attacks that made a series of clang, clang, clang sounds facing this stormy assault. Lin Shu could only grit his teeth and passively parry. The attacks became more and more dense. He clenched his jaw so tightly it seemed he would shatter it. Buck's face was ferocious with only one thought for Lin Shu: "I'm going to poke 5 bloody holes in you." Lin Shu's expression was stiff. Only now did he see clearly. He thought to himself, so strong is this a fifth-tier martial artist? The power from his weapon can actually injure people. Buck's eyes were filled with venom, and he swung his sword even more fiercely. "Let's see how many moves you can dodge," he complained in his heart. In contrast, Lin Shu was somewhat excited. Although the situation was not easy to turn around, he smiled faintly. "It's been a long time since I met such a strong opponent." The sounds of countless weapons clashing seemed to play a symphony as streaks of sword energy danced in the air. The battle was extremely fierce. This was a contest between the strong, and for the audience it was a visual feast. Lin Shu fought while defending, his thoughts racing faster than the wind. "This feeling of fighting with all my might is so exhilarating." Buck also had his own thoughts. "This kid's strength is clearly much weaker than mine, but why can he fight without fear?" He looked up at him, a little worried. "And I feel like the more he fights, the more excited he gets. He's a bit difficult to deal with." At this point, Buck activated the gold-level martial skill. 3 inches of frozen ice, tens of thousands of ice crystals appeared simultaneously like arrows. Coincidentally, Lin Shu shouted loudly, "Ice, watch me break it." He once again activated 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix on his long spear, and the scorching flames erupted violently. But to Lin Shu's surprise, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix was unable to break the opponent's 3 inches of frozen ice. Hundreds of ice crystals shot towards him like 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Lin Shu was greatly surprised and retreated repeatedly. "This is bad." 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix couldn't stop this move. With a tremor and a boom, white smoke enveloped half of the ring, and Lin Shu was instantly frozen into a block of ice. Witnessing this scene, the stands immediately erupted into a heated discussion. He actually froze a person solid. So powerful, is this the strength of a fifth-tier martial artist? It looks like the new student has lost. At this moment, Buck turned his head and asked the senior referee, "Why haven't you announced my victory yet?" The senior, who was appointed as the referee, said, "You only win if he can't fight back within 10 seconds or if he leaves the ring." Hearing this, Buck immediately walked towards Lin Shu with red eyes. He said, "That's easy. I'll just kick that ice block off the ring." Crack, crack, the sound of shattering suddenly rang out. Buck's eyes widened in surprise. The fiery shadow of a phoenix suddenly rose up, and 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix once again made the entire ring scorchingly bright. This time the flames were much stronger than before. Everyone in the stands was shocked. "Holy shit, he can still use martial skills after being frozen into an ice block. Look, he's using his own martial skill to melt the ice on his body. That's so awesome. Can martial skills be used like that?" After the successful phoenix nirvana, Lin Shu proudly revealed himself. He smiled and thought to himself, "Luckily, at the moment I was frozen, I used the berserk skill and detonated the flames of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. That allowed me to easily break free from the frozen state. Now I can defeat him in one move." Lin Shu spun the long spear in his hand and unleashed 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix 3 times. 3 streams of sword energy tempered by flames shot towards Buck at the same time. Buck gritted his teeth and resisted frantically. He couldn't help but say, "Holy shit, that kid can actually break free from the frozen state so quickly." The next moment, Lin Shu had already flown in front of him. He smiled, the tip of his spear gathering power, and said goodbye. Buck could only say the word "you." Lin Shu thrust out the tip of his spear and Buck raised his sword to block. He clenched his jaw. Lin Shu's eyes sharpened as he gathered his power. With one strike, he sent Buck flying out of the ring. The referee's voice sounded, "Lin Shu wins." He withdrew his sword intent, slung the long spear over his shoulder, and even the audience in the stands exclaimed in excitement, "Damn, I'm speechless. A third tier challenging a fifth tier, and he still won. This year's new students are too awesome." one is stronger than the next. As Lin Shu walked off the stage, a senior referee behind him asked softly, "Hey new student, are you going to continue challenging the 21st floor?" Lin Shu walked away without looking back, just waving his hand and saying, "Forget it, I'll come back and challenge in a few days." Before leaving, Lin Shu deliberately glanced at the first-year challenge leaderboard. All the original rankings had dropped by one, and the first place was occupied by Lin Shu, 21st floor. He was a bit surprised. He didn't expect to be ranked first. Because he had defeated the 20th floor master, he was qualified to enter the 21st floor. So Zhou Kaixing didn't defeat Buck. It seems the first place on the challenge leaderboard can get 1,000 points every day. Lin Shu smiled smugly. Haha, awesome. In Zhou Kaixing's villa, his friend's face was full of disbelief. Holy shit, a 5th-tier martial artist was actually defeated by him. How could such a person be assigned to class 10? Kaixing, he's ranked ahead of you now. Zhou Kaixing crossed his arms, looked at the computer and said seriously, "This person is interesting. It seems I need to pay special attention to him." Back to Lin Shu's side, he dragged his body as he walked, panting, his face like a flickering candle in a cold wind. Lin Shu couldn't help but complain, "Damn the side effects of berserk. I'm about to collapse before I even get back to the villa." "Haha, looks like you're about to run out of stamina." Suddenly a sharp, sarcastic voice came from behind. Lin Shu propped himself up against a utility pole and turned around haggardly. It was 3 second-year students, and the blonde man in the lead spoke up. "You were so impressive on the stage just now. Why do you look like such a coward now?" He snorted and continued, "HMPH, a 3rd-tier martial artist, insisting on fighting a 5th-tier one. It'd be a miracle if you weren't exhausted. Buck was worn out from fighting 2 new students in a row. You just got lucky and won." Lin Shu looked at them, breathing heavily, his face pale as he replied, "If I'm not mistaken, Buck couldn't swallow his defeat either, right? You guys came to find me while I'm exhausted after the fight, is that it? So what? Are this year's new students so amazing? Someone reached the 20th floor on the 2nd day. As seniors, we must suppress your arrogance." Blonde man said righteously, "I've also investigated. Some of the new students on the leaderboard have powerful backgrounds. Only you are from some Starlight Academy." Lin Shu said dryly, "So because I have no background, I've become your target for venting, is that right? Tell me, how do you know I don't have a background?" The dark-skinned man behind the blonde immediately grabbed his collar, threatened him fiercely, and roared while brandishing his fist, "Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Beat him up first. I bet on Buck to win, and it's because of you that I lost 5,000 points." But before his fist could land, it was stopped. The dark-skinned man's eyes widened as he roared, "You, who are you?" Luo Yu didn't answer him. With a stern face, she coldly ordered, "Let him go." Lin Shu's face was pale like a refugee from a great famine, yet he could still manage a cheeky grin. "Look, speak of the devil and he shall appear. Your grandpa's background is here." Luo Yu repeated angrily, "Are you deaf? I told you to let him go." As she spoke, she twisted the man's hand with a crisp crack. The other two saw this and immediately rushed over. The blonde man roared, "You damn brat, you're looking for death. It's you who are looking for death." With that, Luo Yu kicked the dark-skinned man, sending his teeth flying. Watching Luo Yu punch and kick, Lin Shu couldn't help but shiver. He thought to himself that he never expected Luo Yu to be so skilled in unarmed combat. She charged forward, activating Violent Fist, and sent the 2 second-year boys screaming. Lin Shu's eyes widened, his mind reeling as if struck by lightning. He murmured, "So this girl knows Violent Fist too, and its power is even stronger than mine." After instantly dealing with them, Luo Yu stood with her hands on her hips, watching the second-year boys flee in panic. She suddenly glanced at Lin Shu, who quickly put on a fawning smile and said, "Hee, thank you. How did you know I was here? I saw you in the video from the competitive tower." Luo Yu explained, then snorted softly. Spending 5 hours in the gravity room and then running off to the competitive tower for a challenge, wasn't he afraid of getting beaten to death? Luo Yu asked softly, "Can you walk on your own?" Lin Shu was startled, thinking he had misheard. He quickly pressed a hand to his forehead and said weakly, "I'm out of strength, but I'll recover after a short rest." As he spoke, Lin Shu thought to himself that while this girl acted fierce on the surface, she actually cared about him deep down. "What a pain, I'll carry you." No sooner had Luo Yu spoken the dismissive words than she had him on her back without waiting for his consent. Lin Shu felt something was not right. How can a big man like me let a girl carry him? Hearing this, Luo Yu glanced at him and said calmly, "Don't overthink it, I'm just repaying a favor." Lin Shu was a bit stunned. He recalled the scene of him carrying her, and his cheeks turned slightly red. On the campus path under the setting sun, students turned to look at them, whispering, "Ah, look, that pretty girl is actually carrying a guy. Are they a couple?" someone said. Luo Yu carried him through the crowd, ignoring their words. Only Lin Shu's cheeks remained red, and the whispers grew clearer. "That kid is so annoying, making a girl carry him. I'm so jealous. Why isn't she carrying me?" "Because you're ugly," a blunt person said. Luo Yu carried him steadily on the way home. By now there were no more pedestrians on the road nor any more teasing voices. Only then did Lin Shu lift his head, and as soon as he did, he froze. He stared blankly at her face, thinking to himself that this girl's side profile was so beautiful and her hair had a faint fragrance. It smelled so good, he couldn't help but kiss her on the cheek. Lin Shu instantly snapped out of his daze. He knew this was bad. His face turned pale, completely drained of color. His mind was in turmoil. "Oh my god, what did I just do? Why did I involuntarily kiss her? Damn it, I'm dead for sure this time." Cold sweat beaded on Lin Shu's forehead as he said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to do that just now." But he only heard Luo Yu calmly say 2 words, "You dare." Then she threw him off and shouted angrily, "To kiss me." Luo Yu walked over, radiating killing intent. Lin Shu quickly stood up, waving his hands in a panic and stammering, "Luo Yu, little Yu, I was wrong. Please spare me." Time passed quickly, and that embarrassing incident in his life went with it. At the dinner table, Lin Shu looked at Luo Yu while thinking, "What's with this girl? I did something so outrageous, yet she didn't hit me. I thought I was a goner for sure. Could it be that she really likes me?" At this thought, Lin Shu's face couldn't help but turn beet red. Luo Yu noticed and wiped her mouth with a napkin, asking, "Are you feeling better now?" Lin Shu's eyes widened, and he answered in surprise, "Yes, much better." Luo Yu immediately ordered, "Stop eating and go train." Lin Shu said in surprise, "Hey, exercising right after a meal will give you a stomachache." Watching her retreating back, Lin Shu thought in agony, "Damn it, this girl wants to use this as an excuse to beat me up, doesn't she?" It seemed she was indeed still holding a grudge about what happened earlier. In the training room, the two of them were fighting back and forth. Luo Yu fought seriously, secretly assessing that this kid's displayed strength was much greater than yesterday. She thrust her sword, confirming in her mind that the higher a martial artist's rank, the harder it was to cultivate. Yet this kid showed no signs of difficulty. His progress was ridiculously fast. Lin Shu blocked her sword with his spear, thinking, "How on earth does he cultivate?" Lin Shu quickly pulled away and said in a panic, Hey, calm down. Are you trying to murder me?" Luo Yu swung her sword and said sharply, "Shut up." His long spear was knocked away. Lin Shu immediately raised his hand, surrendering empty-handed. Luo Yu praised, "Your spear skills are very good now." Lin Shu smiled, "Of course you have to see who I am." Suddenly, Luo Yu released the hilt of her sword and said, "I remember you used to practice violent fists too. Let's try that." She clenched her fist and said forcefully, "Let's see whose violent fist is stronger." After speaking, Luo Yu threw a violent fist punch. Lin Shu dodged to the side in a panic. "Hey, you attacked just like that?" As soon as he dodged, Luo Yu's figure disappeared. Lin Shu couldn't help but think, "Too fast, she suddenly appeared behind me." Luo Yu threw a violent fist punch and Lin Shu was immediately sent flying. Luo Yu then spoke from behind him, "Don't be bound by what you see. Release your source energy and feel." Lin Shu scrambled up, groaning in pain. The two continued their exchange of fists and kicks. Lin Shu thought to himself, "Is this even a punch from a girl? It's as hard as a diamond." Use source energy to feel. Lin Shu used the movement skill, snow treading without a trace, retreating to dodge her attacks. Luo Yu's eyes widened as she thought to herself, "This guy is so smart. No wonder he improved so quickly. When I first met him in a 20 district, he hadn't even reached the first tier of a martial artist. In just a few short months, he had become a third-tier martial artist and successfully entered Sanctuary Academy. On his second day, he defeated a fifth-tier martial artist in the competitive tower. Lin Shu suddenly saw an opportunity. He cheered inwardly, "It's my turn to attack." Lin Shu lowered his body, took a small step forward and said, "Watch my authentic violent fist." But Luo Yu seemed to be distracted. Lin Shu was startled. "Why is she spacing out at a time like this? What is she thinking?" he shouted in a panic. "That little girl is in a daze. What's wrong? Be careful, I might hit you." Lin Shu gritted his teeth and slammed on the brakes. He clenched his hand tightly and with a screech. Thankfully, he was just a little short of hitting her, but it was still bad. His hand still touched her. For a moment the air seemed to stand still. His hand had still unintentionally touched her chest. Lin Shu hurriedly pulled back his hand and shouted, "I didn't do it on purpose. Why didn't you dodge?" What followed was a brutal beating. Gun held a 6th-tier variant crystal and stared blankly as its old man was beaten. Lin Shu's miserable screams echoed through the sky. "I didn't do it on purpose, don't hit me." Ouch, not the face. Help. Domestic violence. The next morning at the Class 10 teaching building. Zhang Yin looked at his bruised and swollen face with concern and asked, "Big brother Lin Shu, what happened to you?" Lei looked at him and guessed. "It wasn't Miss Luo who did this, was it? Did you two fight?" Zhang Li whispered secretively beside him, "Class president, you can't use brute force on girls. Do you want me to teach you some tricks?" Lei grabbed Zhang Li by the ear and said cheerfully, "Oh, you love to pry, don't you?" Zhang Li immediately humbled himself and explained, "Ouch, I don't. I was just joking with the class president." Suddenly, Li Ping came over and congratulated him cheerfully. "Class president, congratulations on reaching the top of the first-year competitive tower leaderboard. You're pretty amazing too. Why was I so blind before that I didn't notice you?" Someone asked in surprise. "Is it the Sanctuary Academy's competitive tower?" Someone replied. "Yeah." The class president fought his way to the 21st floor. The genius of Class 1, Zhou Kaixing, only made it to the 20th. The sounds of praise and envy were endless, with him at the center of it all. "Wow, the class president is too amazing." He even suppressed Zhou Kaixing. "That's so incredible, class president. How do you train?" Teach us, class president." Lin Shu held his point card and readily agreed. "All right, first, train for 5 hours in the double gravity room. I'll tell you after that." In the gravity room, all the students of Class 10 were practicing sitting upright, but their bodies were trembling nonstop, like they had Parkinson's. Li Ping endured it with a frown, even groaning as he spoke. The double gravity was so heavy he couldn't even move a finger. How did the class president do it? When he looked up, he saw Lin Shu practicing with his spear right there. Li Ping shouted in terror, "He can actually wield his spear with ease. This is the gap between us." After 5 hours, everyone groaned in unison, "I can't take it anymore." "The 5 hours are up." Lin Shu listened to everyone complaining. "It's too uncomfortable." Then he walked to the control panel and said to them, "Next is triple gravity. Anyone else want to continue?" Immediately, everyone scattered like a swarm of bees scrambling to escape. "Class president, my pants are still drying outside my dorm." "I haven't brought them in yet." "Class president, my stomach hurts. I'm not playing with you anymore." "Class president, my mom is calling me home for dinner." I need to go to the bathroom. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shu was the only one left. He turned around boredly and thought to himself, these guys can run so fast it seems they're not tired at all. I must make them do triple gravity training tomorrow. Only using triple gravity training. No wonder they're so weak. Just then, Zhang Li returned, bringing a girl with him. He said, Class President, the great beauty Luo Yu is looking for you. Lin Shu turned his head. Luo Yu, what are you doing here? Luo Yu said calmly, I ran out of points. Lin Shu fell silent, his eyes flickering as he thought to himself, you come to me when you run out of points, it's not like I'm your husband. Suddenly, a few more people appeared outside the door, 5 of them poking their heads in nosily. Class President, is this your wife? After asking, a burst of laughter erupted. Lin Shu looked at them and said sternly and loudly, shut up, do you guys have nothing better to do? Do you want to come in and train at triple gravity? No, Class President, we won't disturb you. They ran off after speaking. The door closed with a creak. Lin Shu felt tired and sighed softly. These guys suddenly a prompt startled him. Starting 5 times gravity training. Holy crap, 5 times gravity. Luo Yu, are you trying to kill me? After saying that, he fell to the ground holding his head and wailing. Luo Yu stood firm, looking down at him with her arms crossed and said sternly, it's only 5 times gravity and you can't take it already? In another teaching building, in Class 1 in the math classroom. Students of Class 1 sat attentively. Zhou Kaixing suddenly asked, Luo Shaoqi, have you seen Luo Yu? Luo Shaoqi replied, she seems to have gone to Class 10. Zhou Kaixing was suspicious. To Class 10, is she looking for that kid again? Luo Shaoqi added, should I go teach that kid a lesson for you? No, there's no need to teach that kid a lesson for now, Zhou Kaixing said. Find a chance, bring a few people and go teach those pieces of trash from Class 10 a lesson. Back in the gravity room, Lin Shu knelt on the ground panting heavily. He said, 4 times gravity is just right, 5 times is beyond my limit. Luo Yu said again, too weak. The system rang. Starting 10,000 volt training. From the ceiling, 2 chains carrying high voltage currents appeared. Lin Shu howled with a pale face. Holy crap, 4 times gravity plus 2 10,000 volt electric shock chains. Are you even human? Luo Yu held the 2 chains, dragging them on the ground as she approached him. She said, my family has this kind of gravity room too. I've been training like this since I was a child. Suddenly her face darkened. You just seem to say I'm not human. Lin Shu shrank back, trembling as he retorted, I didn't. Luo Yu with a stern face whipped the chains at him. Lin Shu couldn't dodge. He was entangled by the 2 chains, and the high voltage current instantly spread throughout his body. Lin Shu screamed miserably. Outside, Zhang Yin looked at the gravity room and said, they're fighting in the gravity room again. Zhang Li also felt scared and muttered, that scream is too tragic. Sure enough, the prettier the woman, the scarier she is. Lei stood by, her eyes flashing with fire, and suddenly asked, am I scary then? Zhang Li was startled and quickly replied, you're not scary at all. This was a question. Lei grabbed Zhang Li by the ear, her tone extremely fierce. Are you saying I'm not pretty? Zhang Li said in pain, I was wrong, my Lei is the scariest. Lei shouted again, what did you say? Say that again. How am I scary? This time Zhang Li couldn't argue back. He couldn't escape this interrogation and could only cry out, while the students of Class 10 were stunned by the scene in the gravity room. Lin Shu was finally free from this torture. He was on his last breath, gasping, I'm electrocuted to death. I can smell the scent of meat on myself. Luo Yu once again disdained him for being too weak. She snorted and then said, it's only 10,000 volts. Lin Shu lay on the ground thinking painfully, this sore feeling, my whole body is weak. Looks like I can't train to dodge lasers today. However, the electric shock just now increased my system experience value a lot. Although it's not as good as absorbing variant crystals, it's much better than killing evolved beasts. It seems that getting an electric shock from time to time is not a bad idea. Suddenly, Luo Yu said, this is for you. Consider it a reward for using your point card. She threw a bottle at him after speaking. Lin Shu immediately became happy and said, how can I be disgusted? My Yue uses my points every time, no need to say more. How can I accept such a precious gift from you? Luo Yu held out her hand and said coldly, if you don't want it, give it back. Lin Shu immediately put on a fawning smile and said, I want it, of course I want it. How can I not want something from Yue? Hearing his words, Luo Yu just remained silent. 2 hours later in the gravity room, Lin Shu was holding 2 chains with high voltage current, training by himself. Ding, congratulations master, you have successfully leveled up to 20, gaining 20 potential points. Congratulations master, you have acquired a new skill, Devour, which can absorb all energy and convert it into experience. Congratulations master, you have successfully become a 4th tier martial artist, gaining the title of a 4th tier martial artist. A series of system prompts made Lin Shu so happy he could die. 4th tier martial artist title. Physique increases by 50 points. Great, I'm finally at level 20. It wasn't for nothing that I got electrocuted every day. Lin Shu clenched his fist and encouraged himself. Every day under 4 times gravity I absorb a 6th tier variant crystal and endure a 10,000 volt electric shock. My experience value has increased to 66. The system added the 20 potential points to physique and the title was changed to 4th tier martial artist. This way my physique will increase to 228. The system summarized host Lin Shu, level 20, strength 400, physique from 158.20 to 178.50, speed 101, comprehensive combat power increased from 4,020 to 4,520. 4th tier martial artist title, physique increases by 50 points. Skills, Analytical eye, rage, camouflage, devour. Lin Shu was secretly delighted. After walking out of the gravity room, he thought to himself, the freshman assembly is coming soon. I must be fully prepared. I must learn the martial skill Galaxy Falls from the 9 Heavens tonight and then go to the trading post to see if there are any fist techniques or gold-level plunder skills. In another place under the setting sun, cries of agony could be heard. Li Ping was covered in injuries and said sternly, "Stop fighting, Park Tae-jun." "What's your problem?" Park Tae-jun answered with disdain. "Nothing. Just wanted to let you know that from today on, Class 10 students are not allowed to use this road." Li Ping wiped a cut on his face and said, "This road doesn't belong to you. Who are you to say we can't walk on it? This is the way to the trading post and we need to go trade some things too." With a contemptuous attitude, Park Tae-jun pointed to his own crotch and said, "I can let you use this road as long as you crawl between my legs. From now on, everyone from Class 10 will take this path." The people around him immediately burst into laughter. "I'll walk through with my feet." No sooner had the words been spoken than Park Tae-jun was kicked squarely. Park Tae-jun let out a miserable scream. His family jewels were shattered. Lin Shu smiled and continued, "You don't mind, do you? That feeling of heartbreak must be intense." Park Tae-jun felt pain in his heart, liver and lungs. A few calls of class president rang out. "They're all from Class 10. Lin Shu, don't just stand there." He coldly watched Park Tae-jun tremble in agony on the ground as a reckless guy charged over, lunging at him. "Are you looking to die?" The man unleashed the gold-level martial skill Wolf Claw. Lin Shu smiled faintly and also used Explosive Claw to meet the attack. The two forces collided violently, creating a moderately sized shockwave. The reckless guy let out a miserable scream. He pulled back his hand, clutching his arm, and shouted, "You, what the hell is that palm technique?" Lin Shu raised a fist at him and said with a smile, "Mine is the bronze-level martial skill, Exploding Palm." "Not bad, right? Want to try again?" His tone was slightly provocative. "Wait." Park Tae-jun suddenly raised his hand to stop them, and Lin Shu stared at him with wide eyes. Park Tae-jun said with difficulty, "I am Kai-jun from the 3rd year. What happened between us before was just a misunderstanding. Can we let this go?" He looked at Lin Shu, calculating in his mind that although this guy's aura seemed a bit weak, his Exploding Palm was extremely powerful. It was already impressive that he could withstand a bronze-level martial skill. "All right, no need to get tangled up any further." Lin Shu didn't care what he was thinking and readily agreed. "Sure." Lin Shu smiled and said, "As long as you all kneel down and leave your things, this matter will be over." As he spoke, he pointed at Li Ping, and the people around immediately started clamoring, all accusing Lin Shu, "You little bastard, you're taking this too far." Lin Shu said no more, directly using chain kicks and fire claw hand to teach these guys who love to play the victim a lesson. Park Tae-jun appeared behind Lin Shu at top speed, smiling viciously. "HMPH, you don't know what's good for you. You're asking for a taste of pain." After the class president heard that miserable scream, Park Tae-jun unleashed gold-level martial skill, Tyrant Power Palm on Lin Shu, and an energy like an electric current struck him. Park Tae-jun laughed maniacally. This one palm of mine can kill a 3rd-tier evolved beast. Enjoy it." However, to Park Tae-jun's surprise, Lin Shu actually felt pretty good from this energy. He was secretly surprised, so comfortable. This feeling. At that moment, the system screen suddenly displayed that it was sensing an attack's energy, and asked whether to use the Devour skill. Lin Shu said no more and decisively agreed to use it. Began devouring energy, gained 1,000 experience points. System experience bar increased by 10. Lin Shu's eyes almost bulged out. "Wow, this Devour skill only gave me this little experience." The system timely spoke up. "Master, it's not that the Devour skill is trash, but your opponent is too much of a trash." Lin Shu calmly turned his head to look at the person behind him and asked in a coy voice, "What is it?" Park Tae-jun's mouth fell open in surprise. He cried out, "Why are you fine? Because your skill is trash." After saying that, Lin Shu punched Park Tae-jun in the face. Park Tae-jun was sent flying from the momentum, and just as Lin Shu was about to continue teaching him a lesson, a stern voice suddenly came. "Stop, no fighting is allowed in the academy." Park Tae-jun's face was extremely swollen. Seeing who had arrived, he was as happy as if he had grasped a lifeline. He shouted loudly, "Teacher!" The 3rd-year head teacher stood among the students and said solemnly, "I know you started the trouble, but you've paid the price for it now. This student, let's end this matter here." Since the teacher had spoken, Lin Shu didn't want to escalate the situation further. He stood up and stepped aside. The 3rd-year students quickly went to help Park Tae-jun up. Then the 3rd-year head teacher said to them, "Quickly take them to the infirmary." The 3rd-year students quickly responded, "Yes, teacher." Lin Shu stood there watching them, and Li Ping suddenly approached him from behind. He thanked the class president. Lin Shu looked at him, crossed his arms and asked curiously, "How did you guys get involved in this?" One side of Li Ping's face was swollen, making it a bit difficult for him to speak. He himself didn't know what had happened. He answered honestly, "We don't know either. We just wanted to go to the trading post and then we ran into them and got beaten up for no reason." After hearing this, Lin Shu pursed his lips, looking thoughtful, but said nothing. In the infirmary, the 3rd-year head teacher looked at Park Tae-jun lying on the bed, his arm being bandaged by a doctor. He was grimacing in pain one moment and gritting his teeth in anger the next. He asked, "Who told you to go and provoke the Class 10 students?" Park Tae-jun glanced over and stammered a bit. "I just didn't like the look of them." Their teacher, of course, didn't believe it, but couldn't press the matter further. He only said, "You were set up by someone. The young man who fought with you just now is Lin Shu. Although he is a student of Class 10, he is the #1 among the male freshmen." At this, they all widened their eyes in surprise. Park Tae-jun was flustered and his voice involuntarily rose. His body seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. He is Lin Shu, the one who broke through the 21st floor, ranked even higher than Zhou Kaixing. Park Tae-jun seethed with hatred, his hands clenched and trembling, cursing Luo Shaoqi inwardly. That damn Luo Shaoqi, he actually tricked me into offending him. The third-year head teacher also said no more. He turned to leave, pausing slightly before walking out completely to remind them. The freshman assembly is in 2 days. Remember, you are third years. If you lose to class 10, then be prepared for punishment. In another place, the trading post was still bustling with people. The professor in charge of trading spoke first. Little brother, you're here again. The professor leaned on the table and asked directly, what do you want to exchange for this time? Lin Shu frankly stated his purpose. This time I want to buy gold-level martial skill cards for spear, palm, and leg techniques. The professor in charge of trading operated the screen for a moment, then pointed and said, they're all here, see if these are okay. Then the professor was a bit surprised. Silverstorm Lightning Palm. The screen displayed a gold-level martial skill card. Silverstorm Lightning Palm. The professor seriously asked again, do you want this one? This martial skill is very difficult to learn. As far as I know, martial artists who have learned this skill in the past have all been seriously injured, he explained very clearly. He had not heard of a very powerful bronze-level martial skill called Exploding Palm. Exploding Palm first harms oneself before it can harm others, the professor continued, and the Silverstorm Lightning Palm is an upgraded version of the Exploding Palm. In addition to its violent power, it can also use source energy to generate an electric current, enhancing the power of the palm technique. But not only do Exploding Palm martial artists, when cultivating, also have to endure a huge electric current so as not to harm themselves, the professor said. Lin Shu smiled and he confidently snapped his fingers. I'll buy that one, and give me this Divine Wind Leg Technique card as well. After speaking, he chose another card. The professor said nothing and turned to prepare the cards for him. Lin Shu was in a particularly good mood, thinking happily, I've been doing electric shock training every day recently, and I also know Exploding Palm. This palm technique is definitely suitable for me. After walking out of the trading post, the sun was setting, and its afterglow cast a warm hue over the scenery of Sanctuary Academy. Lin Shu looked at the card in his hand. He smiled as he walked, unable to help but ponder. The freshman assembly is in 2 days. Tonight I must learn the Silverstorm Lightning Palm, the Divine Wind Leg Technique, and the Galaxy Falls from the 9 Heavens. Hey, are you Lin Shu? Someone suddenly called out to him. Zhou Kaixing stood by the wall, hands in his pockets, seemingly having waited for a long time. Lin Shu was not very enthusiastic and asked, what's up? Zhou Kaixing said faintly. Being able to defeat Buck shows that your strength is not weak, but that doesn't mean you can be with Luo Yu. You are people from 2 different worlds, if you understand, he said seriously. I advise you to leave on your own. Lin Shu felt as if he had heard a joke. He pursed his lips and asked, are you threatening me? That Park Tae-jun I beat up was definitely sent by you too. Zhou Kaixing closed his eyes and calmly retorted, it's not a threat, just a discussion. I've also investigated your identity. Your parents are dead and you come from a poor background. Unless you can reach the level of a 9th-tier martial artist, you will never be worthy of Luo Yu. Lin Shu stopped paying attention to him. This guy wasn't even anything to Luo Yu. He walked away and said, you don't need to worry about my business, you'd better mind your own. The freshman assembly is in 2 days. If you have time, you should go back and train. If you dare to lay a hand on the people of class 10 again, I will definitely make you regret it. Another student following Zhou Kaixing also had his mouth wide open. Young Master Zhou, is he asking for a beating? Zhou Kaixing's face was shrouded in the shadow of the trees, his usual scholarly air gone. Now filled with a domineering presence, Zhou Kaixing took a few quick breaths, clenched his fists, igniting the fire of an explosive punch, and said sinisterly, in a few days at the freshman assembly I will make you lose all face. Lin Shu walked home leisurely, deep in thought, hands in his pockets. A family that can cultivate such a powerful martial artist must be no ordinary family. Luo Yu is from the Luo family of Sky City. What kind of status does the Luo family have? But on second thought, Lin Shu felt there was no need for him to be so conflicted, and 2 words escaped his lips. Forget it. He rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, why am I thinking so much? It's not like I'm proposing to her. As soon as he entered the house, a table of delicious food immediately caught his eye. Just then, Luo Yu came out of her room, seemingly having just finished training, still holding a small sword in her hand. Seeing that Lin Shu was back, she said, I've already eaten, that's your portion on the table. Lin Shu calmly sat down and took the opportunity to ask another question. By the way, the freshman assembly is in 2 days. I heard we can choose one of 2 areas for training. Lin Shu asked while chewing his food with relish, have you chosen your area? Luo Yu walked straight into her room without chatting with him. Hearing his question, she turned her head, smiled meaningfully and said vaguely, you'll know when the time comes. Lin Shu must have been starving. With his mouth full of food, he secretly cursed in his heart, when did this girl learn to be such a tease? Tick-tock, tick-tock. 2 days later, the much-anticipated freshman welcome ceremony arrived. In the huge stadium, laughter and cheers and the buzzing of announcements made the space unusually noisy and lively. After some free greetings, an announcement rang out. Attention everyone, the freshman assembly is about to begin. Please enter in an orderly manner. Thus, the crowd quickly gathered by class. Zhang Yin raised her hand and shouted loudly, Big brother Lin Shu, over here, over here. Lin Shu also politely returned a gentle smile and raised his hand to show he saw them. Lin Shu was busy looking for something, his head turning this way and that. He scratched his hand, wondering to himself that he hadn't seen her in the Class 1 group. Where did that girl run off to? Luo Yu had disappeared early in the morning. It turned out he was looking for an exit. At this moment Nan Zhenghui's voice sounded and everyone's eyes immediately focused on him. Come, let me introduce you. Nan Zhenghui smiled and raised his hand to announce to Class 10, this student is Luo Yu, who has just transferred to our class. Actually, she was originally, but before Nan Zhenghui could finish, Luo Yu interrupted him with a reminder. Instructor, there's no need to introduce the matter of my class transfer. Nan Zhenghui knowingly agreed. All right. Then Nan Zhenghui turned back to the class and said with a smile, in any case everyone should get along, you're not allowed to bully her, okay? But the instructor had no idea that the class members were not strangers to her at all. Lin Shu's heart tickled with curiosity. A cheer followed. Luo Yu, big sister Luo Yu. Lin Shu scratched his head and asked in confusion, why are you here? Luo Yu just smiled at him. Only then did Nan Zhenghui realize that everyone already knew each other. Zhang Li, next to Lin Shu, took the opportunity to tease, big sister Luo Yu is the class president's girlfriend, our big sister-in-law. How could we not know her? Lin Shu was probably shy and quickly interrupted Zhang Li with another question. Weren't you in Class 1? Why did you suddenly transfer to my class? Zhang Li was not ready to give up and continued to joke. This question is even more shocking than the last one. Class president, you don't know, do you? Big sister Luo Yu did it for love, of course. Luo Yu remained silent in the face of Zhang Li's teasing, then snorted, and Zhang Li was kicked in the butt by both of them at the same time. After being kicked, he was rudely shooed away. Scram. Only then did Luo Yu reply coolly, with a proud attitude, because you guys are too weak and will be crushed by the other classes and that would be no fun. Lin Shu was first stunned by her class transfer and after hearing this he was completely frozen. Can't she talk without putting people down? But despite her words, Lin Shu was secretly delighted. He looked at Luo Yu with a gentle gaze, a faint smile on his face. He watched Luo Yu happily chatting with their classmates and breathed a sigh of relief. He had originally thought he might have to compete with Luo Yu in this freshman assembly, but now it seemed that was not a problem at all. Whoa, Lin Shu's face turned red, and a thought suddenly popped into his mind. Could it be that this girl really likes me? The thought made him quite happy. After a few minutes of fooling around, the dean was already on the stage and had begun his speech. To all new students, welcome. You have passed the assessment and entered Sanctuary Academy. I believe you all have gotten to know Sanctuary Academy over the past few days, haven't you? After the greeting, he introduced himself. My surname is Bailey. You can call me Dean Bailey. There's no need for much talk today. According to the tradition of Sanctuary Academy, we must hold a freshman assembly, which can also be called a freshman assessment. With just a glance, he exuded a fearsome authority. He had reddish-brown hair, wore glasses, had a stern gaze, and a thick beard covered his mouth, making it impossible to tell if he was smiling or angry. Lin Shu looked at him and suddenly wondered if this Bailey was from the same family as his master. Looking at the formless flames emanating from Bailey, Lin Shu couldn't help but sigh. To be able to feel the pressure from him even from this distance, he was truly worthy of being a 9th-tier martial artist. Dean Bailey calmly snapped his fingers. Please look at the big screen. 2 different scenes appeared on the screen. He explained in great detail. For this assessment you can choose between 2 venues. The person who collects the most variant crystals will win the assessment. In addition to point rewards, the winner will also receive a special martial skill card that cannot be bought on the market. Dean Bailey pointed to the left screen, which showed a lush, dense forest of a single green color. First is the Verdant Forest. It is located in the southern part of Sanctuary Academy. Although there are high-tier evolved beasts, the danger level is not high. All students can go to this area. When he saw the second picture, Dean Bailey's eyes suddenly became more serious. Although it was an explanation, it sounded like a warning. The second is the G17 ruins in the northern part of Sanctuary Academy, an abandoned city occupied by high-tier zombies and terrifying high-tier evolved beasts. This place is extremely dangerous. Not everyone is required to go to the G17 ruins, but each class must send 7 people to enter. After hearing this, Li Ping was jolted awake, sweat pouring down, his brow furrowed, and he blurted out, "There's even the G17 ruins. People will die there." Lin Shu crossed his arms and looked at his classmate's expression, asking tentatively, "You know that place?" Li Ping immediately replied, his eyes filled with a daze and fear as the image of a zombie so ugly that even ghosts would despise it flashed in his mind. A terrifying virus had once broken out in that land. Some martial artists went there on missions, but they all got infected and turned into high-tier zombies. Moreover, almost all the evolved beasts there are above the 4th tier, and I heard there are even 7th-tier ones. The classmates eavesdropping nearby were also buzzing with fear. What, a 7th-tier evolved beast? Lin Shu calmly reminded him again. Lin Shu, you'll arrange who goes to the G17 ruins and who goes to the Verdant Forest, he replied. Okay. Lin Shu walked to the center, clapped his hands to get everyone's attention, and then said, "Everyone quiet down, I'll assign the teams." Lin Shu looked at Luo Yu's expression and already had a good guess. "How do you want to go to the G17 ruins too?" Luo Yu closed her eyes and said casually, "Is that even a question?" She had always enjoyed challenges, and now with a beautiful woman going along, Lin Shu immediately added his name to the list. "Who else wants to go with me to the G17 ruins?" Seeing everyone hesitate, Lin Shu encouraged them. Although the G17 ruins are dangerous, danger is always accompanied by opportunity. I won't force anyone. Those who want to go, step forward. Zhang Yin raised her hand, her attitude excited. Brother Lin Shu, I'll go with you. Zhang Li at this moment looked at Lei beside him, his gaze calm and gentle, a complete contrast to his usual slick demeanor. So Zhang Li held Lei's hand. Class president, I'll go. His little girlfriend also obediently said, I'll go with Zhang Li. Qin Feng didn't hesitate either. 3 members of our 4-person team are going, of course I can't be left out, Lin Shu counted, then continued. That's 6 people, we're still missing 1. Someone was trembling, clearly very hesitant. It was Li Ping. After a mental struggle, he also volunteered to join. Class president, I'll go. Lin Shu smiled proudly and nodded. Good. After selecting the team members, Lin Shu clasped his hands and loudly encouraged the whole class. Truly a model and kind class president. All right everyone, the 7 of us will go to the G17 ruins. You guys go to the verdant forest and give it your all. We must get good results this time. The classmates responded excitedly. Don't worry, class president. Everyone be careful. Just like that, the selection was over, and everyone set off for their chosen location. A plane circled in the sky. On the plane, Lin Shu crossed his arms and asked with focus, Li Ping, what's wrong with you? What is he afraid of? He answered in a low voice. I am fine. Some of the accompanying classmates looked very flustered. They maliciously taunted Li Ping. Tisk tisk, if you're scared then don't go. Be careful or you'll lose your life, ha ha ha. People from class 10 are either weak or cowards. Zhang Yin shouted angrily, What did you say? Are you looking for a fight? Li Ping hesitated at this moment. Only then did he dare to admit, Actually, I've been to the G17 ruins before. After hearing this, everyone showed a surprised expression. Zhang Yin asked, What? You've been there? Li Ping recalled that incident, lowered his head in pain and held his head in his hands. I have a somewhat impetuous personality. I don't submit to anyone. Once I made a bet with a classmate saying I wouldn't dare to go to the G17 ruins to train. When he said, as a result I was too competitive and went there with a few friends, his eyes suddenly dimmed, revealing an indelible sadness. The disgusting scene replayed in Li Ping's mind, hundreds of zombies rushing up like a flood breaking its banks, biting several of his classmates. Li Ping recalled with a hint of bitterness in his tone. On the first day we entered the G17 ruins, my friends were all bitten by the evolved beast there and then got infected and mutated. In the end, Li Ping said that he was the only one who escaped. And it was this that made him even more conflicted and pained. Lin Shu carefully investigated. Your friends were bitten by evolved beasts and mutated? The evolved beasts there all carry a mutant virus. Li Ping said with certainty. That's right, if you're bitten by those evolved beasts you'll turn into a zombie within 24 hours. So they all fell silent, not knowing what the upcoming battle would be like. The plane flew over the forest. The blooming flowers were colorful as if wishing them good luck in the upcoming battle. It was a verdant forest looking very pleasant. Finally they landed and the instructors' voices sounded, Dear students, you have arrived at the G17 ruins area. Please assemble below the spaceship. The 7 of them calmly walked down, each with a look of unease and worry on their faces. An instructor with a high orange ponytail reminded everyone. Before we set out, there are a few things everyone needs to pay attention to. Besides the zombies in the G17 area, the evolved beasts also carry viruses. He was giving very detailed instructions. If bitten by an evolved beast, you must receive treatment here within 24 hours and you might still be saved. A large python was spying there, its curious expression looking more comical than terrifying. The instructor concluded with a phrase that couldn't be better. If you can't get timely treatment, then you can only rely on your ancestors to protect you. After hearing this, everyone started complaining. Damn, the evolved beasts carry viruses too. Is what that guy from class 10 said true? What a jinx. Lin Shu pointed in a direction and then announced, We'll go that way. Luo Yu immediately agreed. Okay. Qin Feng's eyes held a deep thoughtfulness. A sense of unease welled up in everyone's heart. Zhang Li stayed close to Lei, his eyes never leaving her. Li Ping, as someone who understood the situation in the G17 ruins, was also worried. They slowly went deeper into the G17 ruins, advancing in groups. Time passed slowly, and they gradually went deeper into the forest. At this moment in front of them was an abandoned house. The house was covered with tangled vines and colorful flowers. But anything vibrant often hides many risks. Lin Shu's group was passing by this house and everyone's face was very serious. An entity appeared from behind the leaves. It was quietly passing through the leaves making a rustling sound, and it seemed something was about to happen. That entity was a zombie. Its characteristics are that zombies were originally infected and mutated martial artists with agile movements and powerful strength. Once bitten, one would be infected and become one of them. Seeing it suddenly pounce, Lei screamed. Luo Yu rushed up like lightning, her gaze carrying a sharp electric light, agile and swift as if she was going to kill that disgusting zombie with one sword strike. As expected, her skills were agile, her attacks decisive, and her power was enough to successfully strike down the zombie in the blink of an eye, protecting Lei from a crisis. Seeing that she was safe, Lei collapsed on the ground, patting her chest to comfort herself. You scared me to death, thank you, big sister Luo Yu. Zhang Li immediately went up to ask. Although he failed to protect her in time, he was very scared in his heart and quickly held her hand, asking gently, Lei, are you okay? Zhang Yin was straightforward and outspoken, saying whatever comes to mind. This damn thing actually knows how to hide in the grass and ambush us? Lin Shu secretly guessed in his heart, how much experience would a 4th-tier zombie give him? On the surface he continued to agree with Zhang Yin, exactly, truly without martial ethics. Not knowing what he was thinking, Lin Shu's expression suddenly became shy, as if he was missing a lover. Luo Yu turned her head and coldly warned, "You remember to be careful." After dealing with one, the team continued to go deeper into the ruins. They had been alerted by the zombie just now, and now everyone was on high alert, looking around. Then another zombie ran out from the bushes. Its expression greedy, looking very funny. Looking at Lin Shu, he clearly wasn't scared at all, but he acted like he was about to cry. The system prompted. Ding killed a 4th-tier zombie, gained 150,000 experience points. Lin Shu was indeed clean and decisive. Looking at the zombie on the ground, Lin Shu was a bit disappointed. Damn system. A 4th-tier zombie only gives this much experience, and this one was even hiding around to ambush. I wonder if the master needs to quickly grind monsters to level up. One after another, the one on the ground just now played a bit of a failure, so this one descended from the sky. Lin Shu covered his face in annoyance. He sighed, "Here again? Aren't you tired of this?" Just like before, this zombie was also killed by Lin Shu in one blow. Lin Shu seemed to be playing with it, not killing it completely but letting it stagger. It was dizzy, its eyes rolled back, and Lin Shu controlled its head to shake back and forth as if playing. Li Ping ran over in a panic and asked, "Class President, why didn't you kill it? You can't let it keep screaming like this, it will attract more zombies." Lin Shu explained that he did this intentionally. In stark contrast to Li Ping's unease, who had personally witnessed the terrifying sight of these guys, Lin Shu was very relaxed and composed. He said, "I just want it to scream and lure out the other zombies. These guys always hide and ambush, it's too troublesome. It's better to solve it all at once and save trouble." As expected, the zombies swarmed in, following the sound, each striking a different pose. In fact, there were only 2 poses, standing and squatting, and each was equally messy. Not only in front, but they were also surrounded by zombies on all sides. Li Ping exclaimed, "So many, we're done for, Class President, let's run." But if he ran, he wouldn't be Lin Shu. He ran quickly, his expression as if he had wanted to fight for a long time. Wow, the Class President jumped up. "Don't joke around, these are all my experience points." Luo Yu also quickly followed, running side by side with Lin Shu. Seeing her so active, he was a bit surprised. "Luo Yu, how are you more active than me? HMPH, I really don't understand why you're always in such a hurry to die." He was still joking at this time. "Oh, my little UUA is worried about me," Luo Yu calmly cursed. "Shut up." Seeing both of them rush up so bravely, how could the other team members stand by? They got into position, weapons in hand, ready to fight at any time. Zhang Li was the first to speak. "Brothers, let's go too." Lei Lei also chimed in. These two are both lunatics. Qin Feng was more humorous, still leisurely with his hands in his pockets, saying, "The Class President and sister-in-law, truly a husband and wife singing in harmony." Zhang Yin warned him, "Be careful, don't let Luo Yu hear you, she'll sew your mouth shut." Lin Shu used the 100 birds, paying homage to the Phoenix move, while Luo Yu used the Chi Blade inner strength. The system prompt sounded one after another. Ding killed a B-rank zombie, gained 150,000 experience points. Ding killed a B-rank zombie, gained 130,000 experience points. Ding killed a B-rank zombie, gained 150,000 experience points. Zhang Yin watched from a distance, amazed. Brother Lin Shu's martial skill has improved a lot. Qin Feng also nodded. "Exactly, the first time I saw the Class President use this martial skill, it wasn't this powerful. Now it's probably upgraded to a gold-level martial skill." Luo Yu shot forward like an arrow. Zhang Li's face showed envy as he praised, "But I feel like sister-in-law is even stronger than the Class President. What kind of divine couple are these two? Their strength is ridiculously strong." At this moment, Li Ping was attacked by a zombie lunging at him. But he didn't respond at all, nor did he notice the zombie lunging at him. Seeing the zombie pounce in front of him, Li Ping finally shouted, "Ah!" He was immediately hit so hard his mouth was crooked. Lin Shu arrived in time to save Li Ping. Lin Shu's tone was heavy. "If you want to die, then get lost. I don't need a pig teammate holding me back." He fell silent, feeling ashamed, blaming himself for being so cowardly. So he gathered his spirits and rushed up. "Li Ping, I don't want to be looked down on by anyone anymore. Kill, kill." After eliminating the zombies, the group came to another place and felt curious, seeing the silence around them. Uneasy? No. According to online information, this area should be the place with the most evolved beasts, but not a single evolved beast was seen. Lin Shu keenly realized that there was only one possibility. He stared at the huge depression on the stone wall and commented, "There is a powerful evolved beast here, so other evolved beasts dare not invade this area." Lin Shu looked in another direction and calmly announced, "Look, it's here." The ground suddenly shook, birds scattered in panic, and the air instantly became a bit blurry. Luo Yu rushed to the front and then hurriedly said, "It's right ahead." Lin Shu also followed her excitedly. Let's go see. This roar is full of power, it's probably a 4th-tier evolved beast." Zhang Yin saw this pair moving so quickly and could only shout, "Hey, wait for us." It was a black monster with 2 long horns like an ox with thick fur. It had a tuft of golden fur on its back that extended from the top of its head to its tail. Its eyes were cloudy, and 2 tusks protruded from its mouth, looking very terrifying. The monsters here all have their own names. This monster's real name is Golden-Backed Mad Bull, a 5th-tier evolved beast. Its characteristic is that a normal bull becomes a golden-backed mad bull after being infected and mutated. Its body is like a giant elephant with golden fur on its back, and its defense is as hard as metal. Lin Shu was panicked at this moment. It's actually a 5th-tier evolved beast, Luo Yu, be careful. Luo Yu had already jumped onto the back of the golden-backed mad bull at some point. Its steel-like skin blocked Luo Yu's sword, making her surprise. Why can't I cut it? Not only could she not cut it, Luo Yu was also kicked away by one of its hind legs. Lin Shu rushed over worriedly, calling her name. Luo Yu. At this moment, Lin Shu carried Luo Yu and ran like an arrow. As he ran, he asked her, Luo Yu, are you okay? At this moment, Luo Yu calmly replied to him, I'm fine. I used source energy to transfer 90 of the force. In the distance, a bull with a very angry expression appeared. Suddenly, this bull rushed towards the two of them very quickly. Luo Yu immediately pushed Lin Shu away with force, drew her sword and shouted, Get out of the way, don't block the road. That mad bull was about to ram Luo Yu, and she had already gotten into a fighting stance. Seeing this, Lin Shu shouted, Be careful. Luo Yu's eyes began to sharpen, ready to move. Without any extra movements, Luo Yu immediately and quickly slashed at the bull's vital point with her sword. This strike of hers made black blood flow from the bull's eyes. Seeing this, Lin Shu exclaimed with full admiration, Awesome, our little Yu is still the best. The bull was shaking at this moment. The two people behind Lin Shu were also very surprised. The dark-skinned boy at this moment said, Sister Luo Yu is still the best, but now it has entered a berserk state. How can we get close to it? Lin Shu at this moment smiled and said, No need to get close. Everyone use martial skills for a long-range attack. Then he unleashed the power of 100 birds, paying homage to the phoenix, and then said, Hee, watch me roast some beef for everyone. Seeing this, the group shouted excitedly, Wow. As soon as the words fell, the dark-skinned man immediately rushed out and said, Then watch us over here. These people also quickly unleashed their respective powers, mountain collapses and earth cracks, crescent moon slash, 5 consecutive slashes, firefly sting. These powers continuously shot at the bull, causing it immense pain. These powers continuously shot at the bull, fiercely hitting its body, covering it with scratches. Suddenly, the bull's eyes began to glow, looking very terrifying. It began to charge crazily at the group. Seeing this, Lin Shu immediately said to everyone, Be careful, this beast is charging over. Is it trying to fight us to the death? Then he leaped into the air, brandishing his spear and shouting, The bones are too tough to pierce, I'll just smash you flat. Then he struck the bull's head. Suddenly, Luo Yu flew over. With a single slash of her sword, she decapitated the bull. Seeing this, Lin Shu's jaw dropped in astonishment. He blurted out, What the? How did you do that? I was just shouting about roasting this bull into a feast and you went and chopped its head off. Isn't that a slap in my face? Hearing this, Luo Yu sheathed her sword and explained, Didn't you see? The skin on its back right at the neck was already cooked through by your flames. Hearing this, Lin Shu felt a bit embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, Oh, so it was already charred. Just then a few people walked over. It was Zhang Wai and his companions. Zhang Wai spoke up, The monster we were hunting was killed by you. He glanced at Lin Shu, then introduced himself, I'm Zhang Wai from Class 4 of the North Academy. We chased this golden-backed mad bull here. He ran a hand over the bull's horn, smiling slyly. Thanks for the assist. The variant crystal is ours. The rest of the golden-backed mad bull is yours. Its tough back can be used to forge some good weapons. Hearing this, the dark-skinned student roared in anger. What do you mean by that? This is just robbery, Zhang Wai shamelessly replied. No, you should say we're just taking our spoils of war. This was our prey to begin with. Hearing this, the dark-skinned student said angrily, What proof do you have that this was your prey? Zhang Wai continued, Didn't I just say, we've been fighting this golden-backed mad bull for some time now. Look, a piece of its hoof is missing. My friend Sun Wuhai chopped it off with his axe. Just then, the bald-headed Huda sneered, HMPH, a bunch of weaklings from the South Academy. His words prompted Lin Shu to speak up. 5 or 6 fourth-rank martial artists ganged up on one golden-backed mad bull and only managed to inflict that tiny wound. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were giving it a manicure. Lin Shu continued with a contemptuous tone. So who's the real weakling here? I bet even if you died in a dangerous area like the G17 ruins, Sanctuary Academy wouldn't even bother to ask, right? Just then, Luo Yu drew her sword and pointed it directly at Zhang Wai. Seeing this, Zhang Wai quickly dodged and said, What do you think you're doing? You dare to attack and kill us? Lin Shu quickly responded, charging at Zhang Wai with his spear and saying, This isn't Sanctuary Academy. Why wouldn't I dare to kill a few robbers? You're quick on your feet. But Zhang Wai was lucky enough to block with his sword. This infuriated Lin Shu, who cursed, Damn it. The red-haired and dark-skinned men on Lin Shu's side also rushed forward shouting, Kill! Seeing that Lin Shu had no intention of stopping, Zhang Wai said in a panic, You're crazy, these people actually dare to steal our variant crystal. Hearing this, Lin Shu grimaced and said mockingly, You really know how to twist the truth, but since you've said so, then leave all your variant crystals and the points on your ID cards behind. Hearing this, he began to think, Damn it, I thought they were just a bunch of weaklings from Class 10 of the South Academy. I didn't expect them to be not only skilled but also this strong. Lin Shu continued his relentless attacks, forcing Zhang Wai into a defensive position. Suddenly, Zhang Wai unleashed the power of a gold-level martial skill and said with a sinister expression, But it won't be that easy to kill me. Lin Shu was momentarily blinded by the flash. He's gone again. From behind, Zhang Wai rushed forward to stab him, shouting, You brat, you were right. The Academy won't investigate the deaths of those weaklings during the trial. Go to hell. Just then, Lin Shu immediately turned his head and said to him, Your speed is much weaker than the laser guns in the gravity room. This stunned Zhang Wai, who blurted out, Holy crap. Lin Shu immediately rushed in front of him, leaving Zhang Wai utterly bewildered. Hey, how did you know I was behind you? Just then, Lin Shu immediately used the Silver Storm lightning palm and said, There's a lot you don't know. have a taste of my new move. This caught Zhang Wei off guard, and he shouted, holy crap. Immediately he tasted Lin Shu's fist and was sent flying. At this moment Lin Shu smiled happily and said, aha, the effect is not bad, the paralysis effect is great, I'm the Thunder King now. On the other side, Luo Yu was still relentlessly attacking the other two. One of them was sent flying, crying out, ouch, while Zhang Ya tried to sit up, saying, damn it, this woman is too strong. Immediately after, Luo Yu held her sword to his neck and said calmly, try moving again, she said expressionlessly, you'll die. On the other side, the two sides were still locked in a fierce battle. Huda was furious at this moment, drawing his sword and shouting, a third-rank martial artist fighting a fourth-rank one were completely outmatched. He laughed as he swung his sword, you still dare to mock my hammer as a toe file, now I'll help you file your brain. Fortunately, a long spear flew over at that moment, aiming straight for the bald Huda, sending him sprawling. In a daze he dropped his hammer, which landed directly on Huda's foot, causing him to scream in pain. Ah, Lin Shu stood in front of his red-haired friend and said softly, use your hammer to help you file your toes. Lin Shu looked at him provocatively and said, how does it taste? The man looked up, his face filled with a terrifying expression, and said, are you looking for death? Immediately unleashed his power and charged at Lin Shu. Lin Shu immediately used the Silver Storm Lightning Palm and said, you dare to exchange punches with me, you're the one looking for death. The two charged forward, their fists colliding violently. But Lin Shu's power sent Huda flying, shouting, ah! Zhang Wei and the others were very worried. The pink-haired man said in a panic, how is this possible? Zhang Ya and Sun Wuhai have both been defeated. The person next to him gritted his teeth and said, damn it. Just then the dark-skinned man shouted, good chance. Immediately he unleashed a series of explosions, catching them off guard and making them shout, ouch. At this moment Zhang Wei and the others were covered in wounds, slumped on the ground, groaning in pain. Lin Shu stood before Zhang Wei, who was so scared he started begging. We were wrong, please spare us. Lin Shu looked at him with contempt and said softly, I can spare you as long as you hand over all the variant crystals on you and the points on your ID cards. Hearing this, Zhang Wei trembled with fear and said, we can give you the points on our ID cards, but if we give you the variant crystals, this trial will be over for us. Seeing him say this, Lin Shu's expression became terrifyingly cold. He said, you're not giving them to me, then I'll just kill all of you and take them myself. Seeing him point his long spear at them, Zhang Wei and the others were terrified and stammered, we'll give them, please don't kill us. After a while, the dark-skinned man spoke up, I can't believe those guys from Class 4 of the North Academy actually had 2 5th-rank variant crystals. Haha, now we have 3 5th-rank variant crystals. We definitely won't be at a disadvantage in this trial. Hearing this, Luo Yu said, not necessarily. Anyone who dares to come to the G17 ruins is no pushover. Lin Shu then continued, and there's still a week left, we can't delay, we must go all out to continue collecting variant crystals. At this moment, Lin Shu turned to look at Luo Yu and asked, Luo Yu, what's wrong? She then said, I keep feeling like someone is watching us. Suddenly a flash of light came from the abandoned building, and Luo Yu immediately shouted, scatter! The purple beam of light shot out with terrifying power. It grazed past Lin Shu, tearing his pants, and the system immediately popped up a notification. External energy detected, activating Devour skill, energy acquired 2, gained 2000 experience. Seeing this, Lin Shu immediately shouted in panic, holy crap, what kind of damn skill is this? How did it only absorb this little energy? Luckily my uniform is a combat suit, otherwise this leg would be gone. Lin Shu immediately used the movement skill Snow Treading Without a Trace to protect everyone. Just then, Luo Yu immediately rushed into the building and said, those snipers are in the building, we have to go kill them. Seeing this, Lin Shu immediately shouted, Luo Yu, be careful. The sniper saw her rush in and immediately reported to his teammates, attention, someone has entered the building. Team 1, prepare to engage. Team 2, continue to attack the target. At this moment, the dark-skinned man asked him worriedly, Big brother Lin Shu, are you okay? He immediately replied, I'm fine. He immediately picked up his long spear and said to his teammates, you guys hide here, I'll go help Luo Yu. Lin Shu had to dodge the bullets fired by the snipers. He blurted out, holy crap, there are snipers in the building next to us too. He quickly rushed to the building entrance and shouted, damn it, I'll go kill these guys first. His teammates saw this and the dark-skinned man said, those two are really a couple, they just left like that. The person next to him then said, what should we do then? Should we go help? Hearing this, the dark-skinned man said, Big brother Lin Shu can still use his movement skill to dodge laser bullets under triple gravity. But we don't have that ability. Going out is no different from seeking death. The man in the black hat then said, damn it, why would someone ambush us? The dark-skinned man then explained, do you think only people from our Sanctuary Academy are training here? There are all kinds of people here, including those who specialize in killing and robbing. At this moment, those people in green clothes were also hiding here. Hearing the noise, the dark-skinned man turned his head and shouted, who's there? The short-haired man in green clothes stood up in fear and explained, we're on your side, we're on your side. We're from Class 10 of the North Academy. You guys are from the South Academy, right? Hearing that, the man in the black hat said helplessly, Class 10 of the North Academy, we're Class 10 of the South Academy. Haha, why do I suddenly feel like I'm also some kind of chosen one? At this moment, the dark-skinned man looked at them and asked, why are you guys here too? The short-haired man's voice was filled with fear as he said, we just got here too. We saw someone shooting everywhere with a laser gun, so we quickly hid here. By the way, I saw 2 people rush into the building just now. Are they on your team? Hearing this, the man in the black hat confirmed, that's right, it's our class president and the class president's wife who went to teach those ambushers a lesson. Hearing this, the man with the hair shouted in utter shock, what, the 2 of them went to deal with a group of people armed with laser weapons? Is class 10 of your South Academy that strong? Suddenly a person was pushed out of the building and shouted, ouch! It turned out to be the sniper who had fallen down. Seeing this, the short-haired man shouted, ah, it's the sniper from just now. Seeing this, the dark-skinned man said, that's right, we people from the South Academy are just that strong, that tough. On the other hand, the green-haired man had a fierce expression, crazily pulling the trigger and beams of light bullets shot out. Luo Yu's face was tense as she quickly passed through the fierce barrage of bullets. The sniper was furious, gritting his teeth and roaring word by word, damn it, why can't I hit her? Luo Yu flew to his side holding a long sword, its body surrounded by a powerful aura like the fire of a 1,000-year-old hell. A flash of a shadow and the green-haired man was sent flying, letting out a miserable scream. Lin Shu saw this from the roof of another building and couldn't help but praise, another one down, my little Yue is too strong. With a bang, Lin Shu quickly dodged a laser bullet that shot over, thinking, here we go again. The barrage of bullets poured down like a waterfall and Lin Shu dodged left and right. He grumbled to himself, damn it, I wanted to show off but I didn't expect so many people to be shooting at once. I can't do anything. Looking up at the 4 or 5 guys aiming from high places, Lin Shu thought for a moment, these people are well equipped and well trained, are probably bounty hunters. He paused, a thought flashing in his mind. Are they here to kill me? Lin Shu showed a sly smile and whistled softly. I've got a plan. He punched forward and sparks of electricity shot out from his hand, activating the fist technique Silverstorm Lightning Palm and gripping the steel pipe in his hand. The high voltage current was like a fish in water, spreading to the surrounding electrical objects at the fastest speed. The snipers standing on the scaffolding were electrocuted and jumped up, shouting in terror. What's happening? Ah! A long miserable scream. Lin Shu appeared in front of them as if by teleportation, holding a long spear in his hand, pouring his inner strength into the weapon, and said with a smile, my title of Thunder King is indeed well deserved. Unleashing 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, the afterimage of a fire phoenix appeared, rushing towards the snipers, directly sending them flying and even falling from the roof to the ground. Boom! The North Academy uniformed teenager hiding nearby widened his eyes and trembled, saying, this the strength of Class 10, too terrifying. The sniper knelt on the ground and said in terror, don't kill me, I'll give you all the variant crystals in my bag, please don't kill me. Lin Shu didn't answer him. He swung his long spear and the man's life immediately ended. Lin Shu glanced at the expression he still had before he died and smiled contemptuously. If I kill you, those variant crystals will be mine. Trading my things for your life, truly foolish. Noticing that his phone screen was half covered in ink, Lin Shu knew he had guessed right. These people were indeed online bounty hunters. Lin Shu squatted in front of his black backpack, rummaged through it and said in surprise, oh, there are actually 2 5th-rank variant crystals, 3 4th-rank variant crystals, and more than 10 3rd-rank variant crystals. Not bad, just enough to comfort my wounded heart. After a while, Lin Shu finally found Luo Yu. He ran over and asked her, did you take care of them? Luo Yu hummed softly. She handed him a dark green backpack and said, there are 2 5th-rank variant crystals, a few 4th-rank and 3rd-rank variant crystals in these people's bags, Lin Shu said in surprise. Wow, this guy is really rich. He actually has 2 5th-rank variant crystals, haha. Now we have a total of 8 5th-rank variant crystals. This trial is a sure win now. At this moment, Zhang Yin and the others walked out, and Zhang Yin spoke up, big brother Lin Shu, are you okay? Lin Shu smiled, holding up the spoils of war to show everyone. He said, I'm fine, they're all taken care of, and we even got a lot of variant crystals, including a few 5th-rank ones. Then Lin Shu suddenly narrowed his eyes and saw a few people behind them. It was the flat-headed youth who smiled and greeted Lin Shu. Hello, we are from Class 10 of the North Academy. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow, his tone neither cold nor hot. Oh, you're also from Class 10, the man hesitated a little. Big brother Lin, can we make a deal? Asked the young man with the southern flat-top haircut. Lin Shu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked back with curiosity, a deal? What kind of deal? The young man with the southern flat-top haircut said, I want to exchange an important piece of information for your variant crystals. Lin Shu seemed very interested. Oh, let's hear it. Important information that could be equivalent to variant crystals. The young man with the southern flat-top haircut scratched his head, trying to remain calm as he said, a spatial rift. I know the location of a spatial rift. As long as you give us 2 5th-rank variant crystals, I'll tell you the location of that spatial rift. Lin Shu was surprised. A spatial rift? He repeated it in confusion, then said, that's a good thing. Who knows, maybe we'll even encounter rare creatures or treasures from another world. But then his eyes suddenly sharpened. Lin Shu said, how can I trust you? The young man with the southern flat-top haircut, though a bit worried, seemed honest. He said, I'll give you my ID card to hold. You can return it to me after you find the spatial rift and confirm that what I said is true. As he spoke, he handed the card to Lin Shu and continued with some embarrassment. We're both from Class 10, but you're all very strong. We don't want to show weakness either. We have to surpass those top classes in this trial. Besides, I think with your strength, you're more than capable of going to the spatial rift. Lin Shu's eyes widened as he looked at the card, listening to the young man continue. If you can seize this opportunity to become stronger, as fellow members of Class 10 will be proud of you. Well said, that damned sense of camaraderie. Lin Shu suddenly patted the young man's shoulder warmly and asked an unrelated question. "You're the class president of Class 10 from the North Academy, right?" The young man replied. "Yes, I am." Lin Shu smiled faintly and suddenly said, "You don't need to give me your ID card. In fact, I'll give you 3 5th-tier variant crystals." The young man was so surprised he became flustered. "What? You're really giving me 3 5th-tier variant crystals? You trust me?" His voice couldn't help but rise, and he even stammered a bit. Lin Shu smiled and said, "Yes, because you're also from Class 10, also the bottom of the barrel, trash new students in everyone else's eyes." A hint of pride showed on Lin Shu's face. He handed a bag of variant crystals to the other party and continued, "If you're the class president, then let's make Class 10 stronger together and prove everyone who looks down on you wrong." The young man was so happy that tears welled up in his eyes. He took the bag thrown to him with both hands. He said, "Thank you for your trust, big brother Lin Shu. I will definitely learn from you and lead Class 10 to become stronger. Could you please give me your ID card? I'll send you the location of the spatial rift right now." The team from North Academy's Class 10 quickly left, waving enthusiastically at everyone. Zhang Yin narrowed her eyes slightly, watching the departing team, and asked with concern, "Big brother Lin Shu, can we trust what these people say?" Lin Shu waved his hand and said with a smile, "Yes, I trust them." Watching the group leave with smiles on their faces, he said with conviction, "Because of the look in their eyes, that unyielding, striving to be stronger look, people like that won't lie to us." Then he led the team in the opposite direction of their departure, saying enthusiastically, "Let's go, let's see what treasures that spatial rift holds." In front of the massive vine-covered urban ruins, Lin Shu and his group arrived at the foot of the rubble. He said, "According to the map's marker, the spatial rift is right here." Zhang Yin looked around and asked doubtfully, "Big brother Lin Shu, there isn't a single evolved beast here. Could there be a spatial beast here creating a terrifying effect?" Lin Shu didn't argue. He observed and said, "That's very likely, which means that opportunity and danger always coexist." Lin Shu took the lead, and Luo Yu, cheering him on, suddenly asked, "Do you feel anything?" He immediately replied, "I feel it. A rich source energy. Only a place with a spatial rift could have such a high concentration of energy in its surroundings," he exclaimed excitedly. "This is it." Walking into the city, Lin Shu checked the map and said seriously, "The spatial rift is in the central square. Everyone be careful. With such dense energy, there's definitely a powerful entity here." He was suddenly startled and looked up. There were spiderwebs and strange transparent liquids everywhere. Lele said with some fear, "These webs and slime are so disgusting. How does it feel like we've walked into an insect's nest?" Suddenly a hand grabbed Lele's ankle. The girl screamed in terror. "Ah, zombie!" Zhang Li quickly stood protectively behind her. He smashed his hammer down, cursing, "Damn it, how dare it try a sneak attack." But after calming down, Zhang Li said blankly, "Turns out it's just a corpse." Zhang Yin was speechless, her tone a bit scolding. "It's just a dead body. Is there any need to make such a big fuss?" But Lele seemed to see parts of the corpse trembling. The girl said hurriedly, "No, that's not right. Look everyone, the corpse is moving." The shriveled skin was squirming. Lele said, "It looks like there's something under the skin." Suddenly, an alien-like creature crawled out. Lele screamed, "It's an insect. There's an insect in the corpse. The alien that just crawled out is a second-tier rhinoceros beetle larva." Characteristics: a creature from another dimension with strong reproductive abilities. It reproduces within living organisms, devouring the host's flesh and blood. Zhang Yin looked at the corpse not far away and said with disgust, "Don't tell me all these corpses on the ground are filled with these disgusting insects." Lin Shu said, "These should be parasitic insects. Everyone be careful, don't step on these corpses." As he spoke, Lin Shu raised his long spear and killed the rhinoceros beetle larva. The system prompt sounded, "Ding, killed a second-tier green rhinoceros beetle larva. Gained 10,000 experience points." Lin Shu also felt a bit disgusted in his heart. The experience points are too low, not worth it. The team continued to advance. Lele clung tightly to Zhang Li's arm, unable to help, complaining, "So disgusting." Lin Shu walked at the front, observing and thinking, "Since there are larvae, there must be adult insects nearby, right? Could it be the adult rhinoceros beetles that are keeping the evolved beasts away from here?" Then they arrived. There was a huge rift in the ceiling with beams of aurora-like light snaking out from it. At the same time, the rift showed a scene of countless stars in the galaxy. Zhang Yin was amazed. "This is the first time I've seen a spatial rift. It's so spectacular." Lele's eyes widened and she said with fascination, "It's so beautiful." But Lin Shu's face was a bit worried and grim. He looked up at the ceiling, feeling that there was something inside. Lin Shu calmed himself, activated the analysis system, and the shape of a giant rhinoceros beetle appeared in his eyes. The system displayed 6th-tier adult green rhinoceros beetle. Characteristics: a creature from another dimension with astonishing bite force, capable of easily tearing an adult human apart. Lin Shu's heart pounded in his chest. An adult green rhinoceros beetle and a 6th-tier one at that. As expected, it's terrifying, but it seemed to be sound asleep and hadn't noticed them. He didn't dare to disturb it any further. Lin Shu forced a laugh and said, "The bug I imagine seems to be away for now. Let's keep our voices down, explore, and then leave quickly." Zhang Yin suddenly made a discovery. He pointed at an object in front of him and said, "Everyone look at this rock. This rock is so strange. Did it fall out of the spatial rift?" Luo Yu said doubtfully, "It should be metallic and very hard." She tried attacking it. Lin Shu also raised his long spear and poked the rock. He added, "It's also very elastic. If we took it back to make weapons, it should be pretty good." Zhang Yin looked around and guessed, did the spatial rift only drop this one rock? Lin Shu pointed to one side and suggested, "Let's go check over there." The flame source energy in my body feels a scorching energy from that direction. The group approached the stone wall. Li Ping was surprised. Hey, why is it suddenly so hot? There really was something there. The group looked down and were amazed. It was a flower made of flames. Luo Yu exclaimed excitedly, Red Lotus Fire, it's actually Red Lotus Fire. Lin Shu was stunned. He didn't understand and tilted his head to ask her, what is Red Lotus Fire? Luo Yu composed her expression and explained, it's an extremely rare form of energy. It looks like a fire lotus and contains energy far exceeding that of ordinary variant crystals. Lin Shu scratched his chin and asked softly, can this thing be absorbed? He thought to himself, this energy seems very strong. If I can use a cultivation technique to absorb it, that would be amazing. But Luo Yu quickly dispelled his notion. She said seriously, no, this thing is very dangerous. Although its fire attribute is very beneficial to you, its energy is too strong and violent. If you're not careful, you'll be instantly turned to ash. Lin Shu looked at it. Let's give it a try. Can we pick it? We can take it back first and then slowly figure out how to absorb it. Luo Yu refuted him again. This thing can be picked, but it requires special tools and weapons to do so. Lin Shu's head was about to explode. He cried out in pain, this won't work and that won't work. Did we come here for nothing? Such a great treasure, and we have to wait until we have the tools to come back and pick it. By then it would have surely been taken by someone else. Suddenly, unfamiliar voices came from behind. Found it, it's right here. Lin Shu glanced at the group of people behind them. They were wearing North Academy uniforms and seemed very surprised. Oh, someone actually got here before us. How did they find this place? The group turned to look at Zhang Yin, who reminded Lin Shu. They're from Class 2 of the North Academy. The person leading them didn't seem to notice Lin Shu's group and said with a laugh to himself, great, it's still here. He waved his hand and commanded, Li Mo, Hua Meng, prepare the tools and take it away. Lin Shu looked at the tools they brought and thought to himself, these guys even brought tools. He raised his hand to stop them and said seriously, wait a minute, we discovered this first. The leading boy looked at him contemptuously, a smirk on his face. Ridiculous. See our tools, we came prepared. Besides, even if I gave it to you, you wouldn't be able to take it, right? He laughed arrogantly. HMPH, you must be the trash from Class 10 of the South Academy, right? How about I bestow a few 4th-tier variant crystals upon you, that way your trial ranking won't be too low. His few underlings immediately burst into uncontrollable laughter. Someone sycophantically said, the class president is truly kind-hearted. Lin Shu closed his eyes and smiled. He said softly, you want to send us away with just a few 4th-tier variant crystals? This is blatant robbery, isn't it? The class president leaned his face close to Lin Shu's and said arrogantly, so what if I'm robbing you? What can you do to me? I'll just kill all of you. Luo Yu suddenly appeared, her long sword carrying a thick aura thrusting towards him. The class president, with an angry expression, blocked the attack with his sword while shouting, how is this crazy woman so vicious? Then he roared in anger. Since it's come to this, brothers, kill them. Zhang Yin saw those people charging over, reached behind her back and tightly gripped her long sword, saying, this old lady will chop you all up. On the class president's side, he was fighting with Luo Yu. She continuously launched attacks at him. The man was surprised, thinking to himself, she looks so beautiful but her attacks are so ruthless. And she uses a long sword. Could this little girl's strength be that strong? He asked sternly. You're Luo Yu, aren't you from Class 1 of the South Academy? Why are you messing around with this bunch of damn trash from Class 10 of the South Academy? Seeing the other party chattering on, Luo Yu pointed her sword directly at him. She shouted, enough nonsense. The man was immediately sent flying. The class president's gaze shifted to someone fighting, thinking to himself, he's also very strong. I miscalculated. If we fight them head-on, even if we kill them, we probably won't come out unscathed. The class president turned back and shouted to his companion, Hua Ming, go install Li Mo's opponent. Li Mo, go get the Red Lotus Fire quickly. Hearing the command, the two responded while fighting, yes, class president. Roger. A ball of flame immediately appeared in front of Li Mo. He was surprised, and then Lin Shu appeared shouting, idiot, if I were you, I would never touch the Red Lotus Fire. As he spoke, he thought to himself, aren't those green rhinoceros beetles on the ceiling guarding the Red Lotus Fire? They will definitely attack whoever takes the Red Lotus Fire immediately. Hearing him say this, the red-haired man arrogantly extended his claws and said, hee, do you think we are idiots? We came here for the Red Lotus Fire, didn't we? Li Mo approached the Red Lotus Fire, opened a box and said smugly, all right, we've hit the jackpot this time. On the ceiling, the green lights began to flicker more and more. Li Mo had a smug look on his face. He held up the iron box in his hand. Seeing this scene, Lin Shu was very alarmed, thinking to himself, this is bad, the green rhinoceros beetles have indeed woken up. Li Mo then excitedly shouted to his class president, I got it? Before his voice could fade, a green rhinoceros beetle from the ceiling lunged fiercely at Li Mo. Swish, it attacked him and blood splattered everywhere. Seeing this scene, his companions were extremely shocked and immediately shouted, Li Mo, damn it, what is this monster? Could it be an evolved beast that crawled out of the space-time rift? To be able to kill a 4th-tier martial artist, Li Mo, in less than a second, could this monster be 6th-tier? Damn, why are there so many? Those monsters continuously rushed towards everyone present, moving at an incredible speed. Seeing this scene, the class president was a bit scared. With sweat beading on his forehead, he thought to himself, 5 or 6 6th-tier evolved beasts, all of us combined can't beat them. It seems we can only give up the Red Lotus fire, our lives are more important. He turned and fled, looking back and saying, "Run. We can't handle these evolved beasts, let's get out of here. Forget the Red Lotus fire." His companions immediately fled, each one shouting in panic, "Run, get out of here. Run." Lin Shu and his group were still standing in place. He turned to look at those rhinoceros beetle evolved beasts, his tone serious as he said, "Let's go too, it's too dangerous here." Boom! Suddenly a loud noise echoed as a huge rock appeared, blocking the way and trapping Lin Shu and his group inside. The class president then laughed smugly. "You bunch of trash from Class 10 of the South Academy wanted to kill us? I'll use you to lure the rhinoceros beetles. Ha ha." Seeing what was happening, Zhang Yin was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. She then said, "Damn it, these bastards actually dared to block the exit and cut off our escape route." Seeing this, Lei said with concern, What should we do? Are we going to die here?" Lin Shu and Luo Yu just remained silent. He immediately ran in one direction, shouting, "I'll lure those insects away, you guys hurry up and find another way out." Seeing him run off, Luo Yu and the group shouted with concern, "Lin Shu!" Zhang Yin shouted, "Big brother Lin Shu!" Lin Shu's body was enveloped in a powerful flame. Those monsters pounced on Lin Shu from the ceiling. He quickly jumped up, swiftly dodging their attacks. They then chased after Lin Shu. He held the Red Lotus fire in his arms, running while looking back at the monsters chasing him. He was constantly worried in his heart, thinking, "These rhinoceros beetles have been guarding the Red Lotus fire all this time, so I can use it to lure them away." Lin Shu immediately used the snow treading without a trace skill to move quickly. He shot forward like an arrow, shouting loudly, "Come on, you beast, follow me." Boom! Suddenly, one drilled out from under the ground. Lin Shu was startled and shouted, "Damn, there's another one here." Crack, crack, it bit at him fiercely with its huge pincers. He quickly jumped into the air. He was hit by that green rhinoceros beetle monster and the box in his hand fell. A ball of red flame immediately appeared in front of Lin Shu. Seeing this, Lin Shu was very alarmed. "This is bad." The scorching flames quickly burned Lin Shu's armor, covering his entire body. It was as if he couldn't believe what was happening. Screams rang out, "Ah!" Luo Yu and her group immediately ran over from a distance. They shouted with concern, "Lin Shu, big brother Lin Shu!" The class president's powerful flames enveloped Lin Shu's body. The system immediately popped up a notification. Ding! External energy detected, activating Devour skill, absorbing 1, 2, 3. His entire body was engulfed in flames. Lin Shu screamed in agony, "Ah!" Luo Yu swung her sword at the monster before her. Then she turned to look at Lin Shu and asked, "Lin Shu, are you okay?" Lin Shu, engulfed in flames, cried out in pain, "It's so hot, I feel like I'm going to explode." Luo Yu immediately rushed to his side and held him tightly. Both were submerged in a sea of fire. Luo Yu said, "My moon power is of the ice attribute. I can help suppress it a little." Seeing Luo Yu's action, Lin Shu shouted in absolute panic, "Luo Yu!" The people around them witnessing this scene all shouted anxiously, "Class president, big sister Luo Yu!" Luo Yu held Lin Shu tightly in the flames and said decisively, "Lin Shu, I'll use my ice attribute source energy to help you suppress it. Hurry and absorb the power of the Red Lotus fire." Lin Shu gritted his teeth, enduring the scorching heat. At this moment, the absorption progress bar finally began to move. 10, 1, 5, 20. He thought happily, it's working. Under the suppression of Luo Yu's ice attribute source energy, the devouring speed is even faster. Zhang Yin, fighting on the front line, glanced behind her and thought with a sigh, Luo Yu is actually disregarding the flames on big brother Lin Shu's body and rushing over to help him. She decisively charged towards the group of monsters. HMPH, Luo Yu, don't think you're the only one who can risk her life for big brother Lin Shu. She fiercely hacked at the back of a giant beetle. Great, she thought. I've long decided that since big brother Lin Shu has saved me several times, my life is already his. She swung her blade in a wide arc, instantly hitting several of the besieging monsters, then nimbly ran away. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will buy enough time for big brother Lin Shu. Zhang Yin ran quickly, luring the monsters that were relentlessly chasing her, and taunted loudly, "Come and get me if you've got the guts, you beast, come chase me." Zhang Li asked the person next to him in surprise, "What is Zhang Yin doing?" Qin Feng replied with a frown. "He seems to be drawing the aggro of the green rhinoceros beetles. He's buying time for the class president." Qin Feng also decided to run up and help, shouting to his teammates, "Quick, let's go help." Zhang Yin couldn't handle them alone. Zhang Li was still a bit hesitant. "But those spatial beasts are 6th tier, Qin Feng replied anxiously. "I know, that's why we have to go together, otherwise we'll definitely die here on this side." The progress bar showed it was almost complete. 8, 5, 90, 95. Lin Shu's eyes and mouth were wide open, orange light pouring in and the veins around his eyes bulged. He thought in agony, it's almost absorbed. "The Red Lotus fire is constantly destroying my body, internal organs and bones. It's only because the system is frantically healing me that I'm not seriously injured. With Luo Yu's ice-cold source energy, my body is like a weapon being tempered 1,000 times, and my physique is also gradually strengthening." A short while later, the system displayed a notification. "Devour successful. Gained 31 million experience points. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on reaching level 21. You've gained 21 potential points." In the flames, Lin Shu excitedly moved his hands, feeling the surging power within his body. "Holy crap, I gained 31 million experience points in an instant." How many evolved beasts would I have to kill to accumulate this much experience? He focused on the virtual screen and silently gave the system a command. System, add all 21 potential points to strength. Host Lin Shu, level 21. Strength 421, physique 17850, speed 101, comprehensive combat power increased from 4520 to 46,650. 4th tier martial artist title increases physique by 50 points. Luo Yu collapsed into Lin Shu's arms exhausted. Lin Shu asked worriedly, Luo Yu, what's wrong? Luo Yu replied weakly, just over-exhaustion of source energy, I'm fine. Lin Shu took out a small black bottle and handed it to her. Drink this nutrient solution to replenish your energy. Then he quickly absorbed the source energy of a 5th-tier variant crystal. I'm going to help Zhang Yin and the others. Luo Yu couldn't help but worry. You can't do it alone, those are 6th-tier spatial beasts. The sound of a fierce battle came from a distance. Zhang Yin, quick, stop it. Lin Shu calmly looked at the battlefield and said, although I've temporarily absorbed the power of the Red Lotus fire, I haven't fully digested it yet. I feel like I could explode from the violent power inside me at any moment, so I must release some of this source energy through battle. After a long fight, Zhang Yin was starting to get tired and accidentally fell to the ground. A group of green beetles surrounded her at the same time, continuously eyeing this plump piece of meat. Her teammates outside shouted anxiously, Zhang Yin, run, run, but she seemed unable to hear them at all. A phantom image with an orange glow arrived at lightning speed, kicking the green beetle closest to Zhang Yin. Lin Shu stood in front of his teammates, assumed a fighting stance, and asked with concern, are you guys okay? Zhang Yin, whom he had just saved, also asked anxiously, Big brother Lin Shu, are you okay? Lin Shu didn't turn his head and replied, I'm fine, you guys step back, I'll handle these beetles. The firepower hidden deep within his body enveloped his entire being. He tried hard to adapt to this strange and novel feeling. He knew the scorching power of the Red Lotus fire was fierce and violent, difficult to suppress. The giant green beetles pounced on him at the same time. Lin Shu's teammates shouted anxiously, Big brother Lin Shu, be careful, class president, be careful. Lin Shu, under attack, still looked firmly at his opponent. He swept with the long spear in his hand, forming a huge purple-orange tornado. I thought confidently, this flame can almost burn the spirit. This move is called Starry Sky Flame Refinement. A beam of orange light-like energy shot straight into the sky, his entire body suspended within the light beam. Below the light beam, the surging energy transformed into sharp arrows. The green beetles had no time to dodge and were quickly hit. One by one, the beetles were eliminated, bursting into dazzling and huge fireballs. The system continuously popped up notifications. Killed a 6th-tier green rhinoceros beetle, gained 10 million experience points. Chen Feng's mouth was wide open, dumbfounded. What kind of martial skill is this? I remember the class president's fire attribute martial skill was Phoenix Cry of Fire. Zhang Yin stammered and loudly confirmed, he killed 2 6th-tier beasts with one move. Zhang Li cried and complained, Class President, are you even letting others live? This is too ridiculous. Lin Shu jumped up, easily dodging a beetle's attack. He quickly calculated. Just now, with that flash of light aided by the fierce power of the Red Lotus fire within me, I accidentally used the move Starry Sky Flame Refinement. It's like an ultimate skill, difficult to use twice in a short period. I can only master it after becoming proficient. Lin Shu swept his blade horizontally, creating a purple light to block the attacks of countless monsters. He thought with difficulty, I can only use 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix to get me out of this pinch for now. A series of rumbles sounded again and white smoke filled the area. It seemed a few beetles had been hit. He continued to use 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, muttering to himself, with the enhancement of the energy in my body, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix still can't burn them to death, but it can break their wings, making them lose their advantage in the air. He decisively charged at the group of monsters with his long spear. Lin Shu thought, after using Starry Sky Flame Refinement and then continuously using 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, the violent feeling in my body has lessened quite a bit. As expected, only by constantly fighting and releasing the violent source energy can I quickly digest it. He continuously attacked the monster's wings with his long spear, but they only showed cracks and did not shatter. He couldn't help but curse loudly. Damn it, these guys' shells are too hard. Although the flames of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix caused some damage to their shells, my black tassel spear can only poke a small hole in their shells. Lin Shu was fearless, wiped his mouth and then laughed loudly. In that case, I'll just turn you all into sieves. Anyway, I have an inexhaustible supply of source energy now. He launched continuous attacks using 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix twice and rainstorm pear blossom twice. Qin Feng stood to the side, sighing, the class president is too formidable. He can actually fight so many 6th-tier spatial beasts by himself. Zhang Li stammered in surprise, is this the combat power a 6th-tier martial artist should have? Zhang Yin noticed something was wrong. Big brother Lin Shu's state is not right. She calmly analyzed, Big brother Lin Shu is not defending at all, just desperately attacking like he's on steroids, very excited. Luo Yu stood behind with her arms crossed and continued where she left off, and the fiery aura appearing on his body is not his own source energy. Zhang Yin noticed Luo Yu's appearance and was immediately surprised. What, is the class president in danger at any moment? What should we do then? Does big sister Luo Yu have any good ideas? Luo Yu drew her sword, injecting a faint pink spiritual power into it. We must first deal with these spatial beasts and then we'll see. She leapt up, sweeping her sword horizontally, freezing the monster. Lin Shu tacitly ran up to attack the monster. He pierced the ice block with his long spear and the system displayed a notification. Killed a 6th-tier green rhinoceros beetle, gained 10 million experience points. He exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Hey, I can actually pierce it." He discovered their weakness and attacked even more fiercely. Luo Yu stood beside him and explained, "The beetle's shell was scorched by you and then frozen by my ice power, so it became weaker." Lin Shu had a sudden realization. "So that's how it is?" Lin Shu enthusiastically stood back to back with Luo Yu and shouted, "All right then, the two of us husband and wife will join forces and wipe out their nest." Luo Yu frowned, knocked Lin Shu on the head, making him cry out in pain with a large lump swelling on his head. She warned sternly, "If you spout any more nonsense I'll sew your mouth shut." Qin Feng shouted in admiration, "The class president is so cool he can still flirt at a time like this." Zhang Li silently showed a jealous expression. Lin Shu charged, using the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix move. A green beetle was hit in the abdomen and fell on its back. Luo Yu was not to be outdone. With a few swings of her sword she froze the monster before her. The monster was frozen by her, unable to move, still maintaining its posture of attacking with its mouth open. He tacitly pierced the ice with his long spear, using Rainstorm Pear Blossom. The system popped up another notification. Dane killed a 6th-tier green rhinoceros beetle, gained 10 million experience points. Countless small green beetles crawled out from the mother beetle's corpse. The system displayed 2nd-tier beetle larvae. Characteristics: creatures from another dimension with strong reproductive abilities, parasitic within organisms, devouring the host's flesh and blood. Lin Shu looked at the swarm of larvae and shouted in terror, "Holy crap, that was just the mother bug." "Everyone be careful. Although these beetles are only 2nd-tier, there are a lot of them." Zhang Li and his teammate nimbly ran forward. "Big brother Lin Shu, leave these small matters to us." Lin Shu agreed. "All right, Luo Yu and I will hold off the big ones." Qin Feng, Zhang Li and Zhang Li gritted their teeth, held their weapons and charged at the dense swarm of 2nd-tier beetles. Lin Shu was attacking the mother bug when he suddenly noticed his teammate's side. He shouted a reminder, "Li Ping, be careful." By the time Li Ping stammered a response it was already too late. Class President Lin Shu quickly rushed up, his long spear directly piercing the monster's mouth. He was suspended in midair, his long spear firmly embedded in the monster. Li Ping anxiously advised, "Ah, this is bad, Class President. Let go of the long spear." Lin Shu firmly refused. "As a martial artist, how can I let go of my weapon? Bite my black tassel tight, be careful not to poke your mouth." He exerted so much force that the whites of his eyes showed and red-orange power enveloped his long spear. He used the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix move. The monster was in so much pain that it had to open its mouth and spit out his long spear. It desperately opened its mouth wide, hoping to make the flames in its mouth disappear, but failed. Its entire body smoked as it fell to the ground powerless. Lin Shu laughed triumphantly. "I didn't expect this to work. Your shell is hard, right? Then I'll just burn you to death from the inside." Lin Shu passionately encouraged everyone. "There are 3 adult beetles left. Everyone let's charge up and wipe them out." Zhang Yin raised her hands high and shouted, "Kill!" A long time later the ground was covered with the corpses of the small beetles. Zhang Yin was panting. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Few finally killed them all. Zhang Yin stuck her knife in the ground, sat on the corpse of a monster and sighed. "To think we could survive facing so many 6th-tier spatial beasts," Lele added. "It's all thanks to the class president and big sister Luo Yu." Lin Shu called out in dissatisfaction, "Hey, why are you guys so far away from me? It's not like I'm going to eat you." Qin Feng stood in the distance, his tongue sticking out, covered in sweat. "Class president, you're like an alchemical furnace right now. Getting close to you feels like we're being roasted." Lin Shu complained while chugging from a bottle. "HMPH, when I was saving you guys just now you didn't say that." Lin Shu put down the bottle, panting heavily, spitting out sparks and rolling hot air. Luo Yu looked at him with her arms crossed and reminded him, "Stop wasting nutrient solution. I'll continue to use my ice-cold source energy to help you suppress the Red Lotus fire. We've rested enough, let's keep moving." Lin Shu stood up, shouldered his long spear, a faint flame lingering around his body. "All right, let's go deeper. The city center, I need to fight stronger enemies." The group stared at him blankly as if looking at a madman. The group headed together towards the unfamiliar city. Someone asked, "Why is the fog so thick here?" Lin Shu couldn't help but become more vigilant, reminding the whole team, "Everyone be on high alert. Be careful of evolved beasts hiding in the fog." As soon as he finished speaking, a red veiny tentacle appeared in the fog. It approached silently and wrapped around Zhang Yin's thigh. Her body stiffened. "Ah!" One of Zhang Yin's legs was entangled by the tentacle and pulled into the air. She screamed, "Ah, what is this? Help!" Lin Shu anxiously shouted Zhang Yin's name and the two quickly clasped hands. Lin Shu jumped up and sliced off the tentacle with one stroke. He asked with concern, "Zhang Yin, are you okay?" Zhang Yin seemed to have not yet recovered from the shock and replied, "I'm fine, but what is this disgusting thing?" Lele exclaimed in disgust. "You so gross." The severed tentacle lay limply on the ground, oozing green liquid. Dense figures and a buzzing sound caught his attention. Lin Shu looked at the approaching army of zombies and shouted, "It's zombies, so many zombies." Lin Shu reminded, "It's a 4th-tier tentacle zombie. Everyone be careful." The system displayed 4th-tier tentacle zombie. Characteristics: tentacles can be long or short, large or small, skilled at coiling and restraining. The zombie extended its tentacles to attack Lin Shu's team. He loudly reminded his teammates, "Be careful, don't get separated." He leapt high into the air, sweeping his long spear in a circle, attacking the charging monsters. 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. The flames, hot air and billowing dust seemed unable to stop the ant-like swarm of zombies. Lin Shu complained in dissatisfaction, "Just how many zombies are there? Damn it, is it not over yet?" He turned his head to ask his teammates, "Hey Luo Yu, how are things on your side?" He stared blankly at the empty space behind him. Where did everyone go? He looked left and right, calling out his teammates' names: Luo Yu, Zhang Yin, Zhang Li. The monsters took advantage of his distraction and rushed up, forcing him to dodge clumsily. "Damn it, there's something wrong with the fog. It made us get separated without realizing it. If everyone is fighting alone, it will be dangerous." He then exerted his strength using 100 birds, paying homage to the phoenix. The flames incinerated the surrounding soil and the zombies fell one after another. His face gradually calmed and the surrounding flames quickly extinguished. He frowned, pursed his lips and looked around. Then he looked at the scattered zombie corpses and smoke on the ground and made a judgment. "Let's take care of the remaining few." Then Lin Shu calmly took out his phone. Then as he pressed it, he found that his phone had no signal. His expression became exceptionally grave. He walked while frowning, his weapon slung over his shoulder, muttering to himself, "Although I saved the map of the G17 area before, I can't determine my location now." Then he gave up hope, stuffed his phone back into his pocket, held the remaining weapon in his hand, glanced at the surrounding smoke and judged with a frown, "Forget it, I'll find them myself." Then a current of electricity shot towards him. Lin Shu sensed it and stood still. The force rushed over and directly hit the spot where he was standing. He also jumped up, dodging while shouting cautiously. On the other side, a man with his face covered in band-aids and wielding dual swords led his group, walking through the smoke and dust with a frowning sneer. "We meet again," he greeted, then added, "Damn Class 10 from the South Academy. I can't believe you weren't killed by the spatial beasts." Lin Shu also sneered, frowning as he gestured dismissively. "Hee hee, so it's the dogs from Class 2 of the North Academy. I was just about to get my revenge and you've delivered yourselves right to my doorstep." Hearing Lin Shu, the man continued to smile smugly. He raised a hand to his forehead, sizing up Lin Shu as he asked, "Why are you all alone? Where are your companions?" Then he cursed, "Don't tell me they're all dead." Lin Shu held his long spear, his other hand in his pocket, looking at the man calmly. The man with the blonde dreadlocks then lamented, "What a pity. I seem to recall there were 3 great beauties." At this, Lin Shu couldn't help but frown and glare at the man with the long dreadlocks, sneering, "Sorry to disappoint you. We're all alive and well, just temporarily separated by the fog." Then he added helpfully, "Those spatial beasts were all killed by yours truly, and I even snatched a bunch of 6-tier variant crystals while I was at it." Hearing Lin Shu, the man with dreadlocks was skeptical. His face darkened as he pointed at Lin Shu and scoffed, "What, you pieces of trash can kill 6-tier spatial beasts? Who are you kidding?" Then he frowned, staring at Lin Shu as if he recognized something and stammered, "HMPH, that aura on you is..." A powerful flame energy emanated from Lin Shu's body. He still held his long spear, a confident smile on his face. The man with dreadlocks shouted in disbelief, "That's the aura of the Red Lotus fire." His eyes filled with panic. He stared wide-eyed, his brow furrowed. Pointing at Lin Shu, he stammered, "You devoured the Red Lotus fire?" He held his longsword, shouting repeatedly, "But why are you still alive? Shouldn't you have exploded and died? This is impossible." Seeing this, Lin Shu sneered back mockingly, "Don't you dare compare me with trash like you." He then added, It's just a little Red Lotus fire. What's it going to do to me?" On the other side, the man's group also looked at Lin Shu with panicked and angry gritted teeth. The man with dreadlocks glared at Lin Shu, grinding his teeth in fury, and growled word by word, "You're courting death." Then they spread out, surrounding Lin Shu. The leading man with dreadlocks approached Lin Shu and the others drew their weapons. He held his dual swords, his face dark as he said to Lin Shu, "I can feel that you haven't fully digested the energy of the Red Lotus fire." "That's right, how could a piece of trash like you digest it so quickly?" he asked mockingly. Hee hee, perfect. If I kill you now, I can absorb the undigested Red Lotus fire energy from your body." The man fantasized smugly. Hearing this, Lin Shu sneered, glanced around and retorted contemptuously, "Even 6-tier spatial beasts were killed by me, and a 4th-tier piece of trash like you thinks you can take me on?" Hearing this, the man charged forward with his dual blades, followed by his entire group. He stared at Lin Shu with wide eyes and shouted, "There are many of us. You think we're afraid of you?" Then he commanded, "Kill him." The group shouted in unison, "Kill." Faced with this, Lin Shu stood calmly in the center of their encirclement. He then perfectly dodged their storm of attacks. One man swung his weapon, but Lin Shu had already retreated, parrying with his long spear. The man shouted, "Damn it, this kid is slippery as an eel." A fat man next to him leapt up, brandishing his blade and executing a powerful downward slash, shouting smugly, "Don't dodge if you've got the guts. Take this." Lin Shu looked up at him. Then Lin Shu raised his long spear and unleashed Rainstorm Pear Blossom. He sneered, glaring at the man as he charged forward, shouting, "All right, as you wish." Immediately, the tip of Lin Shu's spear struck like a tempest, catching the fat man off guard. He could only raise his sword to block, but his body was forced back. He cried out weakly, "His power is too strong." Meanwhile, a fiery glint appeared in Lin Shu's eyes, and his body began to emit flames. He narrowed his eyes and taunted, "Don't be hasty, there's more fun to come." Then Lin Shu swung his spear and a fire phoenix appeared in the air. He unleashed 100 birds, paying homage to the phoenix. The fiery phoenix shot forward and struck the fat man, who screamed in terror, "Holy shit!" His body was sent flying by the flames, and with a cry of pain he fell to the ground, curling up. Seeing this, the group cried out in fear and astonishment. "He took out that bald guy in just 2 moves. Is that flame so hot it can instantly burn someone to ashes?" Despite the thick fog around them, the man with dreadlocks grew worried, gritting his teeth as he glared at Lin Shu. His face was drenched in sweat as he thought to himself, "This is the energy of the Red Lotus fire. Damn it, just how much energy did he absorb to make his martial skill this effective?" Realizing he was outmatched, he began to panic and called out in a low voice for aid. "Senior Hode, please deal with him." Senior Hode, hearing this, a group emerged from the fog shouting, "What are you yelling about? How disgraceful!" Then they asked mockingly, "So many of you can't even beat one kid, you new students are such trash." There were 2 others beside the speaker. Seeing them, Lin Shu frowned and muttered in surprise, "5th-tier martial artists, are you 4th-year students? Do 4th-year students also have to participate in the trial?" Lin Shu wondered. The man with the spiky hair picked his teeth with a smile and answered, "What? We participate in the trial too." He paused for a moment. He was Hode, a 5th-tier martial artist. Then Hode gritted his teeth, glared at Lin Shu and added with a smug laugh, "It's just that our mission is to hunt you all down, ha ha ha." Seeing this, Lin Shu remained calm, holding his spear with his other hand in his pocket. He looked at him and said with certainty, "I've read on the Academy forums that every year some new students in the trial don't die at the hands of evolved beasts or zombies. Everyone guessed they were killed in fights between new students or met with other dangers. I never thought it was so-called seniors like you who killed them," Lin Shu questioned. The man listened quietly. In response to Lin Shu's accusation, he just sneered, a blade of grass still in his mouth. Looking at his own hands, Hode smugly concluded, "That's right. This time of year is always a great opportunity for us to hunt," he then added. "The trial is full of dangers. No one knows the new students are killed by us. Actually, we're just helping the Academy eliminate the weak. Ha ha ha." At this, Lin Shu frowned and looked unhappily at the surrounding fog, asking, "Did you create this fog too?" The man put his hands on his hips and sneered. His eyes narrowed. With the grass still in his mouth, he wagged an index finger. With his other hand on his hip, he answered, No, this fog is released by a high-tier evolved beast sleeping in the G17 area. Hee hee. This environment is perfect for hunting," he said with certainty. Lin Shu frowned, displeased, and questioned the group. "HMPH, I never thought second-year students from the North Academy would collude with a bunch of thugs to do evil." Finally, Lin Shu tightened his grip on his spear and declared to the group, "Then I shall eliminate this evil on behalf of Sanctuary Academy and Clean House." Hearing this, the man with dreadlocks frowned in anger and shouted to Hode, "He's on his last legs but still talking tough, Senior Hode. His bag is full of good stuff. Please make his death a painful one." Hode sneered, showing his teeth and chewing on the grass. "Hee hee, since you've asked, I'll grant your request immediately." Lin Shu charged forward with his long spear. Hode shouted to his 2 underlings behind him, "Brothers, tear that kid to pieces." He began to draw his sword in another part of the trial area. The thick fog lingered. Moss covered the dilapidated buildings. Li Ping looked around anxiously, shouting in his mind, "Damn it, where are they?" He held his hammer with both hands, pursing his lips and frowning as he moved cautiously through the fog. "There's a sound behind me. Is it a tentacle zombie?" he wondered. Then Li Ping spun around, swinging his hammer into the fog and roaring, "Die, you filthy zombie!" Suddenly a sword blocked his hammer. He was sent stumbling back, and so was the other person. A voice called out from the fog, "Li Ping, look carefully who it is." Zhang Yin, Lele, Zhang Li, and the others emerged from the fog. They looked at Li Ping with frowns. Zhang Yin held her sword defensively and said, "Are you trying to skewer us?" Seeing them, Li Ping wiped the sweat from his forehead with a trembling hand and said with relief, "Damn, you scared me to death. I thought it was that damn tentacle zombie. You have no idea how many zombies I just killed by myself. There were so many I couldn't kill them all." Zhang Yin sheathed her sword, slung it over her shoulder, and asked with a serious frown, "Just you? Did you see Luo Yu and Big Brother Lin Shu?" Hearing this, Li Ping's face was calm as he answered with certainty, "No." Not getting an answer, Zhang Yin clenched her fists, her sword on her shoulder, and shouted in frustration, "Damn it, my phone has no signal and this fog is making us as blind as bats." The person next to her crossed his arms and said, "We have no choice but to search slowly. Everyone stick close together, don't get separated again." As they talked in the fog, Lin Shu had unleashed another phoenix, sending Hode's companions flying and making them cry out in pain. "Arg!" Then he retracted his spear, stretched out a flaming hand, and executed Fireclaw Hand. He pressed his hand on one man's head, who immediately coughed up blood. Seeing this, Hode frowned and shouted at the man with dreadlocks, "Damn it, there are so many of us and he's already killed 2. What's going on?" Seeing the situation turn bad, he asked, "Is he really only 4th tier, or did you lie to me? This combat power is at least 5th tier." The man with dreadlocks was stunned and terrified. The man with dreadlocks stared with wide panicked eyes, his body stiff as he confirmed, "Senior, he's really 4th tier. He devoured the Red Lotus fire. That's why his fire attribute martial skills are so strong," he then added. "It's just that the power contained in the Red Lotus fire is immense. He couldn't possibly digest it in such a short time." So, hearing this, Hode's face filled with mockery. He narrowed his eyes and shouted excitedly, "Oh, so if we kill him now, we can still absorb the undigested Red Lotus fire energy from his body?" Then in the flames, a man, terrified of being burned, stared with wide eyes, held out his hand and screamed, "Ah, save me, I don't want to die." He then collapsed in front of the dreadlocked man and Hode as the flames began to consume him. Hode frowned at the sight, while the dreadlocked man's face was filled with panic and fear. Then he turned and shouted to a blindfolded teammate behind him, his eyes wide as he reminded her loudly, "Everyone stop. That kid is using the battle to burn off the undigested energy of the Red Lotus fire in his body. We're helping him." He then looked at Lin Shu's body, which was glowing as he absorbed power. Hode gritted his teeth, frowned, and shouted, "See that? The kid is actually at his limit." He then commented through gritted teeth, "With his current body, if he doesn't have external suppression or release the energy through combat, he'll soon explode and die." Finally, he charged at Lin Shu, who also gritted his teeth and thrust his spear at him. Hode leapt up to dodge the attack, then ordered his surrounding lackeys, "Brothers, stop fighting him head-on. We'll surround him but not attack. Let him exhaust himself." he then added, and wait for him to explode. The people in the fog listened quietly, then stared at Lin Shu with excited, wicked smiles on their faces. Hold and then will absorb the red lotus fire energy that spills out of his body. Following his command, the remaining men quickly surrounded Lin Shu. Seeing this, Lin Shu looked at them with a dark expression, his hand gripping his spear, saying nothing, the surrounding fog still thick. Then he frowned, bit his lip, and shouted impatiently in his mind, "Damn it, these guys have figured out my current situation. No, my body is at its limit. I have to end this quickly, then find Luo Yu and have her use her ice-cold source energy to help me suppress it." Lin Shu's body was emitting flames, and his spear was held horizontally behind him. Hode swung his sword, which crackled with electricity. He gritted his teeth, chewing on the grass, his eyes wide as he looked at Lin Shu smugly. While gathering power for a strike, he shouted, "Idiot, did you think I wouldn't dare to attack?" "What?" he then added. "Surrounding you without attacking was just to make you lower your guard." Seeing his move, Lin Shu's face turned pale. He looked up with a frown, sweat pouring down, caught completely off guard. Just then an invisible hand pushed against Lin Shu's abdomen, carrying a familiar cyan aura. It was Luo Yu. She wrapped her arms around his body from his abdomen, frowning as she moved quickly. Behind Lin Shu, Hode's blade sliced through empty air. Seeing this, Lin Shu calmed down and looked at the person who had grabbed his abdomen and pulled him away. He frowned, his face full of confusion, sweat dripping as he called out, "Luo Yu." Her body was still emanating a cyan aura. They then stopped. Luo Yu's arm still around Lin Shu's waist, the aura beginning to recede. Having escaped danger, Lin Shu smiled awkwardly, closed his eyes, then raised a hand to scratch his head, saying with embarrassment, "Damn, this is so awkward. Why does this feel like a beauty saves the hero situation?" Just then, Luo Yu looked at Lin Shu in the fog and commented, "You're not a hero, you're a waste." Hearing this, Lin Shu was completely speechless, unable to argue. Then Lin Shu pouted, turned around, glanced at her, put his hands on his hips, frowned and complained, "Why do you always put me down, you little brat? Am I that much of a waste?" Behind him, Luo Yu silently stared at the group in front of them, tacitly agreeing. Before them, Hode, holding a sword in one hand and his other in his pocket, walked towards the two. At the same time, his underlings followed. He remarked, "Oh, the kid's companion has arrived, and a beauty at that." The other two remained silent, watching him. The man with the long dreadlocks next to him glared at Hode, his face serious, and reminded him with a frown, "Sorry, senior, this girl is the one who used her source energy to suppress the Red Lotus Fire's energy." Hearing this, Hode glanced at the dreadlocked man, then picked his teeth with the toothpick in his mouth and cursed with a disdainful smile, "Shut up. I'm not blind, I saw that a long time ago." His eyes widened with interest and he said with certainty, "I never thought she'd be a beauty who cultivates ice-cold source energy. No wonder she's so cold." Then, unable to hold back any longer, he quickly sneered and charged at Lin Shu and Luo Yu. He didn't forget to shout, "Hee hee, but I happen to be as passionate as fire, let me neutralize this ice-cold beauty." The other two just watched him as if he were a joke. Then Hode ordered his underlings to kill them. Soon the group of madmen charged at them from the fog. Lin Shu held his long spear, struggling to block them, his brow furrowed. Luo Yu behind him wasn't idle either. She drew her sword and slashed at them. Hode's sword came striking down, but Luo Yu easily parried it. The man was knocked back, gritting his teeth in fury. His eyes widened and he frowned, silently screaming in his mind, "Damn it, they're both monsters of the same breed. This girl is even harder to deal with than that kid over here." Luo Yu had already flown out, her expression resolute. Her sword swiftly struck one of Hode's men, sending him flying. Seeing this, Hode's face turned pale with fear. He stopped, looking at Luo Yu with terror in his eyes, his gaze panicked. Meanwhile, Luo Yu casually walked past the corpse of Hode's subordinate, startling him. Then he narrowed his eyes and shouted at Luo Yu in a hoarse voice, "Hey, this girl is at least at the peak of the 4th tier. She's too strong." He then ordered, "Everyone focus your strength first and kill this girl or we're all dead." Hearing this, his men quickly surrounded Luo Yu, shouting as they ran, "Kill her," but she still charged forward calmly. Then a guy with an axe chopped at Luo Yu. She just glanced at him and dodged. The man didn't forget to shout encouragement, "Go to hell, you bastard." Immediately after, countless spear shadows shot out like raindrops. Lin Shu from behind used Rainstorm Pear Blossom, attacking the axe-wielding man who was about to strike Luo Yu, sending him flying. Luo Yu was surprised and looked up at him. Then the two stood back to back in the fog. Their expressions were wary. Lin Shu smiled as he twirled his long spear, while Luo Yu tightly gripped her long sword. Then the two exchanged a glance. One smiled smugly, the other frowned calmly. On the other side, Hode was also panicked seeing them like this. He gritted his teeth, chewing on a toothpick, his brow furrowed, his eyes filled with panic as he screamed in his mind, "Damn it, that girl was pretending to be weak just now to lure us to that kid. I never thought they would have such good chemistry." Immediately after, Lin Shu leaped up, holding his long spear, and shouted with the power of flames, reminding them, "I just learned this martial skill. I'll use you guys to test its power." Hode was startled and looked up at him. Immediately after, Lin Shu pointed his long spear forward and unleashed the gold-level martial skill, Galaxy Falls from the 9 Heavens. He smiled smugly as the tip of his spear swiftly descended. Then a huge explosion was accompanied by smoke and tremors. Hode's face turned pale with fear. The toothpick fell from his mouth, his face wrinkled like a monkey's butt, and he shouted in panic, "How can this gold-level martial skill be so powerful?" The dreadlocked man next to him was also startled. He opened his mouth wide, squinted his eyes and looked on with a face full of doubt. Lin Shu bent down, stood on his tiptoes and smiled contemptuously, swinging his long spear behind him, reminding them, next it's your turn. I never thought that with the enhancement of the Red Lotus fire the power of galaxy falls from the 9 heavens would be so immense. Immediately after, he leapt up and shot the tip of his spear at Hode. Lin Shu used all his strength, unleashing 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. A swirling light of fire appeared around him and his long spear, but Hode just stood there and watched. Immediately after, his eyes widened. He gritted his teeth in fear and held out his hand to block, then struggled to scream in his mind, so strong, why is the power of this move so much stronger than before? Then Hode grabbed the dreadlocked man's collar from behind and pulled him in front of him. He grinned, his brow furrowed, and shouted viciously, I don't want to die, so I'm counting on you. The dreadlocked man with the band-aid on his face was startled. He glanced at Hode, his body stiff, his eyes filled with fear as he stammered, Ah, Senior. Immediately after, Lin Shu's spear pierced him, sending him flying as he screamed in pain. Ah! Hode grinned ferociously, jumping aside to dodge, his eyes never forgetting to look back. Immediately after, Hode ran over to Luo Yu, who was using her sword to slash at one of his men. Her expression was icy while he stopped in his tracks. Startled, faced with this scene, Hode panted heavily, his body trembling, and he pointed forward. He frowned, covered in sweat, and screamed in his mind, It's over, it's all over. There are so many of us, and the 2 of them wiped us all out. Oh God, I don't want to die here, Hode wailed. Lin Shu quickly rushed over from behind, interrupting his thoughts. He smiled smugly and happily, extending his flaming hand, using Fire Claw hand to attack Hode. He asked for confirmation. Did I say you could leave? Hearing his voice, Hode turned his head, his face full of panic, his eyes wide, gritting his teeth, unable to react in time. Then Lin Shu touched Hode's arm, making him tremble in pain and grit his teeth as he moved back. Lin Shu, on the other hand, became more excited as he grabbed him. He grinned and shouted at the man, Didn't you want the energy of my Red Lotus fire? Take it, I'm giving you a chance, don't you want it? The man held his sword, trembling as he shouted, Ah! Immediately after, his eyes widened in fear and he lost his mind, screaming in pain, Ah, I am from the Moonwing Legion. Hode's hand was still burning. He threatened Lin Shu, his face full of fear, his brow furrowed. If you dare to kill me, you will all die. Hearing this, Lin Shu's hand on Luo Yu's shoulder was still burning. Lin Shu narrowed his eyes at him, frowning and sneering. The Moonwing Legion is nothing, I've never heard of it. Seeing this, Hode became even angrier. He pointed his sword at Lin Shu's flaming arm that was grabbing his shoulder and cursed, Are you stupid? Go to hell. His face was also filled with fear while Lin Shu's hand was still gripping tightly. Immediately after, Hode chopped down without hesitation, and after one strike the arm was severed in 2, then he quickly ran away, escaping into the forest. Lin Shu held his severed arm, watching him run away, also feeling speechless, then seemed to have regained his composure. He couldn't help but sigh, praising with some surprise, Holy crap, he runs so fast. Mentai is the strongest, yet he did the most cowardly thing. The area around him was already empty, with only smoke remaining. Then he narrowed his eyes as if he had noticed something and muttered with contempt, No, it's not cowardly either. That old guy even dared to chop off his own hand. Then Lin Shu couldn't be bothered with him. He walked over to Luo Yu in the smoke and fog and asked calmly, Luo Yu, have you heard of the Moonwing Legion? Hearing this, she sheathed her sword and answered while standing in front of a corpse. I've heard of it, she then explained. The Moonwing Legion is one of the most powerful legions in the world. It accepts all kinds of missions, including assassinations and attacks on small countries. Hearing this, Lin Shu's eyes widened and he exclaimed in disbelief, Oh holy crap, they can even attack small countries. How strong must they be? He was sweating profusely, very panicked over there. Luo Yu sheathed her sword, closed her eyes and calmly added, They're not that strong, just have a 9th tier martial artist legion commander. This legion always takes revenge. As long as a member is killed, they will make sure that person dies a horrible death. Then she added, It is said that the king of a small kingdom in Africa once killed a member of the Moonwing Legion. A war broke out and corpses littered the land, the smoke of war filling the air. Luo Yu confirmed. As a result, in just 1 week, that small kingdom was razed to the ground. Hearing this, Lin Shu held his head, his face full of panic, and shouted with his mouth wide open, Holy crap, I just casually poked a hornet's nest of a 9th tier martial artist. Damn, I'm so unlucky. Immediately after, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Luo Yu, questioning her. But Luo Yu, when I was telling you all this, what was with that calm expression on your face? Luo Yu remained calm with a hint of disgust and muttered, HMPH, a rookie is a rookie, but she did not respond to Lin Shu's words. Then she turned to look at him, her eyes flashing with contempt, and said, Coward, if they dare to come, just kill them. Her words were very calm. Seeing this, Lin Shu couldn't help but lower his hands from his head, his eyes filled with a trace of admiration, and asked, Little Yue, who gave you the courage to challenge a 9th tier martial artist with a long spear still stuck in the ground next to you? Seeing him ask this, she changed the subject. HMPH, in your current state, you'll be finished long before the Moonwing Legion arrives. Hearing this, Lin Shu looked at his body with bulging veins, his brow furrowed, his face full of confusion. Then she reminded him, The energy of the Red Lotus fire is much stronger than I thought, and my ice-cold source energy is about to lose control. After hearing this, Lin Shu collapsed on the ground like a wronged young girl, tears in his eyes, his body trembling, weak and powerless. The long spear also lay beside him, playing dead. He asked Luo Yu, So what do we do now? Am I really going to explode and die? Then she reached out and touched her chin, looked at him, and after careful consideration gave her judgment. If we can find an ice or water attribute evolved beast and absorb its variant crystal, we might be able to suppress it. Hearing this, Lin Shu frowned and answered with difficulty, She heard from that group of trash from the Moonwing Legion that this fog was created by a high-tier evolved beast. Then he asked in return, An evolved beast that can create this fog? Maybe it's water or ice attribute. The smoke around them was thick. Hearing him say this, Luo Yu also calmly confirmed, then let's go to the center of the fog and take a look. Immediately after, Lin Shu also felt someone moving in the thick fog. Finally he picked up his long spear and while communicating with it he nodded with a frown and said to Luo Yu, be careful, something is coming. A group of 5th-tier evolved beasts called red-eyed mutant hounds approached them, their red eyes glowing. Immediately after he frowned, his eyes widened in alarm as he reminded, be careful, it's a 5th-tier evolved beast, the red-eyed mutant hound. Immediately after, Lin Shu and Luo Yu charged at the long line of monsters in front of them, ordering, kill. In another corner of the forest, curses echoed endlessly. Damn it, I didn't expect that kid to be so strong. Sigh. After escaping, Hode sat by his underground spaceship complaining. Then Hode held a bottle of medicine, frowning with difficulty as he looked at his bandaged, severed arm that had stopped bleeding. Then he judged, looks like I'll have to get a prosthetic arm in the future. Then he threw the bottle of medicine into the grass beside him and shouted arrogantly, you want to kill me? No way. Then he struggled to climb into the spaceship, fumbling around, and then judged, HMPH, I'll give you a big gift. Then Hode muttered, as long as it wakes up. Immediately after, his pupils contracted and he smiled smugly, making a pleased sound, everyone here will die. Haha. Finally he laughed maniacally. Then under his control the spaceship flew from the forest into the sky. Below he was startled when he saw it fly by. He frowned and snorted. Then Lin Shu turned around, his hand still holding his long spear, and asked Luo Yu what it was, then muttered to himself in confusion, it seems to be a small aircraft. She also held her sword and glanced at his question. Immediately after, his eyes widened in confusion, and he judged, the aircraft is attacking something in the center of the fog. The cannonballs from the spaceship in the air continuously shot at the ground, and the surrounding area was filled with smoke and fire. Immediately after, embers began to flicker in the firelight. Then a huge fire broke out, and after completing its mission the spaceship turned around and left. Finally a blue wing appeared, followed by a sharp beak. Finally a huge bluebird spread its wings and let out a loud cry in the smoke, wind and fog. This was an 8th-tier evolved beast, the ice crystal 100 birds. The bird kept calling out. A cavity appeared around it and a cold aura continuously surged out. Lin Shu and Luo Yu struggled to raise their hands to block the bird's pressure. Then he frowned, gritted his teeth, his eyes staring at the bird, and judged with difficulty. An 8th-tier evolved beast, the ice crystal 100 birds. How could such a powerful evolved beast be here? Beside him, Luo Yu also looked up, frowning as she looked around. She judged, I can't see the fog anymore. It seems this fog was created by this ice crystal 100 birds while it was sleeping. Then she concluded, someone deliberately attacked it to force it to wake up. Then she glanced at him contemptuously and confirmed excitedly, great, its variant crystal can perfectly counter you. Seeing this, Lin Shu's expression was as awkward as if he had stepped in shit. He looked up uneasily at the bird in the sky, flapping its wings and dispelling the fog in front of it, and stammered to confirm, you're not really planning to kill this 8th-tier evolved beast, are you? In another direction, a person stood on top of a building, and a question came from behind. Young Master Zhou, what tier is this evolved beast on the rooftop? Zhou Kaixing looked up and replied to them, an 8th-tier evolved beast, the ice crystal 100 birds. Everyone behind him looked over. As soon as they heard the answer, the whole scene immediately became chaotic. A green-haired person shouted in panic, 8th tier? A green-haired person behind him glanced at the front in fear and said, why don't we just run? The person closest to Zhou Kaixing still stared at him in panic, judging, we can't deal with an 8th-tier evolved beast over there. He had already come down from the edge of the rooftop and then smiled. With one hand in his pocket and the other hanging naturally, he looked at the people around him and judged, I've already sent the news to the Hunters Guild, someone will be here to hunt it soon. We'll have a chance to reap the rewards then. And below, the bird was still hunting the surrounding animals, making them scatter and flee. The bird's cries were filled with anger, and the sound of the animals running and screaming below was endless. Seeing this, Lin Shu also frowned in panic, turned his head and shouted to remind Luo Yu, damn it, it's a beast tide. The zombies and evolved beasts around the ice crystal 100 birds are rushing over. Seeing this, she still calmly looked at the beast herd behind her, then frowned and confirmed while running back. There are too many of them. We can't kill them all, let's avoid them first. Then as the two ran towards a nearby building, Lin Shu's confirming voice came, go to high ground, avoid the beast tide. The animals behind them ran in a line, dodging the bluebird's claws. Then the two desperately ran to the rooftop. Lin Shu supported his knees, bending over and panting heavily. Beside him, Zhou Kaixing was calmer, straightening up, wiping the sweat with his sword and frowning. Immediately after, Lin Shu also held his long spear and looked down. He judged, according to what we see now, he was interrupted. Beside him, Luo Yu also gradually walked over with her sword, looking at the huge beast tide and animal tide below. Then Lin Shu regained his composure, narrowed his eyes and asked with a frown, the people in the center of the fog must be dead. I wonder if Zhang Yin and the others can survive this ordeal. Below, some houses had already begun to collapse and shake. Suddenly a spaceship appeared in the sky. Seeing this, Lin Shu also looked up and couldn't help but praise, someone's here, that's fast. Beside him, Luo Yu also calmly judged, they should be here to hunt that ice crystal 100 birds. Then a spaceship landed on the roof of the building they were on. Then a group of people walked out, led by an old man. A man with a beard on his chin behind him also glanced at them and asked with a frown, are there students here? The people here are in a bad state. Behind him, a bald man frowned, his temper explosive. They were all wearing various tools, and the old man with a white beard on top looked at the two calmly. Then he judged, "These few days are the trial period for the new students of Sanctuary Academy." The news of the Ice Crystal 100 birds waking up was also posted online by a student. Over there, Lin Shu and Zhou Kaixing also looked back at him. Then he narrowed his eyes, frowned, and then judged. "It seems this kid has gone mad from cultivation." Over there, Lin Shu also pointed at him, frowned, his face full of surprise, and stammered, trying to probe. "This old man must be a 7th-tier martial artist, right?" He was already roaring in his mind. The analytical eye didn't analyze it, but he had to be at least 7th tier. Beside him, Luo Yu frowned and glared at them with a wary expression. Seeing their hostility, the old man quickly clasped his hands behind his back and spoke with a kind smile. "You don't need to be so wary of this old man." He slowly approached the two and added, "My target is only that white bird. I have no interest in you little ones. I'd like to ask you, how long has this Ice Crystal 100 birds been here?" Then he asked again, "Has anyone fought with it before?" The crowd behind them was still watching. Hearing this, Lin Shu shouldered his long spear. He frowned, looked at the old man warily, and answered, "It was mostly sleeping before. Someone just used a plane to attack it, and that's when it woke up." Behind them, the bird was gradually flying towards them. Seeing this, the old man also looked up at it and made a judgment. "You mean someone deliberately woke it up?" Immediately he clasped his hands, flew into the air, and ordered the people behind him to follow. "Let's go up together." The 5 of them charged head-on toward the big blue bird. Seeing this, Lin Shu also narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, "So many people." Immediately after, the bird also noticed and glanced at them. It then turned to them and let out a powerful shriek. The shriek spread and icicles flew densely towards the 5 people. Seeing this, the old man also raised his hand in front of his face and shouted with a serious expression, "Laser cannon attack!" Immediately after, the cannon installed below began to charge, and then a shell shot straight at the bird's head, making it sway. Below, Lin Shu watched with a frown and wide eyes, his face full of surprise. His body trembled slightly, and he also asked, "They're actually using the military's K-17 laser cannon?" Then he exclaimed, "That's too much." Then energy waves from all directions rushed towards the bird, creating a huge explosion in the air. Seeing this, the old man also frowned, pointed at the bird, and then confirmed, "The white bird is seriously injured, brothers, kill it." The man with sunglasses next to him also shouted excitedly with a frown, "Kill!" Immediately after, Lin Shu was stunned below, his eyes wide with disbelief as he asked, "No way, an 8th-tier evolved beast is that easy to deal with?" Beside him, Luo Yu held her sword and explained, "Anyone who can deploy the K-17 laser cannon must be from our military. A group of people who only rely on high-tech weapons." Before them was a smoke-filled explosion scene, but the bird above was unharmed. It squinted its eyes and glanced at the surrounding crowd. After the smoke dispersed, the bird roared again, shooting ice cubes in all directions. Immediately after, under this pressure, the 5 people also quickly spun and retreated. One of them shouted, "Ah!" Another person was also knocked back by the electric light, his face turning black. "Ah!" Finally, another person's eyes widened, his face full of surprise, and he stammered and shouted, "How is this possible?" Above, the old man, while launching energy balls, made a judgment, "Damn beast, you know how to feign weakness again." The man with sunglasses next to him was holding a long sword, frowning as he looked at the chaotic situation below. He then looked at the spaceship, glared, and commanded, "Laser cannon, continue to attack." Hearing this, the cannon's muzzle began to gather another shell. It then raised its muzzle, and the bird quickly flapped its wings, sending a whirlwind towards them. Immediately after, the tornado directly attacked the surrounding infrastructure. Then those buildings were also destroyed by the whirlwind created by the flapping wings. The spaceship was parked on the top of the tower. Immediately after, Luo Yu stood to the side observing and calmly crossed her arms, making a judgment. The military's weapons have all been destroyed. The real show is just beginning. Seeing this, Lin Shu also frowned, looked at her in confusion, and asked doubtfully, "Are other martial artists this fast besides the military?" On another rooftop in another area, a guy flew into the air and shouted triumphantly, "Ha ha ha, a great opportunity." A fierce-looking butcher with a triumphant and twisted smile on his face, muscular fists, 3 tufts of hair, and 3 tufts of beard, shouted a command while jumping down from the rooftop, "Begin the attack." Immediately after, the guy's team also flew up quickly. They then stood in front of the bird, which was flapping its wings fiercely. Under the bird's pressure and the wind force, a man with a knife in front couldn't help but cry out, "Ouch!" Immediately after, a man with dual hammers laughed as he jumped up, attacking from behind, shouting encouragement, "Don't be afraid, keep attacking." Then he added, "As long as we get it, the ice crystal feathers on its body are already very precious." Immediately after, the bird narrowed its eyes and looked back at him, and the man slashed at it with a knife, but it had no effect. Under the enemy's attack, the bird also gritted its teeth in anger and glared, using its own power. Another tornado formed, sending the man with the dual hammers flying. Finally, the tornado slammed him into the wall. Lin Shu observed from the side, his pupils contracting in surprise, and he praised with a frown, "As expected of an 8th-tier evolved beast, the power of a single strike is so strong." Luo Yu had already sat down beside him, placed her sword on the ground, and took out a spirit stone. She closed her eyes and spoke calmly, "There's still a long time, let's rest for a bit first." Then she added, "An 8th-tier peak evolved beast is huge, but even if they besiege it, it will probably take more than 3 days for the fight to end." Seeing this, Lin Shu also asked in surprise, "It'll take that long to fight?" Ahead, the battle was still fierce, filled with smoke. Hearing his question, Luo Yu also recalled the battles of others. And at that time, she was watching while drinking water and eating popcorn. Luo Yu closed her eyes, looked down at him calmly, and confirmed, Yes, when I was 10 I fought a 9th tier Golden Flame Earth Devourer with my family. It took a whole week to win. Seeing this, Lin Shu also opened his mouth wide and looked at her, his eyes wide as he shouted, "What?" Then he pointed at her and asked, "You were already hunting 9th tier evolved beasts when you were 10? Luo Yu still sat calmly cross-legged and confirmed to him, "I was still young then, only my family was fighting. I stood by and observed, learning combat experience from it." Seeing this, Lin Shu's expression also calmed down a little. He shouldered his long spear, his eyes narrowed, his eyebrows twitching as he muttered to himself, "Hundreds of martial artists fighting an 8th tier evolved beast. Your family can actually attack a 9th tier evolved beast and even bring you, a child, to watch the fun. What kind of godly family is this?" Then he shouted excitedly in his heart, "I seem to have accidentally met a little rich girl." Immediately after, they took out various colored spirit stones and placed them on the ground. Lin Shu stretched and yawned, closed his eyes, sat cross-legged on the ground, and then slumped down. He looked at the fierce battle in front of him, which still hadn't ended, and muttered to himself, "It really has been a day and a night." Luo Yu was still sitting cross-legged beside him. Below, the bird landed on the ground, its eyes looking down at the fallen people, and the urging voices could still be heard. "Quick, continue to attack. This ice crystal 100 birds is at the end of its rope." Lin Shu from above scratched his head and looked at them with a frown and narrowed eyes, commenting, "They're fighting so hard." Then he also made a judgment. Even a fool can see that this ice crystal 100 birds is not exhausted at all. Suddenly, an energy bomb shot towards the top of the bird's head. At the same time, a fleet of spaceships also flew towards the battlefield. Seeing this, Lin Shu also looked up and judged with a frown, "Oh, the Alliance army is here and it looks like they brought a lot of equipment." He commented. Immediately after, the spaceship opened fire on the bird as it flew, causing an even larger explosion. Lin Shu was already slumped on the ground above, leaning back. His eyelids lowered, his brow furrowed, and he muttered to himself with a bored expression, "Can high-tech weapons combined with high-tier martial artists speed up the killing of this white bird? When do we make a move?" Luo Yu reacted to his words, but still sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. Finally, she also frowned and spoke calmly with her eyes closed, "No rush, let the bird shooting gun reveal itself first." Then she looked at a nearby building and confirmed, "Let's wait for that person hiding in the shadows to make a move first." The bird's body wailed from the electric shock, and then it fell to the ground, raising a huge cloud of smoke. Seeing this, the butchers also smiled triumphantly, their eyes wide as they shouted, "Ha ha ha, we finally killed it." The one furthest away raised his weapon and shouted, "Great, we finally won." Another person cheered again, "Ha ha, great." Immediately after, everyone landed on the ground. The bird lay on the ground, electrified and unable to move. The guy with the 3 tufts of hair and 3 tufts of beard looked back at the crowd below with a triumphant glance, frowned and smiled as he made a judgment. "As agreed, I'll only take the variant crystal. The rest of the ice crystal 100 birds is yours." Immediately after, he cut off the bird's head in front of everyone. Then the blade went deep into the bird's body and dug out the variant crystal, a hexagonal star-shaped variant crystal. Someone next to him couldn't help but shout excitedly, "Variant crystal, an 8th tier variant crystal." Then he continued to shout excitedly, "I've never seen such a high-tier variant crystal in my life." Immediately after, the guy with the 3 tufts of beard and 3 tufts of hair smiled triumphantly and reached for the variant crystal. The men behind him also sneered and shouted, "With this variant crystal we can save at least 10 years of struggle." Suddenly, a man with a sword from the old man's team rushed up and shouted with a disgruntled face, "My brothers are all dead. On what grounds do you dare to take the variant crystal, and then confirm that the variant crystal is mine?" The butcher with the 3 tufts of beard and 3 tufts of hair also glanced at him with a sneer and asked in return, "Just on you." Immediately after, a bolt of lightning struck down. The man from the old man's team was hit by a cannon from the spaceship and died on the spot. The butcher with the 3 tufts of beard and 3 tufts of hair was also startled and looked up. He then gritted his teeth and shouted in panic, "What?" Immediately after, a notice came from the spaceship above, "All martial artists who dare to seize Alliance property will be killed without mercy. Put down the variant crystal or don't blame us for being impolite." Several cannons also started up quickly, aiming at the crowd next to the bird's corpse. The butcher with 3 tufts of hair and a 3-tuft beard was very surprised to see this. Immediately after, he gripped the weapon in his hand tightly. A notice came from the spaceship above, "You ignorant fool." Then the cannon's muzzle prepared to fire. Finally, it shot down a cannonball, causing a huge explosion with thick smoke and raging fire scattering everywhere. The guy with the 3 tufts of hair and the 3-tuft beard still struggled to wield his weapon, resisting the cannon fire while shouting by the bird's corpse, "Damn Alliance army, how dare you covet my variant crystal, go to hell." Immediately after, the spaceship continuously shot down cannonballs, and the people below continuously fought back with shouts of "Kill, kill, kill" echoing endlessly. The crowd fought fiercely. Lin Shu watched from above, one hand holding his long spear, the other in his pocket, smiling mockingly. "Ha ha, they're fighting as expected." Luo Yu also held her weapon and looked down, making a judgment, ready to strike at any moment. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Big brother Lin Shu, class president. Big sister Luo Yu." The two were still enjoying the fierce battle between the spaceship and the crowd above and below. Hearing the familiar call, Lin Shu also looked back at them. He smiled and frowned, calling out, "Zhang Yin." Then he let out a sigh of relief. "Great, you're all okay." Zhang Yin and the others were also running towards him. Li Ping looked up at him, frowning with a worried expression, and recounted, "We were looking for you in the fog, but we ended up wandering into the big bird's territory and almost died." The person next to her also looked at him and smiled. Zhang Yin, on the other hand, was full of excitement, her eyes wide, her brow furrowed, looking up at him and asking for credit. Luckily, Lele has sharp eyes. She saw you on the rooftop and ran right over. Seeing that they were all safe, Lin Shu also frowned and narrowed his eyes, smiled happily, shouldered his long spear, looked at them, and then confirmed. It's good that you're okay. The other students from Sanctuary Academy should have left by now, right? You guys should go too. He looked at them and confirmed. Hearing this, Zhang Yin was also very confused, her eyes wide as she looked at him and asked back, Big brother Lin Shu, you and Luo Yu aren't leaving? Hearing this, he also turned around very honestly, frowned and glanced at them, confirming, yes, we're not leaving now. Seeing this, Zhang Yin couldn't help but look at them and ask back, you guys, you're not thinking of snatching the 8th tier variant crystal, are you? The two remained silent, the scene before them still filled with smoke. She added a reminder, those people are all 6th and 7th tier masters. Immediately after, Luo Yu looked at them, her face calm and frowning, and then confirmed, we have to get it, otherwise Lin Shu probably won't be able to hold on until he gets back to Sanctuary Academy. That variant crystal is ice attribute and can merge with the Red Lotus fire energy in Lin Shu's body. Hearing this, Zhang Yin was also very confused. She frowned and looked at him, stammering as she asked, Big brother Lin Shu, is this true? Lele also peeked out from the side, frowning and asking back, I thought the class president had already digested the energy of the Red Lotus fire. Li Ping also frowned, his face full of helplessness, blaming himself for being useless. The class president was trapped by the Red Lotus fire to save us, but we can't help at all. Seeing this, Lin Shu also waved his hand, smiled at them, and then ordered, all right, you guys should retreat quickly. Then he confirmed, don't get in our way of snatching food from the tiger's mouth. Hearing this, Zhang Yin and the others quickly turned and left. They looked at him reluctantly. Zhang Yin frowned and reminded them, all right, we won't hold you back, you two must be careful. Lele also frowned, her face full of worry as she urged, class president, big sister Luo Yu, you two be careful. Lin Shu and Luo Yu stood on the edge of the rooftop. He waved at the crowd. After they left, the area below also became a mess. The wreckage of the fierce battle just now, with bodies and machine parts piled up like a mountain, was shrouded in smoke. Immediately after, a round hammer appeared, and the man with the dual hammers, his eyes shining brightly, still stood tall. His men below were already lying scattered all over the ground. Seeing this, Lin Shu on the other side. Zhou Kaixing also stood on the roof holding a weapon, the other hand holding a sword, and then confirmed, it's our turn to act. The men below him also followed him and looked down. Immediately after, Zhou Kaixing took out a grenade, smiled excitedly, and then confirmed to use this. And in another underground pipe, Lin Shu asked, it seems those big shots didn't follow us. Then he narrowed his eyes and smiled, raised his hands and clasped them behind his head, and then confirmed, hee, luckily those unlucky bastards threw smoke bombs, not only helping us create an atmosphere but also taking the fall for us. Luo Yu, walking ahead, also looked at him and smiled in agreement. Then Lin Shu fumbled in his pocket, hummed a little tune, and confirmed happily with his eyes closed, I didn't expect to get an 8th tier variant crystal so easily. Luo Yu glanced at him, and finally Lin Shu's face turned ashen, full of panic, his eyes wide, and then he pulled out a huge egg, looking at the egg in his hand with a terrified expression, shouting, damn, what is this? Where's my 8th tier variant crystal? Seeing this, Luo Yu also narrowed her eyes helplessly, sighed, and then asked him, are you blind? How did you steal the ice crystal 100 bird's egg? Seeing this, Lin Shu's face still hadn't recovered from the shock. He stared blankly at the egg like a fool, repeatedly confirming. He stared blankly for a few seconds, then Lin Shu also turned back to Luo Yu with a panicked and gloomy face and confirmed, no way, I clearly stole the variant crystal. Then he frowned and looked at the egg in his hand and then asked back, what's the use of this thing, hatch it and make egg fried rice? Seeing this, Luo Yu also crossed her arms and walked closer to him, frowned and reminded, this is the egg of a 9th tier ice crystal 100 birds, it's very likely to hatch an ice crystal 100 birds. Seeing this, Lin Shu was also slightly surprised and it dawned on him. He stared at the egg as if he had found something interesting. Luo Yu added, you can try to train it to be your mount. Lin Shu began to imagine himself riding that majestic bird, gesturing and pointing while the bird below flapped its wings, doing everything. He rubbed his chin, frowned, and muttered to himself with great interest. That's a good point. It does seem pretty cool. Beside him, Luo Yu quickly threw the variant crystal to him, its aura emanating strongly. She looked at him and reminded him, take it, absorb it now. Hearing this, Lin Shu still stood there blankly, the egg still in his hand. Then with a silly expression he picked up the variant crystal, raised an eyebrow, and shouted ecstatically, asking her back, haha, I can't believe you actually got it. When did you make your move? I had no idea. Seeing his fawning, Luo Yu closed her eyes and urged him to cut the chatter and absorb it quickly. Outside, smoke and dust filled the air and houses had collapsed. A voice rang out, young Master Zhou, did you get it? Hearing the question, Zhou Kaixing became even more furious, clenching his fists, his face as dark as if he had stepped in shit, and shouted in displeasure, damn it, someone else snatched it. The person with messy hair and a lip ring also grimaced, shouted in surprise, and reconfirmed what it was snatched. Then he calmed down, opened his backpack, took something out, and continued with a smile on his grimacing face. But it'll be easy to find them. I have this. The person next to him frowned, pointed, and asked, what's this? As he held the electronic tablet in front of him, he explained, this is the latest variant crystal detector. It can detect a variant crystal even if it's inside an evolved beast or has been stolen. Then Zhou Kaixing added, look, these dense focused red dots are the variant crystals behind us. These are the residual variant crystals inside the surrounding evolved beasts. He drew his sword while holding the tablet, grinning with a contemptuous frown. The person with messy hair and a lip ring also looked at the tablet with interest, waiting for the show. Then a red light lit up on the tablet. Seeing this, Zhou Kaixing's face also darkened. He widened his eyes in panic and shouted, "Found it! The brightest red dot is the 8th tier variant crystal." So they didn't run far. Immediately after, his face contorted, darkened, and he gritted his teeth as he charged out, not forgetting to shout to his teammates behind him, "Let's go!" Back to Lin Shu's side, his body felt as if it were half scorched, while the other half of his face was frozen cold. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, "Damn, this feeling of ice and fire is truly terrifying. I feel like I could explode on the spot at any moment." He was absorbing the variant crystal. With fierce flames burning on one side and extreme cold freezing on the other, only Lin Shu in the middle struggled to hold on, frowning, gritting his teeth, his long spear still held in front of him. Lin Shu judged in his heart that the energy of the Red Lotus fire was continuously neutralizing the frost energy of the 8th tier variant crystal within his body, which actually accelerated the absorption speed. Immediately after, a system notification sounded. "Congratulations, Master, on your successful level up. Current level is 22. Hearing this, Lin Shu also sneered, raised an eyebrow, his face full of satisfaction, his body still half hot and half cold, and shouted happily in his heart, "Great, leveled up again so quickly." Then Luo Yu seemed to have detected some movement outside and turned her head to look warily. And he was still in front, working hard to absorb and neutralize the ice and fire energies. A group of zombie monsters stood at the door. Seeing them, she shouted in disgust, "Damn it, the ice crystal!" 100 birds' angry explosion and death lured all these zombies over. Immediately after, they pounced. Luo Yu also drew her sword without hesitation and flew towards them. She confirmed to him, "Just focus on absorbing the variant crystal. I'll take care of these zombies." Then the zombies were quickly cut into several pieces and fell to the ground. Luo Yu also stuck her sword in the ground, leaned against it, closed her eyes and panted with a frown. Phew, finally dealt with all of them. She thought, "I didn't expect there to be so many of them." Her sword was stuck in a zombie's body, and he was still behind her, continuously absorbing the variant crystal. Then she turned to look at him, wiping her sweat while asking herself in her heart, "I wonder how much he's absorbed, but it feels like the energy of the Red Lotus fire has stabilized." Over there he was still sitting and absorbing. Suddenly Zhou Kaixing's voice sounded, "I never thought it would be you who snatched the 8th tier variant crystal." Hearing this, Luo Yu also frowned warily and turned her head to look. Seeing them, she shouted, "Zhou Kaixing," and he was walking over with his teammates holding a map. He smiled and extended his hand, squinted his eyes, grinned and made a request to Luo Yu. "Luo Yu, for the sake of our two families' relationship, as long as you give me the 8th tier variant crystal, I'll let you go." Behind him, the person with messy hair and a lip ring, while panicked, frowned, pointed at him, and announced, "Young Master Zhou, that kid is absorbing the 8th tier variant crystal." Hearing this, Zhou Kaixing also grimaced, glanced at him, listened, and then also looked at where he was absorbing the variant crystal, shouting, "What? How dare you absorb my 8th tier variant crystal?" Beside him, Luo Yu looked at them, biting her lip, her face full of worry. Then she extended her hand to stop her own teammate. While squinting her eyes, she sneered, drew her sword, and confirmed heavily, "I'll hold off Luo Yu. Luo Shaoqi, you go and get the 8th tier variant crystal back." She still held the hilt of her sword, looking at them. Hearing this, Luo Shaoqi also obediently confirmed, "All right." Immediately after, he led his teammates and quickly charged towards Lin Shu from another alley. Seeing this, Luo Yu was also a little surprised, looked at them, and raised the sword in her hand. Over here, Zhou Kaixing also assumed a fighting stance. Then Luo Yu charged towards Luo Shaoqi, and he was also running, looking at her. Luo Yu shouted a threat at them, "Whoever touches him dies." Seeing this, Zhou Kaixing also quickly swung his sword and moved forward to block. On the other side, Luo Shaoqi also quickly ran past from the side. Luo Yu confidently asserted, "HMPH, with me here you can't get past." He approached her, swung his sword at her, sneered, frowned, and confirmed, "That 8th tier variant crystal, I, Zhou Kaixing, am determined to have it." Those two underlings quickly charged at him. Luo Shaoqi sneered and shouted disdainfully, "HMPH, an 8th tier variant crystal can't be absorbed by trash like you. Give it back." He extended his hand and there was another teammate behind him. Suddenly an icy hand grabbed Luo Shaoqi and a fiery hand grabbed the other person. Immediately after, Lin Shu opened his eyes, each a different color. He pulled them over, his gaze firm, exuding an aura of scorching flames and freezing cold, and asserted, "You think you can snatch my variant crystal with just the few of you?" Luo Shaoqi immediately gritted his teeth in pain and raised his head to shout, "Ah, my hand!" The person next to him also shouted in pain, "My hand, my hand!" Their two hands, one was frozen, the other was burned. Immediately after, both pulled back their hands, swayed, and fell backward, struggling to their feet. Then Lin Shu, with one hand aflame, picked up his long spear. He then spun the spear in a circle, creating a vortex with Lin Shu standing in the middle. He used 100 birds, paying homage to the phoenix, and immediately after, a fire phoenix rushed out. Seeing this, the two men quickly jumped away to dodge. Luo Shaoqi also asked in confusion, "Why is this flame martial skill so hot?" Then he advanced again, holding his long spear surrounded by sharp ice shards. He swung the spear in a circle, using frosty rainstorm pear blossom spear. Finally, the tip of the spear pierced the ceiling and a crack opened in the ground. Immediately after, he grabbed the man's special items and backpack, jumped through the crack and also shouted to her, "Let's go, leave those three in the pipe below." Immediately after, both of them disappeared below. Luo Shaoqi and his teammate were hit, caught off guard in their anger. Their faces darkened and they shouted, "Damn it, they got away." The man next to him sat up while wiping his face. Then Zhou Kaixing opened the map again. He held the map with both hands, his face dark, and shouted in anger, "Damn it, why isn't there an 8th tier variant crystal? But the red dot is lit? Could it be because the 8th tier variant crystal's source energy has been absorbed? How could it be absorbed so quickly?" Seeing this, Luo Shaoqi also glanced at him, his face ugly. Finally his face darkened and he turned to ask Zhou Kaixing in a panic, "Young Master Zhou, the detector has failed, what should we do?" And he was so angry he gritted his teeth holding the controller. And immediately after, the controller was also thrown to the ground and shattered into pieces. Finally Zhou Kaixing walked towards the hole in the ceiling, gritting his teeth, clenching his hands and shouting in anger, "Luo Yu, Lin Shu, just you wait." In a wooden house in the forest, Lin Shu sat cross-legged absorbing the variant crystal in his hand. Rings of light appeared around him, and then the system notification sounded, "Congratulations Master on your successful level up. Current level is 23. Congratulations Master on your successful level up. Current level is 24. Congratulations Master on your successful level up. Current level is 25. Congratulations Master, you have obtained a total of 4 lottery chances. Congratulations Master, you have obtained 94 potential points." Immediately after, Lin Shu also opened his eyes in surprise, looked at the variant crystal, and made a judgment in his mind. "I never thought that absorbing the 8th tier variant crystal and the red lotus fire would bring me so much experience, allowing me to level up 3 times overnight." The system added 42 potential points to strength, 30 potential points to physique and 22 potential points to speed. Immediately after, the attribute panel appeared again. Host Lin Shu, level 25, strength from 421 to 463, physique from 17850 to 20850, speed from 101 to 123, comprehensive combat power from 4650 to 5124, 4th tier martial artist title increases physique by 50 points, skills, analytical eye, red camouflage, devour. Finally, the system reward panel. Congratulations Master on entering the 5th tier martial artist stage. You have obtained the title of 5th tier martial artist. The 5th tier martial artist title has a 30 chance to reduce damage by 50 when attacked. Congratulations Master on successfully unlocking 2nd level genes. Congratulations Master on obtaining a new skill, Shadow Clone. When using Shadow Clone, it can output 30 of the main body's combat power. Duration 30 seconds, cooldown 12 hours. Seeing this, Lin Shu couldn't help but get excited. He rubbed his chin, frowned, and judged with a smile in his mind. Comprehensive combat power has finally exceeded 5,000. Now I'm also a 5th tier martial artist, and I've unlocked 2nd level genes and obtained a new skill. Then he browsed his attribute panel again. It displayed Host Lin Shu, level 25, strength 463, physique 208, speed 123, comprehensive combat power 5124, 5th tier martial artist title has a 30 chance to reduce damage by 50 when attacked. Skills, analytical eye, rage, camouflage, devour, shadow clone. Then his eyes couldn't hide his joy and he confirmed with a smile in his mind after changing to the 5th tier martial artist title, although it's 50 points short. The 30 chance to reduce damage by 50 is a life-saving key. Then Luo Yu's voice sounded again asking, "Are you done absorbing?" Hearing this, he also retracted the panel, glanced at her, and didn't know how to respond. Luo Yu, on the other hand, looked at him with a surprised and flustered expression, her eyes wide, and judged. An 8th tier variant crystal would take others 3 days and 3 nights to absorb, yet you only took 1 day and 1 night to finish. Hearing her say this, he also puffed out his chest, pointed at himself, grinned arrogantly, and said proudly, "Hee hee, because brother's talent is extraordinary."